You were trapped outside the city walls by your childhood sweetheart and her lover, and met a gruesome death in a beast horde. Reborn as a bear, you watch as your enemy from a past life, the lover who killed you, actually comes to you of his own accord, offering himself as your stepping stone. The roar from your previous life still echoes in your ears. Zhang, you are a hero of humanity. Yet the city gates slam shut coldly before your eyes, the fangs of a 7th-tier howling moonwolf are your last memory. And now, you feel the surging mana within you. Your 3.2-meter-tall bearess body is brimming with explosive power. The stats of the giant claw bear flash golden light across your retina. Deep in the forest, that familiar yet loathsome scent draws nearer with every step. He has arrived. He actually believes you are prey for his training, unaware that this beast is whispering his name in a language he cannot understand. Kong. Chapter 1, Brown Bear Zhang, Evolution Path. Hey, I finally caught you. Zhang lunged into the stream, firmly pinning down a plump, massive bluefish. He buried his head in the water, grabbed the fish in his mouth, and began to eat with relish. The fish scales shimmered silver in the sunlight, revealing the extraordinary, mystical nature of this bluefish. Mana +1/+1/+1. With every chew, this voice echoed in Zhang's mind. I wonder when I'll ever reach Tier 1, Zhang muttered, wiping his mouth as he slumped lazily onto the ground. At that moment, a screen of light appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Name, Zhang. Race, brown bear. Level, Tier 0, Level 9. Height, 2 meters. Weight, 1.03 tons. Skill, Precision Strike. Talent, none. Draw attempts, 0. That's right, Zhang wasn't human, but a purebred brown bear. In his previous life, after mana had revived on Earth, Zhang, as one of the first evolvers, steadily increased his strength, becoming a pillar of the human faction. With his Tier 6 power, he was a valued asset in any organization. However, while he possessed remarkable talent in combat, he was a complete novice when it came to understanding human nature. He could never forget that during the Battle of Yang City, he pushed himself to the limit, fighting beyond his tier, and finally managed to temporarily hold off the beast horde, buying his fellow humans time to escape back into the city. But Zhang, please hold them off for us a little longer. You're a hero of humanity, we'll never forget you. He would never forget how Meng, his childhood friend whom he trusted most, had, after he rescued her and her privileged boyfriend, resolutely shut the city gates, offering nothing but empty words from the ramparts. And ultimately watched helplessly as Zhang met a gruesome end, torn apart by the jaws of a 7th-tier howling moonwolf. Fuck humanity. Fuck heroes. Zhang tore into the fish with great gusto. Fortunately, in this life, Zhang not only had the chance to start over, but he also gained a game-breaking ability called the Infinite Evolution System. After some experimentation, Zhang had a pretty good grasp of the system's functions. First was the information page, which not only displayed Zhang's own current level and skills but also helped him detect his opponent's levels. Next was the storage space, which was a godsend for Zhang. His bear claws weren't nearly as handy for grabbing things as human hands, and carrying everything around in his mouth would seriously undermine his cool factor. Then there was the lottery feature. According to the system, Zhang could draw a prize every time he advanced a tier, and the items in the prize pool were truly bizarre and varied. From useless junk like clothes and socks to practical skills, and even powerful bloodlines and rare treasures, it has everything imaginable. The only entry in Zhang's skill section, Precision Strike, was obtained during his first draw right after rebirth. Last but not least is the most crucial feature, providing evolution paths. As one of the first veteran human evolvers, Zhang knew all too well that the most difficult step in evolution was finding the right path. Evolution isn't just about accumulating mana, it requires absorbing a creature's mana core in a single go, along with natural mana stones, spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, and a host of other rare treasures. Only by building up strength over time can one break through the barriers between ranks. And no one knows exactly what combination will yield the best evolutionary results. Thus, some advance step by step using relatively safe methods, while others take risks, seeking only to maximize results. However, risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. While some soar to the heavens in a single leap, others plunge into the abyss. And with the system providing evolution paths, every one of his evolutions is destined to be a massive leap forward. These repeated leaps, accumulating over time, will ultimately forge unrivaled within his tier. But that was not Zhang's goal. In this life, as he once again encountered the dawn of Mana-S revival, armed with a game-breaking advantage and the rich experience and memories of his past life, Zhang vowed to become the king of all races who would sweep all before him. Meng, Kong, in this life, I will not let you off the hook. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Zhang's eyes. With the final bite, he swallowed the entire fish bones and all into his stomach. Ding! A pleasant chime rang out in his mind. At the sound, a human-like smile instantly spread across Zhang's bear-like face. Congratulations, host. Your mana value has reached the peak of Tier 0. Please advance to Tier 1 promptly. We now offer you 3 evolution paths. 1. Shield Bear, possessing extraordinary defensive power, capable of withstanding the vast majority of attacks below Tier 2 without taking damage. 2. Vine Bear, possessing ultimate agility and mobility, freely traversing the mountains and forests via vines to launch elusive strikes against enemies. 3. Giant Claw Bear, possessing devastating offensive power. Its heavily reinforced claws are unmatched in both strength and sharpness. Is there even a question? Zhang curled his lip and selected the third option without hesitation. Are you kidding? I'm here to dominate this world. What's the point of just tanking damage and fighting a guerrilla war? As Zhang selected his path, the text on the light screen changed accordingly. Giant Claw Bear required materials, Tier 1 Level 1 Striped Tiger Mana Core. Looking at the requirements on the screen, Zhang felt both joy and a sense of heaviness. The joy came from the fact that this first level up required only a single material. He wouldn't have to scour the area for it. In fact, he knew there was a striped tiger right on a nearby mountain peak. The heaviness, however, stemmed from the fact that the striped tiger was already Tier 1. Though it seemed only one level higher than Zhang, every step up in rank represented a quantum leap in the hierarchy of life. I can't put this off any longer. I have to take care of this as soon as possible. Though somewhat nervous, Zhang silently told himself. As the mana in the world increased, the striped tiger would only grow stronger, and if he himself did not evolve, he would remain stuck at Tier 0. In other words, the consequence of delaying was that the gap between them would only widen. Thinking of this, Zhang's gaze grew even more determined. In this era, to stand at the pinnacle of the world, one must fight. Zhang hesitated no longer. Having just replenished his energy, he was in peak condition. He shook the water droplets from his fur and set off toward the area where the striped tiger frequently roamed. This was a deeply untamed mountainous region, part of the Hangguan Mountains. The river valley he had just traversed was relatively gentle and open, but as soon as he began climbing the slopes, the terrain became overgrown with trees, making it difficult to navigate. Zhang carefully maneuvered his massive body through the dense undergrowth, doing his best to avoid the leaves around him and underfoot, making not a sound to prevent the striped tiger from detecting him prematurely. He had now entered the striped tiger's territory. Although a battle was inevitable, maintaining the initiative was crucial. Suddenly, a rustling sound drifted into Zhang's ears from the distance. Chapter 2: The Striped Tiger's Ambush. What's going on? Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately dropped to the ground. Has it spotted me? That shouldn't be possible. Big cats aren't usually this perceptive. Zhang pondered silently. He had encountered the striped tiger before. Though it possessed extraordinary strength, its senses were not particularly keen. On several occasions, Zhang had happened upon it while it was hunting. He would quickly retreat, and the striped tiger had never pursued him in time. As he thought this, the rustling of the leaves grew louder, closer, and more frequent. Gradually, Zhang could even hear the beast's footsteps. Though he couldn't see it, the sound allowed him to imagine a massive, heavy paw crushing the leaves beneath it. Zhang had tensed every muscle in his body, held his breath, and flattened his brown fur against his skin, ready to pounce at any moment. Wait, something's off. Zhang twitched his ears and suddenly realized that beneath the heavy footsteps, there was another, lighter set of footsteps. The next second, 2 figures leaped out from just ahead and to the side of Zhang. In front was a tiny cicadere, flapping its limbs frantically in mid-air, while behind it, a massive tiger stretched its claws, almost reaching the deer's body. Thud! Beyond the thicket lay a steep slope. The sika deer landed unsteadily and tumbled to the ground, looking up at the massive black shadow of the striped tiger looming overhead, its eyes filled with terror. The sika deer let out a few instinctive cries, but this time, the striped tiger gave it no chance. Its massive body plummeted from the sky, yet its landing was surprisingly light. Its tiger paws pinned the sika deer firmly to the ground, and it sank its teeth into its throat. In an instant, warm blood spattered everywhere. The striped tiger did not rush to feed. Instead, standing on the sika deer's carcass, it raised its head high and let out a long, piercing roar into the mountains and forests. Roar! The thunderous tiger's roar instantly echoed through the mountains and forests, startling flocks of birds into flight. The striped tiger surveyed its surroundings with satisfaction before finally lowering its head slowly. A good opportunity, Zhang thought to himself, but he did not rush to act. He gently reached out and tapped a rock in front of him. The rock had already been loosened by the earlier commotion, and with just a slight nudge, it immediately began to roll downhill. The moment the rock began to roll, the striped tiger suddenly lifted its head as if it had been prepared for this all along, staring warily upward, its limbs fully poised and ready to pounce. Damn, that's sneaky, Zhang cursed inwardly. Clearly, the striped tiger wasn't as relaxed and focused on eating as it appeared. On the contrary, it was practically setting a trap. It had even gone out of its way to roar twice beforehand, just to lull any potential attackers into a false sense of security. It was easy to imagine that if Zhang had truly believed he'd found an opening just now and rushed out impatiently, he would have been met only by the striped tiger's fatal strike. But now, the time was right. When the striped tiger saw that the sound had come from a rock, its entire body instinctively relaxed. At this moment, regardless of whether it remained on guard, the natural rhythm of its movements meant it could no longer instantly return to a combat state. And this was precisely the moment Zhang had been waiting for. He didn't expect the striped tiger to be so foolish as to focus solely on eating, but even a split second of distraction or a delayed reaction would be enough. A thunderous bear roar suddenly rang out. Before the striped tiger could even lift its head, which had just dropped halfway from its alert posture, a bare paw, no smaller than its own, slammed down right in front of its eyes. Relying on its animal instincts, the striped tiger rolled violently to the side. Yet, with the advantage of the prepared over the unprepared, half the force of Zhang's bear claws still crashed down on its head. It felt its mind go blank, and an unbearable, searing pain shot through its face. From Zhang's perspective, 3 deep claw marks suddenly appeared on the left side of its face. One had even scraped its eye, leaving the flesh mangled and blood gushing freely. Strike while the iron is hot. Striped tiger rolled 3 times on the ground and was just about to get up, but Zhang gave it no chance to catch its breath. He immediately closed in, opening his gaping maw and swinging his massive claws at Striped Tiger. Striped Tiger was overwhelmed by this barrage of attacks, frantically rolling and dodging to fend them off. After a dozen or so seconds, its body was already covered in numerous wounds. However, the Striped Tiger was, after all, a Tier 1 creature. Its strength was undeniable. Despite its disarray, it managed to block every one of Zhang's surprise attacks. Finally, seizing a momentary opening, it retreated several steps backward, creating some distance. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it glared intently at Zhang, yet amidst the ferocity, there was a hint of confusion. During their close quarters battle moments ago, it had recognized this brown bear, whose build was in no way inferior to its own. It had encountered Zhang several times before, but having deemed it unnecessary to engage in a life or death struggle with a large carnivore, it had never pursued him relentlessly. It couldn't understand why Zhang, clearly outmatched in strength at this moment, would choose to attack it first. Gore! The striped tiger lowered its upper body to the ground, assuming a fighting stance, and let out a deep, rumbling growl, attempting to intimidate Zhang into retreating. But Zhang wasn't about to back down. After just a moment's pause, it lunged viciously at the striped tiger once more. The 2 colossal beasts clashed fiercely on the mountaintop, their earth-shaking roars echoing across the open sky. The sound sent wild animals within a radius of several kilometers scurrying into their dens, trembling in fear and refusing to emerge. Striped Tiger was a formidable opponent, but having been wounded earlier, after dozens of exchanges, he found himself evenly matched with Zhang. Zhang was in the thick of the battle. Though his body bore some scars, the rush of adrenaline allowed him to momentarily ignore the pain as he unleashed blow after blow against Striped Tiger. His body was exhilarated, yet his mind remained remarkably calm. He knew full well that if he didn't seize the momentum now to finish off the Striped Tiger in one go, the moment it recovered even slightly, his chances of victory would plummet when it came to a test of raw strength. Another palm strike was about to strike the top of the Striped Tiger's skull. Zhang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, but the very next second, a tigress roar, far more thunderous than any before, erupted from the ground without warning, instantly piercing Zhang's eardrums. Zhang felt dizzy and disoriented. Darkness engulfed his vision, and the bear claw he had swung lost all its power. Chapter 3: The Drone in Midair. Damn it, I've been hit! Zhang cried inwardly. In that dizzying moment, he immediately realized this was likely no ordinary roar, but a special skill of the Striped Tiger. In this world, even animals and plants do not rely solely on instinct to fight like humans, they can possess special skills that unleash extraordinary power. This Striped Tiger was truly cunning and crafty. Having run rampant through these mountains and forests for so long, it had never once displayed this unique technique, which was precisely why Zhang had been caught off guard. Yet this single use instantly pulled the Striped Tiger back from the brink of death, and the momentum of the battle shifted in an instant. Drawing on his sheer willpower, Zhang forced his eyes open a crack. Through his blurred vision, he saw only a massive tiger paw striking toward his shoulder blade in the blink of an eye, whipping up gusts of wind. I can't dodge it. Zhang's heart sank as he made a split-second decision. Consequently, he did not evade the Striped Tiger's strike, watching helplessly as the claws plunged deep into his shoulder, blood gushing out like a fountain. A look of triumph flashed in Striped Tiger's eyes. But in the next instant, its triumph froze. Just as it tried to pull its claw out, it suddenly realized that the muscles in Zhang's shoulder were as hard as steel, locking its claw in place and leaving it unable to move. That move certainly caught me off guard, but who said you're the only one with a skill? Of course, the Striped Tiger had no way of knowing Zhang's inner thoughts. All it could see was a silver flash streaking toward it in the blink of an eye. And in the next instant, its already injured left eye was completely blinded. Roar! Another earth-shaking roar echoed, but this time, the tiger's cry no longer had any effect on Zhang. Instead, it was filled with nothing but despair and agony. The Striped Tiger struggled violently to free its trapped paw, causing blood to gush out even more rapidly. The loss of blood made Zhang feel slightly dizzy, but the intense pain served as a stark reminder that he had to press on with all his might. Zhang responded with a furious roar of his own. Then, the claw already embedded in the Striped Tiger's left eye suddenly exerted force, driving itself forward another few inches. Yet, it was precisely this slight advance that caused the Striped Tiger's roar to cease abruptly. At the same moment, its thrashing paws froze, and its still intact right eye instantly lost focus, growing dim and lifeless. If an X-ray could have scanned the two beasts at that moment, it would have revealed that Zhang's sharp claw had pierced straight through the eye socket into the Striped Tiger's brainstem, instantly killing it. The moment the Striped Tiger died, Zhang collapsed in exhaustion. This life and death battle had left him shaken to the core. But fortunately, he had stood his ground until the very end. Now, though his body was weary and in pain, his eyes were filled with resolve. He believed that as long as he had cleared this first hurdle, the path to invincibility ahead would be smooth sailing thanks to the head start he gained in the tide of evolution, coupled with his experience and the system's assistance. Zhang lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Finally, feeling his body recover slightly, he staggered to his feet. Standing over Striped Tiger's corpse, he split its skull open with a single palm strike, intending to extract the mana core inside. Little did he know that all of this was being recorded in crystal clear detail by a civilian drone high above. Holy shit, guys, how many of you thought Bear would win? The drone was streaming the mountain scene live to a streaming channel, where a host named Gang was commentating on the outcome of the battle between Zhang and the Striped Tiger in an exaggerated tone. The comments section of the stream was constantly refreshing. What a roller coaster ride! It's hard to believe this was a battle between two beasts. To those of you who missed the earlier action, all I can say is you missed out big time. Can someone tell me what happened earlier? I just joined and saw the bear smash the tiger to death. The answer is simple: Bear Brother is the best. Long story short, the bear ambushed that big tiger. But that tiger seemed pretty smart too. Guess you could say, the devil is always one step ahead. By the way, don't you guys think they really act just like humans? Hey, guys, watch what you say. Since the founding of the nation, animals aren't allowed to become supernatural beings. Gang promptly reminded his viewers. Although he said this, Gang was deeply moved inside. He was just an ordinary rich kid who bought some nice gear to fly a drone in the mountains and forests, and most of the time, he didn't capture anything worth watching. His live stream channel wasn't exactly dead, but it was mostly watched by fellow outdoor enthusiasts, with a peak of just a few hundred concurrent viewers. But right now, looking at the online count in the top left corner of the stream already at 50,000 and still rising, Gang's excitement was palpable. Hey, what's Bear Bro up to? Suddenly, Gang saw Zhang's split-striped tiger's head open and instinctively called out. But the very next second, your stream has violated platform regulations and has been suspended. The vibrant scene on the screen instantly turned black, leaving only that single sentence. Damn it, I can't even film wildlife? Gang covered his head and wailed in frustration. In a massive conference room, dozens of screens continuously displayed different footage. Many people in blue-black uniforms were taking notes on their computers without pause. Among them was a screen showing Zhang extracting the striped tiger's mana core. The situation is getting more serious. A man wearing epaulets spoke up. Indeed. I didn't expect tier 1 level beasts to appear in the Hangduan Mountains either. It means mana is recovering faster and faster. A middle-aged woman in a white lab coat standing beside him replied with a serious expression. It feels like we can't contain it, the woman sighed helplessly. Until orders come down from above, we have to contain it even if we can't. Additionally, we need to strengthen the collection of data on existing beasts and prepare targeted contingency plans. The man remained standing with his back straight, speaking expressionlessly. Go ask that streamer exactly where this brown bear was filmed. The conference room was brightly lit, but the light by the door was dim. In the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, a young man stood quietly smoking. He watched the new footage of Zhang appear on the large screen, pondered for a long time, and finally smiled faintly before stubbing out the cigarette in his hand. Humph, a brown bear, huh? Just what I need to warm up. With that, the man turned and walked away. If Zhang were here, he would surely recognize this man as the second young master of the Zhu family, the very man who, in his past life, had colluded with Meng to drive him to his death. Kong. Chapter 4, Ascending to Tier 1. Zhang was completely unaware of what was happening behind the drone, but even if he had known, he wouldn't have been afraid. The tide of evolution was an unstoppable force. Even if humans attacked him with thermal weapons, he could simply hide deep in the mountains and forests. Once he reached tier 5 or 6, who would be able to stop him? Besides, having experienced the future, he knew full well that once the evolution rain had fully fallen, humanity's weapons of mass destruction would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Right now, the most important thing for him was to absorb the striped tiger's mana core and break through to tier 1. Zhang precisely extracted the mana core from the flesh. The striped tiger's mana core wasn't dazzling. Instead, it emitted a steady, dark golden glow. It actually matches my own color scheme quite well, Zhang thought to himself with delight. With the mana core now safely in his possession, he saw no need to absorb it here in the striped tiger's territory. If he were interrupted by other beasts, even a slight reduction in the breakthrough's effectiveness would be a huge loss. Zhang's bare paw brushed lightly over the mana core, and it quietly vanished into the system's storage space. On the way back to his lair, Zhang made no effort to conceal his aura. He leaped swiftly through the mountains and forests, occasionally letting out a long howl, causing every beast roaming nearby to flee at the sound. Before long, he had returned to his cave, and the drone hovering in the sky could no longer track Zhang's movements. Zhang sat down on the ground, cradled the mana core in his palm, took a deep breath, and swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the mana core passed his throat, Zhang felt a colossal force bloom within his body. A massive surge of mana washed over him, clashing with the mana already within him. The two streams of mana collided, turning Zhang's body into a battlefield. Instantly, the surging mana battered the inside of Zhang's body until it bled profusely. Unable to hold back, Zhang coughed up a large mouthful of blood, feeling excruciating pain throughout his body. "Can't you tell who's the master anymore?" Zhang was no longer willing to sit idly by and wait for his doom. He let out a furious roar, and in an instant, the power of his bloodline surged through his body, releasing a primal, bear-like aura. He focused his consciousness inward, taking control of his own mana. In an instant, the native mana which had been caught off guard seemed to come alive. No longer lifeless, it transformed into a colossal bear, the true ruler of the wilderness, opening its massive jaws to voraciously devour the striped tigeress mana. Instantly, striped tigeress mana was no longer the domineering force it had been. It became like tiny insects under the bear's paw, struggling to escape but still being swallowed whole into the bear's maw. As the striped tigeress mana was continuously devoured and assimilated, Zhang's own mana grew ever stronger, adding a touch of dominance to his already imposing aura. Of course, this dominance was directed outward within Zhang's body at that moment. No mana dared to act out, instead nurturing the inner walls of his previously injured body like docile lambs. As the last trace of mana from the mana core was completely absorbed, Zhang felt his body sink into an incredibly mysterious state. What had merely been more powerful mana suddenly underwent a qualitative transformation, like a stream merging instantly into a great river, or a branch finally blooming into flowers exploding with a powerful life force. This life force continuously washed over every corner of Zhang's body, and as it did, his body rapidly grew and renewed itself. Every inch of skin, muscle, and organ became stronger and more powerful. When the cleansing of the mana was complete, Zhang felt as though he had been reborn, having achieved a quantum leap in his very essence of life. He clenched his fist and felt an immense power surge through him with almost no effort. He swung his fist again. It felt like a 1,000-pound sledgehammer. Even a casual swing could slice through the air, producing a piercing whistling sound. Yet Zhang exerted no effort at all. His entire body moved as one, making the motion feel even easier than before. Is this the power of perfect evolution? If I were to face the striped tiger now, a single punch would likely shatter its skull. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, intimidation. Zhang was admiring his body with satisfaction when suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Overcome with delight, he immediately brought up his brand new personal information panel. Name, Zhang. Race, giant clawbear. Tier 1, level 1. Height, 3.2 meters. Weight, 2.16 tons. Skills, precision strike, intimidation. Talent, none. Draw attempts, 1. This must be the roar the striped tiger used to stun me. Zhang mused to himself. This ability undoubtedly boosted his strength significantly. At this moment, Zhang's height had increased by more than half, and his weight had doubled. However, his figure didn't appear bulky. On the contrary, he looked much more muscular than before. The root cause was that Zhang's increased weight primarily came from his bones and muscles, which had become significantly denser. Gurgle. A few growls suddenly came from his stomach. The recent battle and breakthrough had actually caused Zhang to burn through a significant amount of fat and energy. Now he felt completely hollow inside and desperately needed to fill his stomach. Fat-wrapped muscle, that's the mark of a true powerhouse, he muttered, patting his solid belly. With that thought, Zhang slowly made his way out of the cave, intending to have a hearty meal. At the same time, Kang shut down all his communication devices, keeping only the location data for Zhang that he just received from Gang. Fully armed, he stepped into the mountains and forests. Earlier, through the distant drone feed, Kang hadn't seen Zhang collect the striped tiger's mana core, nor could he see through the rock to witness Zhang's entire evolution process inside the cave. Therefore, in his mind at that moment, Zhang was still nothing more than a severely wounded, slightly cunning Tier 0 beast, the perfect stepping stone for his training. He set out on his journey brimming with confidence, already imagining himself in the heroic pose of wearing a large cloak made from bear hide. But in the conference room, the moment she saw the evolved Zhang emerge from the cave, the woman in the white lab coat's pupils suddenly contracted. Notify Zhang Heng that bear has broken through to Tier 1. Zhang Heng was the man with the epaulets from earlier. He had been planning to find young Master Kong, who had been sent here for training by level, to assign him some tasks, but several calls went unanswered. Just then, he received the notification that Zhang had broken through Tier 1. For some reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately ordered the soldier beside him. Quickly check the surveillance feeds and see where Kong is. Chapter 5, Special Bureau. The organization Zhang Heng belonged to was called the Special Bureau, whose full name was the Huaxia Bureau of Special Situation Investigation and Research. In the early stages of Mana-S resurgence, Huaxia's leadership quickly sensed the changes in the world and responded promptly. They pored over ancient texts left by Huaxia's ancestors and were delighted to discover that what had once seemed like obscure, esoteric knowledge was, in fact, cultivation techniques for evolvers. Only then did they realize that mana had not appeared for the first time in the vast river of history, but had once reached its peak before vanishing for unknown reasons. At the same time, they also realized that humans were not the only ones capable of evolution. Since the esoteric teachings in the ancient texts were actually cultivation techniques, the descriptions of rare birds and beasts within them were likely not entirely myths and legends, but had real-world counterparts. Sure enough, through a thorough, nationwide search, they discovered numerous ferocious beasts rapidly evolving at a pace far surpassing that of humans. In some deep-sea regions, 1 or 2 sea beasts had even reached Tier 2. Other nations had made similar discoveries. To address these unknown risks, China decisively established the Special Bureau and began teaching cultivation techniques at various levels to enhance humanity's overall strength. Zhang Heng served as the director of the Special Bureau in the Southwest region. He held a position of considerable power and influence within the entire community of evolvers, yet at this moment, due to Kong's disappearance, his face was so dark it seemed it might rain. Kong had been assigned to their region a month ago. According to Zhang Heng's understanding, he hailed from Shangjing and was the second son of the Zhujia clan's current generation. Despite his youth, he was already a Tier 0 peak evolver, a true standout among humanity, which was still in its infancy. Zhang Heng recalled that just before Kong's arrival, his immediate superior had warned him with utmost gravity. "This is a sacred treasure you must protect at all costs. The patriarch of the Zhu family dotes on this second grandson. It's only because he is so determined to grow stronger that he came here. If he suffers even the slightest injustice, none of us can afford the consequences. Please don't go provoking that bear all by yourself." Zhang Heng silently prayed to the heavens. Since arriving at the Southwest Regional Special Bureau, Kong had asked Zhang Heng several times to go out on missions, but Zhang Heng had always turned him down with various excuses. Seeing that Kong had been quiet lately, Zhang Heng thought he'd finally settled down, but he never expected him to pull off something this big. "Boss, should we contact the Zhu family?" Zhang Heng's deputy asked cautiously. "No. Let our people find him on their own first." Zhang Heng frowned. Just then, the soldiers he'd sent out earlier arrived with the retrieved surveillance footage. Zhang Heng quickly took the tablet they handed him, and at a single glance, he gasped in shock. The tablet clearly showed Kong turning and walking away after watching Gang's livestream. And the soldier hesitated. "Spit it out." Zhang Heng snapped, his eyes widening. "Intelligence reported that 2 hours ago, young Master Zhu inquired about the exact location of that brown bear," the soldier said quickly in a low voice, then immediately took a half step back. Zhang Heng said nothing, but the air grew so heavy it seemed to solidify. This wasn't merely the soldier's imagination, it was the tangible aura of authority Zhang Heng was projecting. As the head of the Special Bureau for the entire Southwest region, Zhang Heng was among the very first humans to reach Tier 1 as an evolver. At that moment, the mana within his body pulsed uncontrollably around him, making his subordinates who had only just stepped through the door of evolution feel as if they couldn't catch their breath. Split into 2 groups. One group will track Kong's route, and the other will head straight to that brown bear's territory and wait there. Though furious, Zhang Heng was, after all, a man of exceptional caliber. He did not let his anger cloud his judgment but made a decisive call in the moment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his orders were relayed with remarkable efficiency. In the blink of an eye, the entire Southwest District Special Bureau sprang into action, all for the sake of a single man. As soon as he entered the Hangduan Mountains, Kong immediately felt the air around him grow crisp and fresh. The sea of green foliage and the occasional chirping of birds were a delight to his senses. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. His rapid progress on the path of evolution had given him ample confidence, and in this pleasant environment, he was even more eager to use Zhang's blood as a testament to his own power. Zhang's territory wasn't particularly deep. It was only about 10 kilometers of mountain trail from Kong's entry point. That distance would certainly be long for an ordinary person, but for Kong, already at the peak of Tier 0, it was a piece of cake. Less than an hour after entering the mountains, he was already nearing the area where Zhang usually roamed. Meanwhile, Zheng Hong was rushing toward the Hengduan Mountains in a high-speed helicopter. Along the way, the helicopter cut through clouds and mist, yet Zheng Hong was still unable to contact Kong or pinpoint his location. Kong had anticipated that Zheng Hong would dispatch a search party after his disappearance, so he had relied on his own connections to secure the fastest mode of transportation. By the time Zheng Hong realized it, Kong had already entered the mountains. Just got an early start. He actually thinks he is so powerful he can control everyone. Recalling all the restrictions Zheng Hong had placed on him, Kong snorted coldly. As he made his way through the jungle, Kong grew increasingly uneasy. According to the coordinates Gang had provided, he should already be within Brown Bear's usual territory. Brown Bear's lair was typically fixed and didn't wander around, yet after searching the area for several minutes, he found no trace of him. The surroundings were deathly quiet. Not even the sounds of birds or insects could be heard, only the rustling of his tactical boots on the dry leaves. Playing tricks. Kong muttered under his breath as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He struggled to emerge from a thicket, his body covered in plant spores, his gaze growing even more menacing. He walked to the base of a tree, pulled out a water bottle, and planned to take a short break. Thud! Just as Kong unscrewed the cap, he suddenly felt the sky above him grow dark. He quickly looked up to see a massive shadow blocking out the sun, plummeting from the sky and crashing down with a heavy thud. Without a moment to think, he instinctively darted to the side, only to step onto a thick layer of dead leaves beneath the tree. His feet slipped instantly, sending him tumbling several times before he finally regained his balance. The spot where he had been standing was now occupied by a massive brown bear nearly twice his height, which had left a deep crater in the ground. The giant bear slowly rose to its feet and stared silently at Kong. Kong had never seen an animal with such a complex gaze. In Zhang's deep, dark eyes, surprise, hatred, relief, anger, and mockery, countless complex emotions intertwined. Are you here to find me? The next moment, Kong's pupils dilated in shock. This giant bear had actually spoken human language. Chapter 6, just in time to collect the body. Zhang looked down at Kong, who was barely as tall as his own leg, feeling a mix of emotions. Ever since ascending to Tier 1, Zhang had discovered he could use mana to create a vocal track similar to a human's and speak human language. At the time, he simply found it convenient, never imagining that the first words he'd utter in this life would be directed at the very culprit who had caused his death in his previous life. Zhang still remembered how, in his previous life, he had stood alone facing a relentless tide of beasts, while behind him lay the city gates shut tight, a sight even more chilling than the onslaught itself. In the moment before he was engulfed, he had roared with bitter resentment at Kong and Mang, who looked down on him from the city walls. You'll both die a miserable death. Yet now, facing those familiar faces, their positions had been completely reversed. Zhang took a quiet step forward, unable to help but marvel at the vagaries of fate. Kong looked up at Zhang, who was drawing ever closer, and could no longer suppress a shiver as he shifted his feet slightly backward. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. Kong was arrogant and conceited, to be sure, but he was no fool. He could clearly sense that the energy emanating from this massive brown bear before him was on an entirely different level from his own. Prior to this, he had only ever felt such an overwhelming sense of pressure in the presence of his uncle, a man of extraordinary genius. Brother Bear, please rest assured. I mean no harm. I've come on behalf of humanity to discuss a business deal with you. The fear of death drove Kong's mind to race, and finally, he came up with a plausible excuse. That's right. This bear has only just begun to develop sentience. It should know how formidable humans are. It isn't very intelligent, so once it hears I represent humanity, it shouldn't harm me. After uttering that excuse, Kang's eyes lit up. He felt a surge of confidence, constantly reassuring himself, and straightened his posture slightly. Oh, really? Humans? Zhang asked softly, the breath from his mouth blowing Kang's hair back. Kang suppressed the fear in his heart, knowing he must not show weakness at this moment. Instead of retreating, he took another half-step forward. That's right. We recognized Brother Bear's formidable strength and intend to help you conquer these mountains. I'm here to demonstrate our sincerity. If you're willing, our human experts can enter the mountains at any time to clear away the obstacles and make you the king of these peaks. Kang was pleased with his response. Not only had he accurately identified Brown Bear's needs, but he also subtly flexed his muscles. His subtext was clear: though you're a formidable bear, your every move is under our control. Our experts are ready and waiting. Just as we can help you rise to the top, we can also destroy you at any moment. Kang was certain that once Brown Bear understood his meaning, he would most likely back down. However, at that moment, the confident Kang had moved so close to Zhang that even if he strained to look up, he couldn't see Zhang's eyes. Otherwise, he would have seen that there was not a trace of hesitation in Zhang's gaze, only the mockery one might reserve for a moron or a corpse. You mean your human experts are waiting outside the forest, right? Zhang spoke slowly. That's right, that's right. Kang was somewhat agitated and nodded hurriedly. Oh, that's perfect. Zhang's tone suddenly became a bit lighter and softer. Kang was overjoyed, unconsciously straightening his chest, but Zhang's next words sent him plummeting into an icy abyss in an instant. Perfect, they can come and collect your body. Zhang spoke casually, but to Kang, it sounded like the whisper of a demon lord. But now, he had no time to wonder why this giant bear had turned on him so suddenly. Because the moment Zhang finished speaking, Kang felt the light above his head suddenly dim. Almost purely out of a primal instinct for survival, Kang instantly pushed off the ground and leaped backward. Only then did he see a massive brown shadow flash before his eyes, Zhang's bare paw slashing down. Kang instinctively ducked his head, just as he was relieved that his head hadn't been knocked off, but the next instant he felt a chill across his chest, followed immediately by an intense, searing pain. Ah! As the immense force sent him flying backward, Kang let out a piercing scream. He lost his balance, hit the ground, and rolled several times before coming to a halt, looking utterly disheveled. He looked down to see that most of the fabric on his chest had been torn to shreds. 3 deep claw marks had ripped his flesh open, the deepest one even exposed white bone. Kang hurriedly gathered all his mana to stem the gushing blood. However, as he rolled earlier, he inflicted a secondary laceration on his chest, and at the same time, a large amount of dust had seeped into the wound. When Kang looked up again, his face had turned deathly pale, and a string of beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his forehead. Why? How dare you? Kang snarled, his face contorted with rage. He couldn't understand it. Just moments ago, the giant bear had been speaking softly, yet in the blink of an eye, it had suddenly turned deadly. Could it be that its beastly nature was irrepressible, unable to contain its bloodthirsty urges? How dare I? I'd like to ask you this instead: how dare you, a mere tier 0 ant, come looking for trouble with me? Zhang snorted derisively, interrupting Kang's thoughts, and continued walking toward him. Kang was in agony and terror, his whole body went limp, and he couldn't even stand up. He could only crawl backward on all fours. Only then did he see that a mocking smile was playing on the corner of Zhang's mouth. Kang felt a surge of anger, but fear dominated him. This giant bear wasn't simply a beast unable to shed its animal nature. That human-like smile made it clear that it had been toying with Kang like a monkey from the very beginning. Zhang's dark eyes gazed calmly at Kang, and Kang felt as though his every thought had been laid bare. Brother Bear, I admit I was in the wrong just now. Kang dared not try to be clever anymore and quickly knelt on the ground. My clan holds a prominent position among humans. I promise that if you spare my life, we will mobilize the entire clan to help you evolve. Please, you must believe me. Kang grew more and more agitated as he spoke, finally lifting his head to look Zhang in the eyes, trying to show his sincerity. Ha, what a grand display! Zhang extended a claw, hooked it onto Kang's tattered clothes, and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Kong was filled with terror, yet dared not move a muscle, only praying desperately in his heart that his earlier words had moved Zhang. However, Zhang's next words not only dashed all his hope but also sent a bone-chilling chill through him. Zhang slowly raised him to his own height, scrutinizing his utterly dejected face, and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "Can you really trust me? Your Excellency, the second young master of the Zhu family." Chapter 7, Kong's Demise. Bang! The moment he heard Zhang's words, Kong's hands, which had been limply hanging at his side, suddenly shot up. He drew a small, exquisite pistol and fired a shot straight at Zhang's forehead. A look of madness flashed across Kong's face. He wasn't naive enough to bet everything on Zhang's mercy. The moment Zhang approached, he had already prepared for a desperate, final strike. This gun was a secret weapon specially commissioned by the Zhu family from the Special Bureau's Weapons Division at great expense. Not only was it easy to conceal, but it also boasted an incredibly fast rate of fire and immense power. He still remembered how, before leaving home, the old patriarch of the Zhu family had solemnly placed the gun in his hands and warned him. "Kong, if this gun hits a vital spot, it can kill even a Tier 1 powerhouse with a single shot. But it holds only one bullet, you must use it with extreme caution." In the early stages of Mana's resurgence, Tier 1 was already the pinnacle of combat power, with only a handful of such individuals in the entire world. No wonder Kong dared to venture out alone to hone his skills. Kong stared intently as the bullet flew toward Zhang, as if he could already see Zhang's brain splattering. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. How arrogant! To actually hand me such a perfect shooting position on a silver platter. As Zhang lifted Kong off the ground, Kong feigned pleading while thinking this to himself. If Zhang had been persuaded at that moment, he certainly wouldn't have insisted on taking such a risk. But the moment he heard Zhang call him young Master Zhu, overcome by intense shock and fear, he raised the gun hidden behind his back almost instinctively. A look of madness and excitement flashed across Kong's face for 0.1 seconds before he froze completely. In his field of vision, just as the bullet was about to strike Zhang's skull, Zhang's head suddenly and eerily tilted to the side. Yet it was precisely this slight shift that caused the bullet to graze Zhang's hair before slamming heavily into the tree trunk behind him. The bullet's force was truly extraordinary. It pierced through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Kong was still dangling right in front of Zhang's eyes. He could even smell the scent of a tuft of Zhang's fur scorched by the bullet's intense heat. Yet that massive bear-like face continued to stare at him, completely unscathed. Zhang's smile grew even brighter, but to Kong, it was more terrifying than any demon. "Young Master Zhu, you really haven't disappointed me." Zhang's ability to dodge Kong's south shot at such close range didn't rely on sheer speed, but on his anticipation. Kong was clever, and that shot was indeed incredibly powerful, but what he hadn't anticipated was that Zhang already knew him inside and out. In a past life, Zhang and Kong had been comrades in arms. He'd seen Kong in a disadvantageous position several times, only to stage a comeback using this very move. Of course, that gun had been upgraded multiple times since then. Kong would sometimes even deliberately feign weakness to close the distance, waiting for his opponent to let their guard down before delivering a fatal blow. Therefore, when Zhang saw Kong's hand hanging behind his back, he was already prepared. The moment Kong's hand moved, he began to dodge. Outwitting, he narrowly avoided Kong's incredibly swift shot. "Are you human or a ghost? How do you know me so well? Which clan sent you to take me out, is that it?" At that moment, Kong was no longer the humble, weak, and helpless figure he had been before. Hanging in midair, he struggled frantically, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Zhang, screaming his accusations, unwilling to spare even the pain of his wounds. Zhang sneered, watching Kong's impotent rage in his final moments, with no intention of wasting any more words on him. His earlier tussle with Kong had been merely to toy with him, to inflict psychological torment, ensuring his death wouldn't be too quick or painless. Now, however, Kong had descended into madness, and Zhang had no desire to hear another word of this trashless babbling. Zhang loosened his grip, and Kong crashed heavily to the ground. "You!" Kong clutched his wound in agony, about to unleash another torrent of abuse, when he felt an immense pressure bearing down on him from above. Kong instinctively looked up, and the sight sent a chill down his spine. He saw Zhang's massive paw descending toward his upper body. Kong had no doubt that if the giant bear exerted even the slightest force, he would be reduced to a pulp beneath its foot. No. I'm sorry, spare my life. Kong didn't even have the strength to shout anymore. He felt completely limp, babbling incoherently as he begged for mercy. Zhang remained unmoved, his paw coming down steadily. Stop! Just as Kong was about to become a lifeless corpse beneath the bear's foot, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out from above. Zhang gently rested his paw on Kong's body, applying no pressure. Even so, Kong felt as if a mountain were crushing him, unable to catch his breath. Zhang looked up, squinting against the blinding sunlight. High above, a massive armed helicopter hovered in the air, emitting a hum-hum-hum sound, its rotor blades whipping up a gale that bent the surrounding tree branches to the ground. An imposing man in uniform, adorned with epaulets, opened the cabin door and shouted at Zhang. The man was none other than Zhang Hang. Even from a great distance, Zhang could sense Zhang Hang's formidable power. As fellow Tier 1 agents, Zhang didn't consider Zhang Hang a match for him, but the black gun barrels and cannons on the helicopter still sent a shiver down his spine. Hello, Brother Xiong. I'm Zhang Hang, head of the Southwest District of the Huaxia Special Bureau. The wind howled loudly from above, but Zhang Hang shouted back in a polite tone. You're here to protect him, aren't you? Zhang cut straight to the chase, pointing down at the ground. That's right. Zhang Heng paused for a moment before responding. Then give me a reason, Zhang said. This man holds a very high status among us humans, and his family's influence is vast. I can guarantee you with my authority that if you release him, not only will we not retaliate, but we will also reward you with a vast amount of evolutionary resources. Zhang Heng's words were essentially no different from Kong's empty promises, but since he was a high-ranking official, his personal guarantee made them somewhat more credible. Oh, is that so? Zhang seemed somewhat swayed. Zhang Heng's heart leapt with joy just as he was about to speak up to up the ante. He suddenly heard Zhang continue. That's not a valid reason. Never mind. As his words fell, Zhang's foot suddenly exerted force. A series of crisp crack-crack sounds rang out. Before Kong could even let out a scream, he was completely reduced to a pile of pulp. You're asking for death. Zhang Heng watched the sudden scene unfold, his eyes widening in fury. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the Special Bureau soldiers standing by immediately pulled the triggers. In an instant, a hail of bullets rained down on Zhang. Chapter 8, Creating a Human Free Zone. Zhang couldn't yet withstand heavy fire, but he had been prepared all along. The moment he crushed Kong underfoot, he immediately crouched down, grabbed Kong's corpse, and hurled it toward the helicopter. Stop! No sooner had Zhang Heng given the order than he saw a figure flying straight toward him, positioning itself directly in the line of fire aimed at Zhang. He recognized it instantly, it was Kong. Although he had just watched Zhang stomp him down with his own eyes, the distance of several dozen meters meant he couldn't be certain of Kong's current condition. He dared not take the risk. If by any chance Kong still had a breath left and died under his barrage of fire, the Zhu family would certainly not let him off the hook. Besides, even if Kong really was dead, Zhang Heng found it hard to imagine how the Zhu family patriarch would react if, upon retrieving the body, he saw his beloved grandson riddled with bullets. However, the barrage of fire had already been unleashed. The soldiers in charge of firing, upon hearing the order, had no choice but to immediately swing their gun barrels and adjust their aim. Finally, at the last possible moment, the bullets whizzed past Kong, who was still suspended in midair, and vanished into the air. The massive recoil sent the entire helicopter reeling, throwing it off balance and causing it to sway violently in the air. Zhang Heng, however, saw that under the force of gravity, Kong was already plummeting back toward the ground. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the helicopter's violent shaking, he grabbed a rope inside the cabin, leaped out, and lunged toward Kong. The closer Zhang Heng got to Kong, the colder his heart grew. Kong lay like a pile of mud, blood streaming from every orifice, his chest completely caved in, showing no signs of life. But since he had to see him alive or dead, Zhang Heng ultimately swept Kong's body into his arms. With the combined weight of both men, the rope instantly snapped taut. Zhang Heng gripped the rope tightly with one hand, yet he still slid down rapidly. The intense friction between his palm and the rope even sparked tiny sparks. The helicopter began to shake even more violently. Zhang Heng's palm burned with excruciating pain, and the muscles in his shoulder felt as if they were tearing. At that moment, he looked down toward the ground again, but where could he possibly find Zhang's figure? The situation had unfolded so suddenly that Kong's drone had already been ordered to return, yet the Special Bureau's surveillance equipment hadn't arrived yet. Back in the dense, leafy forest, Zhang was like a speck in the vast ocean, impossible to find. Damn it! Zhang Heng could no longer contain his emotions and let out a bitter curse. Yet, suspended in midair with one hand gripping the rope and the other clutching Kong's body, he had nowhere to vent his burning rage. Meanwhile, Zhang was darting swiftly through the woods, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The pent-up frustration that had weighed on his heart since his rebirth had, without him even realizing it, dissipated by more than half. Before this, despite possessing vast experience and a powerful system, the shadows cast by his past experiences had always lingered in his heart. Especially the powerful forces behind Kong. Whenever he thought of them, it left Zhang, who had long been accustomed to the rules of human society, feeling suffocated. But all of that had been shattered today. This was not only because he had personally killed his enemy from his past life, but more importantly, because he had truly realized that with his own strength, he was fully capable of ignoring those rules and taking control of his own destiny. Meng, ha! Zhang was certain that the harm those people had inflicted on him before, he could repay tenfold at any moment. With his mind now clear, Zhang even felt that the barrier blocking his path to Tier 1, Level 2 had begun to shift. I still need my own power base. Zhang moved ceaselessly, his mind racing with 100 thoughts. He deeply understood that the primary reason humanity had been able to grow so rapidly was that they formed a rigidly hierarchical collective. The fact that the Zhu family had remained standing throughout the evolutionary era, and that Kong had been able to secure so many resources, was inextricably linked to the unwavering support provided by their subordinates. If Zhang wanted to remain at the forefront of the path of evolution, he would need vast resources. Relying solely on his own efforts to gather them would never allow him to match the efficiency of those at the pinnacle of the human hierarchy. Therefore, establishing his own faction was essential. In his previous life, Zhang had been utterly disillusioned by humanity's selfishness, indifference, and hypocrisy. In this life, he had no intention of getting entangled with humans any further. He intended to lead the countless beings on the path of evolution to a complete rise, become the true ruler of the world, and establish a human-free zone that no one would dare to trespass. Zhang raced along the Hangduan Mountains, his powerful aura radiating outward, causing every creature along the way to flee at the mere whiff of his presence. After running continuously for an hour or two, he finally felt a twinge of thirst and stopped before a wide river. The river flowed between two great mountains. A gentle breeze blew through the valley, and the river's surface was calm, with only faint ripples, a serene and beautiful atmosphere of peace. Just as Zhang was about to bend down to drink, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang followed his instincts and immediately stepped back. Snap! Right where Zhang had been looking down, a massive mouth shot out of the water without warning and snapped shut with a thunderous clang. The sheer force of the teeth clattering together left Zhang in no doubt. Had that bite landed on him, he would likely have been killed or at the very least severely injured. Zhang retreated to a safe distance, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the owner of the massive jaws. Under his watchful eye, a gigantic crocodile, covered in hard black scales, slowly crawled onto the shore. Please connect me to Old Master Zhu. This is Zhang Heng from the Special Bureau's Southwest District. The helicopter was racing back toward the human settlement. Inside the cabin, Kong's body had already been covered with a white sheet, while the soldier standing nearby wore a grave expression and remained silent. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and spoke into the phone, then waited quietly for a response. After a dozen or so rings, an aged voice finally came through slowly. Young Zhang, what's the matter? Has my good-for-nothing grandson caused you any trouble? The old man's tone wasn't confrontational, it was even quite amiable, but upon hearing it, Zhang Heng's expression grew even more grim. Grandfather, young Master Kong. What's wrong with him? The voice on the other end seemed to sense Sang Heng's hesitation and suddenly grew 3 shades darker. He was killed by a brown bear while out on a training mission. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Chapter 9: Outwitting the Black Armored Crocodile. This crocodile was a full 5 meters long, with incredibly thick limbs and a tail, all covered in a layer of cold, gleaming armor that looked indestructible. Zhang carefully sensed the aura emanating from it and felt that it was likely even more formidable than himself. He immediately activated the system to identify the crocodile's information. Species: Black Armored Crocodile. Tier 1, Level 4. It seems I've ventured deep into the Hengduan Mountains. Previously, Zhang's strength had been insufficient, so he had confined his activities to the outskirts of the mountain range near human settlements. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been spotted by gangs so easily. Now, however, with his power having grown and his desire to establish his own faction of evolved beasts, as well as to avoid retaliation from the Zhu family using heavy firepower, he had finally ventured deep into the Hengduan Mountains. Little did he expect that, the moment he entered, he would encounter this powerful beast. The black armored crocodile swayed its massive tail as it crawled toward Zhang. Though robust, the crocodile did not appear clumsy. Its limbs alternated in pushing against the ground, while its tail constantly maintained balance, making it seem as if it were swimming across the terrain. Zhang dropped to all fours, lowering his center of gravity. He watched it warily, refusing to advance, wary of a sudden attack. The black armored crocodile maintained its previous pace, approaching Zhang neither too fast nor too slow. Its eyes were half open, not fixed on Zhang, but seemed to be staring into space, as if it weren't actually heading toward him. Zhang remained as still as a mountain, patiently observing the black armored crocodile's movements. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. When the black-scaled crocodile was just 2 meters away from Zhang, its short, powerful limbs suddenly surged with force. Then, its massive body leaped into the air, shooting toward Zhang like a heavy black arrow. As the black armored crocodile charged toward Zhang, it opened its gaping maw. Zhang could even smell the scent of blood emanating from its jaws. Yet Zhang made no move to dodge. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it head-on. With a roar, Zhang planted his feet firmly on the ground and extended his powerful arms, precisely bracing himself against the black armored crocodile's upper and lower jaws. In that instant, Zhang felt an unstoppable force surge through him. His arms buckled inward, his bones creaking with the strain. However, Zhang did not panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. The crocodile's bite was its most powerful weapon, yet during his first evolution, Zhang had not focused on increasing his strength, let alone his upper body strength. Moreover, the crocodile was currently 2 levels higher than Zhang, so it was no surprise that Zhang was at a slight disadvantage in terms of raw power. On the contrary, the fact that he could withstand the black armored crocodile's charged attack only demonstrated the strength of his evolutionary foundation. A flicker of surprise and doubt crossed the black armored crocodile's eyes. Its powerful bite was practically its trump card. Not only was it a one-hit kill against ordinary prey, but just a few months ago, it had used this very move to kill a Tier 1 forest anaconda. Had it not devoured the anaconda's manicore, it would never have reached Tier 1, Level 4 in such a short time. Normally, very few beasts could evade this strike, let alone one like the brown bear before it, which was forcibly prying its jaws open. Rage surged through the black armored crocodile, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes as its massive jaws snapped shut once more. Zhang instantly sensed the change in force. His decision to brace for the first strike had been primarily to test his own strength. Now, there was no need to clash head-on, so he decisively pulled back. Another thunderous clang of teeth echoed, sending a chill down Zhang's spine. Having failed to land a hit, the black armored crocodile no longer approached tentatively as before, but instead charged relentlessly at Zhang. Its massive jaws opened and closed repeatedly, posing a massive threat while simultaneously erecting a natural shield to protect the relatively vulnerable area behind its mouth. Zhang fought while retreating. Before he knew it, he had gradually moved away from the riverbank and closer to the forest. The black armored crocodile was massive yet agile, but wasn't Zhang just as much so? On land, Zhang was in his element, darting and weaving between trees and rocks, causing the black armored crocodile's repeated attacks to ultimately come to naught. The black armored crocodile was now bloodthirsty. Though it couldn't speak human language, it possessed considerable intelligence. During the fight, it sensed vaguely that although this brown bear seemed to be passively evading, it was actually toying with it, which only fueled its rage further. Zhang wasn't really toying with it, he was simply patiently searching for a way to deliver a decisive blow. Since the black armored crocodile's sneak attacks had failed, it was difficult for it to inflict any real damage on Zhang. On land, Zhang could leave whenever he wanted. But just as the black armored crocodile viewed Zhang as prey, Zhang likewise regarded the black armored crocodile as prey. This black armored crocodile was a tempting target for Zhang, yet it was indeed difficult to defeat head-on, and by the riverbank, Zhang had no effective strategy. But now, having approached the woods, Zhang glanced out of the corner of his eye at the towering trees nearby, and an idea suddenly came to him. The black armored crocodile launched another attack, but this time, after dodging, Zhang slammed his palm against a large tree behind him. Thud! The tree, nearly a meter in diameter, swayed a few times under Zhang's casual strike before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Zhang let out a furious roar, flexed his arms, lifted the tree trunk, and smashed it precisely into the black armored crocodile's gaping maw as it lunged. A look of contempt flashed in the black armored crocodile's eyes, its massive jaws snapped shut in an instant, nearly biting through the entire tree trunk. Roar! Just as the black armored crocodile was about to pull its teeth out of the log, it suddenly heard a thunderous roar ringing in its ears. This roar was not only incredibly loud but also seemed to carry a strange, intimidating power, causing the black armored crocodile to freeze in place for a brief moment. This was none other than the intimidation Zhang had obtained from the striped tigress Manicore. After all, Zhang had only recently mastered this technique, and the black armored crocodile was no ordinary creature. Within a second or two, it regained its composure and prepared to exert force once more to pull its teeth free. However, it discovered to its horror that it could no longer open its jaws. The tree trunk and intimidation had each caused a brief delay in the black armored crocodile's attack. While this delay was not enough to deliver a fatal blow in a single strike, it was sufficient for Zhang to stomp down on its closed jaws. Zhang's foot pressed firmly against the black armored crocodile's jaws. The crocodile struggled desperately, but its massive jaws, which had seemed so formidable moments before, had lost all strength and could not move an inch. Although the black armored crocodile had evolved, it had not, after all, shed its fundamental nature as a crocodile. And the greatest weakness of crocodiles is this: while their jaws possess immense biting force, their tensile strength is limited. Once their jaws are forcibly closed, it is extremely difficult for them to open them again under their own power. The black armored crocodile's short, stubby limbs thrashed frantically, but it was already too late to turn the tide. Without hesitation, Zhang extended his claws and stabbed straight toward its brain. Chapter 10: Accelerated Mana Recovery. Thud! Meeting almost no resistance, Zhang's claws instantly pierced the black armored crocodile's thin scalp, driving deep into its brainstem. The black armored crocodile's eyes, which had been struggling, instantly lost their luster. He waited a full minute before Zhang finally let out a sigh of relief and removed his foot from the crocodile's mouth. His experience from his previous life had taught him well: before confirming an opponent's death, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could put his own life in danger. And now, it was time to claim his spoils. Zhang tore open the black-scaled crocodile's skull along the wound he had just inflicted, and a deep blue mana core immediately came into view. A smile spread across Zhang's face as he quickly stored the mana core in his system space. Just as he was about to stand up, he noticed that the black-scaled crocodile's brain was still emitting a faint blue glow. "What is going on?" Zhang's eyes narrowed as he muttered. He then carefully parted the black armored crocodile's brain matter and discovered a delicate, azure blue bead hidden beneath the mana core. Water resistance bead: the holder can remain submerged in water for extended periods. The system's identification function promptly provided the alert. Zhang's eyes lit up instantly. Although the water resistance pearl didn't directly boost his combat power, it was clearly an excellent support item. In the future, whether he needed to fight underwater, search for treasure, or even hide, it would play a vital role. Zhang stood up and stored both the black armored crocodile's corpse and the water resistance pearl into the system space. To him, crocodile meat was also a highly nutritious delicacy. A black armored crocodile this massive would surely be an exquisite feast once he settled down and roasted it over a fire. As he thought about it, Zhang's mouth began to water. He walked to the riverbank, took several deep gulps of water, regained some of his strength, and then continued deeper into the mountains. Within the Hangduan Mountains, countless creatures mutated and evolved under the nourishment of mana, faithfully enacting the natural drama of survival of the fittest that had played out for hundreds of millions of years. However, when the same situation occurred in human society, it immediately turned into a complete mess. Has the situation in downtown Rongqing stabilized yet? Zhang Heng strode briskly down a long corridor in the special bureau, his brow furrowed, as he asked his deputy standing beside him. There aren't any major issues for the time being, but the minor ones are endless, the deputy replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Zhang Heng's deputy was named Zhu Karen. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had heavy dark circles under them, looking as though he hadn't slept for days. It had only been a week since Zhang had vanished from public view, yet the human world had already undergone earth-shattering changes. The impact of the mana awakening had finally erupted in the lives of ordinary people, becoming impossible to conceal. Rongqing was the capital of the Southwest District and the location where the Special Bureau had stationed the largest number of personnel. Yet in just the past 2 days, the city authorities had received hundreds of thousands of reports via phone calls and online submissions. The reports mostly concerned pet cats and dogs suddenly turning violent and attacking people. Koi in the lake being slaughtered overnight by some unknown creature. And certain plants and flowers emitting strange fragrances that could actually cause people to faint. At the same time, Chengdu's major hospitals have been overflowing daily, yet many of the bizarre ailments presented there have left even the most experienced senior doctors at a loss. The Special Bureau had, in fact, prepared contingency plans for such situations, but the tide of mana's resurgence is ultimately beyond human control. On the one hand, the Special Bureau could only do its best to prevent major disasters, but it was simply powerless against the flora and fauna found everywhere in the city. On the other hand, over the past 2 days, the pace of mana's revival had suddenly accelerated for some unknown reason. Many plants and animals had evolved overnight, catching the Special Bureau completely off guard. Do your best. Especially at those transportation hubs, we must ensure their safety. Zhang Hong rubbed his temples in frustration, his face etched with exhaustion. Zhu Karen nodded and was about to go make arrangements when Zhang Heng suddenly called him back. Oh, and keep the surveillance on those powerful beasts. Also, speed up the search for that bear in the Hangduan Mountains, otherwise, our entire branch will be in trouble. Zhu Karen acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Zhang Hong continued walking alone, exhaling a heavy breath as a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. He didn't know whether to worry or feel relieved about this sudden acceleration in the mana awakening. The accelerated mana awakening had indeed caused his work pressure to skyrocket recently, but without this crisis, the Zhu family's accountability and retaliation would likely have already come crashing down on him. After his last briefing, the mere statement from the patriarch of the Zhu family had already left him isolated and struggling to survive among the Special Bureau's high-ranking officials. Zhang Heng could scarcely imagine the terrifying predicament he would be in if he weren't currently required to take charge of the situation. However, he had no time to dwell on these thoughts now. A mountain of urgent work was piled up on his desk, waiting for him to handle. Of course, this wasn't happening only in China, it was erupting simultaneously across the globe. The United States, the European Union, Russia, and others had all suffered blows of varying severity. In fact, due to the inadequacy of official resources in many nations, they were completely unable to control the consequences of biological evolution, and their entire societies had plunged into utter chaos. Leaders from various regions and representatives from different domains held meetings and deliberated day and night, running themselves ragged, only to arrive at a single, shared conclusion. The revival of mana is unstoppable. Only by gradually disclosing this information to the general public and establishing entirely new social rules can we possibly minimize the damage. If Zhang were to witness the chaos they've been in during this period, he would likely just sneer. To this day, humanity still clings to the arrogance of being Earth's masters, devising every possible means to control the situation. Little do they realize that the capital accumulated through thousands of years of human evolution is utterly insignificant in the face of nature's mighty power. If the acceleration of the mana awakening this time has merely dented humanity's confidence to some extent, then the massive evolution reign a year from now will shatter human pride into smithereens. By then, they would fully understand that there is only one path for humanity to gain a foothold in this era. Evolution. Evolution by any means necessary. Of course, Zhang was actually completely unaware of humanity's current predicament, nor did he care. At this moment, deep within the Hangduan Mountains, he had already found a new, highly suitable lair. And Zhang's grand goal of establishing a human exclusion zone had finally taken a solid, small step forward. Chapter 11: Closing the Door on the Dogs. Zhang's new home was situated in a beautiful, secluded valley. The valley was surrounded on three sides by mountains, with 80% of it enclosed by towering cliffs, leaving only a single exit to the outside world. Deep within the valley lay a massive cave, seemingly formed by nature. Zhang simply cleared away the jagged rocks inside and settled in comfortably. The valley was vast, spanning about 2 square kilometers, with all manner of rare flowers and exotic plants covering the ground. Clearly, it too had undergone the baptism of Mana's revival the moment one entered. A fragrant aroma filled the air, leaving one feeling refreshed and at peace. At that moment, Zhang sat upright in the cave, and with each breath, a faint, warm golden glow emanated from his body. If Zheng Heng had been there, he would surely have been utterly shocked. 7 days earlier, when he first met Zhang, he had believed that as fellow Tier 1 practitioners, they were evenly matched. Yet now, the mana fluctuations radiating from Zhang had already reached Tier 1, Level 3. Of course, if Zheng Heng had actually fought Zhang back then, Zhang would have taught him a lesson with a slap. Know your place. Not every Tier 1, Level 1 is qualified to compete with me. However, Zhang felt a bit helpless at the moment. Logically speaking, absorbing a higher level mana core should have a massive effect. For instance, earlier, the black armored crocodile had devoured the mana core of the forest python, also a Tier 1, Level 1, and had quickly reached Tier 1, Level 4. But now, the mana core Zhang had absorbed was already Tier 1, Level 4, yet the extent of his evolution was surprisingly minimal. At its core, the reason was simply that Zhang's foundation was too solid and deep. Every step forward required exponential effort and evolutionary resources. This only strengthened Zhang's resolve to establish his own faction. It was now the middle of the night. A bright, full moon hung high in the pitch-black sky, casting a silvery glow across the land. Awu! A piercing wolf howl suddenly shattered the silence of the night. One howl followed another in rapid succession, and the forest in the dead of night instantly came alive with noise. Ordinary beasts, sensing the presence of the wolf pack, scattered and hid. Zhang's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within them. He sensed vaguely that the wolves' cries were growing closer, with a distinct tendency to draw near this valley. Zhang thought to himself, have they set their sights on this treasure trove as well? Yet he remained completely unflustered. As a newcomer, Zhang hadn't yet had time to leave his mark in the vicinity, so it was hardly surprising that guests had arrived uninvited. However, Zhang did not rush to drive them away. Instead, he walked to the entrance of the valley, suppressed his aura, and waited quietly for the wolves to arrive. Rustle, rustle. Soon after, the sound of paws crunching through the grass echoed at the valley's entrance. Zhang did not rush to reveal himself but continued to wait for the wolves to enter. After a moment of hesitation, the wolves' footsteps grew louder and closer, until they finally stepped into the valley. Crouched in the shadows, Zhang watched by the moonlight. The pack was small, only about 20 wolves, but their coats were sleek and glossy, and they carried an imposing presence. In the center of the pack stood a wolf that was noticeably taller than the others. This wolf stood over a meter tall at the shoulder, its long mane glinted silver in the moonlight, and its limbs were both robust and streamlined, clearly combining strength with agility. Zhang scanned it with the system. Species, moon-howling silver wolf. Tier 1, Level 1. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang's eyes. It seemed this wolf wasn't merely growing rapidly, it must have encountered some special opportunity, otherwise it wouldn't have undergone such a racial mutation. Just then, the last wolf entered the valley, and the entire pack began exploring deeper into it. Time to close the door and trap the dogs. Zhang thought to himself, though he didn't mind the idiom was somewhat disrespectful to the wolf pack. Thud. Thud. Just as the pack was about to press further in, they suddenly heard two heavy footsteps approaching from behind. The lead wolf in the center reacted the quickest. Almost the instant the footsteps sounded, he spun around and stared warily at the valley's entrance. In his line of sight, a massive black shadow was emerging from the thin mist at the mountain pass. "Who is there?" The silver moon wolf opened its jaws, yet what emerged was a human voice. Zhang was taken aback. It's true that Tier 1 beasts can speak human language, but only if they had contact with humans and learned it. In his previous life, human language only gradually became a common tongue years after Mana's revival, as communication between various evolved creatures grew increasingly close. There were even ferocious beasts that had remained hidden in secluded places, never coming into contact with humans, and upon evolving to the 6th stage, communicated directly through divine consciousness. Now that's truly interesting. Zhang couldn't help but wonder, how exactly had the Howling Moon Silver Wolf learned human speech in these deep, ancient forests? It truly piqued his curiosity. "You've barged into my home, yet you ask who I am?" Zhang's deep voice echoed through the valley. "Woof woof." At his words, some of the male wolves instantly bared their teeth, adopting an aggressive stance, their eerie green eyes flashing with ferocity. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf, however, showed no intention of attacking. He stepped forward, and the pack of wolves automatically parted to make way for him. "If this we can leave." It was clear that the Silver Wolf of the Howling Moon was still not very fluent in human speech. This was not because the Silver Wolf of the Howling Moon lacked the fighting spirit of his subordinates, but rather because these wolves were simply reckless and fearless. In his field of vision, the massive black shadow that was gradually taking shape exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura. It wasn't just the sheer power. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf also sensed, faintly, that his own bloodline was being suppressed. This filled him with profound dread. In his memory, ever since he had consumed that mysterious little flower and successfully undergone his transformation, he had never again felt this kind of fear stemming from his bloodline. Coming and going as one pleases, that doesn't seem quite right. Zhang finally stepped fully out of the darkness. Only then did the wolf pack see that it was a massive brown bear over 3 meters tall. Its paw alone was wider and thicker than their entire bodies. Xiaoya's silver wolf was deeply shaken, yet he simultaneously realized that this chance encounter was unlikely to end well. He turned his head, signaling the pack not to make a move, while he himself strode coldly toward Zhang. Zhang stood where he was, watching the responsible pack leader with interest. The silver wolf of the Howling Moon did not rely on howling to rouse himself like most beasts. As he drew closer to Zhang, he suddenly leaped into the air without a sound and lunged at Zhang. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf leaped with incredible speed and height, yet with a lightness that made him seem like a phantom in the moonlight. His target was Zhang's shoulder. He wasn't aiming for a killing blow, but rather seeking to use the momentum to circle behind Zhang, relying on his agility to find an opening to overpower his opponent. However, what met him was a massive brown paw, one far faster than he could ever hope to be. Chapter 12: Taming the Wolf Pack. There is a saying among the common folk that wolves have brass heads, iron tails, and tofu waists, and Zhang's palm struck the Howling Moon Silver Wolf squarely in the waist. Wu's agonized howl escaped the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's throat as it was flung backward at an even greater speed. It must be said that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf possessed combat intelligence, but his mistake lay in truly mistaking Zhang for a brute with nothing but brute strength. In Zhang's eyes, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's movements seemed to be in slow motion. Every single one was crystal clear. While the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was leaping through the air, a moment that would have terrified any ordinary beast into paralysis, it presented a massive opening for Zhang. After all, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had no wings. Suspended in midair with no foothold, it could not dodge or maneuver, making it nothing more than a sitting duck. No sooner had the Howling Moon Silver Wolf struggled to its feet than the wild wolves that had been lurking behind it swarmed forward, lunging at Zhang. However, the notion of ants swarming to kill an elephant only exists in fantasy novels. With this pack of Tier 0 wild wolves not even reaching level 9, they couldn't even bite through Zhang's thick fur. Zhang didn't even bother to fight back. He simply walked toward the Howling Moon Silver Wolf as if nothing were amiss. The wolf clinging to him was effortlessly flung aside, rolling on the ground. If any other foolish wild wolves tried to climb onto him, Zhang would casually brush them off as if swatting a mosquito. the wolves would fall to the ground helplessly, howling in agony. In the valley at that moment, there was hardly a trace of blood to be seen, yet a dozen or so adult male wolves lay on the ground, a scene of utter desolation, a sight that was truly eerie. The few remaining female wolves in the pack huddled together, tightly shielding their pups, though they themselves could not help but tremble uncontrollably. The silver wolf of the Howling Moon limped to his feet and staggered toward Zhang. He knew that approaching him now was tantamount to suicide, but he had to do it. The silver wolf of the Howling Moon slowly opened his jaws, just as he was about to speak, but Zhang spoke first, cutting him off. "Surrender to me, and I will protect your entire pack, ensuring you lead the way in evolution." The silver wolf of the Howling Moon froze in place. He expected Zhang to suddenly extend an olive branch at this moment. With his limited grasp of human language, he could not fully comprehend the meaning behind Zhang's words, but he sensed vaguely that the evolution this giant bear spoke of was likely the very force that had transformed him so drastically in recent times. After a moment of silence, the silver wolf of the Howling Moon slowly lowered his body and bowed his proud head. Seeing their alpha choose to submit, the howls of the surrounding pack instantly softened. "Follow me." Zhang said nothing more, simply walking toward his den. The Howling Moon silver wolf signaled the pack to wait where they were and followed behind. Zhang's den was pitch black. Even with his excellent night vision, the Howling Moon silver wolf could only vaguely make out Zhang walking to a corner, seemingly rummaging through something. But he dared not approach any closer, instead standing quietly in place and waiting. Of course, Zhang wasn't really looking for anything. He was merely going through the motions while actually retrieving items from his system space. When Zhang reappeared before the silver moon wolf, he was already holding a large pile of fresh game meat in his arms. The system space served as the best natural refrigerator. The Howling Moon silver wolf had been hungry all day. He couldn't help but twitch his nose to sniff the air, overwhelmed by the rich aroma. Among the meat was a small portion that looked brimming with manna, a rare and precious find, none other than the leftover black armored crocodile meat Zhang had left behind. Gulp! The Howling Moon silver wolf swallowed hard, but reflexively took 2 steps back, afraid Zhang might think he was eyeing his food. "Take it and share it with your companions," Zhang said with an unconcerned smile, casually placing the meat on the ground and nudging it toward the Howling Moon silver wolf. "I told you, if you follow me, I won't treat you badly." Zhang understood the principle of combining the stick with the carrot, and added. With that, he turned and walked back into the cave, no longer interfering with the Howling Silver Wolf's actions. The Howling Silver Wolf knew that now was actually the best time for them to escape, but recalling the scene from earlier and looking at the fresh meat before him, he couldn't help but ask himself, would roaming around hunting as they had before really be better? The answer was likely no. Over the past few days, he had gradually realized that the plants and animals around him seemed to have suddenly accelerated their growth. Prey he had once completely disregarded could, in the blink of an eye, become even stronger than himself. Evolution, he thought, recalling the word Zhang had just used, and finally made up his mind. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight from the east streamed into the cave, waking the sleeping Zhang. He stretched his arms wide and slowly stepped out of the cave. In the valley, dozens of drab-colored wild wolves were sleeping soundly in small groups, while the Howling Moon silver wolf lay obediently at the entrance to the valley, as if guarding their new home. Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction. Last night, he had indeed given the moon howling silver wolf the chance to lead the pack to safety. Zhang wasn't worried about failing to recruit followers. There were so many evolved beasts on Earth, but he was the only one who had been reborn with a system. For other beasts to become his subordinates and follow him to the pinnacle of the world was their good fortune. However, the moon howling silver wolf hadn't disappointed him, which was a good thing. As if sensing Zhang's approach, the moon howling silver wolf immediately rose from the ground, walked over to Zhang, and gently nuzzled him to show its loyalty. "Please follow me. I'd like to take you to meet someone." Zhang's eyes lit up. He had long wondered how the wolf had learned to speak human language, given that the pack's territory lay so far from human settlements. It now appeared that a true master was indeed living in seclusion deep within the Hangduan Mountains. Zhang nodded and followed the howling moon silver wolf as they raced out of the valley. The wolf and the bear ran through the mountains for nearly half an hour before finally arriving at a relatively flat metasequoia forest. The metasequoias here grew exceptionally tall, nearly every one at least 30 or 40 meters high. Their trunks were rooted in shallow water and were as thick as 2 or 3 people could embrace. The silver moon howling wolf slowed its pace and headed deeper into the grove. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang finally saw that, within this metasequoia grove, there was actually a delicate little wooden cabin built right on the water's surface. Creak! As if hearing footsteps from outside, the cabin door suddenly swung open. A bare-chested boy stepped out of the cabin. His hair was a messy mop on top of his head, seemingly untrimmed for quite some time. He looked to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. Though slender, his physique was defined by well-defined muscles that held immense explosive power. The boy glanced into the distance and recognized Xiao Yuanlang at a glance. He waved excitedly and called out loudly. "Inzi, how did you find the time to come by?" Chapter 13, The Youth Wang. "Inzi?" Zhang gave Xiao Yuanlang a strange look. The howling moon silver wolf lowered his head slightly, looking a bit embarrassed, apparently aware that the nickname was rather endearing. The boy ran excitedly up to Zhang and the howling moon silver wolf, patted the wolf's large head, and then turned to look at the massive brown bear. "Who is this?" the boy asked curiously, showing no shyness at all. "This is the howling moon silver wolf," was about to introduce him when he suddenly realized he didn't even know Zhang's name, and he faltered. "My name is Zhang. I'm Inji's friend." Zhang reached out his thick bare paw. He despised treacherous and hypocritical humans, but he felt no aversion toward this innocent boy. "Hello, my name is Wang." The boy hadn't expected Zhang to be able to speak, and he grew even more excited, eagerly grasping Zhang's massive bear paw. The boy's simple self-introduction sent a sudden jolt through Zhang's heart. Wang Zhang had heard that name countless times in his past life. It wasn't just him; wherever there were humans, that name was practically a household word. In his previous life, he bore an even more illustrious title, War Emperor. Whether they were evolvers or fierce beasts, once they reached the 8th rank, they were granted a title. The higher the rank, the rarer and more prestigious the title. When Zhang perished in his previous life, there were no more than 100 individuals across the entire human race who held such titles, and the War Emperor stood at the very pinnacle of them all. On the path of evolution, whether human or beast, one must fight their way up step by step. Yet Wang had managed to claim the very word war for himself, a testament to his formidable reputation throughout the world. Zhang had only heard rumors before that the War Emperor seemed to have no background, emerging from the mountains as a true underdog. He never imagined that in this life, he would encounter the young Wang right at the very beginning of the Mana Awakening. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhang suppressed his astonishment and gave a slight nod. After exchanging greetings, Wang deftly mounted the howling moon silver wolf, and the two of them, one man and two beasts, strolled through the metasequoia forest. "Silver, Zhang, you've arrived just in time. In a few days, I plan to head down the mountain to take a look at the human world," Wang said suddenly, his tone a mix of anticipation and confusion. "You should go see it for yourself. Even without the matter of your parents, you are, after all, human." Hearing Wang's words, the howling moon silver wolf paused for a moment before answering. From their earlier conversation, Zhang had already pieced together why Wang, despite his young age, lived deep in the mountains and how he had come to be bonded with the howling moon silver wolf. Wang had originally had a grandfather who, for reasons unknown, had raised him alone in the mountains from infancy. One day, while the two were hunting in the mountains, they happened upon a lone, severely injured howling moon silver wolf. At the time, the wolf was still a fluffy little cub, and the grandfather and grandson took a liking to him, so they adopted him. Under their care, the howling moon silver wolf quickly grew into a powerful, robust male wolf. Eventually, he had to return to his pack, but even so, he would come back from time to visit. 3 years ago, Wang's grandfather passed away peacefully. On his deathbed, the grandfather leaned shakily toward Wang's ear and whispered softly, "Go to Ningqing in China. The mystery of your origins lies there. You will learn why your parents are not by your side." After his grandfather's passing, Wang observed a full 3-year mourning period. Now, he was finally leaving the mountains to search for his parents, whom he had never met. Once you enter human society, remember to set up a communication account so we can contact you later, Zhang said suddenly, breaking his silence. Call yourself, Zhang paused to think, Little Wang loves to fight. Sounds great. Wang nodded happily. He, too, hoped to stay in touch with these fierce beasts once he entered the human world. The silver moon howling wolf glanced at Zhang with some surprise. In his mind, Zhang had always been as unyielding as a mountain, yet here he was being so friendly toward Wang. Zhang wasn't trying to curry favor. Even knowing that Wang would one day become a war emperor, he believed that by then, he might not be any worse than Wang or even stronger. The reason he was friendly toward Wang was, on the one hand, because he genuinely liked him, and on the other, because he needed a trustworthy partner in human society. Just because Zhang didn't like humans didn't mean he had to avoid them. On the contrary, he understood all too well that in this world which, for the time being, still belonged primarily to humans controlled the vast majority of resources. To grow stronger, he had no choice but to interact with them. If there were a powerful human who could stand by him through thick and thin, that would naturally be the ideal situation. Time flew by as they chatted, and before they knew it, it was noon. Zhang and the silver wolf of the howling moon bid Wang farewell and returned to the valley together. You can't go by Inzi forever. Do you have any thoughts on your own name? As they made their way through the rocky terrain, Zhang suddenly asked. Please just choose one for me. The silver moon wolf had always treated Zhang with deep respect. Then take my surname, Zhang. How about Yin? Zhang said casually. And you don't need to be so formal with me from now on, just call me Brother Yao. It would be my honor, Xiaoyuan Lang no, he should be called Yin now replied obediently. After returning to the valley, Zhang walked straight back to the cave. The wolf pack watched Yin follow closely behind him and obediently lowered their heads. Wang's appearance suddenly instilled a strong sense of urgency in Zhang. In his previous life, these powerful figures had known golden fingers. They fought their way to the pinnacle of the world with nothing but their fists. Wang rose from an obscure nobody to a world-renowned war emperor in just 15 years. Zhang was strong now, but the pace of evolution among the myriad races of the multiverse was equally rapid. In 15 years, he must at least reach Wang's level, lest he become a casualty of the times. The world of the future is far more complex than the present. Even Wang, having become a war emperor, wouldn't dare claim he could dominate the era. Zhang set aside his pride and gained a clearer understanding of the path ahead. He entrusted all tasks related to managing and guarding the valley, as well as hunting, to Yin, leaving himself with only one mission: to focus solely on cultivation. Time seemed to stand still in the mountains. With Yin and the wolf pack providing him with high-quality food, Zhang lost track of the passing days. He devoted himself entirely to strengthening his abilities, and his progress was noticeably faster than when he had been training alone. Nearly 2 months had passed since Zhang had tamed the wolf pack. It was a sunny afternoon, and Yin was directing 2 of his subordinates to deliver today's harvest to the cave entrance, as was their custom. In recent days, the pack's evolution had accelerated. These 2 wolves had reached the peak of Tier 0, and Yin had even attained the strength of Tier 1, Level 4. The 2 wolves dragged the food, strolling leisurely toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, an utterly terrifying aura surged out from within the cave. The look of ease on the wolves' faces vanished instantly. They froze in place, their bodies completely immobilized, and could only look at Yin with pleading eyes. Inside the cave, Zhang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his height had surged to over 4 meters, and his weight had reached a terrifying 3.9 tons. Even in the darkness of the cave, his fur radiated a deep, golden-brown glow, fully revealing his imposing presence. It's time to go for a walk, Zhang stretched his limbs. The mere sound of his body rousing itself, carried outside the cave, made the 2 wolves tremble even more. In the system, Zhang's tier level was clearly displayed as Tier 1, Level 8. His next evolution was just around the corner, but before that, Zhang had one more thing to do. He looked at the number 1 right next to the Draw Attempts column on the system panel. Chapter 14, The Chinese Bestial Beasts Ranking. Time stands still in the mountains, yet the world below changes by the day. Although high-ranking officials from various nations had begun tentatively revealing some details about the resurgence of mana, they ultimately underestimated the impact this trend would have. One problem after another, big and small, fell like dominoes, constantly driving human society toward transformation. In the cities, incidents of flora and fauna destroying public facilities and injuring people occurred frequently. Many people discovered they suddenly possessed extraordinary powers, believing themselves to be the chosen ones, and subsequently committed all manner of crimes. And several small villages near the mountains were even slaughtered to the last man by the beasts of the mountains. The result of this tentative information release was that some people believed the destruction caused by the mana awakening was far removed from their lives, but when it actually reached them, they were completely unprepared. China, relying on its strong organizational capabilities and extensive contingency plans, has minimized the damage, but no matter what, it cannot defy the will of nature. The Special Bureau, concerned about the escalation of the situation, has been unable to fully deploy its forces in human settlements, leading to a constant stream of minor problems despite the absence of major crises. Finally, starting last week in the White Bear Kingdom, one country and organization after another began making all information regarding the mana awakening fully available to the public. Simultaneously, cultivation techniques summarized by high-ranking officials from various nations were officially made available to the public free of charge. Thus, this momentous era of evolution has finally truly begun. Xinjing, the Zhu family mansion, council chamber. Have you found the bear that killed your younger brother Ahem yet? An elderly man well over 90 sat in an antique Wanwali armchair, asking in a hoarse voice. The old man's face was deeply wrinkled and covered in age spots. His gray-white beard, though neatly trimmed, remained dry and brittle. His frame was gaunt and emaciated beneath his clothes, there was little flesh to speak of. The forearms peeking out from his sleeves resembled skeletons, covered by nothing more than a thin layer of skin. Yet, on the tea table beside him sat a cup of tea overflowing with mana. The tea leaves within were visibly extraordinary, radiating a dense aura of vitality. The old man coughed from time to time. Whenever the coughing fit became unstoppable, he would take a sip of tea, and the aura of death surrounding him would momentarily diminish. Not yet, but we've already placed a hefty bounty on him on the Beast Hunter's list. Standing beside the old man was a handsome, dashing young man. He bore a slight resemblance to Kong, but his demeanor was noticeably more heroic and composed. He held a long spear and stood ramrod straight. Rest assured, grandfather. As soon as we have any news, I will personally lead a group to hunt him down and kill him. Seeing the grim, murderous intent on the Zhu family patriarch's face, the young man's tone softened slightly. The young man was the eldest son of the current generation of the Zhu family, named Zhu Jin. Both his and Kong's names had been chosen by the Zhu family patriarch. He had originally hoped that his eldest grandson would carve out a future for himself, while his younger grandson would simply grow up healthy and strong. Yet, unexpectedly, Kong had died young, and now Zhu Jin was determined to avenge his younger brother. Ahem, there is no need for you to risk your life. I'm just an old man. As long as I can avenge Konger, I'll pay any price. The old patriarch's hand holding the teacup trembled uncontrollably. He didn't even react when tea splashed out. Zhu Jin watched his grandfather's state and felt a pang of unease. Ever since he could remember, his grandfather, who held a high position, had always maintained a calm, composed demeanor, as if nothing could ever cause him to show any emotional fluctuation. However, in the short span of just over a year since humans first detected the reawakening of mana, his grandfather had become increasingly erratic. Especially after his younger brother's death, he radiated such a chilling aura of murderous intent that even his own family dared not approach him. I understand, grandfather. Please rest well. Zhu Jin bowed respectfully, speaking softly, then turned and left. The old patriarch of the Zhu family waved his hand, still immersed in grief and hatred. He would never know that the moment Zhu Jin turned away, his previously gentle expression instantly turned to a face of ice. You really are getting old, grandfather. It's about time you died. Zhu Jin walked out of the Zhu family mansion with a blank expression, muttering to himself. The list of fierce beasts that the grandfather and grandson had just mentioned had been released throughout all of China just 2 days prior. It documented the 50 most powerful beasts within the country's borders, and its release had caused a huge stir. To help the public better understand these beasts, the list included not only textual descriptions but also photographs for the vast majority of entries. It was through this list that people finally realized just how many incredibly powerful creatures existed in those remote, uninhabited regions. 1. Deep-sea demon whale, inhabiting the waters of the North Sea. Estimated level, Tier 2, Level 5 bounty, 18 billion. 2. 100 poison giant octopus, inhabiting the waters of the East Sea. Estimated level, Tier 2, Level 4 bounty, 17.5 billion. 3. Golden-winged great pang, inhabiting the Kunlun Mountains. Estimated level, Tier 2, Level 1, bounty, 13 billion. 4. Giant rock python, inhabiting the Hongduan Mountains. Estimated level, Tier 1, Level 9, bounty, 7.5 billion. 5. Three-tailed spirit fox, inhabiting the Tianshan Mountains. Estimated level, Tier 1, Level 8, bounty, 8 billion. 28. Giant brown bear, inhabiting the Hongduan Mountains. Estimated level, Tier 1, Level 3, bounty, 15 billion. Zhang was ranked 28th on the list, but those who compiled it had clearly grossly underestimated his strength. In fact, the Special Bureau's knowledge of many ferocious beasts is extremely limited. The list only includes those that humans have observed, so there are bound to be many more that slip through the cracks. Otherwise, given Ian's current strength, he would easily rank in the top 30 or even higher on this list. The Huaxia Fierce Beast list has indeed achieved the desired effect since its release. Online discussions have not ceased for a moment. Holy crap, those top 2 are way too strong. Mana has only been revived for a short while. How did they already reach Tier 2? I'm in Shangjing, just got off the plane. As someone with a vested interest, from what I understand, there is currently only one evolver in all of Huaxia who has reached Tier 2. Those bounties look so tempting. If I could take down just one, I'd be set for life. The guy above is being shallow. Unlike me, I'm only eyeing that three-tailed spirit fox. Furry fans, get lost. If you really had the skills to kill these beasts, you wouldn't be short on cash. Spot on. Speaking of which, why is the bounty so high for that brown bear ranked 28th? Whoa, I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. A Tier 1, Level 3 is actually higher than the 3rd ranked one? Feels like this is worth going for. Why don't we form a team and give it a shot, guys? Most netizens were more familiar with the Mana Revival era, so their comments were mostly jokes. However, among the evolved, quite a few were genuinely tempted. Quite a few evolvers have already started discussing forming a team, planning to venture deep into the Hongduan Mountains to hunt down this brown bear with its absurdly high bounty. Zhang, of course, knew nothing of these human world upheavals. To participate in the System's lottery, he was repeatedly washing his hands in a stream down in the valley. The pack of wolves, watching their leader's bizarre behavior, stood there dumbfounded, yet dared not say a word. Of course, if Zhang knew that people were forming a group to kill him, he would be absolutely delighted. As everyone knows, humans are his favorite prey. Chapter 15, The Second Draw. Inside the cave, Zhang took a deep breath and finally tapped the draw button on the system panel. The prize wheel was divided into 5 colors: white, gray, blue, purple, and gold, representing prizes of varying rarity, with the area occupied by each color decreasing in order. When he first reincarnated, the precision strike Zhang obtained was a gray-level prize. Though its power was average, it had indeed played a part in his fierce battle against the striped tiger. As Zhang's fingertip tapped the button, the pointer began spinning rapidly. Blue, blue, blue. Zhang felt his expectations weren't high. Anything decent would do. He dared not open his eyes, instead clasping his hands together and silently chanting in his mind. After waiting for over 10 seconds, he finally opened his eyes just a crack. He saw that the pointer had gradually slowed down and was now spinning within a white section. And beyond the white section lay a narrow golden section. Go there, go there. Zhang's eyes widened like copper bells as he whispered urgently at the pointer. The pointer spun slower and slower, finally crossing the white zone and entering the golden zone. Stop, stop. Zhang suddenly changed his command. But this time, the pointer didn't obey him. It continued to spin leisurely, whirling past the golden zone and into the gray zone. Zhang's tense body went limp all at once. He sat on the floor, looking dejectedly at the wheel, resigned to receiving his second gray prize. The pointer spun slower and slower, but still wouldn't stop. Zhang glanced casually at the wheel and saw the pointer continuing to move toward the next purple section. He immediately jumped up in excitement. Spin, spin, spin. Zhang instantly turned into a broken record again. As if worried his mental will wasn't strong enough, Zhang even stretched out his bare paw, pushing the pointer on the system interface through thin air, as if trying to help it spin. Finally, the pointer slowly came to a halt right on the border between the gray and purple sections. Zhang lunged forward, squinting as he pressed his entire bare face against the wheel. Congratulations! You have won the purple prize, Void Eye. Would you like to claim it now? Instantly, Zhang felt as if he heard the voice of heaven and decisively chose yes. In that split second, Zhang felt a strange energy surge into his eye sockets. The energy enveloped his eyeballs like a warm current, yet there was a faint coolness within it. Zhang carefully sensed the energy's workings and discovered that it wasn't merely enveloping him, rather, it felt as though countless tiny needles were piercing his eyeballs, transforming his eyes. Zhang didn't feel any pain, only a slight tingling sensation and a bit of itchiness. But soon, as the transformation deepened, the itching grew increasingly intense. No matter how much Zhang rolled his eyes, he couldn't alleviate it in the slightest. Finally, Zhang reached his limit. Almost instinctively, he snapped his eyes open and looked up at the cave ceiling. Instantly, a powerful blue beam erupted from his eyes, shooting straight toward the rock wall above. Boom! Suddenly, the wolf pack outside felt the entire valley shake, though they couldn't immediately pinpoint the source of the tremor. Trouble! It's Brother Yao's cave. Ian was the first to react, sprinting toward the cave, only to see thick smoke and dust billowing out from within. Choked by the fumes, Ian coughed a few times but gritted his teeth and charged inside, where the scene awaiting him left him utterly stunned. A pile of massive boulders had been heaped into a small mountain at the center of the cave, yet Zhang's massive figure was nowhere to be seen. Brother Yao, where are you? Are you okay? Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, I'm fine. Don't worry. A muffled voice came from beneath the pile of rocks. A furry bear paw poked out from between the stones, and then, with a clatter, a massive brown bear pushed aside the rocks and stood up. Zhang was covered in dust and grime, his fur was coated in dirt, having lost all its former luster. Yet Ian immediately noticed his deep, luminous eyes. Zhang's eyes had once been brownish-yellow, but now they had turned a crystalline blue, a shade that was far from shallow. Upon closer inspection, one could see they were immeasurably deep, harboring a terrifying power. Zhang summoned his information panel from the system once more and discovered that the talent section, which had previously been empty, now boldly displayed 4 large characters. Void Eye. Once the initial excitement subsided, Zhang finally began to carefully assess his physical condition. But the moment he did, he felt a wave of emptiness and weakness wash over his entire body. That incredibly destructive strike had left him with barely any of his substantial mana reserves remaining. It seems the damage dealt by this Void Eye is directly proportional to the mana it consumes. I'll have to use it with caution, Zhang thought to himself. Zhang's stomach growled. He was ravenous and longed for a hearty meal, but he didn't touch the food the wolf pack had prepared for him. Having not left the valley for nearly 2 months, his muscles and joints were practically rusting. He knew full well that once he reached the peak of Tier 1, a major battle would be inevitable to obtain the materials for his evolution. Therefore, he decided to go out and test his skills, getting familiar with this completely transformed body. Zhang instructed Ian to tidy up the cave, then hurried out of the valley in long strides. As he traversed the mountains and forests for the first time in a long while, Zhang felt both a sense of familiarity and novelty. He clearly sensed that the concentration of mana in this realm had significantly increased compared to before. Not only that, but 2 months ago, most of the beasts had been merely slightly more robust, yet now, a large portion of them had already reached Tier 0, having officially crossed the threshold of evolution. Of course, even in the depths of the Hangduan Mountains, Tier 1 beings remained extremely rare. Zhang had been running for quite some time, yet he had only spotted 2. The first was a large bird, flying leisurely through the sky and occasionally letting out a few cries, as if it were the ruler of these skies. Zhang couldn't be bothered to figure out how to bring it down from the sky. He simply released a burst of his aura toward the heavens, and the bird immediately acted as if it had seen a ghost, flapping its wings rapidly and fleeing in panic. The other one was right in front of him. It was a massive striped tiger, strikingly similar to the one Zhang had encountered a few months ago, perhaps even more formidable, nearly reaching Tier 1, Level 2. This striped tiger was undoubtedly the undisputed king of these mountains and forests. Before encountering Zhang, it had been strutting about, flexing its muscles as it patrolled the area. Yet now, it crouched before Zhang like a pitiful tabby cat, whimpering for mercy. "Hey, you look just like an old friend of mine. You're kind of cute. I remember back then." Zhang plopped down beside it, chattering away regardless of whether it could understand, occasionally patting the striped tiger's head gently. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Zhang hadn't heard a peep from the striped tiger for ages, which puzzled him. He looked down and discovered that it had already drawn its last breath at some point, with a deep handprint still imprinted on its head. "You and your brother are truly great, volunteering to fill my belly." Zhang sighed helplessly and stored the striped tiger's corpse in his system space. And the next task was to give it his all and push toward Tier 2. Chapter 16, The Giant Rock Python and the Earthstone. 3 days later, a powerful aura once again swept out from the cave. Brother Yao is truly amazing, he is improving so fast. In the valley, Yin, who had grown accustomed to Zhang's repeated breakthroughs, couldn't help but marvel. Zhang clenched his fists. The power of Tier 1, Level 9 made his body feel more robust than ever before. Now, his information panel clearly displayed. Name, Zhang. Race, Giant Clawbear. Level, Tier 1, Level 9. Height, 4.26 meters. Weight, 3.98 tons. Skills, Precision Strike, Intimidation. Talent, Void Eye. Draw attempts, 0. Just then, the system's melodious notification sounded as expected. "Congratulations, host. Your mana value has reached the peak of Tier 1. Please advance to Tier 2 promptly. We now offer you 2 evolution paths. 1. Golden Claw Warbear, possessing incredibly sharp claws capable of tearing through any defense. 2. Earth King Bear, possessing absolute power standing upon the earth, it is the undisputed king. That's exactly what I'm after, overwhelming power." Zhang didn't hesitate for a moment and chose the second path. Earth King Bear required materials, Tier 1, Level 9 Giant Rock Python Mana Core, Earthstone. Unlike his first evolution, this time the system not only listed the required materials but also displayed the locations of the giant rock python and the Earthstone on a mini-map. Zhang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, but as he looked more closely, he was taken aback. On the map, both evolution materials were not very far from him. The giant rock python was located on the southern side of the Hangduan Mountains, over 1,000 kilometers away from Zhang, a distance that ensured they would never cross paths. The Earthstone, however, was situated right at the border between the human settlement and the Hangduan Mountains. Zhang zoomed in on the map and discovered that the Earthstone was, to his surprise, located at a branch of the Special Bureau in the Southwest District. Zhang casually shifted the zoomed-in map to the giant rock python's location, but upon seeing it, he was taken aback once more. Earlier, when viewed on a scale of thousands of kilometers, both the giant rock python and the Earthstone had appeared as fixed, tiny dots. But when he zoomed in, the Earthstone remained immovably within the Special Bureau, while the giant rock python was steadily advancing in a single direction. And the direction it was heading was precisely where the Earthstone was located. Well, that certainly saves me some trouble. They actually come together on their own. A strange smile crossed Zhang's face, but he knew there was no time to waste. He immediately stowed the food in his system space and headed out. "I'm going out for a while to take care of some business. It could be as short as a week or as long as a month. You guys hold down the fort in the valley," Zhang said to Yin. "Yes, sir. Please be careful on your journey." Yin bowed his head loyally. "Oh, right." Zhang suddenly turned back and looked deeply at Yin. "No matter what happens, keeping yourself alive is the most important thing." Yin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded gratefully. Then, without looking back, Zhang ran toward the exit of the valley. This time, he was returning to the human world. As he made his way, Zhang checked the map from time to time to see his location and those of his two targets. The Yetstone remained safely within the special bureau, and the giant rock python wasn't moving any faster than he was, which gave him a slight sense of relief. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Zhang was now just over 300 kilometers from the special bureau. Over the last stretch of his journey, he had increasingly noticed signs of human activity. Even the carcasses of many wild beasts bore marks from human weapons. Humans never stop, do they? Zhang muttered. When his foot landed on a pile of dry brush, Zhang suddenly stopped in his tracks. The pile beneath his feet was not a natural formation, it clearly bore the marks of having been scorched by flames. More importantly, it was still warm to the touch. They haven't gone far, have they? Zhang closed his eyes, concentrated, and sniffed the air. Sure enough, he detected a faint trace of human scent. Zhang lightened and slowed his steps, following the scent trail. After walking for over 10 minutes, he suddenly heard faint sounds of a struggle. Zhang immediately suppressed his presence, found a small hilltop suitable for observation, and eagerly watched the scene of the fight. Engaged in a fierce battle were a father and daughter, along with a white ape. The pair wore matching combat gear, though it was heavily torn. Judging by the frayed edges, the suits didn't appear to be of high quality and likely weren't manufactured by the government or any major organization. Neither of them was particularly powerful. The father was at Tier 0, Level 6, while the daughter was only at Tier 0, Level 4, but their coordination was seamless. Zhang nodded to himself. In this Tier 1 phase of Mana's revival, achieving this level of skill without any special background was already quite impressive. The white ape was already at Tier 0 Level 7. It had somehow managed to find a thick, straight branch of just the right length, which it wielded like a staff, swinging it with fierce momentum. These days, any old monkey can play Sun Wukong. Zhang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The father and daughter, one wielding a spear, the other a whip with a small knife dangling from its tip, fought the white ape with a back-and-forth exchange of attacks, one from a distance and the other up close, despite their somewhat lacking strength. However, Zhang could see at a glance that the father and daughter were already on the decline. As a beast, the white ape possessed extraordinary physical strength. Its staff spun faster and faster, whipping through the air with a whistling sound. In contrast, though the father-daughter duo remained highly aggressive, after several minutes of attack, the power and precision of their weapons had clearly diminished. The sharp-eyed Zhang also noticed that blood was now seeping from the torn areas of their combat uniforms, perhaps the result of earlier battles. The white ape was not only physically powerful but also cunning. Its long staff was not only devastatingly effective but also provided impenetrable defense. Now, it had clearly sensed that the two humans before it were running out of steam and began to press forward relentlessly. However, the white ape's staff remained primarily defensive. It showed little inclination to launch a strong offensive. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, both recognizing the exhaustion in each other's eyes, and the thought of retreat had already crossed their minds. The father made a gesture, and the daughter immediately nodded. Retreat! After completing a combined spear and whip attack, the two did not press their advantage but instead, in perfect unison, sheathed their weapons and stepped back. But just then, a sudden turn of events occurred. Having blocked the father and daughter's combined strike, the white ape, as if anticipating no follow-up attack, dropped all defense and thrust its long staff directly at the father. In an instant, the balance of attack and defense shifted. The father's spear had already been drawn back behind him, leaving him no time to block, and the daughter's whip was still in the process of being retracted, making it difficult for her to muster the strength to intervene in time. No! Watching the staff about to strike her father's throat, the daughter was powerless to act and could only shout in despair. Chapter 17, The Su Family Father and Daughter. The middle-aged man did not give up. Seeing that he could not stop the attack in time, he quickly threw himself to the ground, relying on gravity to try to evade the white ape's assault. But the white ape's staff moved like a dragon. The tip of the staff followed him closely, seemingly determined not to stop until it had pierced his throat right through. Nevertheless, it was precisely the middle-aged man's desperate act of self-preservation that bought the girl a sliver of time to counterattack. In those 1 or 2 seconds, she had already swung her long whip once more, striking at the white ape. The small knife at the tip of the whip glinted coldly in the sunlight. Yet the white ape did not dodge or flinch. A gleam flashed in its eyes as it accurately seized the tail end of the whip. The blade struck its shoulder, sending a spray of blood flying, but the whip's greatest threat was now neutralized. The girl tugged hard on the whip, the blade churning against the white ape's body, leaving deep gashes. A savage fury surged through the white ape. All it wanted now was to kill both of these detestable humans. To that end, it was willing to pay the price of injury. The tip of the club was just an inch or two from the middle-aged man's throat. He had no room left to dodge. A savage grin involuntarily spread across the white ape's face. Yet in the next instant, its grin vanished. To be precise, it wasn't just the smile that vanished. The very face that had been grinning savagely had physically disappeared. Thud. The middle-aged man and the girl hadn't even had time to process what was happening. They only saw the white ape suddenly vanish from sight, followed by the sound of something being pierced. They hurriedly looked around and saw that on a large tree about 10 meters away, the white ape's entire head had been impaled by a thick branch, firmly pinned to the tree. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat as he cautiously scanned his surroundings, but all he saw were mountains, trees, grass, and rocks. Dad, look, isn't that mound moving? The girl's voice suddenly trembled as she clutched the middle-aged man's sleeve tightly. The man quickly looked in the direction the girl was pointing. More than 20 meters away, a small, earth-brown mound overgrown with grass and shrubs was actually rising steadily until it stood completely upright. The vegetation on the mound slid off one by one, and the original earth-brown hue transformed into a deep, golden brown under the sunlight. Now they could see clearly, this was no mere mound, but a colossal brown bear. In their eyes, Zhang resembled a primordial beast from a mythical age, every movement exuding a power capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Thud. 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 Zhang advanced toward them step by step. With each stride, the ground seemed to tremble, yet the pair dared not move an inch. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhang stopped a meter in front of them, his massive frame blocking the sunlight as he asked calmly. The middle-aged man trembled with fear, but he gritted his teeth and took half a step forward, instinctively shielding the girl. Greetings. We are independent explorers. We did not mean to trespass onto your territory. We came here solely to search for a spiritual herb that can cure this child's mother. Mother? Spiritual herb? Zhang seized upon the two keywords, his interest piqued. My mother has a terminal illness. An evolver told us that a spiritual herb called 9 flame grass, found in the Hangduan Mountains, can save her life. Just as the middle-aged man was about to reply, the girl, unwilling to hide under her father's protection, stepped forward on her own. Lord Xiong, my father and I truly did not mean to offend your authority. You may kill us, but I beg you to give me just a little time to find the 9 flame grass. The girl's gaze was unwavering. Who said I'm going to kill you? Zhang's tone remained calm, yet it gave the father and daughter a glimmer of hope. But you'll have to pay a price. Zhang spoke like a monarch with the power of life and death. His casual remark sent their hearts racing once more. May I ask what that is? The middle-aged man looked up nervously. I need something from the Special Bureau branch. You'll need to cooperate with me. Zhang had thought it through clearly. On this mission, he would face two adversaries, the giant rock python and the Special Bureau. Relying solely on brute force was unnecessary and likely to result in the killing of innocents. If he could have human cooperation to handle the Special Bureau, it would naturally save him a great deal of trouble. No problem. You saved our lives. Whatever you ask, we'll do. The middle-aged man still hesitated slightly, but the young girl agreed without a moment's hesitation. My daughter is right. We're at your complete disposal. The middle-aged man wasn't indecisive by nature. It was just that life had worn him down for so long that he'd grown accustomed to overthinking things. Seeing his daughter agree, he stopped hesitating. At that moment, both father and daughter's eyes were filled with determination. Zhang had intended to warn them once more, but upon seeing the look in their eyes, he swallowed his words. The girl said Zhang had saved them, unaware that if Zhang hadn't seen their tenacious will to survive, he wouldn't have intervened. Heaven helps those who help themselves. That was the law of this era. Of course, Zhang couldn't guarantee that once the father and daughter arrived at the special bureau, they wouldn't betray him. But so what? It would merely require him to expend a little more to crush them. This was the absolute confidence that his power gave him. What are your names? Zhang suddenly realized that after all this time, he still didn't know their names. My name is Su Chao, and this is my daughter, Ruo, said the middle-aged man. Zhang nodded and waved his hand. Follow me. I'll tell you what to do once we get there. Father and daughter Su followed Zhang, setting off on their journey to the special bureau branch. Walking from the human settlement to this spot, the two had been attacked by beasts almost every few moments, leaving them covered in wounds by the time they arrived. But now, walking back alongside Zhang, it felt like a leisurely stroll. They hadn't seen a single beast, let alone a tiny flying insect. The bear and the two humans strolled along at a leisurely pace, while to the south of their route, a giant python 20 meters long and a meter in diameter was racing at full speed toward the same destination. The giant python's body was covered in rock-hard scales. As it slithered swiftly through the forest, trees along its path toppled and snapped, leaving deep gouges in the ground, as if a moving mountain range were passing through. The giant rock python had been traveling non-stop for days and nights, yet he felt not a trace of fatigue. He still remembered that a few days earlier, when he had finally taken down that pesky elephant and devoured it as sustenance, a strange sensation had suddenly ignited within him. It seemed to be a craving rooted deep in his bloodline, driving him to journey thousands of miles eastward. Chapter 18: Zhang's Arrangements. Meanwhile, at the Lianshan County branch of the Southwest Regional Special Bureau. We'll have to be careful lately. There have been several incidents where ferocious beasts have come down from the mountains and attacked people. It seems the beasts in our Hangduan Mountains are still pretty well behaved. The two staff members from the Lianshan County branch were chatting idly as they sat leisurely in front of the warehouse, seemingly with nothing to do. The Lianshan County branch didn't have many staff members, only 30 or 40 in total. Fortunately, there wasn't much to do in Lianshan County, so rather than feeling stretched thin, they were actually quite idle most of the time. Although the Lianshan County branch was small, its facilities were well equipped, with everything from weapons and gear, special energy supplies and safe houses. Especially recently, with frequent incidents of ferocious beasts descending from the mountains, the Southwest Regional Headquarters has been sending over new equipment every few days. This equipment is said to be capable of one-shot kills against anything below Tier 0 Level 6, which is more than enough for them, as most have only just entered Tier 0. But Lianshan County has remained peaceful all along, which has left the staff at the Special Bureau branch feeling a bit bored. But we've got to put on a decent show these next couple of days. Have you heard? Apparently, someone from higher-ups is coming the day after tomorrow to take that weird rock away. Yeah, I heard that too. It's supposedly the deputy director of the Southwest Regional Headquarters. Her name is Xiao, and she is a woman. Don't you dare call her by her first name when you meet her. Word is she is already a Tier 1. Holy shit, that impressive? Didn't they say there are only a handful of Tier 1s in all of China? She is, after all, the deputy director of the Special Bureau for our Southwest region. That position naturally goes to the most capable person. You're right. I checked that Fierce Beast rankings list the lowest tier is already Tier 1, Level 1. If humans didn't have some strong fighters, we really wouldn't be able to keep them in check. Yeah, speaking of which, that giant rock python ranked 4th on the beast rankings and the brown bear ranked 28th. They're both supposed to be in our Hangduan Mountains. How come we've never seen them? Maybe it's because we're too strong, they're too scared to come out. If they do, we'll take them down. Ha 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 ha. Pft, pft, pft. Stop being such a jinx. How many bottles have you downed today? They could blow you away with a single breath. Life in Lianshan County remained exactly the same as it had been before the Mana Awakening. The young and able-bodied members of every household had mostly left to study or work elsewhere, and the winds of evolution seemed to have barely touched this place. Apart from the sudden appearance of a high-tech Special Bureau branch, there was nothing new to speak of. However, this tranquility was destined to be shattered 2 days later. After picking up the Su family, father and daughter Zhang's pace slowed dramatically, taking him over a day to cover the final 300 kilometers. Fortunately, the giant rock python was even farther from Lianshan County. Zhang estimated that, at his current speed, it would take him another half-day to reach it. For now, there was just one last small hill to descend before entering the area where humans lived. Zhang stopped there. I won't be going any further for now. You two go ahead and help me make some preparations. The Su family perked up, waiting quietly for Zhang's instructions. After spending more than a day together, they had virtually no lingering doubts. It wasn't just because Zhang had literally saved their lives, but also because they had gained an increasingly concrete sense of his immense power. They had no doubt that if they dared to betray him, the Special Bureau might get off scot-free, but the two of them would certainly face certain death. In fact, deep within the young girl Rua's heart, a deeper longing was taking root. She and her father had been exploring for so many days. Not only had they failed to find the 9 flame grass, but they nearly lost their lives in the process. Though young, she was no naive fool ignorant of the ways of the world. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, the father and daughter had grown rapidly during the early stages of Mana's revival, but without a background or powerful connections, their progress would likely only slow down. But if she could continue to follow this massive brown bear. Whenever this thought crossed her mind, Rua forced herself to stop dwelling on it, composed herself, and prepared to complete Zhang's mission. Zhang was not oblivious to the psychological shifts in the father and daughter, but he paid them no mind. Having lived a second life, he wasn't naive enough to believe these two would wholeheartedly serve him simply out of gratitude for saving their lives. Every living creature possesses a selfish instinct. As long as they understood the situation and lacked the ability to harm him, that was enough. In a moment, the two of you will head down the mountain first, pretending to be injured explorers seeking help from the Special Bureau. The two nodded. In truth, they didn't need to pretend they were already injured, and after days of sleeping rough, they looked a sorry sight. You can use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the people at the Special Bureau, and even express your intention to join. I'm confident that with your abilities, you'll be quite valuable to this small branch. The two exchanged a glance and gave a wry smile. They hadn't expected to receive Zhang's assessment that their capabilities were quite impressive. What I'm looking for this time is a treasure called the Earth Stone. Zhang finally got to the point. This branch of the Special Bureau isn't very large. You just need to find out where they usually keep their valuable supplies and let me know. As for what other assistance you can provide, that's entirely up to you. You'll have to judge based on the situation. The system's location data for the Earthstone was only precise enough to pinpoint the Lianshan County branches for its exact hiding place, that remained unknown. Zhang himself was simply too conspicuous. If he were to go looking for it himself, it would likely take a great deal of time to turn the entire Special Bureau upside down. Although the evolvers in a small branch wouldn't be particularly strong, there was no guarantee they didn't possess some lethal weapons. Zhang sought power, not brute force. He had no intention of facing both the Special Bureau and the giant rock python at the same time, leaving himself caught between two fires. Of course, he didn't expect much from the Su family father and daughter. All he needed was for them to pinpoint the location of the Earth Stone. No problem, the two replied in unison. Oh, and give me one of your phones so we can stay in touch. Oh, okay. Just as Su Chao was about to discuss how to stay in touch with Zhang, he hadn't expected Zhang to bring up the phone himself, causing his heart to race. Zhang's understanding of humans had exceeded his expectations. With everything settled, the two bid Zhang farewell and hurried down the mountain. Before leaving, Rua even went so far as to inflict 2 fresh wounds on herself, making her pleas for help and her offer to defect seem more genuine. As the sun set, Zhang watched the two figures in their tattered clothes gradually fade into the distance, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of a fallen tiger in a lowland. I wonder if this tiny Special Bureau branch will even need these two masters? He murmured to himself. Zhang found a small cave to stay in temporarily, waiting quietly for news from the Su family and the arrival of the giant rock python. What he didn't know was that 1,000 kilometers away, at the Special Bureau headquarters in the Southwest District, Deputy Director Shio was also preparing for their arrival. Chapter 19, The Su Family's Masterful Acting. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing Su Chao and Rua walk through the Special Bureau's doors, covered in dust and blood, the staff member on duty in the lobby hurried over. The staff member's name was Wang Meng. The Special Bureau was usually quiet. Ferocious beasts rarely attacked, and residents seldom sought their help, so he was bored out of his mind most days. It was a rare sight to see two people come to them on their own, and injured at that, so his eyes lit up instantly. "We're explorers. We were attacked by a ferocious beast on the mountain. Where's your supervisor?" "We have some specific details to report," Su Chao said, feigning extreme weakness. "No problem, please wait a moment." Wang Meng, upon hearing it involved a ferocious beast, grew slightly flustered and ran toward the office area. Before long, a stocky middle-aged man emerged. He hurried over in long strides, and as soon as he saw Su and his daughter, he broke into a light jog to reach them. "Hello, I'm Liang Yun, the director of this bureau. How are you both holding up?" Out of politeness, he began by asking after their well-being, but it was clear to anyone watching that what he really wanted to hear most at that moment was intelligence about the ferocious beasts in the mountains. "Hello, Director Liang. My name is Su Chao, and this is my daughter, Ruo," Su Chao said as he stepped forward. "Phew, we're fine. We encountered a Tier 0, Level 7 white ape and managed to escape by the skin of our teeth. In addition, there are several Tier 0, Level 4 and 5 beasts not far from here." Su Chao made a couple of half-hearted grunts before quickly getting to the point. "Tier 0, Level 7. Liang Yun immediately sucked in a sharp breath. As the director of this small branch, he was only a Tier 0 Level 6 himself, and having seen little actual combat, he was hardly a match for a ferocious beast. In fact, the moment he saw the Su family father and daughter, his heart sank. Although they looked quite bedraggled, the aura they exuded was far from weak. The father, in particular, was slightly stronger than he was. The fact that these two had been reduced to such a state spoke volumes about the dangers they faced. Still, at that moment, he clung to a sliver of hope, fantasizing that perhaps they encountered a group of lower-level ferocious beasts rather than a single powerful one. The Special Bureau's weapons were adequate, but they were only effective against Tier 0 Level 5 or 6 beasts at most. Essentially, they could handle numbers but not overwhelming power. Su Chao's answer shattered his fantasy completely. "You?" Su Chao keenly noticed that within just a few seconds, Liang Yun's expression had shifted several times. Oh, nothing is wrong." Liang Yun immediately snapped back to reality and waved his hand, though his complexion still looked a bit off. A moment ago, he first thought of Xiu, who would be arriving soon, but then realized that Xiu was here on official business and wouldn't go searching the mountains just for a beast that wasn't even Tier 1. Both Su Chao and Ruo could see Liang Yun's dilemma and anxiety. They exchanged a subtle glance and nodded imperceptibly. "Director Liang," Su Chao stepped forward once more, "actually, we have a favor to ask." "Go ahead. My daughter and I rely on each other for survival. Though Kong has some abilities, she has nowhere to put them to use." At this point, Su Chao lowered his head in embarrassment, a hint of struggle visible on his face. Liang Yun's eyes lit up. "If there is a chance, I wonder if we might have the honor of joining the Special Bureau and serving under your command?" After speaking, Su Chao let his head drop heavily, as if he mustered every ounce of courage to make this request. In an instant, Liang Yun was both surprised and delighted, though he didn't find Su Chao's reaction strange. Generally speaking, joining the Special Bureau required passing a standardized assessment. The fact that the two of them were now appealing directly to him was tantamount to asking for special treatment, so feeling embarrassed was only natural. On the other hand, Su Chao was even stronger than he was, and his daughter was likely no weaker than him in actual combat, yet now they were voluntarily asking to serve under him. Although he knew the Su family father and daughter were undoubtedly using him as a stepping stone to join the Special Bureau, it was only natural that they found it difficult to voice such a request. Thinking of this, Liang Yun nodded to himself, convinced he had fully grasped the pair's ulterior motives. With the help of this father and daughter, the pressure on our defenses would surely be greatly alleviated, Liang Yun thought to himself. Liang Yun was nothing like his subordinates, who, seeing the current lull, truly believed they could rest easy. As the bureau chief, he was dragged into online meetings day in and day out, constantly warned of the gravity of the current situation. Every time he saw the harrowing scenes of other branches being attacked by ferocious beasts, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Well, it's not out of the question. Liang Yun still put on a slightly hesitant expression, lest the Su family think he was being too eager. The Su family immediately looked up in unison, their eyes filled with hope. Ahem, but to join the special bureau, there are certain procedures to follow. Until then, I'm afraid you two will have to serve as temporary, non-staff members. The Su family's hearts leapt with hope, but they played along to the end. Exchanging a glance, their eyes betrayed a mix of struggle and resignation. Finally, they took a deep breath and said, "Then we'd be grateful for your help, Director Liang." Liang Yun breathed a sigh of relief as well. If he'd driven them away by acting too high and mighty, and they'd actually been attacked one day, it would have been a classic case of shooting himself in the foot. "Wang Meng, come on, take these two to the infirmary first to get treated, then give them a tour of our Lianshan County branch." Hearing this, Wang Meng, the young man on duty who had been listening nearby for quite some time, immediately rushed over. By now, even he knew that these two were currently important figures within the bureau. The Su family followed Wang Meng toward the infirmary. Su Chao suppressed his inner joy and carefully reported the current situation to Zhang via his phone. His delight stemmed not only from the fact that completing the mission was within reach, but also from the opportunity to join the special bureau, which would undoubtedly provide an extra layer of security for him and his daughter. However, Ruo had her own ulterior motives. Zhang's mission was indeed proceeding smoothly, but that was largely because his expectations for the two of them weren't particularly high to begin with. The Lianshan County branch was only so big even if they couldn't join, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to recuperate there for a while and figure out where resources and supplies were typically stored. But if we only go this far, will there really be a chance to follow him afterward? Since we've already infiltrated the special bureau, might there be an opportunity to do a little more? Ruo lowered her head, lost in these thoughts. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black cave, the faint glow of a phone screen reflected in Zhang's sapphire-like eyes. He looked at the message on his phone and smiled slightly. Right now, he was in better shape than ever. He just needed to wait for the giant rock python to arrive and engage the special bureau in battle. Then he could seize the earth stone first and reap the rewards. Chapter 20, Xiu's Arrival. Brother Wang, my father and I are feeling pretty good right now. Could you give us a tour of the bureau? Early the next morning, Ruo and Su Chao sought out Wang Meng on their own. Wang Meng, of course, didn't refuse. Starting from the lobby, he immediately began giving the two a guided tour. This is our reporting area. Generally, any matters related to evolvers or ferocious beasts are handled here. Go down that corridor on the left, and you'll reach the temporary detention area. That's where we hold ferocious beasts and evolvers who've broken the law. Though, we haven't actually captured any ferocious beasts here yet. As for evolvers, we've only had a tier 0, level 1 thug he was caught robbing an old lady last month. He's really not worth seeing, so we won't go there. At this point, Wang Meng looked a bit embarrassed. Come on, follow me through this small door. Both sides of this corridor are our office areas. The two followed Wang Meng to the far end of the office area, where he suddenly stopped. Before them stood a massive steel door, gleaming silver and looking incredibly sturdy. What's inside here is something special, Wang Meng announced solemnly. Behind this is our vault, divided into two sections. The left side is where we store weapons, and the right holds some precious resources and supplies. This door and the walls inside are made of high-grade steel, averaging over 20 centimeters thick. They say it can even withstand rocket-propelled grenades. However, I don't have permission to go in. If there is a chance in the future, I can have Director Liang show you around. Oh, thanks, Brother Wang. Ruan nodded repeatedly, already committing all the information about the Special Bureau to memory. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Wang Meng's tone suddenly took on a mysterious air. Just this noon, the deputy director of our Southwest Regional Special Bureau is coming here in person apparently for a treasure inside. A treasure? Rua's heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that this highly prized item was likely the very thing Zhang was after. That's right. We make regular patrols up the mountain, and if we find anything special, we send it to the Southwest headquarters for review. Usually, it's just a bunch of junk, but I never expected this time to be so important that the deputy director would come in person. I heard from a colleague who was on the patrol that it's apparently a yellowish-brown stone. Now Ruo was absolutely certain this was almost certainly the Earthstone Zhang had mentioned. She exchanged a glance with Su Chao. Both their eyes betrayed a mix of gravity and tension. If the deputy director took the Earthstone away first, Zhang would likely take his anger out on them. Thinking of Zhang's formidable presence which made all beasts flee in his wake, the two couldn't help but shiver. I see. We really learned a lot today. Thanks for your help, Brother Wang. We're going to head back and get some rest. Ruo forced a smile and quickly bid Wang Meng farewell. Oh, okay. You two get some good rest. Wang Meng found it a bit odd that the two, who had seemed quite energetic just moments ago, suddenly wanted to rest, but he didn't say anything else. The moment they returned to their room, the two immediately reported all the news from here to Zhang on the mountain. To ensure clarity, Ruo even used her powerful spatial memory to sketch a rough diagram of the Special Bureau's layout. The deputy director? Zhang remained unflustered as he listened to Su Chao's somewhat anxious yet deliberately hushed tone on the phone. It's fine. You've done well. Keep an eye on things there for me. Once I get my hands on the F-stone, you'll be free. Zhang spoke with ease. He didn't actually know the so-called deputy director, but he had met Zhang Hong, the director of the Special Bureau's Southwest District. From that brief encounter, Zhang estimated Zhang Heng's strength to be roughly Tier 1, Level 1. Now, 2 months later, based on his understanding of human evolutionary rates, Tier 1, Levels 5 or 6 would already be quite formidable. The deputy director was likely on par with him, at most nothing to fear. In fact, Zhang had originally worried that the people in this small branch might be completely unable to withstand the giant rock python, but now that a deputy director had arrived, it actually relieved him of that burden. Su Chao and Ruo didn't understand why Zhang was so unconcerned, but in the end, they could only attribute it to his truly exceptional strength and reassure themselves not to worry needlessly. At noon, a completely black-armed helicopter suddenly appeared in the skies above Lianshan County. The massive rotors whipped up a powerful gust of wind, causing residents to look up in wonder and murmur among themselves. After circling for a moment, the helicopter slowly landed on a large open field behind the Special Bureau. A woman wearing a black trench coat stepped out first. She was tall, with shoulder-length hair and a healthy, wheat-colored complexion. Beneath her trench coat was a light gray suit, giving her an efficient and decisive appearance. Liang Yun had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the woman arrive, he hurried forward and saluted with impeccable precision. "Good afternoon, Director Zhu." "Hello." The woman was indeed Xiao, and she returned the salute. "You've come all this way, I'm sure you must be exhausted. Would you like to?" After saluting, Liang Yun's posture relaxed slightly. "No need. Things are still hectic at headquarters. Let us just hand over the Earthstone right away." Xiao raised her hand, cutting Liang Yun off. No problem, no problem." Liang Yun's smile froze, but he still nodded hastily. With that, the two walked straight into the Special Bureau, heading toward the vault. Su Chao and Ruo watched from the crowd, feeling extremely nervous. They couldn't help but worry for Zhang, yet there was nothing they could do. The two moved quickly, reaching the vault door in just a minute, while Su and his daughter could only wait outside with the other members, unable to get any closer. Liang Yun approached a small screen to the left of the vault door. First, he entered a password, then verified his fingerprint, followed by an iris scan and voice recognition. After going through several layers of security procedures, the sound of gears turning echoed, and the door finally slid open slowly. Blinding white light spilled out from within the vault, but just then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from outside. Even though the two were now deep within the Special Bureau, the sound reverberated in their ears as loudly as thunder. What is going on? Xiao instinctively turned around, her expression stern. No idea. Liang Yun's expression was equally grim, though his look was mostly one of bewilderment. The next second, a voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie clip to Liang Yun's waist. "Director, emergency. We're under attack." Liang Yun's heart sank instantly. Just as he was about to ask for details, another voice came through the walkie-talkie. At the nearest entrance. It's a snake, a particularly massive snake, over 20 meters long, it's about to. Chapter 21, The Battle Against the Giant Rock Python. Even through the walkie-talkie, Xiao and Liang Yun could hear the fear in the other end of the line, which abruptly cut off at the very end. While the speaker was talking, rumbling sounds could be heard intermittently in the background, like the sound of buildings and trees collapsing. Go fend them off first. Xiao ordered decisively, then dashed out at top speed. Liang Yun gritted his teeth, rushed into the vault to grab an electromagnetic pulse gun, and hurried after him. As he passed through the lobby, seeing the members still standing there in confusion, his blood boiled, and he shouted angrily. What the hell are you standing there for? Haven't you been trained at all? Hurry to the vault and grab weapons. Get ready to defend. Liang Yun felt both furious and helpless. Lianshan County had been peaceful until now, and he'd been relieved about it, but now that trouble had struck, these members were completely at a loss. Hearing Liang Yun's rebuke, the members snapped out of their daze and ran toward the vault. Su Chaohenti intended to get involved in this mess and was about to use his unhealed injuries as an excuse to get out of it, but he saw Ruo step forward on her own. Director Liang, my father and I want to do our part too. All right. A look of gratitude involuntarily flashed across Liang Yun's face. You two go with them to the vault to get some gear. Be careful and protect yourselves. Ruo nodded and pulled Su Chao along as they ran toward the vault. What are you thinking? Do you think putting yourself in danger is fun? Su Chao asked, puzzled, as he followed close behind. Ruo's expression was grave. She didn't answer. Wait, you aren't thinking of a father knows his daughter best. Seeing Ruo's silence, Su Chao paused, instantly guessing her intention. His face turned pale as he grabbed her arm tightly. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize that if this gets out, the entire Huasheno, the whole human world won't have a place for us? Does the human world accept us now? Ruo stumbled as she was yanked, but she turned around and asked calmly. Su Chao was at a loss for words. With the revival of mana, the gap between people will only grow wider. We have no connections, no backing, no resources. How are we supposed to climb the social ladder? Those in power can casually wield extraordinary abilities. Immortality is no longer a dream. Yet Mother couldn't even find a single medicine. How many ordinary people like Mother are there in this world? You still abide by the rules of the old world, but does this world still protect us the way it used to? With every rhetorical question, Ruo took a step closer to Su Chao. Her voice remained steady, but her eyes were gradually reddening. Su Chao's lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. I haven't harmed humanity. The Earthstone was never meant to belong to humans in the first place. I don't care about anything else. All I know is that the bear has a better chance than humans of helping me find the 9 flamegrass and saving my mother's life. If you want to go, I'll go myself. With that, Ruo shook off Su Chao's hand and strode resolutely toward the vault. She intended to use the Earthstone as a token of her allegiance to Zhang. Su Chao stared blankly at his daughter's receding figure, finally letting out a long sigh before following after her. When Xiao arrived at the mountain pass, his pupils suddenly contracted. The pass had once been a narrow path, but now the trees lining both sides had been completely flattened. Coiled atop them was a colossal python, hissing and flickering its tongue. Beside it, 3 cheetahs were tearing at a human corpse, and one could still faintly make out that the victim was wearing a special bureau uniform. A walkie-talkie lay beside the body, covered in blood. Xiao stared at this gruesome scene as overwhelming rage ignited within him. Powerful mana surged from his body, reaching a staggering Tier 1, Level 7, surpassing even the level Zhang had predicted for Zhang Heng. Are you the giant rock python? Xiao recognized it instantly. There had been a photo of the giant rock python on the beast list. That's right. The giant rock python had contact with humans, which was why it had been listed on the beast registry. It could even speak a few simple human words. You killed a special bureau agent. Are you looking to die? I'm here to take something. Hand it over, and I'll spare your lives. The giant rock python's voice was icy cold. You dare negotiate with me? You really don't want to live. With that, Xiao shot toward the giant rock python. Her hand swept across her waist, and her belt instantly transformed into a long sword in her hand. Xiao tapped the ground with her toes, creating a small crater, then propelled herself upward, soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air before thrusting her sword straight at the giant rock python's eye socket. The giant rock python didn't even flinch, it merely tilted its head slightly and blocked the strike with its forehead. The python's armor was incredibly hard, as solid as rock, and Xiao's long sword felt like a mere pin against its body. Seeing his strike fail, Xiao planted his sword against the giant rock python's body and slid down its back from its forehead. The sword scraped violently against the armor, sending a shower of sparks flying, yet it still failed to breach the giant rock python's defenses. Petty tricks, the giant rock python said coldly. Facing the giant rock python's sarcasm, Xiao remained silent, about to slide all the way down to its tail. Suddenly, the sword caught in the seam between two plates of armor, halting momentarily. Xiao immediately seized the opportunity to stop, then mustered all his strength and thrust the sword forcefully into the seam. Blood gushed out instantly. The giant rock python, writhing in pain, let out a hiss and twisted its body violently. However, the rough armor of the giant rock python now provided Xiao with an excellent foothold. Taking advantage of the unevenness on the stone armor, Xiao steadied his body firmly, refusing to fall no matter how much the giant rock python twisted. Seizing the moment, Xiao tilted his long sword slightly, then channeled mana into the blade and suddenly flicked it upward. The small patch of armor was violently flung away, sending a spray of blood flying. This armor was essentially the giant rock python's own scales, though hard, they had their vulnerabilities. Deprived of the scales' protection, that small patch of flesh was instantly exposed before Xiao, pulsing vividly. Just as Xiao was about to press his advantage, the giant rock python, racked by excruciating pain, began rolling frantically on the ground. This time, Xiao lost his footing and fell to the ground, quickly retreating 10 or so meters to keep his distance from the giant rock python. Hiss hiss. After a moment of thrashing, the giant rock python rose to its feet once more. A chilling aura seeped from its body, releasing a true Tier 1, Level 9 presence that locked firmly onto Xiao. Just then, Liang Yun arrived with his team. Chapter 22, The Stone of the Earth Secured. When the members of the Lianshan County Special Bureau arrived at the scene, they instantly gasped in shock, their faces turning deathly pale. During their training, they had only seen aerial footage of ferocious beasts. It felt as detached as watching a movie. How could they have ever imagined such a vivid and gruesome scene? They hadn't seen a single beast in Lianshan County for over half a year, and their first encounter was with a beast of this level. It was like throwing a novice who just bought climbing gear straight onto the Himalayas. Holy shit, how can this beast be so huge? Bro, is this really something we can handle? Who was it who told me there were no beasts in Lianshan County? Hey, look, doesn't this look like the giant rock python from the beast rankings? I remember the list said it was supposed to be in the Hangduan Mountains. Damn it, the Hangduan Mountains are huge. How the hell did a beast of this level end up here? The group muttered among themselves, but not a single one dared to step forward. Stop wasting time. Fire already. Liang Yun was scared too, but he still raised his electromagnetic pulse gun. If you all chicken out, what about the civilians of Lianshan County? Those words finally struck a chord with them. After all, they were official forces trained by the Chinese Special Bureau. It was unthinkable for them to desert their posts and stand by while ordinary people were killed. Gritting their teeth, they raised their weapons one after another, pulled the triggers, and fired beam after beam at the giant rock python. However, while these beams were effective against Tier 0 beasts, to the giant rock python, a peak Tier 1 creature, they were no more than a tickle. A dozen or so powerful beams struck the giant rock python simultaneously, yet not even a single speck of rock was sent flying. The giant rock python cast a disdainful glance at these little insects, swished its tail, and the 3 mutated cheetahs immediately charged toward the Special Bureau members. You handle those 3 cheetahs. I'll take care of the giant rock python. Xiao issued the order decisively. With that, the giant rock python, which had been over 20 meters long, had now shrunk to less than 10 meters, with its diameter reduced by more than half. Hidden behind a small hill several hundred meters away, Zhang had been secretly observing their battle for quite some time, his massive form concealed by the dense green foliage. The moment the giant rock python's tail lashed out at Xiao, he acted decisively, planning to seize the Earthstone while both parties were off guard, then return to deal with the giant rock python. He knew full well that, given the combat capabilities of humans at this stage, they would never be able to withstand a full power strike from a level equivalent ferocious beast, let alone one that wasn't even at the same level as Xiao. Suddenly, the cell phone the Su family had given him lit up, displaying a message. "We obtained the Earthstone. Where should I bring it to you?" Zhang's eyes narrowed involuntarily. He truly hadn't expected the Su family to have managed to get their hands on the Earthstone. There was no way they could have kept this from the Special Bureau, and they must realize what this means. But he didn't hesitate, quickly sending his location. With the Earthstone tucked away in their bags, Su and his daughter waited nervously at the foot of the mountain for Zhang's message, terrified that someone might discover they had stolen the precious artifact. The moment they received his location, they rushed over. In less than 2 minutes, they appeared before Zhang. "Your Excellency, this should be the Earthstone you requested," Ruo said respectfully as she approached. The moment Zhang took the Earthstone, the location marker that had been flashing on the system suddenly vanished. He felt an inexplicable force connecting him to the Earth. He smiled slightly, knowing he had found the right item. "The item is fine, and you two have done well. However, your choice of address for me seems to have changed a bit, doesn't it?" Zhang looked at Ruo with a hint of amusement. Previously, both of them had addressed Zhang as you, but now they suddenly called him Your Excellency, which clearly carried a different implication. Ruo felt as if he were being seen right through. He bowed his head deeply, but still mustered the courage to say, "My father and I hope to follow you forever and obey your every command. We know you are immensely powerful, but if there is anything to be done in the human world, I believe my daughter and I can still offer our humble assistance." Su Chao also stepped forward. Zhang fell silent for a moment. The two felt beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down their foreheads. If Zhang refused, they would truly have nowhere to turn. But only by burning their boats and going all in could they show Zhang their sincerity. For the sake of his wife, for the sake of his mother, this was a desperate gamble for the Su family. "I understand. Find a place to hide for now. I'll contact you later." Finally, Zhang's words rang in their ears like heavenly music. The two bowed deeply, and only when Zhang had turned to walk toward the battlefield where the Special Bureau and the giant rock python were fighting did they finally straighten up cautiously. Father and daughter exchanged a glance, smiled at first, then couldn't help but embrace each other, their eyes brimming with tears. Though the future remained uncertain, by latching onto Zhang as their anchor, they seemed to have glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 23, Zhang steps in. "How did you do that?" Blood trickled uncontrollably from the corner of Xiao's mouth. Her hands hung limply at her sides as she struggled to ask. Humans may be evolving, but most of their abilities still fall within the realm of what ordinary people can accept. Yet for this giant rock python to shrink its massive form out of thin air was truly beyond comprehension. "This is a gift from nature," the giant rock python replied haltingly. "You." Xiao clearly saw a hint of a mocking, almost human smile flicker across the giant rock python's lips. "Hand over the Earthstone, and I might spare your lives," the giant rock python said coldly, slowly closing in on Xiao as its mocking expression faded. "You can dream on. Before engaging you, I'd already sent a distress signal to headquarters. If you want the Earthstone, you'll have to step over my dead body to get it." Xiao sneered in return. Though he was at a complete disadvantage, his spirit remained undaunted. Hiss! The giant rock python's gaze grew even more vicious. Xiao's threat hadn't frightened him, instead, it had unleashed his savagery. "Then I'll make you my first course." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the giant rock python lunged at her with lightning speed. Xiao dodged frantically, but the sheer force of the impact still sent her tumbling across the ground twice. The injuries to her arms not only made it difficult for her to counterattack but also disrupted her balance, greatly reducing her agility. The giant rock python showed no mercy. Another lashing of its tail came flying at her. Xiao had no time to dodge and, in her haste, could only kick out at the snake's tail with her foot. However, while this saved her life, her legs suffered severe injuries from the immense force. Though they didn't appear to be broken, they were severely dislocated. Now, with all four limbs rendered useless, Shio had no strength left to fight back. The Special Bureau members watching from the sidelines were seething with rage, their hearts sinking as they watched. Yet the three-headed mutant cheetah continued its relentless assault, leaving them unable to protect even themselves. Focus! That battlefield is no place for you to meddle. Liang Yun did his best to steady his nerves as he shouted the warning. In truth, his own heart was filled with gloom. At first, seeing Shio take the early lead, he thought victory was within their grasp. Yet in the span of just a few minutes, they suffered such a crushing defeat. But he also knew that Shio had done remarkably well to hold out this long. I'll give you one last chance. The giant rock python approached Shio, towering over her as it looked down, intending to issue one final threat. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Where's the Earth Stone? Where did you hide the Earth Stone? Why can't I sense its presence anymore? The giant rock python had found this place by following the pull of its bloodline. It had been able to sense the Earth Stone's presence all along, though it didn't know its exact location. But now, as Zhang stored the Earth Stone in his system space on the other side, it instantly ceased to exist in this world, and naturally, the giant rock python could no longer sense it. Shio, however, couldn't hear a word the giant rock python was saying. Even if she could understand, she had no idea why the giant rock python couldn't sense the Earth Stone. She just stared at him in utter bewilderment as he descended into a rage. How dare you trick me? The giant rock python refused to believe that Shio had nothing to do with the Earth Stone's disappearance. With a single coil of its massive tail, it bound Shio tightly. The giant rock python lifted Shio up to eye level. Its eyes, as large as Shio's face and glowing like night lamps, stared intently at her. At such close range, Shio could even smell the fishy stench emanating from the giant rock python. The giant rock python's powerful tail kept tightening. The immense pressure made every bone in her body creak and groan. Sweat poured from her body uncontrollably, soaking more than half of her hair. Yet Shio remained unflinching. Although she didn't know exactly what was happening, the fact that the giant rock python hadn't succeeded gave her some peace of mind. Still, if she knew that the missing Earth Stone had fallen into the hands of an even more powerful beast, who knows what she would think? Shio felt her life force rapidly draining away under this terrifying pressure, and her vision gradually grew blurry. The giant rock python finally lost all patience. Its massive serpentine head lunged violently toward Shio, intent on swallowing her whole. With no chance of escape, Shio slowly closed her eyes, sensing the scent of death already in the air. Boom! However, a second later, the expected pain did not come. Instead, a deafening roar, like a skyscraper collapsing, suddenly filled her ears. At the same moment, the serpent's tail, which had been tightly coiled around Shio, suddenly loosened. She fell to the ground instantly. Though the impact was painful, she quickly raised her head to see what was happening. The massive noise not only interrupted the battle between the giant rock python and Shio, but also caught the attention of the Special Bureau agents and the three mutated leopards. The Special Bureau agents were astonished to discover that the leopards, which had previously been strutting about with unbridled ferocity, now seemed to sense something terrifying. They immediately dropped to the ground, whimpering in fear. Even when they had been standing right beside the giant rock python earlier, they hadn't seen them cower like this. As the dust kicked up by the earlier explosion gradually settled, everyone could finally make out, albeit faintly, what had happened. Instantly, they all gasped in unison. A massive, incredibly powerful brown bear had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, its strong, powerful paw firmly pinning the giant rock python's head to the ground. The rock python's once impenetrable scales had shattered into several pieces under that single blow, and a pool of blood slowly spread across the ground. Who are you? The rock python writhed frantically, trying to break free, but the bear's paw remained immovable. I've come to take your life. A steady voice came from above the giant rock python. This colossal bear was none other than Zhang. Zhang's appearance instantly plunged the battlefield into an eerie atmosphere. The giant rock python continued to struggle with all its might, crushing the ground into a massive crater, yet the paw above its head remained as steady as a mountain. The 3 mutated cheetahs had turned into docile lambs, cowering on the ground, too terrified to move a muscle. The Special Bureau agents, however, were far from amused. They couldn't even handle a single giant rock python, and now a brown bear with even greater might had suddenly appeared. Xiu lay limp on the ground, looking at Zhang in confusion, wondering why the brown bear had come here and why it had subdued the giant rock python. But those watching this battlefield weren't limited to the people present. At the same time, at the Special Bureau headquarters in the Southwest District. "How is Xiu?" Zhang Hong rushed into the monitoring room and immediately asked the staff member in charge of observing this battlefield. Upon hearing that Xiu was in dire straits, his urge to kill reached its peak. Chapter 24: The Giant Rock Python's Counterattack. These past 2 months had been pure torture for Zhang Hang. He was swamped with work at the Special Bureau, and the Zhu family was relentlessly pressuring him. Half a month ago, the headquarters in Shangjing finally took pity on him and sent him a deputy, reportedly a genius evolver being groomed by the headquarters. That person was none other than Xiu. When Xiu first arrived, Zhang Hong was genuinely delighted. Though young, her abilities far surpassed even his own as the head of the bureau. Her only flaw, perhaps, was that she had always focused solely on improving her strength and knew little about social etiquette. But Zhang Hong figured it didn't matter, he'd simply assign her the more physically demanding field missions, while he handled the more mentally taxing tasks himself. And so it came to pass that the deputy director of the Special Bureau for the Southwest region personally traveled to the small county of Lianshan to oversee a resource handover. Now, as Zhang Hong recalled his secret glee from back then, he wanted nothing more than to slap himself hard across the face. Why the hell can't you learn to keep those well-connected people from running around everywhere? The Kong incident had already made his position precarious among the higher-ups. He couldn't even imagine how disastrous his fate would be if the prodigy they'd worked so hard to cultivate were to lose his life less than 2 weeks after arriving under his watch. "It seems nothing is wrong," the monitoring staff member said uncertainly. "Huh?" Zhang Hong was instantly both shocked and delighted. According to the notification he'd just received, Xiu was practically about to meet his end in Shiko, so how had it suddenly turned into nothing is wrong? "Look, a new beast suddenly appeared and knocked the giant rock python to the ground," the monitor operator said, shifting slightly. "What kind of beast?" "The giant rock python is ranked 4th on the Huaxia beast list." Zhang Hong hurried over to the screen. "It seems, it's the giant brown bear ranked 28th on the beast list." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong froze for a moment, then a surge of wild joy welled up inside him, instantly pulling him from hell to heaven. "Damn it, my luck has finally turned." Zhang Hong stared intently at the screen, practically pressing his face against it. The dust gradually cleared. Although the image was still a bit blurry and Zhang had grown considerably larger recently, Zhang Hong could still tell that this was the brown bear he'd been dreaming of day and night. "Great! Great! Great! I've finally found you." Zhang Hong's expression changed in an instant, his face overflowing with uncontrollable joy. Smiling, he dialed the Zhu family's number as fast as he could. "Hello, this is Zhang Hong. Get old man Zhu on the line. Tell him Li VE found that brown bear. It's in Lianshan County." Back in Lianshan County at that moment, everyone and every creature except for Zhang and the giant rock python stood completely still. The Special Bureau agents and the mutated cheetah dared not move. The only one who dared to move was Xiu, but he couldn't. The giant rock python instinctively flickered its tongue, then seemed to sense something. It immediately retracted its tongue and sensed the air intently. The next moment, its expression changed drastically, and it bared all its sharp fangs. "You smell of the stone." Zhang froze for a moment, then smiled with a sense of relief. "I'd forgotten that you slithering creatures have such keen senses of smell." "But so what?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang's bear claws, which had merely been holding the giant rock python down, suddenly tensed. In an instant, they pierced through the thick scales on the python's head. The next second, gushes of blood spurted from Zhang's claws, staining his mane crimson. The giant python let out a piercing scream of pain, while Xiu stood by, eyes wide with shock. She had spent ages just to pry off a single scale from the giant rock python, yet this brown bear had just arrived, not only pinning the giant rock python down so it couldn't move, but also instantly piercing through its defenses. Little did she know that while the giant rock python, as its name suggests, was indeed skilled at defense, Zhang's species was the giant claw bear, and his bear claws were precisely his most powerful weapon. Although both were Tier 1, Level 9, Zhang's evolution was, after all, a perfect evolution provided by the system, not to mention the subsequent enhancement from the Void Eye, so naturally, he was in a league of his own compared to the giant rock python. This clash between spear and shield didn't even last a second before ending with Zhang successfully breaking through the defense. However, the giant rock python wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. The moment the giant rock python's defense was breached, Zhang felt an unexpected thrust from beneath his palm, sending him flying backward before he could react. When he looked up again, the giant rock python, which had previously shrunk, had returned to its original size. Its upper half stood tall, towering well above the standing Zhang. Streaks of bright red blood trickled down its face, and paired with its murderous snake eyes, it looked utterly terrifying. "You will pay the price for your arrogance." The giant rock python's tone was no longer as emotionally charged as it had been at the start. It spoke only with icy detachment. Yet anyone could tell that his words now concealed the deepest intent to kill. Without hesitation, the giant rock python's upper body first retreated as far as it could, and upon reaching its limit, it shot toward Zhang like a drawn bow. In the blink of an eye, the serpent's head, with its gaping, blood-stained maw, was right before him. Zhang narrowed his eyes, showing no complacency. Having read the giant rock python's attack path, he immediately stepped back to the left. But Zhang was no mere evader. As soon as his left leg found its footing, he thrust off the ground with all his might, channeling his entire body's strength into a palm strike aimed at the giant rock python's midsection. The palm cut through the air with immense force, its power resembling the rumble of thunder. Yet, to his surprise, the giant rock python did not dodge or flinch, taking the blow head-on. Zhang furrowed his brow. He had expected that, given the python's capabilities, it would have been able to evade this strike. Boom! Zhang's powerful strike landed squarely on the giant rock python, shattering a long row of scales and bending its midsection into an eerie curve. But in the next instant, Zhang realized why the giant rock python had chosen to take the blow head-on. Taking advantage of the fact that most of Zhang's power was concentrated in his palm and that he was in direct contact with the giant rock python, the serpent seized the opportunity to lunge forward, wrapping its entire body around Zhang. Instantly, Zhang's massive frame was coiled tightly by the long, thick giant rock python, with only a small portion of his upper body still exposed, as if he were being crushed by a small mountain. Overwhelming force surged at Zhang from all directions. The python's constricting power was truly extraordinary. Once entangled, even Zhang found it difficult to break free immediately. Zhang grunted and strained with all his might, forcing the tightly coiled serpent to yield a small gap. Just as Zhang was about to pull his paw free to regain control of the giant rock python, he looked up to see the serpent's massive head lunging toward him once more. This time, seizing the golden opportunity it had finally gained despite its severe injuries, the giant rock python was determined to finish off this detested brown bear with a single strike. Chapter 25: The Spirit Eyes Unleash Their Power. Snap! The giant rock python's jaws snapped shut with a sharp, cracking sound so intense that even the onlookers watching from the sidelines felt a twinge of pain in their own teeth. However, the bite ultimately stopped just a few centimeters from Zhang's face. Its sharp fangs were a hair's breadth from the tip of his nose. The python could even feel the powerful rhythm of Zhang's breath against its teeth. Yet that hair's breadth felt like an insurmountable chasm. Zhang arched his upper body backward with all his might. His right palm, which had remained unbound because he launched the initial attack, pressed firmly against the area just below the giant rock python's head, preventing it from advancing even an inch. The giant rock python's failed strike actually gave Zhang an opening to break free. Seizing the moment as the snake's body writhed, he thrust his powerful thigh forward with a sudden kick, instantly loosening the constriction around his body. The giant rock python grew even more frantic, quickly retracting its head and resorting to the same tactic once more. However, if Zhang had managed to block the python's sudden attack earlier, he was certainly prepared now, and even more of his body had broken free. Zhang remained calm and composed, delivering another precise palm strike that blocked the giant rock python's attack right before his eyes, without missing a beat. With each failed attack, the giant rock python allowed Zhang to break free from its grip at an accelerating rate. Just a few more strikes, and it would no longer be Zhang blocking the python's attacks, it would be the python being smashed to the ground by Zhang's palm. Without the leverage of a stranglehold, the python's strength was negligible against Zhang. But Zhang had no intention of giving the giant rock python any more chances. He knew full well that the battle here had likely been monitored by Special Bureau headquarters from the very start, and that killing Kong would inevitably make the Zhu family faction hate him with a passion. In the future, those bastards had repeatedly prioritized their own selfish interests over the greater good. Although they were later punished by the Chinese leadership, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, Kong Wun-ti have been able to strut around so arrogantly all this time. At present, the Zhu family's influence remained vast. Though Zhang was powerful, he was by no means capable of taking on an army single-handedly. Therefore, engaging in a prolonged struggle with the giant rock python at this moment, waiting for the arrival of the Zhu family and the Special Bureau's elite forces, was by no means a wise strategy. Sigh. At this thought, Zhang couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Zhang's sigh was meant to express his regret that his strength was still insufficient to push forward unopposed, but to the giant rock python, it suddenly carried a hint of terror. The giant rock python's instincts were sharp. Zhang's sigh was also a foreshadowing of its impending doom. Instinct drove the giant rock python to try once more to retract its head, but this time, Zhang did not let it retreat so easily. Instead, he clenched the bare paw, pressing against it with all his might. After all, the giant rock python's body was over a meter in diameter, and Zhang could not fully encircle it. Yet, the sudden force of that grip caused the giant rock python's head to pause briefly in its tracks. And with that brief pause, the giant rock python's fate was sealed. The giant rock python instinctively looked up to see a dazzling blue light appear before its eyes without warning. Just as it tried to discern what the blue light was and where it came from, the next second, its entire head was instantly engulfed by the blue light. This strike was none other than Zhang's newly acquired talent, Void Eye. The onlookers felt a blindingly bright flash of light suddenly streak past, causing them to shut their eyes in unison. The surveillance screens of the Southwest District Special Bureau instantly turned completely white. When the crowd at the scene slowly opened their eyes and the Special Bureau's surveillance feed returned, the air seemed to freeze. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The once mighty giant rock python had, in the blink of an eye, lost the lower half of its body, starting from the head, which had vanished without a trace, while the remaining section lay limp on the ground. All that remained was a golden mana core, still stubbornly floating in the air. And the instigator of it all, Zhang, stood there unscathed, reaching out to gently pluck the giant rock python's mana core into his hand. Not a single person present dared to speak. They all bowed their heads, terrified that this terrifying brown bear might be in a bad mood and slaughter them all. But in the monitoring room of the Southwest Region Special Bureau, chaos erupted instantly. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? The giant rock python was taken out in an instant? Are you kidding me? That's the number 4 beast on the beast rankings. Isn't the giant brown bear ranked 28th? How could it be this powerful? No wonder his bounty was so high before. He's way too strong. You're telling me this is tier 1, level 3? What were the people who ranked this thinking? The room erupted in heated debate, with everyone expressing disbelief at Zhang's strength. Could this bear have used some secret technique that drains massive amounts of energy to launch a surprise attack? Someone cautiously raised a doubt, but it was quickly drowned out by a barrage of mockery. Bro, look how effortless this bear looks. You're telling me that's a secret technique? That's extremely draining? All I can say is, even if it really drained him, he could still snap us in half with a single finger. Does he even need to ambush anyone? That was an ambush, the giant rock python's attack. Yet he still left it completely helpless. I agree. Honestly, I think he was just too lazy to play a drawn-out game with the giant rock python. Otherwise, given the situation at the time, he could have broken free from its deadly coils in no time. That's the truth. Even the python's strongest constriction was useless. The giant rock python was doomed to die sooner or later. Standing quietly before the monitor, Zhang Heng struggled to maintain a calm exterior, though a storm raged within his heart. How could this brown bear have grown so fast? Some of the other members were unaware of the situation and simply assumed that the compilers of the beast rankings had misjudged Zhang's strength. But Zhang Heng had personally faced him just 2 months ago. Zhang Heng was certain that at that time, this giant brown bear had only just reached Tier 1, and he had been confident enough to exchange blows with it. Yet now, forget about having the confidence to fight, even sensing its might through the screen alone made Zhang Heng's heart tremble. He couldn't understand it. He himself, despite having access to vast human resources, was still only at Tier 1, Level 6. How could this brown bear have grown so rapidly? Little did he know that Zhang's rapid evolution was due not only to his own body's exceptional natural talent but also, to a large extent, to the abundant ferocious beast resources deep within the Hangduan Mountains. Humans rarely have access to large numbers of ferocious beasts, and mana cores are the very foundation of evolution. Not to mention, ever since meeting Wang, Zhang had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, with all his resources provided by Yin and her wolf pack. Zhang Heng watched Zhang display his invincibility on the screen, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Yet among these emotions, the most prominent was a faint sense of regret. What a pity! After finally growing to this level, he is going to be wiped out by the Zhu family's heavy firepower. Chapter 26, The Zhu Family's Frenzied Assault. The moment the Yi Voidai killed the giant rock python, a system notification sounded in Zhang's mind. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, size manipulation. Zhang's heart surged with excitement. This was likely the giant rock python's ability to grow and shrink at will. He never expected to have looted it. With this skill, it would undoubtedly be much easier for Zhang to enter the human world and seize resources in the future. But for now, the most important thing was to find a safe place to advance to Tier 2. Zhang cast a deep look at everyone present, then scanned the area, finally spotting the drone recording the battlefield. Whoosh! A whistling sound pierced the air as Zhang suddenly hurled a pebble, knocking the drone to the ground. The surveillance screen of the Southwest District Special Bureau instantly went static. Zhang remained on high alert. He slipped his hand behind his back, appearing to hide the giant rock python's mana core within his thick mane, but in reality, he had stored it in the system space along with the stone. Ding! The system's melodious notification sounded just in time. Your evolution materials have been collected. Please prepare for evolution as soon as possible. Zhang hesitated no longer. He dragged the giant rock python's carcass into the mountains and forests. The python's flesh contained a vast amount of mana, making it an excellent tonic. Once Zhang and the Special Bureau members were out of sight of one another, Zhang immediately stored the giant rock python in the system space, and the Special Bureau members finally dared to breathe again. Without the giant rock python to back them up, the mutated cheetahs scattered in panic. The Special Bureau members suddenly lost all their strength, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. They looked at one another, their eyes filled with the joy and relief of having survived a catastrophe. However, when they saw the bodies of their slain colleagues and the scattered limbs on the ground, grief welled up within them, and their eyes reddened involuntarily. It was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The sun still hung high overhead, and the sky was clear. Yet in the eyes of the Special Bureau members, this scene was shrouded in a gloomy, melancholic twilight. The residents of Lianshan County had heard the commotion here long ago, but having been warned of the danger outside, they had stayed safely indoors. Now, they finally ventured out of their homes with great caution, only to be struck dumb by the scene on the battlefield. Their bodies swayed uncontrollably as they struggled to come to terms with the brutal reality before them. Having lived their entire lives in an era of peace, where had they ever witnessed such a gruesome scene? These evolved and ordinary people, who had long lived in a utopian paradise, were finally given a harsh lesson, forced to confront the true reality of the age of evolution. For them, this realization might have come a little too late, but compared to the ever-rising tide of evolution that would soon engulf them, was it not, in a way, just in time? The Special Bureau members silently helped one another to their feet, gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades, and made their way step by step toward the Special Bureau. Under the high-hanging sun, their shadows were short, yet they seemed to stretch on forever. Even at Tier 1, Level 9, the void eye still took a heavy toll on Zhang. At this moment, he had only a little over half of his mana remaining, but he wasn't in a hurry. He hunted casually to replenish his energy while searching for a safe place. The forest was utterly tranquil. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the earth exuded the fresh scent of soil, and the occasional chirp of cicadas reached his ears. This was a realm belonging solely to the creatures of nature. As Zhang walked through it, his mind relaxed involuntarily. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to venture too deeply into the human world, but humans currently held control over most of the world, and if he wanted to grow stronger, he had no choice but to deal with them. This only strengthened Zhang's resolve to carve out a realm of his own. Suddenly, a powerful sense of danger flared up in his heart without warning, and the hairs on his entire body stood on end. Zhang had no time to think about what was happening. Relying solely on instinct, he sprinted frantically forward. He understood that such a violent physical warning sign meant this force was far beyond what he could currently withstand. After all, Zhang was deep in the forest, where the terrain was complex and ever-changing. Even at full speed, he could only cover about 10 meters per second. That intense sense of danger subsided slightly, yet it still clung to his heart like a maggot embedded in bone. Zhang dared not let his guard down for a moment and continued to run forward with all his might. Boom! 2 seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted right behind Zhang. A massive shockwave swept toward him, toppling countless trees in an instant. Zhang felt a powerful gust of wind strike him from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Gritting his teeth, Zhang kept running without looking back. But it wasn't over yet. Explosions rang out one after another behind him, each one as powerful as the last, and they were getting closer and closer to Zhang. Even as Zhang ran for his life, he could feel the distance between him and the explosions gradually shrinking, with no sign of stopping. Behind Zhang, out of his sight, over 100,000 square meters of forest had been razed to the ground. What had once been lush green land now looked from above like a desolate, gray graveyard, devoid of even a trace of life. Raging flames spread outward, relentlessly scorching the last remnants of dead wood, leaving them no chance of revival. With each successive explosion, the expanse of this wasteland continued to grow. At that moment, even without turning back, Zhang knew exactly what was happening. He had assumed that by destroying the surveillance drones, the Zhu family would be unable to pinpoint his location. But in the end, he had grossly underestimated the sheer audacity of the Zhu family patriarch. That utterly self-serving old patriarch had actually launched a devastating, blanket attack on the area where Zhang might be, all to settle a personal grudge. This forest on the Hengduan Mountains, which had taken thousands of years to grow, was reduced to ashes just for the sake of his worthless grandson. A torrent of hatred surged in Zhang's deep, bear-like eyes. If this were merely a personal feud between him and the Zhu family, he would have no complaints even if he were killed. But the Zhu family had actually destroyed the home where countless living creatures depended for survival. At that moment, Zhang made a firm vow in his heart. That old dog from the Zhu family must die. However, the crisis before him still threatened Zhang's life. Zhang silently calculated that, at his current speed, he had absolutely no chance of outrunning the missile. To survive this desperate situation, he had to take a desperate gamble. Zhang took a deep breath and looked toward a cliff to his left front, shrouded in mist. Zhang had passed this spot before and discovered that the ground below was not flat but a deep pool, radiating a chill so intense that even from high on the cliff, he could clearly feel the cold. Though there were still unknowns, with missiles firing one after another from behind, this was his only path to survival. Without further hesitation, Zhang charged toward the cliff and leaped down. Chapter 27, The Icy Pool. Why have the missiles stopped? The patriarch of the Zhu family, monitoring the situation via satellite imagery, saw that several of the missiles he had ordered had not been launched as planned. He tapped his cane in anger. Zhu Jin stood respectfully by his side and replied with a wry smile. The higher-ups discovered what was happening. Though the Zhu family's influence was vast, China was not, after all, their personal fiefdom. Moreover, the patriarch was now advanced in age and no longer possessed the dominance he had a decade ago. Launching this bombardment had already required him to call upon significant political favors. The fact that they were only discovered and stopped after having bombed more than half of the targets was proof enough of their lawlessness. "It's all right, grandfather." With firepower this intense, that brown bear certainly couldn't have survived. Zhu Jin continued to patiently reassure the old patriarch. Go investigate. Send people immediately to search for that bear's remains. I want its bones ground to dust. Before Zhu Jin could finish speaking, the old patriarch shouted harshly. The Zhu patriarch didn't care about the higher-up stance. The Zhu family had been glorious for so many years, and he himself had held high office for decades. What could they possibly do to him over a mere forest? Even if they did hold him accountable, he didn't have many days left to live anyway. What could be more important than avenging his grandson? Yes, grandfather, please don't be angry. I'll look into it right away. From start to finish, Zhu Jin played the part of the dutiful grandson, gently comforting his grandfather. Yet no one could have known that beneath his warm smile lay an icy, murderous intent. Right now, the person Zhu Jin hated most was none other than his own grandfather. You old fossil. The Zhu family's legacy, built up over generations, has been squandered in a single day just for the sake of your good-for-nothing grandson. Zhu Jin cursed inwardly. The old patriarch had no hopes for the future, yet he still harbored ambitions to make his mark in this age of evolution. The Zhu family currently had no members holding high-ranking positions. Their ability to act with impunity relied entirely on the connections and resources accumulated over generations. But favors like these diminish with each use. The old patriarch's latest outburst had, in an instant, caused the Zhu family's influence among the elite to plummet dramatically. And these resources, which should have been used for Zhu Jin, had now been squandered for nothing, all for the sake of a dead man. As Zhu Jin took his leave of the patriarch, the murderous intent in his heart had reached its peak. How many times have I told you I would avenge my brother? Yet you insisted on acting on your own and throwing this tantrum. Since you're getting worse with age, don't blame me for sending you to meet the king of hell a little sooner. With these thoughts, Zhu Jin silently sent a text message. Plop. Zhang's massive frame fell into the pond like a small mountain, yet it produced only a faint splash. There was only one reason for this: the water, though seemingly crystal clear, was actually extremely deep, so deep that even Zhang's weight couldn't create much of a splash. After hitting the water, Zhang sank rapidly for over 10 meters. A flood of icy water rushed into his head, nearly causing him to choke. Almost instinctively, Zhang instantly pulled out the water-repelling pearl he found earlier in the black-armored crocodile's carcass. A pale blue glow flickered to life, and a transparent membrane instantly enveloped Zhang like a bubble. In an instant, the pond water and Zhang were separated by this protective membrane, leaving him feeling refreshed and alert, yet he could still clearly sense the flow of the water. He swam around in the water with some curiosity, feeling that the water, which had seemed so unfamiliar just moments ago, had suddenly become familiar, allowing him to move as freely and effortlessly as he would on land. After splashing around a few times, Zhang felt a bone-chilling cold seeping into his body. How can it be this cold? Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't that he was being overly sensitive to the cold. With the thickness of his fur, he likely wouldn't feel a thing even in the Arctic. Yet the fact that the water in this mountain pond could make him feel this cold clearly meant it was no ordinary place. Zhang gazed down into the depths. Amidst the pure blue, a faint shadow of black lay hidden, exuding a strange allure. Zhang was tempted to investigate, but after carefully assessing his physical condition, he decided to hold off for now. He hadn't yet recovered from the energy drain of activating the Void Eye, and the shockwaves from several explosions had left him dizzy and disoriented. This was hardly the right moment for an expedition. Besides, this rest period meant more than just restoring his full stamina, it signaled a massive leap in his power. With that in mind, Zhang decisively swam upstream, climbed out of the water, and put away the water-repelling pearl. Once on shore, Zhang finally had a chance to look around at the location of this cold pool, and the more he looked, the more eerie it seemed. The pool was no more than 1 or 2 mu in size, yet it was surrounded on all sides by towering rock walls, with a vertical drop of 60 or 70 meters above. This did not look like the result of natural geological processes at all. Rather, it resembled a hole 60 or 70 meters deep that had been directly blasted into what was once level ground. No matter how hard Zhang racked his brain, he could not fathom what kind of force could possibly achieve such a feat. He shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Even if it were the work of immortals, it was not his concern at the moment. Breaking through to Tier 2 was the immediate priority. However, the advantage of this place was that there were no outside distractions. Not only was the underwater area completely empty, but the relatively small shoreline was also barren, with nothing but hard, compacted soil, perhaps slightly cool from years of being saturated by the icy pool. Zhang found a spot to sit down, pulled out the giant rock python that had become his meal, and began devouring it in large bites. After all, the giant rock python was a powerful Tier 1 peak level beast. The mana within its body was abundant, and the system had preserved it perfectly. With every bite, Zhang felt a warm current surge through his body, continuously replenishing his energy. After devouring half the serpent's body, he felt his blood surging with vitality, his strength bursting forth, and vast amounts of mana poised to erupt at any moment. "It's time," Zhang murmured. The It Stone and the giant rock python's mana core were already floating quietly before him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang's expression grew solemn as he swallowed both items in one go. Instantly, he used a massive amount of mana to shield his internal organs, carefully sensing how these two sources of power interacted within his body. His experience advancing to level Tier 1 had taught him a hard lesson. Had he not been ruthless enough with himself back then, the overwhelming power of the striped tiger mana core would have been enough to destroy him from within. Now, absorbing 2-level advancement materials simultaneously, he could afford not a single moment of carelessness. Yet this time, events unfolded in a way that surpassed even his wildest expectations. Chapter 28, The Earth King Bear. The Earth Stone was the first to enter Zhang's body. Just as Zhang was about to envelop it with mana, he was surprised to discover that although its energy was rapidly spreading throughout his body, it was not at all harmful. Instead, it gently caressed every corner inside and outside his body. The moment Zhang obtained the Earth Stone, he felt as though he had formed a connection with the earth. Now, as this energy gradually integrated into his body, he felt as if roots had sprouted from the soles of his feet, binding him tightly to the earth. In an instant, he no longer felt like merely a creature living on the earth, but more like a towering tree, its roots deeply buried in the soil, with branches and leaves spreading out above ground. An endless stream of power flowed from the earth into his body, giving him the sensation of possessing an inexhaustible source of strength. Zhang could clearly feel that, even though he hadn't actually leveled up, simply incorporating the It Stone into his body had instantly boosted his combat effectiveness on the ground by 30%. The giant rock python's mana core followed closely behind, entering Zhang's body. The mana core glowed faintly, as if it were about to unleash its power and escape from this place that did not belong to it. However, before the light could fully burst forth, the Earth Stone swiftly floated above it, and a heavy yet gentle force instantly enveloped it. The Earth Stone was like a stern yet benevolent Earth Mother, firmly keeping the giant rock python's mana core, the troublesome child, in check. Under the influence of this force, the mana core immediately dared not act out, withdrawing all its power and obediently waiting for Zhang to absorb it. In just a few seconds, Zhang felt everything happening within his body and was left speechless. Is this Earth Stone actually a nanny? But when a free lunch falls from the sky, why wouldn't you eat it? After confirming that neither the Earth Stone nor the giant rock python mana core posed any danger, Zhang decisively channeled his mana and began devouring these 2-level-up materials with all his might. As the power of the Earth Stone and the mana core flowed into him, Zhang's body trembled slightly. With each tremor, his physique grew slightly larger, and his strength, mana density, bone hardness, and organ resilience rapidly increased. At the same time, the Earth Stone and the giant rock python's mana core rapidly shrank, gradually transforming into 2 barely perceptible tiny crystals. As these 2 tiny crystals were completely absorbed by Zhang, his body suddenly burst into a dazzling glow. A powerful life force erupted from Zhang's entire being, and his signature brown gold light once again swirled around him, as if a celestial deity had descended. At this moment, the brown gold light, in addition to its previous brilliance, took on a deeper, more profound hue. Zhang slowly opened his eyes. His deep blue irises appeared even more mystical and extraordinary amidst the sea of golden light. Zhang eagerly opened his information panel, only to find that everything had changed beyond recognition. Name, Zhang. Race, Earth King Bear. Tier level, Tier 2, Level 1. Height, 7.43 meters. Weight, 13.1 tons. Skills: precision strike, intimidation, size manipulation. Talent: void eye. Draw attempts: 1. Zhang's height had increased by less than double, yet his weight had tripled, reflecting an exponential growth in his strength. Back in Tier 1, Zhang had often felt frustrated that, despite being a bear, strength wasn't his most prominent trait. But now, he sensed that every move he made carried the power of destruction. At this moment, before he had fully adapted to his newfound strength, Zhang didn't even dare to walk lightly. He was acutely aware that if he didn't consciously control his power, a single careless step would leave a massive crater in the ground. Zhang had no doubt that even 10 of his former selves would be no match for him now, and that giant rock python that had once caused him minor trouble could be reduced to a mist of blood with a mere wave of his hand. Along with this power came a corresponding, exponential increase in the physical strength required to wield it. Zhang's bones and tendons were as tough as steel forged through 1,000 trials, and his muscles were countless times harder than diamonds, yet retained incredible resilience. He even sensed that if he were to face the Zhu family's missile barrage again in his current state, as long as he wasn't directly in the blast's epicenter, he might just be able to withstand it. Zhang had reached Tier 2 in his previous life as well, but whether in terms of raw power or the leap from Tier 1, it was worlds apart compared to this life. Is this what perfect evolution feels like? Zhang clenched his fist, his eyes filled with uncontrollable awe. Zhu family, you're all waiting. Not a single one of you will get away. The exhilaration of his breakthrough did not make Zhang forget his hatred for the Zhu clan. He would exact retribution for all the harm the Zhu clan had inflicted upon the myriad living beings of this forest. And that day would not be long in coming. Zhang gazed coldly at the lingering dark clouds in the sky. They stubbornly stood between the sun and the earth, preventing the sun from showering its light upon the land without reservation. But under the radiance of this sun of Mana's rebirth, how much longer could the Zhu family's cloud of the old era remain so arrogant? If it refused to dissipate, then Zhang would ascend to the heavens himself and shatter that stubborn cloud to pieces. What? You didn't find him? How is that possible? Zhu Jin's eyes widened as he listened to the report coming from the other end of the line, asking in disbelief. Young master, we really have searched everywhere. The remains of many large trees are still there. Given that bear's physical strength, it shouldn't have been reduced to ashes. The voice on the other end sounded deeply exhausted, yet also helpless. All right, I understand. Zhu Jin hung up the phone, his brow deeply furrowed. Although he hated his grandfather's madness with a passion, he had never imagined that the giant bear could have survived the carpet bombing of missiles. This is just damn strange, Zhu Jin muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Zhang's disappearance was undoubtedly another major uncertainty in his bid for power. As long as the old patriarch didn't hear news of the bear's death, he wouldn't stop squandering the Zhu family's vast resources in pursuit of revenge. Yet he wasn't senile. There was no way he could be kept in the dark about the bear's survival. If the old patriarch continued his relentless pursuit like this, then Zhu Jin's mind was in a tangle as he ran through the various chain reactions this news would trigger once it reached old Master Zhu's ears. But suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. If he continues to pursue this relentlessly, so what? Couldn't his relentless pursuit actually be put to good use? He wants to grind that bear to dust and scatter its ashes. Doesn't that bear want to kill him too? A sinister smile gradually curled at the corners of Zhu Jin's mouth. Chapter 29, Mystic Ice Crystal. On the shore of the icy pond, a bear over 7 meters tall lay comfortably on the ground, fast asleep, with a massive skeleton piled beside it. A faint white mist shrouded the icy pond, making the scene look as if the mythical age had been revived. This was Zhang, who had just nearly devoured the entire giant rock python. When he first broke through to Tier 2, he still felt somewhat famished and hollow inside, so he ate another small portion of the giant rock python's flesh. Instantly, his strength surged, and his cultivation base stabilized. The giant rock python was massive, and its meat was truly filling. Even with Zhang's voracious appetite, he had eaten 2 full meals and still had leftovers. Still, Zhang couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. It's getting harder and harder. He looked up at the sky and said helplessly. Back in Tier 1, his progress from consuming beast meat had been relatively rapid. Even at level 9 of Tier 1, devouring a giant rock python had yielded significant results. But once he reached Tier 2, everything had turned upside down. If accumulating mana to advance a level had once been like filling a small pond, the amount required now was as deep and bottomless as the icy pool before him. Even after eating so much giant rock python meat just now, it had barely filled his body with mana, offering little further improvement. The bigger problem was this: in Tier 0, the mountains and forests were teeming with creatures stronger than him. By Tier 1, there were perhaps only a handful across the entire Hangguan Mountains, with beastly rulers dominating their respective territories. Now that Zhang had reached Tier 2, there were only a handful of beasts of his caliber left in the entire world. No wonder he felt that evolution was becoming increasingly difficult. Without sufficient mana resources, even with the system, he was like a skilled cook with no ingredients, powerless to do anything. However, this was precisely where Zhang's memories from his previous life would prove invaluable. It has only been a year since the mana revival, and there are still many things yet to be discovered by humanity, among them lie countless earth-shattering treasures. Although Zhang had never heard of the icy pond before him in his previous life, given his knowledge, he was certain it must contain some rare and precious treasures. At this moment, Zhang was stronger than ever before. It was the perfect time to investigate. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water, summoning the water-repelling pearl the instant he hit the surface to shield his body. With the water-repelling pearl, Zhang no longer had to worry about breathing. As long as his physical strength held out, he could explore all the way to the bottom. Zhang dove downward as swiftly as a torpedo. The water, which had initially felt cold, now felt more like a refreshing coolness. It wasn't tea until Zhang had descended another dozen meters or so that he felt a hint of cold again. But the deeper he went, the more alarmed Zhang became. He had originally thought it incredible that this cold pool could be 20 or 30 meters deep, yet now, having already descended over 30 meters, he was still a considerable distance from the bottom. Zhang paused to examine his body. A layer of fine ice crystals had already formed on his thick fur. What on earth is this place? How could such an environment have formed in the Hangguan Mountains? Zhang's eyes were filled with astonishment. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that the formation of this icy pool must have been caused by an external force. But at this stage of Mana's revival, who could possibly possess such earth-shaking power? Or perhaps this wasn't the work of any living being from this era at all? Zhang held his breath and focused his mind, enduring the immense water pressure and the increasingly intense cold. With one final burst of effort, he dove another 10 meters or so, finally reaching the bottom of the icy pool. At this point, he was more than 50 meters below the surface. Zhang tentatively stepped onto the bottom of the pool, but instead of the usual muddy softness of underwater terrain, he found it incredibly hard, like some kind of metal. The bottom of the pool was a deep, ghostly blue, and light from the outside struggled to penetrate it. However, as Zhang scanned his surroundings, he suddenly noticed that the water in one particular spot was even darker than elsewhere. His eyes lit up, and he walked toward that direction. As he neared it, Zhang suddenly felt the surrounding cold intensify at an exponential rate. In just a few seconds, the tiny ice crystals on his body had solidified into a thin layer of ice armor, covering Zhang's entire body and even threatening to seep into his flesh. Humph! Zhang grunted, and the mana within his body surged forth, blocking out the cold. The powerful vital energy within him was also ignited, instantly transforming into a blazing furnace that melted the ice armor away in the blink of an eye. With the cold pressing in ever closer, his mana was draining at an alarming rate. Zhang wasted no time and hurried toward the deepest, darkest part of the pool. Finally, he saw it. All light vanished completely at a tiny black dot at the bottom of the pool. It resembled a miniature black hole, mercilessly devouring all light and heat while radiating darkness and cold. Even with Zhang's enhanced eyes, he could not make out what it truly was. Though he hadn't yet touched it, Zhang sensed that the cold emanating from it seemed to come from the depths of the underworld, carrying a chill that intimidated the very soul. He had a premonition that if he were to hold it in his hand, his entire arm would likely freeze to death in an instant. Having come this far, am I really going to back down? Zhang couldn't help but ask himself. That tiny black speck drew him in like Pandora's box. While sensing the danger, Zhang also realized this was a treasure that, once missed, would be nearly impossible to find again. Taking it carried immense risk, but what if he didn't take it? A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Zhang. Fortune favors the bold. Zhang gritted his teeth, stepped forward, channeled most of his mana into his palm, and reached for the tiny black dot with lightning speed. The very next second, Zhang's expression changed drastically. The cold was intensifying faster than he anticipated. The extreme chill instantly weakened his mana barrier. But there was no turning back now. Zhang's fingertips resolutely touched the tiny, black dot. In an instant, a terrifying aura threatened to radiate from it. In just 0.1 seconds, the surrounding water and half of Zhang's arm were frozen solid. But that was enough. Just as the solid ice was about to spread further, it suddenly vanished without a trace. At the same time, a small gem named Mystic Ice Crystal appeared in Zhang's system space. That's right, as long as an object wasn't absurdly large or already belonged to someone else, Zhang could absorb it into his system space simply by touching it. Therefore, the moment Zhang touched the tiny black speck, he didn't attempt to control it. Instead, he decisively transferred it into his system space. He was taking a gamble, betting that this treasure wouldn't instantly kill him, that it had no owner, and that it hadn't developed sentience. This time, Zhang won the bet. Zhang's massive body shook, and shards of ice instantly shattered from his shoulder. He glanced back nervously, then swiftly swam ashore. What Zhang didn't notice was that after he left, a faint, almost imperceptible red glow began to emanate from where the small black dot had been. Though small, this red glow carried a hint of warmth, slowly melting the block of solid ice. If one listened closely, one could almost hear the faintest of bird songs. Chapter 30, Reactions from All Sides. After climbing onto the shore, Zhang finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He focused intently on his system interface. The mystic ice crystal sat there obediently, but the system's identification function had suddenly malfunctioned. Even when he actively clicked on it, it only displayed Mystic Ice Crystal? Am I not strong enough yet? Zhang narrowed his eyes, his mind half curious, half excited. He wasn't in a hurry to figure out exactly what the Mystic Ice Crystal was for right now. Simply obtaining it meant he achieved his goal. As for its purpose, he naturally discover it once he grew stronger. There was something even more important to attend to now. 2 days had passed since his ancestral home was attacked. Revenge against the beasts is 10 years too late. Now was the perfect opportunity. With that in mind, Zhang faced the rock wall, took a few steps back, then ran up, accelerated, gathered his strength, and leaped into the air. Boom! 2 deep, foot-shaped pits suddenly caved in on the hard ground, while Zhang shot upward into the air in an instant, reaching halfway up the rock wall with a single bound. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhang immediately struck out with his palm, embedding it firmly into the rock face to anchor his entire body. Next, he clung tightly to the cliff face, his bare claws serving as the best climbing spikes, and inched his way upward, step by step. During the 2 days Zhang was missing, the human world was thrown into turmoil. First, the video of his battle with the giant rock python, an excellent way for ordinary people to understand ferocious beasts, was deliberately released online by the Southwest District Special Bureau after some editing. As soon as the video was released, it spread like wildfire across the internet, causing a massive stir. Zhang's strength, the specific circumstances of the ferocious beasts, and even the future of humanity throughout the entire evolutionary era all became the undisputed hottest topics of the moment. Holy crap, that bear is way too strong. It looks like that giant python barely had a chance to fight back. Honestly, I feel like if that python alone were to enter the city, the damage would be completely incalculable. Didn't you see how it didn't even flinch when the gun hit it earlier? In my opinion, unless we use super-level lethal weapons, what else can we do? Dude, are you kidding me? How could we possibly use lethal weapons in the city? I feel like that laser in the bear's eyes at the end wasn't much different from our lethal weapons. True. Half that giant rock python's body just vaporized in an instant. That's terrifying. How long has mana been restored? How could things get this out of hand? Damn it, that's the real issue here. It's already rare enough for our schoolmates to reach tier 0, and now these beasts have evolved to this level? It's normal for the school to be lagging behind. My uncle works for the special bureau, and apparently, even their average level is only tier 0, level 4 or 5. We're screwed, we're totally screwed. Damn it, can't the high-ups in every country do something about this? They're letting a bunch of beasts run wild. Discussions like this were happening constantly online. While the vast majority of people were too busy gasping in shock and cursing, there were also many discerning individuals who clearly saw the direction in which the times were heading. They quit their jobs and devoted themselves at home to studying the cultivation methods released by the Chinese government, determined to walk the path of evolution. These individuals understood deeply that in times of great upheaval, only by becoming stronger themselves would they avoid being cast aside by the world. News of Zhang had also reached the ears of China's top leadership. In a massive conference room, several middle-aged men with graying hair sat around the table, their expressions grave. This is likely the first purely terrestrial creature with a chance of reaching tier 2, said the man seated in the center. Quite right. The gap between him and the giant rock python is plain to see. In fact, it's not impossible that he has already reached tier 2. Isn't that a bit too pessimistic? Could it really happen that fast? It's not fast. The fact that he survived a missile barrage speaks volumes. Ugh, Zhu Guanyu is really just flaunting his seniority. It's utterly despicable. To completely disregard the greater good for his own personal affairs. There's nothing we can do. The Zhu family's influence is firmly established. It won't be shaken anytime soon. It's a done deal, no point discussing it further. What we need to do now is maintain communication with these spirit-awakened beasts as much as possible. If we can establish decent relations, all the better. Let us avoid provoking unnecessary conflict. The man in the center promptly steered the conversation back on track, setting the tone for the current priorities. Also, how is Gu Tianrun's cultivation coming along? According to reports from a couple of days ago, he is just a hair's breadth away from tier 2. Have him hurry up. Don't hold back on providing the necessary resources. We must also vigorously cultivate the other evolvers. At this point, he suddenly stood up, walked to the window, gazed at the fiery sunset, and sighed softly. I wonder how much longer our technology will remain effective. In the end, humanity will have to rely on itself. 2 hours later, netizens were suddenly surprised to discover that the Huaxia Fierce Beasts list had been updated without fanfare, and the most significant changes were clearly evident in the top 5 entries. 1. Deep-sea demon whale, inhabiting the North Sea, estimated level, tier 2, level 5. 2. 100 poison giant octopus, inhabiting the East China Sea, estimated level, tier 2, level 5. 3. Blue-eyed bear king, inhabiting the Hongduan Mountains, estimated level, tier 2, level 1. 4. Golden-winged great pang, inhabiting the Kunlun Mountains, estimated level, tier 2, level 5. 5. Three-tailed spirit fox, inhabiting the Tianshan Mountains, estimated level, tier 1, level 9. Unlike those ferocious beasts that dwell in the depths of the sea and the heights of the sky, Zhang's actions made humanity realize for the first time just how powerful the force of evolution truly is and how close it is to them. It was like a fuse, instantly igniting humanity's anxiety, vigilance, ambition, resolve, fear, and passion all at once. Among them, as the protagonist of this battle, Zhang's fiery actions particularly captured the attention of 2 people. In a small restaurant nestled in a mountain valley, the 2 men, wearing large baseball caps, ate their meal while conversing in hushed tones. Has the Honorable One not replied yet? Su Chao asked. No, Ruo paused. Don't worry, Father. With His Excellency's abilities, he'll be fine. I hope so, Su Chao replied, sounding a bit downcast. He had always felt that betraying the Special Bureau to side with Zhang was too risky. He'd only gone along with it after his daughter had worn him down. Zhang's complete silence over the past 2 days had begun to shake his resolve. Ding dong. Suddenly, a crisp text message alert sounded from Rua's pocket. Rua's eyes widened instantly. Without even putting down the chicken drumstick she was munching on, she frantically fished out her phone. The screen displayed a new message. Get me a few extra phones and SIM cards. We'll meet at the mountain pass in Yun County in 3 days. Chapter 31, Return to the Valley. Before seeking revenge, Zhang had 2 final matters to attend to. First, he needed to make arrangements for the Su family father and daughter who had defected to his side. Second, he had to return to the valley to assess the current state of the wolf pack. In reality, these 2 tasks were intertwined. Because the Su family had betrayed the Special Bureau, they were now wanted everywhere. This was why Zhang had to meet them in a different location. Lianshan County was clearly already a priority search area, and going there would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Their abilities were still somewhat lacking. If they roamed freely in the human world, they would likely be discovered before long. Even if they weren't caught, hiding and evading pursuit would make it difficult to improve their skills. It would be better to simply bring them to the valley and have train them thoroughly while they're wearing the devices. This would ensure their safety and allow for rapid improvement. On the other hand, he couldn't possibly stay in the valley indefinitely. Yet, as the current base of operations and the prototype for a future human exclusion zone, Zhang had no choice but to manage it. Therefore, having the Su family wear the communication devices there, allowing him to stay informed in real time even from 1,000 miles away, was naturally the best option. 3 days later, Zhang arrived in Yun County, over 100 kilometers from Helian County, and waited as planned. At noon, the Su family finally arrived, looking disheveled and exhausted. Their clothes were mostly torn, but the large baseball cap that concealed their faces remained firmly on their heads. "Your Excellency." The moment Ruo saw Zhang, she was so overcome with emotion she was nearly in tears. Although she appeared more composed than her father, Su Chao, only she knew the immense pressure she carried within. Her decision to seek refuge with a ferocious beast seemed almost unimaginable to outsiders, yet her father had chosen to support her without hesitation. If Zhang were to vanish without a trace from this day forward, she wouldn't just find it impossible to survive in the human world. The guilt she'd feel toward her father alone would be enough to drive her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Now that she had finally seen Zhang again, how could she not be overwhelmed with emotion? "Your Excellency, here is the cell phone and SIM card we've prepared for you." Su Chao, being a seasoned veteran, had certainly breathed a sigh of relief, but he kept his composure and respectfully presented the items. "Follow me. I'll take you to a place." Before them, Zhang remained as stern and dignified as ever. He stated his request in just 2 sentences, offered no further explanation, and immediately turned to walk into the woods. The Su family exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. After some time, the bear and the 2 humans had gradually made their way deep into the forest. The low shrubs had given way to towering trees that reached into the clouds, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Suddenly, the Su father and daughter stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Zhang ahead of them. Their master, who had been the same size they'd seen just days ago, had doubled in size in the blink of an eye. Now, Zhang stood a full 5 meters tall at the shoulders alone. Walking ahead of them, he truly resembled a small mountain. This was the new skill Zhang had obtained from the giant rock python size manipulation. On the outskirts of the forest, the trees were still relatively short and sparse, offering little cover, which was why Zhang had shrunk his body to its original size. But now that they had reached a realm completely beyond human reach, he no longer needed to hide and revealed his true form. "Hold on to my legs. Time is limited, I'm going to speed up," Zhang said calmly. He was in a hurry to return to the valley and then back to the human world to seek revenge. He had no time to linger with the 2 of them along the way. "Forgive us, Your Excellency." The Su family father and daughter glanced at Zhang timidly. Once they were certain he wasn't joking, they cautiously stepped forward, each clinging to one of Zhang's legs and wrapping their arms and legs tightly around his mane. The very next second, they understood what it truly meant to move at lightning speed. Zhang surged forward like a cannonball, the immense force of his charge tearing through the air and lashing the 2 in the face like a sledgehammer. They quickly clamped their heads shut, barely avoiding being knocked unconscious by the sudden gust. The mountains and forests were far from flat terrain. Zhang leaped nimbly over trees and rocks, sending the pair on a roller coaster like ride of ups and downs. Every time his limbs touched the ground, the 2 felt their insides churn violently from the jarring impact. Yet Su Chao and Ruo, in perfect unison, did not call for him to stop. Every so often, Zhang would stop to hunt or drink some water, and these were the only moments the father and daughter could rest. Under such intense conditions, in less than 2 days, Zhang had led the Su family back to the entrance of the valley. "Get down. From now on, you'll train here." The two quickly jumped to the ground. Though their legs were shaking uncontrollably, they still followed Zhang step by step into the valley. After walking down a long path, the moment they caught sight of the valley's scenery, their spirits were instantly lifted. The valley was filled with birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers, exotic plants and rare herbs were everywhere, and a clear stream wound its way through the landscape. Most uniquely, dozens of majestic wolves lay contentedly on the ground, the sunlight glinting off their long fur with a silvery sheen. But upon closer inspection, the father and daughter began to tremble. At least half of the wolves in this pack were far stronger than they were. The moment Zhang appeared, the wolves all stood up in unison, bowed their heads respectfully, and let out soft howls. At that moment, Zhang could clearly sense that the pack's strength had noticeably increased since he left. Still, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The two wolves that had been at the peak of Tier 0 when he departed had now both reached Tier 1, Level 1. Yet they remained in the valley, not venturing out to hunt, and the same was true for the other stronger wolves. If it weren't hunting season, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Ian just happened to be away. "Is Ian out hunting?" Zhang slowly approached the two Tier 1 wolves. His overwhelming aura caused them to tuck their tails tightly between their legs. "Our report?" "Your Majesty, yes." The two wolves spoke with some hesitation. "Then why didn't you go?" Dangerous." "Dangerous?" Zhang was puzzled by the wolves' response. Given Ian's strength, what danger could possibly lurk in this area if he brought the two wolves along? Zhang wanted to ask more, but the wolves stammered and couldn't finish their sentence. Just then, a clear yet pained wolf howl suddenly rang out from the nearby woods, sending flocks of birds scattering. The pack of wolves immediately huddled together in fear. Zhang's expression shifted slightly. He recognized it. That was Ian's voice. Signaling the two wolves to look after the Su family, Zhang swiftly charged out of the valley and ran toward the source of the howl. Chapter 32, Azure Falcon. As Zhang ran at full speed, his 13-ton frame pounded the ground relentlessly, making the entire mountain forest shake as if hit by an earthquake. In less than a minute, Zhang had reached the source of the howl. As he looked closely, his pupils suddenly contracted. Before him, two falcons with a wingspan of over 5 meters were relentlessly attacking Ian. Their coordination was flawless. They attacked in alternating waves, one from the front and one from the back, one from above and one from below. One would dive at him head-on just as Ian blocked the strike, the other would launch a surprise attack from behind. Before he could turn to counter, the first one had already retreated after a single strike. As this cycle repeated, Ian's body was already covered with numerous claw marks, both deep and shallow, and the ground was strewn with silver feathers stained with wolf's blood. The eyes of the two falcons gleamed with intelligence. Clearly, Ian had fallen into a trap they had deliberately set. While this approach wasn't as direct or swift as a simultaneous pincer attack, it prevented Ian from recklessly ignoring his injuries and latching onto one falcon to tear it apart with all his might. The moment he witnessed this, information about the two falcons entered Zhang's mind via the system. Species, Azure Falcon Male. Level, Tier 1, Level 4. Species, Azure Falcon, Female. Level, Tier 1, Level 4. Ian was now at Tier 1, Level 5. Although these two Azure Falcons were slightly inferior in cultivation, each of their attacks was highly threatening. Therefore, even though Ian had figured out their attack patterns, he could only counter as they intended. At this moment, Ian's reactions were growing increasingly sluggish. The constant back and forth of parrying and blocking had left him gradually unable to keep up with the Azure Falcon's speed, both mentally and physically. The two Azure Falcons exchanged a glance. A sharp gleam flashed in their golden eyes as they decisively dove down together, charging toward Ian. Zhang narrowed his eyes, just as he was about to intervene, but saw Ian suddenly seem to find new strength as he lunged violently toward the female Azure Falcon. A flicker of panic crossed the female falcon's eyes. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated that Ian would deliberately feign weakness to lure them into a simultaneous attack. While Ian's all-or-nothing strike would certainly allow him to take out one enemy first, the male falcon's claws were already poised to tear into Ian's back. Clearly, even if he managed to kill one first, Ian would inevitably suffer severe injuries, but this was his only option. However, all of this depended on Zhang not being present. Roar! At the critical moment, a massive bear's roar suddenly echoed through the air, reverberating through the mountains and forests for miles around, sending countless beasts into a panic as they scattered in all directions. The first to be struck were these two azure falcons. This roar was not only incredibly powerful, but when it reached their ears, it seemed to possess a strange, magical power that instantly made their bodies go limp, their minds go blank, and filled them with an inexplicable fear. Zhang's roar was, of course, not merely a simple cry. He had channeled the power of intimidation, striking deep into the very souls of the azure falcons. The azure falcon shook its head, just regaining its senses from the mental blankness, when suddenly the sky above darkened, and a sense of mortal danger instantly swept through its body. The two falcons instinctively tried to flap their wings and take flight, but the next second, boom! A massive thud echoed, as if a skyscraper had collapsed, causing the entire ground to sink by a third. Amidst this deafening commotion, two faint clicks rang out. Both azure falcons simultaneously felt a searing pain in their wings, which then went completely limp and hung limply at their sides. Zhang waved his hand forcefully, and several gusts of wind instantly scattered the dust and smoke. Ian had already bowed respectfully before him. From the moment he heard the bear's roar, Ian had realized it was Zhang who had arrived. While he breathed a huge sigh of relief, he also felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. "Tell me, what is going on?" Zhang tossed the two wingless azure falcons aside as if they were little chicks and asked Ian. Ian gave a wry smile. These two falcons seemed to be a mated pair. Starting a few days ago, they've been harassing us constantly. Though they can't speak, they're exceptionally intelligent. They always like to launch surprise attacks, outnumbering us, and have injured several of our wolves. Although our entire wolf pack is stronger than they are, we can't go out hunting all day long, which gives them an opening. There's no choice. For the past couple of days, I've had to go out hunting alone, leaving the other two level 1 wolves to lead the main pack in guarding the valley. I never expected. At this point, Ian hung his head in shame, clearly dissatisfied with his own lack of strength and his failure to protect the valley and the pack. It's all right. Now that I'm here, these problems won't exist anymore, and they'll only become fewer and fewer from now on. Zhang didn't blame Ian. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the two battered azure falcons. His expression had been quite gentle when he looked at Ian, but now, as he fixed his eyes on the azure falcons, his gaze was filled with a domineering arrogance that looked down on everything and a palpable, tangible killing intent. The two azure falcons huddled together, trembling. "I'll give you two options, submit or die," Zhang said bluntly. These two azure falcons possessed extraordinary strength. Their species appeared quite unique, and they were rare avian beasts. Had they not chosen to descend close to the ground to attack Ian, even Zhang would have found it difficult to capture them. If they had actually killed members of the wolf pack, or caused Ian irreparable harm this time, then no matter how rare they were, Zhang would have killed them without hesitation. But since they hadn't caused any significant harm, Zhang couldn't help but consider taming them. Ian stood obediently to the side, having no objections to the leader's plan. Though the azure falcon couldn't speak, it could roughly discern Zhang's intent from his tone. They exchanged a glance. Their innate pride made it difficult for them to submit immediately. But looking into each other's tender eyes, this avian couple ultimately couldn't bear to let their beloved partner face certain death, and they slowly bowed their heads. Zhang smiled faintly. With the aid of these two birds, the valley's power would surely take a giant leap forward. Eat up. Replenish your energy. Zhang slammed his bare paw onto the ground, and a massive serpent's tail radiating an incredibly dense aura of mana materialized before their eyes out of thin air. In an instant, the three beasts including Ian stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what kind of earth-shattering technique this was. Previously, Ian had never witnessed Zhang directly using the system space to retrieve items. He only knew that every time Zhang went out hunting, the food he brought back was exceptionally fresh and intact. Seeing this now, Ian's admiration for him deepened even further. Chapter 33, Ian Ling. The two azure falcons also buried their heads deep in their chests, not daring to look at Zhang. If what he had displayed earlier was merely extraordinary strength, then now, creating objects with a wave of his hand and crafting treasures so rich in mana made him seem almost godlike, completely beyond their comprehension. What Zhang produced was precisely the remaining bit of giant rock python meat. After all, the giant rock python was a formidable Tier 1, Level 9 creature to the three beasts, who were at most Tier 1, Level 5, its flesh and blood were nothing short of a rare treasure. It wasn't that Zhang was being biased by not sharing this precious meat with the pack of wolves in the valley. Rather, the mana and vital energy it contained were simply too intense. Given the wolves' cultivation levels, there was a risk they might explode from the pressure if they consumed even a single bite. Now, by bestowing it upon his trusted confidants Yin and Erzhun, he could both enhance their strength and win their loyalty, a true win-win situation. The three beasts bowed deeply, then walked to the snake's tail and began tearing into it with great gusto. With every bite, the energy within the serpent's flesh spread through their bodies like fiery liquor, causing their faces to flush crimson. They dared not take another bite until the energy had fully been digested. This cycle repeated itself, and before they knew it, nearly half an hour had passed. As the final bite was swallowed, the wings of the two azure falcons had returned to normal. Yin, however, shuddered violently, and a powerful surge of mana radiated from his body, causing the azure falcon to glance at him in surprise. As the mana surge gradually subsided, they realized that Yin had astonishingly reached the Tier 1, Level 6 realm. Thank you, the azure falcon, exceptionally intelligent, mimicked the words with great earnestness. Zhang nodded. From now on, just call me Your Excellency. He felt the titles used by the Su family father and daughter were quite appropriate. The valley would inevitably grow into a massive power. Continuing to act like a bandit chieftain as before would simply not do. Yin had been with him since the very beginning. Calling him brother was understandable, but not just anyone could be so intimate. Your Excellency. The two falcons bowed their heads in unison. Since you have sworn allegiance to me, I shall bestow names upon you. From now on, you shall be called Yi, and you shall be called Ling. Zhang looked at the male and female azure falcons in turn. A flicker of delight passed through their eyes. They chirped twice in clear, crisp tones, accepting their new names. The four beasts returned to the valley together. The wolf pack had initially bared their teeth at the sight of Yi and Ling, but after Zhang's mediation, they swiftly turned from enemies into friends. The two falcons built a new nest on the cliff face and settled there. Zhang did not rush to leave immediately, but stayed in the valley for 2 days to stabilize the power dynamics following the arrival of these two formidable beasts. Besides, he needed to make some preparations for the revenge that lay ahead. The Zhu family resided in the capital. No matter how powerful Zhang had become, he could not possibly storm the capital of Huaxia alone. Setting aside the fact that human resources were ultimately vast, even if he managed to kill that old dog of the Zhu family, the path there would likely be drenched in blood. Zhang disliked humans but didn't want to harm them. If he allowed so many innocent people to die for his personal vendetta, what would distinguish him from that old dog of the Zhu family or any other selfish, hypocritical human? This matter required careful planning before action, and the first step was to establish a plausible identity for himself within human society. With his current Tier 2 strength, if he pushed size manipulation to its limit, he could shrink his height to a maximum of 2.3 meters. While that's still considered quite tall among humans, it's acceptable in this age of evolution. But that's not enough. Human society has strict identity controls. Even with a human physique, his appearance remains unchanged at best. He can conceal it with a mask and a cloak. But if a person of such imposing stature, fully armed, were to suddenly appear in the city, anyone who saw them would likely become suspicious. Therefore, he must have someone to work with him, so he doesn't end up as a complete illegal alien. As the wave of Mana's revival grows ever larger and more intense, the governments of various nations no longer hold the supreme authority they once did. Many powerful evolvers quickly realized that, by virtue of their own strength, they should not be subordinate to others. Yet, since the power of a single individual is ultimately limited, they decisively banded together to seek mutual support, striving to increase their influence within human society. Government officials across the world understood that evolvers would inevitably become the core competitive advantage of the future. Although they could forcibly suppress them now, doing so would be tantamount to destroying the nation's future. Even if these individuals are not entirely subject to official rule, their roots remain unchanged in the future, they will still be a vital pillar of a nation's strength. Consequently, almost every country and region has seen the emergence of such civilian organizations of evolvers. As long as they do not commit crimes, the government tacitly allows them a certain degree of autonomy. This presented Zhang with an opportunity. In Huaxia, a similar organization had also emerged. In the not-too-distant future, it would even be able to stand on equal footing with the government-backed Special Bureau, and together they would become the pillars safeguarding Huaxia. This organization was called Dragon Soul. And in the future, one of their strongest fighters, bearing the title of War Emperor, would be known as Wang. Zhang pulled out his phone, opened the messaging app, and typed "Little Wang loves to fight" into the friend search bar. An account with a profile picture of a vast forest popped up immediately. Zhang smiled slightly, selected Add Friend, and wrote in the notes section, "I'm Zhang, your bear brother." Little Wang loves to fight quickly accepted Zhang's friend request. Zhang's eyes lit up, and he immediately started chatting with him. "Little Wang loves to fight, bear brother. You finally added me." Zhang Suntu, "Yeah, I've been a bit busy lately." Little Wang loves to fight, were you the one who took down that giant rock python in Lianshan County earlier? I heard those bastards from the Zhu family bombed that area afterward. I was really worried something might happen to you. Zhang Suntu, that was me, no doubt. How did you find out about the Zhu family and the bombing? Isn't that kind of news supposed to be tightly censored? Xiao Wang Ai Dejia, I'm just glad you're okay. I joined an organization called Dragon Soul, my boss told me about it. Zhang Suntu, is that so? You're doing pretty well for yourself, kid. Little Wang loves to fight, you bet. The boss says I've got a real knack for evolution. I'm already tier 1, level 1 now, though I'm still a ways behind you. Zhang Suntu, no big deal. It's not like I'm any worse than you, bear brother. Zhang Suntu, when's a good time to meet up? I want to find a chance to get revenge on the Zhu family. Little Wang the brawler, awesome. You've got to take me along for this. That old Bai Deng actually destroyed such a huge forest, he deserves to die a horrible death. Little Wang the brawler, we actually have an operation coming up soon. We're supposed to explore something called the Spirit Void, and word is the Zhu family is going there too. Chapter 34, ES Gift. The Spirit Void? On the other side of the screen, Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted upon seeing those two characters. A spirit realm is a strange dimension separate from Earth, yet its gateway is hidden right here on our planet. It holds both risks and opportunities. Some have found rare treasures there and shot to fame overnight, while others have met their end in an instant, reduced to ashes. In his previous life, Zhang had only entered a spirit realm once, but that single venture allowed him to successfully reach the 6th rank, greatly elevating his status among humans. It was said that the Spirit Void also held the secret behind the revival of mana, though that was beyond the reach of Zhang in his previous life. To his surprise, he had always believed the Spirit Void would only appear after the mana rain fell, yet he never expected it to have already been discovered. With more than half a year remaining until the mana rain, that time was ample for some pioneers to establish a significant lead. Of course, it was easy to imagine that the battle for the Spirit Void would be incredibly fierce. However, the rougher the seas, the more valuable the fish, Zhang muttered. He composed himself and continued chatting with Wang. Zhang Suntu, that's great. I need to keep my identity hidden. Can I tag along with you guys? Little Wang loves to fight, of course, no problem. We'll meet up in Lin City in 4 days. See you there. Zhang Suntu, alright, I'll contact you then. Also, could you help me prepare some masks, cloaks, and gloves enough for someone who is 2.5 meters tall? Little Wang loves to fight, sure thing, leave it to me. Zhang turned off his phone and exhaled deeply. He felt a touch of nervousness, but excitement dominated his heart. This time, he was truly stepping onto the world stage. Zhang stopped dwelling on it, closed his eyes, and began his cultivation. Even though he had already reached Tier 2, he still wanted to improve his abilities as much as possible before setting out. Not to mention, that mysterious mystic ice crystal alone had only intensified his sense of urgency in recent days. The depths of the cave were pitch black, with only a faint glow emanating from Zhang's body. "Master, are you there?" After an unknown amount of time, a somewhat unpracticed voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "E?" Zhang opened his eyes, thinking to himself with some surprise, "You've learned rather quickly. What is it?" In E's line of sight, a massive figure, radiating a terrifying aura, slowly emerged. Even though they were no longer enemies, he still felt a chill run down his spine whenever he thought of how helpless he had been in Zhang's presence, and he bowed his head. "Me and Ling found a treasure, let us show you." He stammered. Zhang's interest was piqued. "Alright, let us go take a look." With Zhang's approval, he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and soared into the sky, though he dared not fly too high or too fast, ensuring Zhang could keep up. Zhang followed E as they raced through the mountains and valleys for over 10 minutes, feeling the altitude rise rapidly during that time. The trees ahead grew increasingly sparse, replaced by jagged, bizarre rocks stretching upward along the path. Though Zhang was massive, his movements remained remarkably agile. The edges of the rocks were quite sharp. Had it been a human or any other beast, they would likely have been cut to pieces long ago, but beneath Zhang's thick paws, they were as if they weren't there at all. After another 3 or 5 minutes, E, who had been flying overhead, suddenly stopped, flapping his wings as he hovered in midair. He let out 2 soft chirps toward Zhang as a warning. Zhang immediately slowed his pace and proceeded cautiously forward. When he climbed onto the highest rock, he gasped in shock. The rocky slope ahead came to an abrupt end, giving way to a sheer cliff face that looked as if it had been hewn by an axe. The drop below was bottomless, sending a chill down Zhang's spine. Seeing Zhang stop, he immediately darted further ahead, its massive wings flapping to create gusts of wind that scattered much of the mist clinging to the cliff face. Only then did Zhang see that beyond the white clouds, there was another cliff face across the way, though slightly shorter than the one beneath his feet. Zhang followed E's gaze and, looking closely, saw that it had once again come to a halt midway up the cliff face. At the junction of the 2 rock walls in front of E, a tiny sapling was struggling to grow from the crevice between them. Though it was a tree, the sapling did not appear woody. Instead, it seemed somewhat crystalline and translucent, with a faint, bright yellow glow visible flowing within it. The sapling was small, with few, slender branches, upon which dozens of yellow-green leaves were evenly scattered, each shimmering with a faint glow. Amidst the foliage, a few small yellow flowers dotted the branches. Their color was paler, yet they shone all the more brilliantly. On the uppermost branch, a small, round fruit hung precariously, swaying in the mountain gale as if it might plunge into an abyss at any moment. Even from dozens of meters away, Zhang could sense the tree's mystical nature just by looking at it. Seeing that Zhang had spotted the sapling, he immediately flew back to his side and said, "So, the leaves Ling and I ate them. Now, they're as fruit." Zhang quickly understood what he meant. He had previously wondered how this azure falcon couple could grow so rapidly together. It turned out they had found this precious tree capable of sustainable growth. However, E's shift in self-perception was truly swift. Having submitted to Zhang, he shared his good fortune without reservation, which made Zhang nod approvingly to himself. Compared to humans, ferocious beasts really are far too simple-minded. Of course, their simplicity was a good thing for him, but if they were to deal with humans in the future, they do need to be a bit more shrewd. Zhang had already made up his mind. After he left, he would have the Su family father and daughter properly train these ferocious beasts under his command. "Thank you. I won't treat you or Ling unfairly." Zhang waved his hand at E. With that, he mimicked the way he previously escaped the icy pool, taking a few steps backward before surging forward like a heavy locomotive and leaping off the cliff in an instant. E, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed. He planned to fly over and carefully pluck the precious plants from the tree one by one after the introduction, but he never expected Zhang to be so blunt and forceful. Mid-air, a howling wind roared in Zhang's ears. Gravity pulled him relentlessly downward, yet the kinetic energy from his launch was even more powerful. Behold, as he took his final stride, the boulder directly ahead instantly crumbled to dust. Zhang followed a smooth parabolic arc, landing just below the sapling. The moment he made contact with the rock face, his fist slammed out, instantly punching 2 large holes in the wall and securing himself firmly in place. The impact sent loose rocks cascading down the cliff. The spirit fruit, already teetering on the brink, swayed violently a few times. Finally, the slender branch could no longer bear its weight. With a pop, the spirit fruit plummeted toward the cliff's base. Chapter 35, The Spirit Fruit on the Wind Spirit Tree. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. With one arm still wedged in the rock face and the other carefully cradling the spirit fruit he'd just caught, Zhang couldn't help but let out a curse. He hadn't expected the sapling's hold on the spirit fruit to be so fragile. The system promptly displayed the spirit fruit's information before Zhang's eyes. Wind Spirit Fruit, the fruit born once a year by the Wind Spirit Tree. Typically, only one fruit is produced at a time. Consuming it significantly boosts speed. The seed inside can be planted to grow a new Wind Spirit Tree. Zhang's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't exactly clumsy now, with a body this large and heavy, he mostly relied on charging headlong into things. If he could turn speed into an advantage, combining strength and speed, his overall combat power would surely multiply. With that in mind, he quickly climbed up a bit and made his way to the Wind Spirit Tree. Zhang first shattered the surrounding rocks with a few palm strikes, then reached his hand into the soil behind the rock face, shielding the Wind Spirit Tree's roots with mana. Then, whoosh! The entire Wind Spirit Tree was uprooted, its roots still clinging to fresh soil. The moment it touched the air, it was swiftly stowed away in the system space. That's right. Zhang understood the principles of sustainability. Rather than uproot this single Wind Spirit Tree growing on the sheer cliff, it would be better to transplant it into the valley. Worried that it might not adapt to its new environment after the move, Zhang carefully scooped up several handfuls of soil and placed them in the system space along with the tree. Looking at the now empty rock face, Zhang finally felt satisfied. He climbed up to higher ground and returned to the original cliff edge, just as he had been before. He stood on a large boulder, watching Zhang's series of violent and bizarre maneuvers, momentarily dazed. Let us go back. From now on, everyone will have the chance to taste these leaves, flowers, and fruits. Zhang waved his hand and then walked toward the valley in high spirits. Back in the valley, Zhang hurried to the cave, sat cross-legged, and found the Wind Spirit Fruit already in his hand, still glistening with a thin layer of dew, as fresh as the moment it had fallen. The wind had been too strong on the cliff face for Zhang to notice anything, but now, in this quiet setting, as he held the fruit, he could almost hear a faint, echoing sound of the wind within it. The Wind Spirit Fruit was entirely transparent, yet the yellow glow visible to the naked eye emanated from its core. Zhang hesitated no longer. He swallowed it whole, clenched his jaw, and let the skin and flesh slide down his throat, leaving only the core in his mouth. The moment the Wind Spirit Fruit entered his throat, its skin as thin as a cicada's wing melted away instantly. Freed from the constraints of the skin, the flesh composed of mana immediately revealed its true nature as wind, rampaging wildly within Zhang's body. This wind mana was no trivial force, it sliced through everything like a swarm of razor-sharp blades. Had an ordinary being consumed it, their internal organs would likely have been torn to shreds in an instant. However, Zhang's internal organs were incredibly robust. As the wind blades swept past, they struck as if against a wall of bronze and iron, failing to stir the slightest ripple. It was as if he were a rock that remained firm despite 1,000 blows, unperturbed by winds from every direction. As the wind blades repeatedly failed to penetrate, they gradually softened into gentle breezes, merging with Zhang's flesh and blood, silently transforming him. When the final wisp of wind subsided, Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. His blue eyes remained as deep as ever, yet they now held a hint of an ethereal, elusive quality. He stood up, feeling his entire body had grown significantly lighter, not a weightless, floating sensation, but rather a newfound ease in controlling his physical strength, making even the heaviest tasks feel effortless. The Wind Spirit Fruit had not only transformed Zhang's body but also endowed him with a vast amount of mana. At this moment, Zhang's cultivation level had surged to Tier 2, Level 2, and there were faint signs that he might advance even further. It truly lives up to its reputation as a fruit that bears only one fruit a year, Zhang remarked with a look of awe in his eyes. But upon reflection, considering that merely eating a few leaves had been enough to bring the Azure Falcon couple to their current level of strength, it made perfect sense that this fruit born from the convergence of countless streams of mana would possess such power. Zhang slowly stood up and walked toward the cave's entrance. With only 2 days left until his appointment in Lin City, there was one final task he had to complete before embarking on his new journey. Under the watchful eyes of the beasts and the Su family, Zhang found a prime spot blessed with abundant sunlight and rain, and planted the seed from the wind spirit tree and the wind spirit fruit into the ground. The wind spirit tree exuded an incredibly dense aura of mana, and both humans and beasts couldn't help but reveal expressions of longing on their faces. This tree is called the wind spirit tree. It is the first spirit plant in our region, but it will not be the last. Zhang turned to face them and declared in a clear voice. From today onward, anyone who reaches the peak of Tier 0 will receive a wind spirit leaf, and those who perform meritorious deeds will receive a wind spirit flower. In my absence, Yin and Yi will manage the valley. Zhang's gaze fell upon the two beasts. As our power grows, we must clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments, merits and faults. You may discuss this with Su Chaoruo. Yin, Yi, and Ling, the three of you have merited credit for guarding the home and presenting treasures. You may each come and pick a wind spirit flower shortly to aid your cultivation. Upon hearing this, a flash of delight crossed the three beasts' eyes. This was especially true for Yi and Ling, the married couple. They had just discovered the wind spirit tree bearing fruit, but before they could enjoy it themselves, they were defeated by Zhang. Their decision to actively lead Zhang to the tree had involved a great deal of internal struggle. They had already prepared themselves for coming away empty-handed, yet to their surprise, Zhang not only refrained from keeping the wind spirit flower for himself but also shared this precious treasure with them. Zhang paid little heed to their reactions and continued, enunciating each word clearly. I hope that by the time I return, our valley will have grown stronger and more prosperous. We will become the rulers of the entire Hangduan Mountains. After a brief silence, the beasts let out a resounding, unison cry. The mighty roar instantly echoed for dozens of miles, reverberating through the mountains and forests for a long time, causing countless wild beasts to look toward the valley in terror. Su Chao and Ruo stood to the side, their mouths agape in awe at the spectacle. Having lived their entire lives in the human world, they found it hard to imagine that these formidable beasts could be so stirred by a few simple, almost crude promises. Yet, for some reason, their own hearts began to swell with excitement. Maybe this is the right thing to do. Su Chao shook his head with a wry smile. At that moment, the Su family father and daughter began to sense that perhaps they had truly made the right choice. Little did they know, however, just how grateful their future selves would be to the version of themselves who had acted with such reckless courage in Lianshan County. Zhang cast a satisfied glance around the valley, then, with no lingering attachment, turned and walked toward the exit of the mountains. Chapter 36, Dragon Soul. Sunrise, sunset, and sunrise again this time, Zhang's journey proceeded without a hitch. On the morning of the appointed day, he arrived punctually in the woods beside Lin City. Before long, a lithe figure, taking advantage of the early morning mist, crept up the mountain. Dressed entirely in black and carrying a bulging backpack, the figure moved swiftly through the rocky terrain, showing no sign of exertion. 1. A faint, deep voice caused him to stop in his tracks. Wang looked toward the sound with surprise and delight, seeing a towering figure over 2 meters tall slowly emerge from behind a large tree. It was none other than Zhang, who had used size manipulation to shrink his form. Brother Yao! Wang's eyes lit up, and he ran excitedly toward Zhang. Long time no see. Zhang was equally delighted, reaching out with his bear-like hand to ruffle Wang's hair. I never thought we'd be fighting side by side so soon. Wang beamed with enthusiasm. By the way, bro, I've got everything you asked for ready. With that, he took the large backpack off his back, unzipped it, and a complete set of gear instantly appeared before Zhang's eyes. A black cloak, silver battle armor, black gloves, and a solid silver faceless mask with only 2 small slits for the eyes. Wang presented the gear as if showing off a treasure, enthusiastically describing each piece. Bro Yao, don't let the simple appearance fool you. I traded my merits at Dragon Soul for these high-level items. This black cloak and gloves are made of waterproof, fireproof, and slash-resistant material, yet they're incredibly lightweight. This set of battle armor looks heavy, but it's actually made of the latest what's it called? Carbon fiber. It provides exceptional defense while still allowing for plenty of flexibility. This mask is the same. It has a small vent at the bottom, so it definitely won't feel stuffy. Honestly, I know that with your physical condition, you probably don't even need battle armor. But since we need to conceal our identities, we have to use high-quality materials. Otherwise, if it gets damaged during a fight, that'd be a real hassle. Zhang watched Wang ramble on and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Wang didn't mention the cost he paid to acquire this top-notch gear, but Zhang knew the truth. He'd only been down the mountain for 2 months. How many merits could he have accumulated at Dragon Soul in that time? Thanks a lot, Wuji. Zhang said nothing more, merely patting Wang on the shoulder, though he quietly committed every detail to memory. Zhang donned the gear piece by piece. Combined with his towering frame, he looked like a warrior from the future, both powerful and mysterious. It really is exactly as you described. Zhang casually stretched his limbs and was surprised to find that the gear was indeed both lightweight and flexible. You bet. Wang tilted his head back proudly. This was all provided by Sister Wei. Sister Wei? Zhang's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, he had heard that although the War Emperor was Dragon Soul's top combatant, he was not the organization's leader. The one truly in charge of Dragon Soul behind the scenes was another legendary 9th-rank titled expert, the Ice Queen, Lu Wei. It was said that before the Mana Awakening, Lu Wei had been a major shareholder in a high-tech materials company. During the early stages of the Mana Awakening, she provided Dragon Soul's members with vast amounts of equipment, technology, and financial support, which allowed Dragon Soul to stand out among the many civilian organizations in China. Zhang's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He truly hadn't expected to be able to ride on her coattails in this lifetime. Wang, however, didn't notice Zhang's inner turmoil and continued his explanation. Sister Wei, that's Lu Wei. You'll meet her shortly. She is the leader of Dragon Soul and incredibly powerful. I was actually planning to go straight to Ningqing, but I ended up getting lost along the way. Wang scratched his head sheepishly. I just happened to run into Sister Wei leading Dragon Soul members on an expedition, and one thing led to another. I ended up joining them. Zhang nodded, understanding. Let us go. Introduce me to your brothers and sisters in Dragon Soul. At Dragon Soul's temporary camp, several large pickup trucks painted in matching livery were parked together. A group of about 10 young men and women had gathered there. The oldest among them appeared to be in her early 30s, an intelligent-looking woman standing at the center of the crowd. Her long hair was pulled up into a high bun, and her entire appearance had an icy blue hue. Yet, unlike the cheap, rough look of typical dyed hair, hers was fresh and translucent, with a hint of coolness. She wore a crisp, clean white tracksuit and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuding both an intellectual air and a bold, spirited presence. Among the group beside her, the most striking figure was a muscular man. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall with a remarkably strong build, he had a very youthful, baby-faced appearance and fair skin, creating a striking contrast. At that moment, he was complaining to the woman with a hint of irritation. What on earth is Wuji up to? Acting all mysterious, and he even spent all the merit points he'd worked so hard to save up. Wuji isn't a child anymore, you don't need to worry so much. The woman was none other than Lu Wei, her expression as calm as ever. I just can't stand him siding with outsiders. A shadow of gloom flashed across the man's brow. He has only got that many merits because you've helped him out a lot, Sister Wei, yet you just say they're gone as soon as they're spent. Besides, his background is shady to begin with. He has lived in the Hangduan Mountains for over a decade. Only someone as kind-hearted as you, Sister Wei, would believe such a thing. And now he wants to bring that man of unknown origin along on this mission with us. Who knows what might happen? The man grew more and more animated as he spoke, and the atmosphere throughout the base grew somewhat eerie. Enough! Qin Chang, stop it. Wuji is our teammate, we just need to trust him. Lu Wei frowned and cut the man off mid-complaint. The man named Qin Chang opened his mouth as if to say more, but when Lu Wei's icy gaze swept over him, he shuddered and quickly shut up. With Qin Chang no longer stirring up trouble, the group immediately relaxed and began chatting about this and that. Amid the small talk, 2 figures, one tall, one short, were approaching from the distance. It was Wang and Zhang. The chatter of the crowd immediately died down once more as they gazed curiously at Zhang's towering figure. As the two drew nearer, the crowd's initial curiosity gradually turned to astonishment. From a distance, he looked imposing enough, but up close, his height of around 2.5 meters truly made him seem like a pillar supporting the heavens, a sight rarely seen even in this era of Mana's revival. Qin Sheng furrowed his brow. He certainly didn't want anything beyond his control to happen within this group. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. Unlike her teammates, she had already reached Tier 1, Level 7, and her perception of mana was far more acute. Although the towering figure before her was as cold and emotionless as a robot, giving off not a hint of aura, she distinctly sensed a dangerous presence. Lu Wei walked forward with a composed expression and extended her hand to Zhang. "Hello, I'm Lu Wei. What should I call you?" Chapter 37, The Convoy Under Attack. Zhang, San Tuyao. It's a pleasure to meet you. A muffled voice came from behind the mask. Their hands clasped firmly together. Lu Wei felt that this large hand was incredibly broad and calloused, which only piqued her curiosity further. Zhang, too, could feel the coolness of Lu Wei's hand even through his gloves, and he studied her with curiosity. The current Dragon Soul Master and future Ice Queen. "Sir, isn't it a bit inappropriate to join us without revealing your true face?" Qin Chang's sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Qin Chang." Lu Wei furrowed her delicate brows. Zhang, however, waved his hand dismissively. "I'm truly sorry, but for personal reasons, it's not convenient for me to reveal my identity. I hope you understand. May I ask how I should address you?" As he spoke, Zhang extended his hand toward Qin Chang. Zhang certainly wasn't backing down. In fact, he didn't give Qin Chang's petty mood swings and ulterior motives a second thought. Have you ever seen an emperor get all worked up over a beggar's provocation? Of course, Qin Chang was oblivious to this. A faint smirk of smug satisfaction flashed across his lips. He simply thought this big, clumsy oaf was all bark and no bite, and had been intimidated by him. Qin Chang. Qin Chang let Zhang wait a few seconds before lazily extending his hand. The moment his hand clasped Zhang's, Qin Chang maintained a cheerful smile while suddenly exerting all his strength, the veins on the back of his hand bulging instantly. Yet the very next second, Qin Chang's expression turned grim. The moment he applied force, it felt as though he were gripping a solid rock. No matter how hard he squeezed, he couldn't budge it an inch, and the recoil made his palm ache. No, with his current Tier 1 strength, he should be able to crush even rock. A flash of shock and disbelief crossed Qin Chang's eyes. "Damn it, I won't believe it," Qin Chang growled inwardly. Far from backing down, he secretly channeled his mana into his palm, determined to teach Zhang a lesson. At that moment, even though Qin Chang appeared weak in Zhang's eyes, Zhang sensed the malice in his intent. He gave Qin Chang a meaningful look and decisively withdrew his hand. Lu Wei, standing nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief. When Qin Chang had channeled his mana, she had seen his intent to provoke trouble. Zhang's action had undoubtedly spared her from a difficult predicament. Lu Wei didn't particularly care for Qin Chang's personality either, but since Dragon Soul had only recently been established, a Tier 1 combatant was truly invaluable. She shot Zhang a grateful glance, and he gave her an almost imperceptible nod in return. "Alright, since you're a friend of Wuji, we'll be working together from now on. I'll introduce you to the others later." Lu Wei quickly stepped in to smooth things over, easing the awkward tension. "Let us get going. Time is limited. We need to reach Lingshu before 2 p.m. to join the other organizations." With that, everyone nodded and climbed into the large pickup trucks, while Zhang and Wang drove off in a separate vehicle. As Zhang got into the truck, Wang clearly felt the heavily loaded vehicle sink a full third of the way into the ground. He stared at Zhang in utter astonishment. Zhang whistled as he looked out the window, acting as if nothing had happened. Armed with their Dragon Soul credentials, the convoy traveled unimpeded, moving from the wilderness into the city and back again, encountering virtually no obstacles. It had been so long since Zhang had set foot in a human city that he found himself filled with mixed emotions. Before they knew it, the convoy had entered a winding mountain road that snaked through the vast 10,000 mountains, crawling along like a line of tiny ants. The air grew increasingly thin, and even the trees gradually thinned out. As far as the eye could see, there were only layers of earth-colored mountains and countless ravines, creating a scene of wild, untamed grandeur. Fortunately, everyone was an evolver, so they felt no discomfort during this high-altitude journey. The convoy climbed higher and higher at their current elevation. The azure sky seemed close enough to touch. The blazing sunlight beat down directly, and not a single cloud was in sight. It was truly a scene of boundless sky and scattered clouds. Suddenly, everyone felt the sky above grow slightly darker. "Why did it suddenly get darker?" someone asked over the walkie-talkie. "Probably just a cloud drifting by," another replied casually. "I'd actually like to see what a cloud that big looks like. By the way, do any of you hear some rustling sounds? It seems like there might be." The walkie-talkie channel fell into an eerie silence for 3 seconds. Then, Lu Wei's shrill shout rang out. "Stop the car!" Zhang, however, smiled faintly and looked at him with a hint of amusement. "Do you really think this is bad luck? In the vastness of the 100,000 mountains, they singled out your little convoy." "Brother Yao, are you saying?" Wang's heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned serious. Zhang nodded with a smile. "It looks like someone doesn't want your Dragon Soul team to get a piece of the action at Lingshu." Chapter 38, Lu Wei's Strength. Wang's brows furrowed deeply, just as Lu Wei's voice suddenly rang out over the walkie-talkie. "All members, listen up. I'll count down from 10. When I reach 0, move at full speed immediately." Facing such a perilous situation, Lu Wei's voice remained calm and confident, and her instructions were concise and to the point. Unconsciously, she instilled a sense of security in the panicked Dragon Soul members. Zhang silently admired her in his heart. In reality, moving at full speed under these circumstances was extremely dangerous. Force is reciprocal sometimes, even if the opposing force isn't particularly strong. Excessive force or speed on one's own part can still cause severe damage. This is precisely why so many planes have crashed and their crews perished after encountering flocks of birds. This was also why, after the attack began, Lu Wei's first order had been stop the vehicle. Without knowing what lay ahead, recklessly charging forward would only endanger everyone's lives. But now, facing the bird flock's powerful onslaught, moving forward would clearly accelerate the damage to the windows, while stopping would be tantamount to suicide, a true catch-22. At this moment, someone had to dare to make a decisive decision and convince the others to follow. At that moment, although the Dragon Soul members didn't know why Lu Wei had made this decision, not a single one of them questioned it. Instead, they immediately released the handbrakes, pressed the gas pedals, and prepared to obey orders at a moment's notice, ready to move forward at full speed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Without any explanation, Lu Wei began counting down resolutely, and the roar of engines began to fill the air among the convoy. 3, 2, 1, 0. The moment the word 0 was shouted out loud, all the vehicles shot forward like arrows leaving the bow, charging ahead without hesitation. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in the birds' eyes. With both sides accelerating, the convoy and this flock of birds were on the verge of colliding in the very next instant. Some drivers even shut their eyes tightly, gripped the steering wheel firmly, and slammed their feet on the accelerator, relying solely on sheer courage and absolute trust in Lu Wei to keep charging forward. The moment the cars made contact with the flock, an icy chill instantly engulfed the area ahead. The vanguard of the flock felt only a faint chill before they could even comprehend what was happening. They were frozen solid in the blink of an eye, completely losing consciousness. The cold continued to spread forward, and every bird touched by it instantly turned to ice, falling lifelessly to the ground. The convoy drove forward without hesitation. The ice blocks struck the vehicle with a crackling sound, shattering into shards of ice. Though the impact was still considerable, the actual damage amounted to nothing more than shallow white marks on the car, nothing compared to the destructive force of the flock's earlier suicide attack. The area covered by the cold air was not large, enveloping only a small section ahead of the convoy, but this was enough to reduce the bird's impact to a level the vehicles could withstand. The convoy's speed did not waver in the slightest as it continued to charge forward in the blink of an eye. It seemed as though they could already see the sunlight. Viewed from above, the Dragon Soul convoy resembled a sharp arrow with an ice-blue tip, speeding through the darkness. The moment the convoy finally broke free, sunlight once again streamed peacefully into the vehicles. Though they had been deprived of sunlight for only a few minutes, everyone felt as though it had been an eternity, so long awaited, so deeply missed, so comforting. "Sis Wei is awesome. That's Sister Wei for you. She single-handedly turned the tide. Damn, we finally made it out. I'd already half written my last will and testament. What, from now on, Sister Wei is my own dad. Dad, she is clearly my mom. Thank God, thanks Sister Wei, you saved my dog's life. So strong, so strong. That's what you call the modern ice queen?" Cheers erupted from car after car, and some people, overwhelmed by the roller coaster of emotions, were suddenly moved to tears. Zhang and Wang's pickup truck brought up the rear, successfully breaking free from the flock's encirclement. But at that moment, Wang's expression remained grim. Through the rearview mirror, he could clearly see that the flock, which had been scattered to pieces by the convoy, was gradually regaining its order, already showing signs of regrouping and preparing to strike again. The convoy's acceleration on the straight stretch was indeed blistering, but this was, after all, a mountain road, and those on the ground could never outpace those in the sky. "If this happens again, will Sister Wei really be okay?" Wang murmured, voicing his inner concern. Wang and Zhang weren't the only ones who noticed this. In the middle vehicle, Lu Wei was now pale as a sheet, her face drained of color, slumped limply in her seat. The mana projection that had lasted several seconds earlier, though its range was limited, had been an overwhelming drain for someone at Tier 1. But right now, she had no time to recover her stamina, let alone respond to the constant stream of thanks and praise coming over the walkie-talkie. The moment the car burst out of the flock, she immediately rolled down the window and craned her neck to look back. The scene before Lu Wei's eyes was exactly the same as what Wang had seen. At first, the flock had been circling in a chaotic tangle, but within seconds, they began to turn and head toward the direction the convoy had fled. Her face turned even paler in an instant. "Can we really do this again?" Lu Wei asked herself silently. "If that's the case, I'll have to fight for my life." After a moment's pause, that was the answer she gave herself. Lu Wei simply couldn't bring herself to abandon the team she painstakingly built up and flee alone. "If I ever find the mastermind behind this, I'll grind you to dust and scatter your ashes." A voice as cold as ice from the ninth heaven seeped through Lu Wei's clenched teeth. As intelligent as she was, she had realized from the very start of the bird attack that this was no coincidence. But with the situation unfolding before her, there was no time to dwell on it. Dealing with the bird's pursuit, which could strike at any moment, was the immediate priority. Lu Wei took a deep breath, pulled a delicate little pillbox from her bag, carefully tipped out a small off-white tablet, and clenched it tightly in her hand. Lu Wei had already made up her mind: if the flock of birds really did return, she would swallow that little pill without hesitation. Even if the side effects were severe, she was willing to bear them. "Brother Yao, if there is absolutely no other way, could you step in and help? The dragon's soul has done me a favor. I hope we can all reach Lingshu safely together." In the last vehicle, Wang looked Zhang straight in the eye and asked bluntly. "Of course, no problem. I'll be riding your coattails too." Zhang waved his hand and replied casually. At that moment, behind the convoy, the flock of birds had quietly regrouped, forming a terrifying black canopy in the sky, poised to swallow the entire convoy whole once again. Chapter 39: Escape from the Abyss. The flock closed in rapidly, and the rustling sound of feathers brushing against one another once again reached the ears of the Dragon Soul group. To their ears, this familiar sound now sounded like an evil spirit shaking a soul-calling bell to claim their lives, instantly either striking fear into their hearts or shattering their resolve. "Damn it, here they come again. I'm sick of this. Let us just fight them head-on instead of putting up with these damn birds." "Bro, calm down. Turning around to fight them would be suicide. Does that mean running away is just waiting to die?" This remark plunged the group into silence. If the flock truly pursued them relentlessly, then no matter how far they fled, it would likely be futile. "Don't lose focus. Concentrate on driving. I'll handle the flock." Just as their resolve began to waver, Lu Wei's voice came through the walkie-talkie once more. Though her voice betrayed a hint of exhaustion, it seemed to possess some magical power, instantly steadying their nerves. Back in Lu Wei's car, the moment she finished speaking, she set down the walkie-talkie, leaned halfway out the window, and clutched a pill in her hand. Even after just that one burst of activity, Lu Wei's complexion was noticeably more haggard than before, but her gaze remained unwavering. The flock of birds was getting closer and closer. No matter how much the convoy accelerated, they couldn't shake them off. It was clear the birds were heading straight for them. There was no time to delay any longer. "Bring it on," Lu Wei murmured, taking a deep breath as she brought the pill to her lips. Suddenly, a strange sensation swept through Lu Wei's heart, causing her heart to skip a beat and making her instinctively pause her movement. Lu Wei shook her head, thinking she must just be too exhausted. She was about to look up and swallow the pill when the scene before her made her eyes widen in shock. Behind the convoy, the massive flock of birds which had been so menacing moments ago suddenly seemed to have spotted something terrifying, instantly plunging into chaos. The leading group of birds abruptly halted mid-air. Those behind couldn't avoid them in time and crashed straight into them, causing dozens of birds to plummet from the sky all at once. Piercing, mournful cries echoed continuously from the flock, leaving the members of the convoy ahead utterly baffled. But with the vehicle moving at such high speed and in the midst of a desperate escape, they dared not look back. They simply kept their confusion to themselves and charged forward in silence. The flock behind them, having received a warning, avoided any further rear-end collisions. Yet they still stopped in perfect unison, as if sensing an invisible wall, turned around, and scattered in all directions except for the area near the Dragon Soul convoy. Lu Wei pressed her lips together slightly, her mind filled with questions. The sudden dispersal of the flock was just as inexplicable as their initial attack on the convoy. It reeked of unreasonableness at every turn, clearly bearing the hallmarks of human manipulation. Had the instigator of the initial attack abandoned the pursuit? That can't be. Lu Wei shook her head, murmuring to herself. The flock had clearly cornered them. There was absolutely no reason for the mastermind to suddenly stop now. Or could someone have driven the birds away? This was the most plausible explanation Lu Wei could come up with, but she knew everyone in the convoy inside and out. Aside from herself, who else could have dispersed the flock? Besides, even if she wanted to drive them away herself, she'd probably have to risk her life by taking drugs just to barely manage it. But in the situation just now, the flock had panicked as if they'd encountered a natural predator, without any warning, and had fallen apart from within before even getting close to the convoy. Could it be? Lu Wei couldn't help but turn her gaze toward the pickup truck that had been trailing at the very back of the convoy. She still vividly remembered the pang of unease she'd felt upon first seeing Zhang. In fact, if Zhang hadn't given her the impression of being anything but a weakling, she wouldn't have allowed such an obvious liability in the group even if he'd been brought by Wang. However, at that time, she had absolutely no concept of just how powerful Zhang truly was. Lu Wei herself was already a Tier 1, Level 8 powerhouse among the very best in all of China, and indeed the entire world, yet she still displayed such a vast disparity compared to that mysterious figure when facing the flock of birds. What kind of power is this? Lu Wei's mind was filled with shock, and she murmured the words unconsciously, as if in a daze. However, Lu Wei didn't dwell on the matter any further. She decisively shook her head, retreated back into the car, and resumed her ice queen demeanor, issuing clear and precise orders. Lu Wei had always been a very pragmatic person. She knew full well that the reason for the flock's sudden dispersal was merely her own speculation, and even if it really was Zhang's doing, it at least indicated he harbored no ill will toward them. Even if Zhang did have some ulterior motive, given the strength he'd demonstrated, would the Dragon Soul really have any chance of resisting in this situation? Rather than worrying needlessly about such things, she'd be better off sticking to the original plan and focusing on leading the convoy to Dadaling on schedule. Meanwhile, in the last pickup truck, Wang watched as Zhang turned his head back, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a fist. Just moments ago, when Zhang had agreed to give Longhan a hand, Wang had been eager to see how his old buddy would make his move. But to his surprise, Zhang merely turned his head casually as if giving a single glare in the flock of birds, which had been so fierce a second ago that they nearly wiped out the entire convoy, scattered like mice before a cat, vanishing in an instant. After descending the mountain, Lu Wei had been the strongest fighter Wang had ever witnessed. Her ability to freeze so many birds single-handedly was proof enough of her power. From his understanding of the global situation over the past few days, he also knew that Lu Wei essentially represented the pinnacle of human combat power at present. He had assumed that even if Zhang was stronger, he couldn't be that much stronger. However, with just that one glance, Zhang completely shattered Wang's worldview. On the path of evolution, the gap between each tier is immense. Moreover, Lu Wei was merely a Tier 1, Level 8, while Zhang was already a Tier 2, Level 2. Though it appeared to be a difference of only 4 levels, in reality, it was like night and day. Of course, Zhang was also worlds apart from an ordinary Tier 2. When he turned around just now, Zhang hadn't even drawn upon his mana. With just a single glance, he subtly released the aura of a great earth bear, and the sheer dominance of his bloodline and life force was enough to completely intimidate the flock of birds. "I've got to work hard to catch up to Brother Yao." Wang didn't say it out loud, but he silently encouraged himself in his heart. Zhang felt no exhaustion whatsoever, gazing idly out the window at the majestic scenery. If he knew that he had unwittingly become the benchmark for this future war emperor's growth, he would surely marvel at the wonders of fate. Chapter 40, Mount Fanjing. Zhang's intervention was extremely subtle. Aside from Wang, who was right beside him, and the highly perceptive Lu Wei, no one else sensed it. Everyone assumed it was Sister Wei once again stepping in to save the day, and their morale soared instantly. Filled with confidence in their mission, they sang and laughed all the way. Lu Wei could only smile helplessly, letting this beautiful mistake linger in everyone's minds. After rounding bend after bend and crossing mountain range after mountain range, the view suddenly opened up before the convoy. Before them, a massive pillar of rock rose abruptly from the ground. Unlike most mountain peaks, the summit did not taper. Instead, it remained as majestic as the mid-slope, standing tall amidst the white clouds, with only a deep fissure running straight down from the top. Lush greenery covered its surface, and a winding path of green stone climbed through the mountains, stretching all the way from the foot of the mountain up to the clouds. 2 ancient temples, with gray walls and black tiles, lay peacefully on the flat mountaintop. A curved stone bridge spanned the fissure, connecting the 2 temples, seemingly unchanged for 1,000 years. Beside it, several equally towering peaks rose abruptly, encircling and guarding this central peak. Mount Fanjing, is it? Zhang smiled in realization. Mount Fanjing had been renowned long before the revival of mana, but in his previous life, he had never heard of a spirit realm appearing here. However, after he had delved deeper into the circles of evolvers, he had heard that Mount Fanjing had become a forbidden zone, apparently due to some major secret, with ordinary people not even permitted to approach it. Now that he thought about it, it was likely inseparable from the appearance of this spirit realm, which had emerged so early. The convoy parked in a clearing at the foot of the mountain, and the group then set off on foot, climbing straight toward the summit. After all, Longhun and his companions were seasoned evolvers with excellent stamina. They leaped swiftly along the blue stone path and were nearly at the summit of the main peak in less than half an hour. As they stepped over the final flight of steps, the path, which had been steep to the point of being nearly vertical, suddenly leveled out. The summit wasn't particularly spacious, yet several groups of people had been waiting there calmly for quite some time. Some had even begun to close their eyes and rest. These people were clearly divided into several distinct groups. When Longhun's party reached the summit, they all opened their eyes in unison, and instantly, over 100 pairs of eyes fixed their gaze on the members of Longhun. A few of the weaker members felt a chill run down their spines under the intense scrutiny and instinctively took a step back. In that instant, several loose rocks tumbled silently down the ravine. "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. I hope we're not too late." Lu Wei glanced at her watch and stepped forward with a calm expression. It was exactly 1:50 p.m., leaving exactly 10 minutes before the agreed-upon time of 2 p.m. Seeing Lu Wei step forward, the various groups immediately averted their gaze, and the Dragon Soul members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Behind his mask, however, Zhang was surveying the crowd with a hint of amusement, closely observing their facial expressions. Since someone didn't want the Dragon Soul to reach this place and was even willing to resort to murder, they likely weren't in a very good mood now that the Dragon Soul had arrived as scheduled. Unfortunately, everyone present, especially the group leaders, were the shrewdest of the shrewd. Their faces now bore either formulaic smiles or remained completely expressionless, giving nothing away. Every single one of them is a cunning old fox, Zhang couldn't help but think to himself. As she greeted the others, Lu Wei was also observing them discreetly, but she too came up empty-handed and had to let it go. Lu Wei retreated back into the main group. With a few minutes left before the spirit realm opened, she quietly briefed the members on the current situation. The members already had some understanding of these circumstances, so this briefing served partly to reiterate the facts, but largely to convey a specific message to Zhang. Besides Dragon Soul, there were 3 other factions present, though strictly speaking, there were 4. Directly opposite Dragon Soul stood the Special Bureau S contingent, clad in their signature dark blue uniforms, though a closer look revealed subtle differences. Those with the Green Mountain emblem on their chests are mostly from the Southwest District Special Bureau, while those with the Red Dragon emblem are from the Capital Special Bureau. Though their numbers are small, they come from the capital, so they're both powerful and hold high status, Lu Wei explained. For this operation, the Special Bureau will likely be led by the Capital Division, but the Southwest District might have its own agenda as well. This could be a potential opening. The Special Bureau is led by the Capital Division not only because of the Capital S status but also due to a crucial factor, the strength of their leader. At this point, Lu Wei's tone grew serious. Zhang turned his gaze to the 2 figures standing at the very front of the Special Bureau S ranks. The one on the left was none other than his old acquaintance Zhang Hang. The Southwest District has sent their bureau chief, Zhang Hang. He has just been promoted to Tier 1, Level 7, a somewhat mediocre level. Originally, they were supposed to send a deputy chief specializing in combat, named Xiu, who is significantly stronger than him. But Xiu was severely injured during a previous mission by that giant rock python, which used to be ranked 4th on the beast list, so they had to send Zhang Heng instead. There was a hint of relief in Lu Wei's tone. If Xiu had come, the pressure on them right now would likely have been even greater. But when she turned her attention to the man on the right, Lu Wei immediately adopted a posture of utmost vigilance. This man was towering, well over 2 meters tall, standing out like a giant among the other members of the Special Bureau. He was muscular, with his sleeves bulging at the arms, yet unlike Zhang, he wasn't burly. Instead, he had a broad back and narrow waist, giving him a certain air of agility. The man held a great halberd. Its body was the same deep blue as his uniform, while the tip and blade glinted silver, and a white dragon was carved onto the shaft. This man is Gu Tianren, the strongest among us in this battle for the spirit realm. He is practically the top priority talent the capital has been cultivating since the very beginning of the Mana Awakening. He is currently at Tier 1, Level 9, and rumor has it he could break through to Tier 2 at any moment. His combat prowess is also formidable. Apparently, he once ventured to the Tianshan Mountains to hunt down that 3-tailed spirit fox. Though he ultimately failed, his strength speaks for itself. Zhang nodded. He hadn't heard of this Gu Tianren in his previous life, but he didn't find it strange. In the age of evolution, it was only natural for prodigies from all walks of life to meet untimely deaths at any moment. Besides, his arrival was bound to create a significant butterfly effect in this world. Compared to relying on memories from his past life, his current hard power offered a greater sense of security. There are 2 Tier 1s in their group. One is a Tier 1 Level 1, nothing special about that, but the other is a Tier 1 Level 3, which is a bit unusual. As she spoke, Lu Wei turned her gaze to a man standing behind Gu Tianren. This man also stood tall and straight, carrying a long spear. At first glance, he looked like a smaller version of Gu Tianren. Zhang studied him closely, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unable to place where he'd seen him before. His name is Zhu Jin. He is the eldest son of the Zhu family, one of the great clans of Shangjing, and currently the family is sole heir. Chapter 41, The Situation on the Mountain. Upon hearing that name, Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Everyone present had come for the spirit ruins, with Zhang being the sole exception. For him, settling the score with the Zhu family was the top priority. The treasures within the spirit ruins were merely a bonus. Therefore, when Lu Wei had introduced them earlier, even Gu Tianren, whom she considered the primary threat, had failed to capture Zhang's full attention. Yet Zhu Jin's appearance instantly piqued his interest. Zhu Jin, huh? You'd better know a thing or two about that old dog Zhu. Zhang licked his lips, thinking to himself. For Zhang, the Zhu family patriarch was the real scourge he most wanted to eliminate. Therefore, rather than killing Zhu Jin now to vent his anger, Zhang hoped to use him to track down the Zhu family patriarch. Zhu Jin stood ramrod straight. As the second in command behind Gu Tianren, he'd been standing on the summit of Mount Fanjing for quite some time and had felt perfectly secure. But for some reason, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, as if he'd been targeted by some terrifying presence. He quickly looked around warily. "What's wrong?" Gu Tianren sensed Zhu Jin's tension and turned his head to ask. "It's probably nothing." Zhu Jin scanned the area for a while but saw nothing, so he shrugged it off. "Maybe I've been out in the wind on the mountaintop too long, I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Gu Tianren furrowed his brow but said nothing more. Over at the Dragon Soul faction, Lu Weihen Ti noticed Zhang's change in demeanor and continued to focus her attention on the other two factions. A group situated to the left of the Dragon Soul faction stood out particularly. Both their attire and demeanor were starkly different from the other factions, including the Dragon Soul. They didn't appear to be outsiders who had come specifically to explore the spirit wasteland, rather, they seemed to be native to this place. Some wore monkess robes and carried wooden fish, while others wore Taoist robes and held fly whisks. These are members of the Buddhist-Taoist alliance, hailing from various branches of the Buddhist and Taoist sections. Exercise extreme caution when encountering them. Most of them do not practice the methods officially sanctioned by the Chinese government, but rather secret techniques passed down through generations within their respective sections. Their methods are highly unpredictable. Don't let your guard down and end up tripping over a small obstacle. Lu Wei turned her head and surveyed the group earnestly, issuing a warning. Since Mount Fanjing is a Buddhist sanctuary, their leader this time is Jikong from Huazeng Temple, a Tier 1, Level 8, just like me. The one next to him is Qingchen from Longhu Mountain, a Tier 1, Level 6. These two are the only Tier 1 practitioners in the Buddhist-Taoist alliance. The last group mentioned was the one standing to the left of Longhun. Unlike the other factions, this group appeared quite disorganized, gathered in small clusters of 3 or 5, looking as if they'd been thrown together at the last minute. Only 3 men and women who bore a slight resemblance to one another stood at the front, their faces betraying a hint of irritation. They seemed deeply dissatisfied with the group's lack of discipline, yet could do nothing about it. These are teams hastily assembled by the aristocratic families of the southwest region specifically for this expedition into the spirit wasteland, Lu Wei explained. Most of them are the sons and daughters of wealthy and influential families. While their overall strength is decent, they've all been pampered and spoiled by their parents, who've poured resources into them. They're nothing to be afraid of. Zhang nodded to himself. After the revival of mana, many members of the upper class sensed that the social structure was about to undergo a major shakeup. However, since they were already advanced in age, they could only place all their bets on their children. However, these young people had never truly known hardship, and their family legacies were shallow. How could they possibly match the hard work and perseverance of their parents' generation? Moreover, evolution relies heavily on natural talent. While these youths started off quickly, very few remained at the forefront of the evolutionist ranks after much time had passed. The 3 up front are siblings from the Meng family of the southwest region, the eldest, Meng Qian, the second, Meng Kuan, and the youngest, Meng Li. The tall one is Meng Qian, the one wearing glasses is Meng Kuan, and the girl is Meng Li. Their abilities are quite balanced. All 3 are Tier 1, Level 4. Apart from them, the Southwest clan doesn't have a single other Tier 1. Zhang couldn't help but look puzzled. Lu Wei glanced at Zhang. You think they don't have the qualifications to participate based on their strength, right? That's right. Zhang didn't deny it. Among the major factions present, the Special Bureau goes without saying. The capital and the southwest region combined have a total of 4 Tier 1s. Not only do they have top-tier powerhouses like Gu Tianren, but even Zhang Hang is capable of holding up half the sky. Within the Dragon Soul faction, Lu Wei was at Tier 1, Level 8, and Wang at Tier 1, Level 1. Although Qin Shanghen Ti introduced himself, Zhang had already learned through the system upon meeting him that he was at Tier 1, Level 5. No wonder he was so arrogant. As for the Buddhist-Taoist alliance, they had 1 Tier 1, Level 8, and 1 Tier 1, Level 6. Although their lower-ranking members were of average strength, their strengths were more than sufficient. Looking at these factions as a whole, having a high-level Tier 1 member as the leader, along with one or two respectable core members, is practically standard. But as for the Southwest clans, their strongest members were no more than 3 Tier 1 level 4s. Combined, they could at best stand on equal footing with Zhang Heng. Zhang simply couldn't fathom what on earth had allowed them to make it this far. First of all, they are, after all, the local power brokers of the Southwest region. They were the first to discover this spirit wasteland, and the higher-ups don't want to completely cut off their opportunities for development. The skepticism in Zhang's eyes didn't wane. The age of evolution is incredibly brutal. To climb the ranks, one must step on others' heads. He wouldn't believe for a moment that such charity existed. Of course, that's just a pretext. More importantly, they've latched onto a powerful backer. The Special Bureau? Zhang blurted out. Lu Wei nodded. They may seem independent, but in reality, they're on the Special Bureau's side. Without them, the Special Bureau would face immense pressure going up against all the civilian factions alone, so they're willing to let them have a piece of the pie. Zhang immediately understood. The current situation is that the Special Bureau and the Southwest clans are on the same side, but in reality, there are 3 factions secretly vying for power within, though Gu Tianren has forcibly suppressed them, Lu Wei continued. We have no ties to the Buddhist-Taoist alliance, but under these circumstances, we have no choice but to band together for mutual support, Lu Wei said, shaking her head helplessly. Just then, a strange, mystical force rippled up from beneath their feet. Everyone felt as though there was a strange pull from the mountain's base, capable of drawing them into another world. Zhang understood this meant the spirit realm was about to open. Sure enough, Gu Tianren took a step forward, surveyed the major factions with a proud gaze, and declared in a loud voice. The spirit realm is about to open. You are all children of China. I hope you will honor your commitments and compete fairly within it. If I discover anyone causing harm without cause, striking too hard during combat, or even taking a life, don't blame the Special Bureau for showing no mercy. Chapter 42, Entering the Spirit Realm. Many were somewhat displeased by Gu Tianren's haughty demeanor, but since he had the strength to back it up, they could do nothing but reluctantly agree. The pull from beneath their feet grew stronger and stronger, compelling the crowd to take a few steps forward. Only then did they vaguely realize that this pull was emanating from the bottom of the fissure that stretched all the way down from the mountaintop. When they reached the edge of the fissure and looked down, their pupils suddenly contracted, and a profound sense of awe spread through their hearts. Even Gu Tianren, who had always maintained a stoic expression, couldn't help but reveal a look of disbelief at the sight before him. Beneath their feet, the rugged rocks within the fissure, weathered by millennia of wind and frost, now seemed to be gradually melting away. From the top, the texture and shape of the rocks remained unchanged. In the middle section, the cliff's patterns gradually blurred, and at the bottom, the rock's texture had vanished entirely, replaced by a sheen resembling the surface of water. At the bottom of this fissure, every trace of the mountain had vanished. Only a deep, dark vortex remained, blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape as if it had always been there. The vortex rippled gently, radiating a mesmerizing pull that seemed poised to draw away the very souls of these evolved ones. Once again, the group's footsteps moved forward of their own accord. Stop! This time, it was Jikong of the Buddhist-Taoist Alliance who spoke. At that moment, the vortex beneath their feet had stopped spinning. From the deepest, darkest depths, a faint light shone through. This was the gateway to another world. Let us go in. The leaders of the major factions stepped forward to the edge of the fissure first, gazing down into the 100-zhang deep abyss without a trace of fear. Just before leaping down, Gu Tianren suddenly looked up without warning and turned his gaze toward the Dragon Soul contingent across from him. I don't believe I've seen this brave warrior from Dragon Soul before. You look quite distinguished. May I ask your name? Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, about to reply, when Lu Wei suddenly stepped in front of him. This is an internal matter for the Dragon Soul. Brother Gu, please do not concern yourself with it. Is that so? Gu Tianren smiled lightly. You're right. Then we'll meet in the spirit realm. Lu Wei furrowed her brow, unsure of Gu Tianren's intentions behind this sudden move, but she clearly had no time to ponder it now. With a single command, she led the Dragon Soul members as they leaped down. Zhang jumped into the spirit void, Feeling as though he were simply jumping into water after encountering a barrier for an instant, he passed through it smoothly. They seemed to enter a long, pitch-black tunnel, falling through it for about 10 seconds before suddenly seeing light ahead. Thud! Thud! The group tumbled out of the air like spilled beans, landing on a vast expanse of grass. The grass was so thick and dense, however, that the impact didn't hurt much. Holy shit, where is everyone? Old Wang, where the hell did Brotherly and Shanzi go? I don't know. As they rubbed their dizzy heads and stood up, they suddenly realized that more than half of the companions who had jumped off the cliff with them were now missing. The lucky ones had 2 or 3 people beside them, the unlucky ones were left completely alone. However, what constituted luck varied from person to person. For instance, when Zhang landed and found no one around him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. As far as he was concerned, even if the group had stayed together, he would have found. Chapter 43, The So-Called Rules. Zhang walked forward for about 10 minutes and gradually realized why he had previously sensed such an exceptionally high concentration of mana in this area. The further he went, the more he could smell a rich floral fragrance wafting through the air. Though intense, the scent wasn't heavy, it felt light and airy, refreshing Zhang's senses and leaving him feeling alert and invigorated. It really is a case of getting exactly what you need, Zhang said, his eyes lighting up. Given his current strength, most rare treasures were merely icing on the cake, but willpower was the one area where he still fell short. Based solely on the sensation this floral scent evoked in Zhang, he was certain that the flowers emitting this fragrance must possess unique properties for enhancing mental and spiritual fortitude. With that thought, he immediately quickened his pace. Descending a steep slope, he came upon a lake as clear and crystalline as a sapphire, nestled among the mountains and shimmering in the sunlight. Along the lakeshore, a row of small purple flowers bloomed quietly, swaying gently in the breeze. The floral scent Zhang had detected moments ago originated from this very spot. As he approached, the floweress information appeared before his eyes. Purple soul heart orchid, a special spiritual plant that typically grows by the lakeside. When consumed, it can enhance mental fortitude to a certain extent and is remarkably effective against illusions. Its fragrance is intoxicating, and both the dream soul butterfly and the dream soul bee are particularly fond of its nectar. Zhang's heart leapt with joy, and he reached out to pluck the purple soul heart orchid. Please wait a moment, sir. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Zhang froze, then turned to see 3 familiar figures standing on the slope, the 3 siblings of the Meng family from the Southwest clan. Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. They had only just been randomly dropped here by the spirit void, yet the 3 had already gathered together. Could it be that siblings truly share some kind of telepathic connection? What is it? Now, seeing Zhang alone and seemingly without any connections, Meng Qian finally couldn't resist the urge to put on a show. But he never expected that a casual question from Zhang would leave him red-faced. Meng Qian was merely addicted to the persona he'd crafted for himself and the vanity of others' flattery. He wasn't a fool. He could clearly see the sarcasm in Zhang's words, and his face instantly flushed crimson. Bro, this guy's pushing his luck. No need to be polite with him. Meng Li, standing nearby, took a step forward, a flash of vicious ferocity crossing his delicate features. Exactly. A clueless mud like this has no business possessing such a treasure. Meng Kuan also strode forward, ready to seize it by force, any moment. Hey, hold on a second. Zhang had intended to swat them to death with a single slap, but changed his mind at the last moment, raising his hands in feigned fear. He was curious just how shameless and hypocritical these so-called high society elites and young elites could possibly be. I recall Gu Tianren from the Special Bureau saying that causing harm to others without cause is forbidden within the spirit realm. How dare you break the rules? Rules? The 3 siblings from the Meng family were taken aback by the question. They exchanged glances, then burst into a wild, defiant laugh. Ha 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 ha, I can't believe I wasted my time talking to an idiot like you. Meng Qian's expression suddenly turned grim. You actually dare to lecture us on rules? Don't you know that rules are always made by the strong to protect the strong? Besides, what do you mean by without cause? You have what we want, that's cause enough. The three were closing in step by step. Oh, is that so? Zhang wasn't the least bit surprised by their words. In his previous life, he had died precisely because he hadn't grasped this point. You're so brazen, aren't you afraid of karma? From behind his mask, Zhang watched the three Meng siblings closing in with the same fascination one might reserve for the dead, intending to give them a chance to leave their last words. Ha, retribution? The trio showed not a shred of fear. Instead, they laughed even harder. Who here can bring us retribution? You? In truth, one couldn't blame them for such arrogance. At Tier 1, Level 4, they were already considered strong among the various factions. Moreover, while most people had been randomly separated, the three siblings happened to be together. With their seamless coordination, they had few rivals. But then again, who could have predicted they'd run into Zhang? That's right. I'm here to give you your comeuppance, Zhang said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, the trio assumed the big oaf was just talking tough in his death throes, and their mocking grins grew even wider. However, that mockery would remain frozen on their faces forever. Before they had time to react, the three heads flew off in an instant, blood spurting out with a sluggish spray. The three faces, still frozen in scorn, were bathed in sunlight, creating a bizarrely artistic scene. Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Let them offer that scorn to him. It was a fitting way to die. Zhang stepped forward, rummaged through their backpacks, found their phones, and glanced at them briefly, finding nothing of value. But when he saw the call logs with a certain person, a strange smile immediately spread across his face. They really are birds of a feather, Zhang muttered. Chapter 44, The Dream Hive. The contents of the three men's phones were nothing more than a bit of entertainment. Zhang didn't give them a second thought. He casually kicked their bodies out of sight, out of mind, then turned and returned to the purple soul heart orchid. The orchid appeared unchanged, still swaying gently in the breeze by the lake. But as Zhang drew closer, he keenly sensed a slight difference from before. Why does it feel like the fragrance has faded a bit compared to before? Zhang muttered to himself, sounding uncertain. He was genuinely puzzled. Although he'd been grappling with the Meng siblings moments ago, he'd merely been toying with them. These useless fools weren't the kind to distract him enough to overlook anything unusual. That shouldn't be. Zhang closed his eyes, held his breath, and slowly released his mana, sensing the changes in his surroundings. The vast lake and grasslands were bathed in silence. Aside from the sound of the breeze rustling through the grass, there was only the faint buzzing of bees. Wait, bees! Zhang snapped his eyes open, his heart racing. It wasn't unusual to find bees here, but when he considered the fact that the fragrance of the purple soul heart orchid had been fading silently, combined with the system's earlier description that dream soul bees are particularly fond of its nectar, then perhaps. Zhang quickly scanned the area again with heightened awareness and, sure enough, detected the bees buzzing growing fainter as they moved away. There was no time to waste. He hurriedly followed the sound. Zhang cautiously trailed far behind the bees, careful not to disturb them. He hadn't gone to all this trouble just to pick a fight with a couple of little bees. What mattered to him was that the bees weren't just collecting nectar for themselves. They had a more important task: making honey. These little bees, capable of taking nectar from behind him without him noticing, were likely only just entering Tier 0 in strength and hadn't yet developed any intelligence. If he acted impulsively and disturbed them, finding the dream soul bee's nest would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Zhang continued to follow patiently. After about 3 minutes, the originally faint and rhythmic humming suddenly grew louder and more chaotic, clearly not the sound a single bee could produce. A smile touched Zhang's lips. He knew he must have found the right place. With a clear target in sight, Zhang stopped moving slowly and leaped forward several times. The buzzing sound of a swarm of bees was now just a few feet away. Before him stood a massive boulder, as large as a small hill, and the sound of the bees seemed to be coming from within it. Zhang quietly circled around to the back of the boulder, and sure enough, a fairly deep cave came into view. The cave was about 3 meters high. While the sunlight outside was bright, the interior was pitch black, clearly indicating it was quite deep. Small bees flitted in and out of the cave from time to time, completely oblivious to Zhang standing nearby, looking rather dim-witted. Zhang scanned the area with his system, and the results were exactly as he had expected. Species: Dream Soul Bee. Level range, Tier 0 Level 1 Tier 0 Level 3. Zhang walked straight into the cave. Although it was pitch black, everything was crystal clear to his enhanced eyes. Deep within the cave, a beehive over a meter tall hung quietly. Countless dream soul bees flitted busily in and out of the hive, and a fragrance dozens of times richer than the floral scent he'd encountered earlier filled Zhang's nostrils. With just a single whiff, Zhang sensed a faint surge in his willpower. He found himself intoxicated by the scent, his entire body feeling light and euphoric, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, utterly comfortable, on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Something's wrong. Zhang's eyes snapped open as he realized his condition was far from normal. Given his strength and mental fortitude, no scent, no matter how alluring, should have left him so dazed after just a single whiff. Being trapped in this state was clearly no good. This wasn't the effect one would expect from a rare treasure. Something was definitely amiss. Yet the cave remained utterly silent. The dream soul bees continued to come and go from the hive as usual, as if what had just happened was merely a momentary lapse in Zhang's own mental resolve. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes as he reached out toward the hive. Since you want to come out on your own, I'll force you out. Thousands upon thousands of dream soul bees instantly swarmed Zhang's bare paw, yet they offered him not the slightest resistance as he was about to plunge his palm into the hive. Flutter! Just as the tip of Zhang's claw touched the hive, the sound of flapping wings suddenly echoed from above. Zhang smiled faintly and looked up. On the rock wall above him, a layer of stone suddenly and eerily broke away, taking the shape of a butterfly. As it detached from the wall, the colors on its wings instantly became vibrant and dazzling, radiating a dreamlike glow even in the depths of the cave. With every flap of its wings, shimmering butterfly dust drifted down. The butterfly was unusually large. With its wings fully spread, it was over a meter wide. In an instant, it darted toward Zhang's face. Zhang didn't flinch or dodge. As the giant butterfly lunged at her, the system identified it. Species, Dream Soul Butterfly. Tier 1, Level 7. It's actually quite powerful. Zhang couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Lingshu truly lived up to its reputation. For a butterfly to grow to such a level was truly remarkable. In the outside world, it would likely rank among the top of the fierce beasts list. As the dream soul butterfly lunged forward, its wings fluttered, sending a cloud of butterfly dust into Zhang's eyes, and a familiar drowsiness washed over him in an instant. However, Zhang was prepared this time. He shook off the sensation in an instant and immediately realized that the drowsiness he felt moments ago was indeed the dream soul butterfly's doing. I really need to improve my willpower. Although he managed to escape it just in time, Zhang wasn't the least bit smug. Instead, he sounded a warning bell in his mind. His cultivation level and strength far surpassed those of the dream butterfly, yet he had still nearly fallen victim to her tricks. If he were to face an opponent of the same level, it would truly be dangerous. On the other side, the dream butterfly was about to pounce on Zhang's face, its long proboscis glinting with a dangerous sheen, while Zhang appeared to be frozen in place. Inside the dream soul hive, a mysterious presence witnessed this scene and breathed a slight sigh of relief, only for their heart to immediately clench in anxiety the next moment. In the blink of an eye, a silver shadow flashed by. Zhang's massive hand, encased in battle armor, shot upward and clamped down precisely on Dream Soul Butterfly's torso. The Dream Soul Butterfly felt an overwhelming force bearing down on it. Its body seemed on the verge of being crushed in an instant. It flapped its wings frantically, but to no avail. The pressure from Zhang's claws grew stronger by the second, and the Dream Soul Butterfly's fragile body began to cave in, as if it would collapse under the force at any moment. Please spare me. At the critical moment, a long sigh echoed from the Dream Soul Hive. Chapter 45, The Origin of the Spirit Ruins. So there is more than one, after all. Zhang gazed leisurely at the Dream Soul Hive. The instant he was about to touch the hive, he had already keenly sensed that the mana fluctuations emanating from the cave were not limited to a single source. Although the one inside the hive was doing its utmost to conceal itself, it was, after all, no ordinary dream soul bee. Its relatively more vigorous mana stood out like a bright moon amidst fireflies within the swarm, making it difficult for Zhang to overlook. The dream soul bees, which had been flying in disarray, suddenly froze upon hearing the voice from within the hive. They swiftly gathered together, forming neat rows, and waited at the entrance of the hive. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from the entrance of the hive. No! At that moment, the dream soul butterfly, which had been listless until then, suddenly spoke. It struggled violently a couple of times, as if unwilling to let this mysterious being risk itself for her sake. So you can speak, after all. Zhang glanced sideways at the dream soul butterfly out of the corner of his eye, but kept his gaze fixed intently on the dream soul hive. His grip remained as firm as a rock no matter how much the butterfly struggled, he didn't budge an inch. What emerged from the hive was another dream soul bee, though this one was much larger than the others, at least the size of a palm. Her waist was slender, her stinger long and sharp, and she exuded an air of nobility. Perhaps due to consuming vast quantities of the essence of purple soul heart orchid nectar, this dream bee also glowed with a faint purple hue. Though a ferocious beast, it possessed the ability to soul steal. A system scan revealed her identity to Zhang. Race, Dream Soul Queen. Level, Tier 1, Level 6. I am willing to offer you all the dream nectar here. Will you spare Xiao Dai? The Dream Soul Queen cast a sympathetic glance at the Dream Soul butterfly Zhang held in his hand and spoke directly. Dream nectar? Is it brewed from the nectar of the purple soul heart orchid? Zhang asked. That is correct. Dream nectar is brewed by my Dream Soul Bee clan using the honey of the purple soul heart orchid through our racial ability. It is highly beneficial for enhancing spiritual and soul power. I'm sure you'll find it useful. The Dream Soul Queen bowed slightly, adopting a very humble posture. You seem quite knowledgeable about human culture? Zhang did not respond to the Dream Soul Queen's request but instead changed the subject. Ever since the Dream Soul Queen spoke her first words, he had felt something was off. This spirit wasteland was cut off from the outside world. This was the first time it had been opened. How could the ferocious beasts within speak the language of humans? As the Dream Soul Queen continued to speak, this feeling grew even stronger. The Dream Soul Queen had not only come into contact with humans but had undoubtedly engaged in deep communication with them. The Dream Soul Queen paused, pondered for a moment, and finally chose to answer. The spirit realm was also formed from the collapse of the main world. We weren't born here. The collapse of the main world? Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a vague sense that he had inadvertently touched upon some of this world's secrets. In his previous life, his exploration of the spirit realm had been nothing more than a superficial taste. He had never reached its true core and knew nothing of the so-called collapse of the main world. That is correct. After the War of the Heavens, the great spirit god fell, and our realm subsequently collapsed beyond the main world, becoming a fragment of the spirit realm. As she spoke, the Dream Soul Queen gazed blankly into the distance, as if recalling events from countless ages past. The War of the Heavens? When did that take place? Zhang pressed further. I don't know, the Dream Soul Queen shook her head. It was too long ago. After that battle, we fell into a deep slumber, and only recently, as the spirit void was about to open once more, did we awaken. And what exactly is the War of the Heavens? Zhang voiced the greatest doubt in his heart. However, the moment the question left his lips, the Dream Soul Queen, who had been so elegant and gentle, seemed to suddenly recall some terrifying memory. Her body shuddered violently, and a look of indescribable fear flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, this is not something I can speak of. Otherwise, the Dream Soul Queen replied with obvious struggle. Or else what? Zhang asked urgently. Or else I might face divine retribution. After uttering those words, the Dream Soul Queen's entire body went limp. She flapped her wings feebly, and the swarm of Dream Soul bees below hurriedly took flight, supporting their queen. Is that so? Seeing that the Dream Soul Queen's demeanor didn't seem feigned, Zhang stopped pressing her and instead pondered the information she had just revealed. The air fell into a rare silence for a few seconds. Even the Dream Soul bee's wings barely fluttered. The terms you mentioned earlier aren't enough for me, Zhang snapped back to reality, returning to the original topic. Even if you don't offer it willingly, I can take that dream nectar by force. You don't really think you can stop me, do you? In fact, your mana cores would make excellent supplements for me. With every word Zhang spoke, the Dream Soul Queen and the Dream Soul Butterflies hung their heads a little lower. They wanted to argue, but found themselves at a loss for words. But we really can't offer anything more. The Dream Soul Queen felt utterly helpless. Who says they're isn't? Zhang suddenly retorted. Since you said you were all trapped here after the giant spirit goddess demise, surely there must be some remnants he left behind in this spirit wasteland. The giant spirit god took you with him even in death. You're not going to tell me you know nothing about his relics, are you? Behind his mask, the corners of Zhang's mouth turned up slightly. At that moment, he finally revealed his true purpose in this negotiation. The Dream Soul Queen was taken aback at first, but after 2 seconds, she let out a soft, bitter laugh. You really are quite perceptive. She had only mentioned the giant spirit god in passing. She never expected Zhang to use that as leverage to demand information about his relics. Zhang's sapphire blue eyes fixed intently on the Dream Soul Queen, making her feel as though her entire being had been laid bare. All right, after a long moment of internal struggle, the Dream Soul Queen finally made her difficult decision. Zhang felt a surge of joy, though he gave nothing away, waiting quietly for her to continue. After the giant spirit god passed away, he left behind a ruin. We don't know what's inside, but it can only be opened with a key. Having made her decision, the Dream Soul Queen stopped hesitating and began to speak plainly. He divided the key into 6 pieces and scattered them across 6 locations in this spirit wasteland. Only by gathering all 6 pieces can they be combined to form the true key that opens the gate. She took a deep breath. And one of those keys is right here with us. Chapter 46, Dream Nectar. Having said this, the Dream Soul Queen made no further pretense of mystery. She turned and flew back into the hive. Before long, she emerged carrying a key nearly as large as her own body. Zhang took the key and examined it closely. The key had an antique bronze hue, covered with patches of rust. Mysterious patterns were carved into its surface. While each seemed ordinary on its own, when viewed together, they exuded a sense of divine mystery. Thank you. He bowed his hands in a gesture of respect. It's nothing. If you manage to claim the treasure left behind by the Great Spirit, it will count as a good deed for me as well. The Dream Soul Queen shook her head. Also, there is something else I'd like to ask of you. The Dream Soul Queen seemed a bit embarrassed, but she finally gathered her courage and spoke up. Go ahead, don't hold back. Zhang was also curious. I've been under the Great Spirit Goddess protection since birth. To have lived this long, even if I never leave this spirit wasteland again, I'd be content. But my children are different. As she said this, a maternal tenderness suddenly flickered in the Dream Soul Queen's eyes. What do you mean? Zhang had already begun to understand. I hope you, my lord, will take them out so they can have the chance to see the world beyond. Fearing Zhang might refuse, the Dream Soul Queen hurriedly added. My lord, you need not worry that they will cause you any trouble. Just take them to a place with flowers and plants. No problem. My household actually needs some dream soul bees to help me gather nectar and make honey. Zhang agreed heartily. Hearing Zhang's agreement, the Dream Soul Queen finally felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders and exhaled deeply. Please use the dream nectar to cultivate first. While Xiao Dai and I will stand guard for you. Now, as she was about to offer the dream nectar, the Dream Soul Queen showed not a trace of reluctance. Instead, she radiated gratitude. For a mother, nothing brings her greater joy than seeing her child have the chance to live a good life. Just as Zhang was about to ask how to obtain the dream nectar, the Dream Soul Queen suddenly began flapping her wings violently. The humming sound of her fluttering wings seemed to possess a mysterious power that gradually spread throughout the hive. After a few seconds, a stream of golden nectar suddenly gushed out from the opening of the Dream Soul hive, flowing like a small river as it floated quietly in the air. Within the dream nectar, purple gold halos flickered one after another, adding an air of mystique to this rich stream. Thank you. Zhang hesitated no longer. He immediately sat down on the ground, channeled his mana, and drew the dream nectar toward him. Since he needed to absorb the dream nectar at that moment, Zhang could no longer keep his mask on. He simply tossed it aside, revealing his true face. Upon seeing the face beneath his mask, both the Dream Soul Queen bee and the Dream Soul Butterfly's bodies jolted, their eyes brimming with disbelief. It was unmistakably the face of a mighty, imposing bear, its mane shrouded in a deep, subdued auburn glow. They had previously thought this human was absurdly strong, but they never imagined that the one who had entered the spirit ruins and found this place was actually a ferocious beast of brown bear. In an instant, a complex mix of emotions surged through their hearts in unspoken harmony. The Dream Soul Queen and Dream Soul Butterfly exchanged a glance, communicating subtly through their shared mental network. Little Butterfly, could this be the dawn of a new era? Could there truly be hope for our beast clan? It's too early to say, but if he can obtain the relics of the giant spirit god, perhaps this really is a promising beginning. May the heavens bless our beast clan. The beast clan has suffered too much. We and humans are both spirits of heaven and earth, there shouldn't be such a vast disparity between us. Zhang, of course, knew nothing of the conversation between the Dream Soul Queen and the Dream Soul Butterfly in the spiritual realm. At that moment, he was fully absorbed in absorbing the dream nectar. The dream nectar flowed into his mouth and slowly moved upward, thoroughly saturating his brain while gradually seeping into his mana core, silently transforming it. Zhang could only feel his spiritual realm constantly expanding, as if a brand new organ were gradually growing, helping him perceive the world. He understood that this was precisely the manifestation of willpower reaching a new level. Originally, his willpower had merely remained confined within his body, serving at most to ensure he wasn't invaded. But now, his willpower had begun to extend outward, like countless tiny tentacles. If one intertwines willpower with a trusted partner, they can form a mental network, just like the Dream Soul Queen and the Dream Soul Butterfly had done moments ago, allowing them to communicate without speaking. And once willpower evolves into divine consciousness after reaching the 6th tier, that communication becomes completely unrestricted. Zhang had only taken a small step forward on the path of willpower, but for someone who hadn't delved deeply into it in this lifetime, it was a significant breakthrough. As the last trace of dream nectar was absorbed, Zhang's eyes snapped open, and several afterimages suddenly appeared around his body, as if his soul had left his body. Zhang certainly did not yet possess the ability to astral project, but extending his 5 senses through willpower was no longer a difficult feat. Now, with the final gap in Zhang's overall strength filled, his entire body instantly became a harmonious whole. Powerful mana swept through every corner of his being, filling in the gaps caused by previous imbalances. Pop! Another small barrier was instantly shattered. At that moment, Zhang's personal information panel changed once more. Name, Zhang. Race, Earth King Bear. Tier 2, Level 3. Height, 7.51 meters. Weight, 14.6 tons. Skills, Precision Strike, Intimidation, Size Manipulation. Talent, Void Eye. Draw attempts, 1. However, at this moment, compared to the advancement in his cultivation realm, Zhang was far more intrigued by the entirely new sensory experience he was now experiencing. He freely extended his willpower, taking in every slightest movement and sound even dozens of meters away. The Dream Soul Queen and the Dream Soul Butterfly immediately sensed this surge of willpower and exchanged shocked glances. It was true that dream nectar was exceptionally effective, but to absorb it so quickly with a single use and to make such progress was truly a rare occurrence in their lifetimes. Even for their species, which possessed a natural aptitude for willpower, the effects of each consumption were nowhere near as pronounced as Zhang's. Little did they know that every one of Zhang's evolutions was a perfect evolution. And since it was perfect, the potential for development in each domain was boundless. Zhang had simply never cultivated this aspect of willpower before, but once he began, his progress was rapid and remarkable. Zhang's willpower was still wandering about with great enthusiasm when, suddenly, the sounds of a fight caught his attention. Instantly intrigued, he summoned more willpower to carefully sense the combatants. But the moment he looked, Zhang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 47, Walking into a Trap. You had a path to heaven but chose not to take it, now you've barged right into hell without a door. I didn't come looking for you, yet here you are, delivering yourselves right to my doorstep. Zhang muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement. The Dream Soul Queen bee and the Dream Soul Butterfly were startled by the intense killing intent suddenly emanating from him, cowering by the hive and trembling. In their previous encounters, even when Zhang had captured the dream soul butterfly, he had remained remarkably calm, showing little sign of intense killing intent, so much so that they had been under the illusion that, though powerful, he was still relatively gentle and benevolent. But now, as this almost tangible aura of malevolence surged forth, it instantly sent a chill down their spines. They even had the vague feeling that the killing intent emanating from Zhang was on par with that of the high-tier powerful beasts they had encountered before falling into slumber. The mana revival in the outside world must have only just begun. He is only at tier 2, how could his killing intent be this strong? Dream Butterfly said shakily. She naturally had no way of knowing that, no matter how powerful those experts were, they had lived only a single lifetime, whereas Zhang had accumulated a lifetime's worth of blood feud across 2 lifetimes. Indeed, the target sensed by Zhang's willpower was precisely the primary objective of his journey to the spirit wasteland. The eldest grandson of the patriarch, Zhu Jin. At that moment, on the shore of a lake some 80 to 90 meters from the Dream Soul BS lair, 3 figures lay sprawled on the lakeshore, copious amounts of blood flowing down the muddy bank into the lake, forcibly staining the once turquoise waters crimson. The bright red blood slowly spread through the lake, only to be diluted by the current, yet new blood soon flowed in, repeating this cycle over and over, creating a scene of eerie beauty. At this moment, Zhu Jin was the only one still standing. A deep gash marred his shoulder, likely the result of a slash from one of the men lying on the ground. He silently bandaged the wound on his shoulder, paying no heed to the 3 men on the ground. On the surface, this appeared to be a dispute over the unequal distribution of treasures. Yet, strangely enough, all 4 men present were wearing special bureau uniforms. Zhu Jin, you'll die a horrible death. 2 of the men on the ground were already dead, while only one still had a faint breath left. Despite this, he did not conserve his strength to prolong his life, but instead glared with wide, furious eyes, gritting his teeth as he cursed Zhu Jin. His face was caked in blood, yet it was still faintly recognizable that this man clinging to life was the weakest of the Special Bureau's 4 Tier 1 agents. He never could have imagined that after finally reuniting with his Special Bureau comrades, including the skilled Zhu Jin, he would be stabbed in the back during the treasure hunt. I'm sorry, but you don't know how precious those flowers are. I can't share them with you. Zhu Jin's cold gaze didn't waver in the slightest. He walked forward calmly and fired the final shot without hesitation. Splatter! Blood splashed into the lake, like scattered plum blossoms. When they saw the purple soul heart orchid, the other 3 had assumed it was just an ordinary spiritual plant and planned to search for it together before dividing the spoils. However, Zhu Jin had pored over the various ancient texts in his family's library and had come across the small flower, known as the purple soul heart orchid, in one of them. In fact, even brief descriptions of the dream soul bee and the dream soul butterfly were recorded in those books. He knew full well the value of this rare flower, a treasure capable of enhancing willpower, was extremely rare, no matter the era. These 3 good-for-nothings had merely stumbled upon the purple soul heart orchid by luck. What right did they have to share it with him? Zhu Jin deftly tied stones to the corpses and threw them forcefully into the water, thinking to himself. Then, he picked up his spear, turned, and headed toward the dream soul bee's cave, a faint sense of excitement stirring within him. The moment Zhu Jin stepped into the cave, darkness engulfed him. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. But he seemed to have anticipated this. He pulled out a flashlight and shone it straight ahead. Before long, he spotted the dream soul bee hive, lying quietly at the very back of the cave. Overjoyed, Zhu Jin quickened his pace toward the hive, but as he neared it, something struck him as odd. That's strange. Why aren't these dream hive bees making a sound? But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a dense, swarming buzz suddenly erupted behind him. Zhu Jin's scalp prickled instantly. Instinctively, he rolled aside and leaped back, swinging his spear with all his might, intending to fend off the impending attack. Yet every thrust missed its mark. In that moment, a swarm of dream soul bees appeared before Zhu Jin, blocking his path like a thick cloud of black smoke. Watching this scene, Zhu Jin couldn't help but swallow nervously. But what puzzled him was that these dream soul bees simply hovered obediently 3 meters away, fluttering their wings without moving an inch closer to him. At the same time, although their numbers were terrifying, their flight was not chaotic at all. On the contrary, they flew in perfect formation, as if someone were directing them. Damn it, What's going on? A sense of foreboding gradually rose in Zhu Jin's heart. Within seconds, Zhu Jin's premonition was confirmed. Tap, tap, tap. A dull, heavy footstep suddenly echoed from behind the swarm of dream soul bees, reverberating through the empty cavern. Although the flapping of the dream soul bees' wings was incredibly loud, these footsteps seemed almost magical. Each one struck Zhu Jin's heart with crystal clear clarity. Zhu Jin involuntarily took a few steps backward, his fingers clenching tightly against the rock wall behind him, sweat dripping from his palms. But the footsteps continued to draw nearer and nearer. Finally, they were right before him. The swarm of dream soul bees suddenly parted in perfect unison, and a familiar figure appeared before Zhu Jin, while a particularly strange dream soul bee perched on his shoulder. You're that newcomer from Dragon Soul. Zhang's build and attire were highly distinctive. Zhu Jin instantly recognized him as the strange man Gu Tianren had specifically inquired about before entering the spirit ruins. At that moment, the last exchange between him and Gu Tianren suddenly flashed through his mind. Brother Gu, is there anything special about this guy? I don't know, but he gives me a weird vibe. Huh? Even you can't figure him out? There are plenty of people in the world with all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Just because you can't figure someone out doesn't mean they're strong. Of course not. When it comes to strength, who on the vast land of China could compare to you? I'm different from you. You should still be careful if you run into him. You're right, I get it. He knows I'm your man, so he probably won't dare do anything to me. Zhu Jin watched Zhang closing in step by step, mentally slapping his past self over and over. He never would have imagined that the person he casually bragged to back then would actually corner him in this dead end. Seeing Zhang's current demeanor, Zhu Jin wasn't naive enough to think he'd come here to make friends. Still, he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. This strange man had no grudge against him, so why was he coming at him with such a murderous intent from the very start? Could it be that my killing of Special Bureau agents has been discovered? Zhu Jin couldn't help but wonder to himself. Chapter 48, Zhu Jin's Surrender. Zhang came to a halt a meter in front of Zhu Jin, his massive shadow looming over him, his overwhelming presence making it hard for Zhu Jin to breathe. Only then did Zhu Jin understand why Gu Tianren had said he felt something was off about him. Back on the summit of Mount Fanjing, Zhang had kept a low profile at most. Zhu Jin had thought the man was absurdly tall. But now that he stood right in front of him, Zhu Jin could feel that the sheer presence radiating from his every movement was suffocating. This wasn't just some ordinary big guy, he was practically a human beast. Listen, buddy, I stumbled into this place by accident. I really didn't mean to compete with you for the treasure. I'll leave right now. It had to be said that Zhu Jin was, after all, a big shot, far more savvy than Khan when it came to knowing when to back down. Although he was the young master of the Zhu family, he knew when to kowtow to Gu Tianren. Now, seeing that he was no match for the man, he raised his hands in surrender without a moment's hesitation. Yet Zhang remained motionless, instead folding his arms across his chest and tilting his head to watch Zhu Jin's little act in silence. Damn it, what the hell is he playing at? Zhu Jin cursed inwardly, though he dared not let the slightest hint of displeasure show on his face. He gritted his teeth, shook several purple soul heart orchids out of his bag, held them up before Zhang, and said with a mournful expression, "Bro, these are purple soul heart orchids. They boost willpower. I've only managed to find this many since arriving at the spirit wasteland." You. Upon seeing the orchids, Zhang hadn't even reacted yet, but the Dream Soul Queen was both shocked and furious. Purple soul heart orchids can't be separated from the soil by the water for too long, or they'll die quickly. She quickly turned to Zhang and explained. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to the purple soul heart orchid. Zhang wasn't concerned. He took the orchid, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from his hand. The Dream Soul Queen was left somewhat numb by Zhang's endless tricks, but Zhang merely smiled enigmatically. Big brother, there's no grudge between us, is there? By now, even an optimist like Zhu Jin realized that Zhang likely never intended to let him leave from the start, so he could only ask tentatively. Oh, no grudge? Zhang suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Zhu Jin completely baffled. If there is no grudge, then why did your Zhu family come to hunt me down in the first place? And when that failed, why did you try to kill me with a missile? With a missile, Zhu Jin didn't immediately grasp the implication and repeated the words instinctively. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. He pressed himself against the rock wall in terror, as if he'd seen a ghost, and sweat poured down his face in an instant. You're not human. You're a bear. You're the Bear King of the Hangduan Mountains. How is that possible? How did you turn into a human? Zhu Jin was completely at a loss for words. He never would have imagined that this towering figure from the Dragon Soul faction was none other than the Green-Eyed Bear King, ranked third on the Chinese bestial beasts list, the strongest being on the surface of the earth today. And what was even more deadly was that he also bore a blood feud with his own family. Bear King. I had absolutely nothing to do with the plot to kill you. It was all orchestrated by my younger brother and my grandfather. Faced with the situation, Zhu Jin didn't hesitate to completely distance himself from his family. Why should I believe you? Zhang replied coolly. Because I'm willing to help you find a way to take out my grandfather, the mastermind behind the plot to harm you. Oh? Now Zhang was genuinely intrigued. He originally planned to use threats and bribes, but he hadn't expected Zhu Jin to volunteer this idea on his own. This is your own grandfather. Do you really think anyone would believe that? They will. Zhu Jin was utterly certain. Bear King, don't let the fact that he is my grandfather fool you. To me, he is no different from an enemy. Even before Mana's revival, he favored my younger brother, pouring every resource into him while ignoring me completely. That old fool Zhu Guangyao likes to keep everything under his thumb and acts solely on his own whims. My father's generation never even had a chance to take the reins from him. After Mana's revival, because Kong is more talented than I am, the old man's favoritism became even more blatant. Even though I'm the eldest grandson, he has practically become the de facto heir. At this point, Zhu Jin's eyes turned bloodshot, his face contorted with fury, and hatred nearly spilled from his eyes. Zhang nodded. He actually agreed with this point. Kong had already reached the peak of Tier 0 several months ago, while Zhu Jin was still only at Tier 1, Level 3. The gap in their evolutionary talent was plain to see. After Kong died, I thought that old fossil would finally give me the resources, but I never expected. Zhu Jin grew more and more agitated as he spoke, nearly gasping for breath. At this moment, he no longer seemed to be trying to win Zhang's trust, rather, he appeared to be genuinely venting the resentment that had been building up inside him for a long time. But I never imagined he'd defy the world's expectations and launch a missile just to avenge my idiotic younger brother. So many of the family's interests were ruined in an instant because of his selfish desires. Bear King, I'm not afraid to tell you this, even if you hadn't come to me this time, I was already planning to use you to eliminate that old man. If he is still alive, I, Zhu Jin, will never see the light of day. Zhu Jin gradually regained his composure, but Zhang caught every trace of the overwhelming murderous intent in his eyes. As expected, this is humanity, greedy, selfish, ruthless, and unscrupulous. Zhang couldn't help but reflect inwardly. He knew full well that not a single member of the Zhu family, young or old, was a decent person. Each cared only for their own interests. Zhu Jin's sword wasn't unusable, but it severely tested the wielder's skill. If used well, it could save a great deal of time and effort. If used poorly, however, it would likely result in a terrible backlash. Zhang certainly didn't believe Zhu Jin had the ability to turn the sword against him. Besides, he currently held a sword scabbard that Zhu Jin would never dare to defy. That's well said. I'm willing to trust you, but you must promise me you won't betray me later. Zhang looked at Zhu Jin with a calm expression, yet the overwhelming pressure in his gaze left Zhu Jin with no room to take the matter lightly. Well, Zhu Jin was at a loss. Since you can't think of anything, let me help you come up with something. Zhang suddenly pulled out his phone and activated the voice recorder. Go on, tell me what you did to your colleagues at the Special Bureau just now. By the way, I can also help you retrieve their bodies. Zhang bent down, held the phone right in front of Zhu Jin's face, and gave a faint smile. Yet at that moment, in Zhu Jin's eyes, Zhang's smile was a million times more terrifying than the demons of the 18th circle of hell. In an instant, Zhu Jin's face turned ashen. Chapter 49, Before the Ruins. Zhu Jin collapsed lifelessly to the ground, all color drained from his face. He had genuinely intended to collaborate with Zhang to take down Old Master Zhu, but that didn't mean he wanted to be at Zhang's mercy for the rest of his life. Clearly, if he had truly confessed to murdering Special Bureau agents in the recording and Zhang had physical evidence to back it up, Zhang could make him a pariah in the human world almost instantly. But now, there were only two paths before him. Aside from this one, the other was called death. Zhu Jin had no choice. "Alright, I understand," a hollow, breathy voice drifted from his lips. "You're a smart man," Zhang smiled. "Smarter than your brother and your grandfather." Faced with Zhang's rare compliment, Zhu Jin could only offer a wry smile. The recording, the search for the body, everything had gone smoothly. After Zhang had settled all matters, she finally bid farewell to the Dream Soul Queen and the Dream Soul Butterfly. Though they all knew that this parting likely meant they would never see each other again. Before leaving, Zhang didn't forget to fulfill his promise. He took the Dreamhive Queen's eggs with him. Fortunately, these eggs were not yet alive, so Zhang successfully stored them in the system space. Otherwise, figuring out how to transport them would have been a problem. "Sister, do you think he can really change the fate of the Beast Clan?" "I don't know, but our ancestors have waited long enough. We're not afraid to wait a little longer." The sunlight fell upon Zhang and Zhu Jin, casting two shadows, one large, one small, onto the ground. The Dream Soul Butterfly and the Dream Soul Queen watched Zhang's receding figure, conversing in whispers. The sunlight was still bright at that moment. The butterfly dust scattered with every flap of the Dream Soul Butterfly's wings shimmered in the light, yet their figures appeared both beautiful and lonely. "Alright, it's time for us to go our separate ways. You know what to do, right?" After walking a short distance, Zhang said to Zhu Jin. If they were to successfully eliminate Old Master Zhu in the future, it was best to keep their relationship a secret. Especially when they explored the giant spirit ruins later on, Zhang would likely find it hard to conceal his true strength, so Zhu Jin had to act as if he had no connection to him whatsoever. Zhu Jin nodded, steeled himself, and parted ways with Zhang at a small fork in the path. Zhang looked up at the sky. When they first entered the spirit realm, the sun had been high overhead, but now it was gradually sinking westward, reaching a position roughly at 3 or 4 o'clock. He couldn't help but recall what the Dream Soul Queen had told him before they parted. Time flows differently here in the spirit realm. This particular realm isn't very large. Once the sun has completely set, it will collapse on its own. Furthermore, the ruins of the Great Spirit God are the core of this spirit realm. Therefore, with each key found, the sun will shift a little further west. Once all the keys are gathered and the treasures within the ruins have been claimed, the spirit realm will automatically dissipate. Zhang estimated that at least half of the keys had already been found. He took out the key in his hand. It emitted a strange pull, guiding him toward the northwest. Zhang followed the key's guidance as he made his way forward. Occasionally, he encountered humans along the path. He would exchange a greeting before turning away. Some found it odd that he traveled alone, but they didn't ask any further questions. Sometimes, when he grew tired of wearing human clothes, he would shed his gear and quietly transform into a 3 or 4 meter tall form, galloping freely through the mountains and forests. Since this was a mountainous forest area to begin with, even if someone saw a bear, they wouldn't find it strange. However, gradually, a rumor began to circulate among the humans. There's a bear, presumably a tier 1, roaming all over the spirit realm, perhaps guarding some secret treasure. However, those with the true strength to obtain the key paid no heed to such baseless rumors, while those without the strength couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zhang. Thus, during this time, he lived a carefree life. As Zhang made his way, he casually hunted beasts to cultivate his power. Amidst the abundant mana here, he had gradually reached the threshold of breaking through to Tier 2, Level 4. But now, he had no time left for cultivation. The sun had sunk further west, reaching around 5 in the evening. The clouds on the horizon were dyed in a kaleidoscope of colors, as if they were ablaze. The key in Zhang's hand was now vibrating slightly, constantly emitting a bronze glow that pointed directly toward a peak ahead. He set off toward the mountain ahead, and by the time he reached the foot of the mountain, a crowd of familiar faces had already gathered there. The original 4 major organizations had now become 3. For some reason, the Southwest clans had never seen the Meng siblings appear. With no Tier 1 members to their name, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and tag along with the Special Bureau. The various groups stood facing off against one another, the atmosphere tense. Each organization occupied a separate area, seemingly at random, but upon closer inspection, they were all arranged around a smooth stone wall at the base of the mountain. Zhang strained his eyes to look. On the stone wall, there was a faint circular indentation. Engraved within it were mysterious runes that formed a magical array, runes that bore a striking resemblance to those on the key. The array was complete, yet there were 6 empty spaces within it, shaped exactly like keyholes. At that moment, 5 of the 6 gaps had already been filled, emitting a faint green glow. Only one remained vacant. Well, looks like I'm the last one here after all. Zhang glanced at the final key in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. Got a key? Noticing Zhang's arrival, a Special Bureau agent standing on the outskirts of the crowd asked lazily. Clearly, standing here asking about keys was just part of his routine. He didn't think Zhang and nobody would have a key that so many experts couldn't get their hands on. Yeah, I do, Zhang replied casually. Oh, well then, go on in, the man continued with his rote script. But before he could finish, just as Zhang was about to step into the crowd, he suddenly snapped out of it. What did you say? He exclaimed in shock. You have the key? His outburst instantly drew the attention of everyone present, who turned to look at Zhang with expressions of surprise, anticipation, or skepticism. Zhang casually waved the key in his hand, yet it tugged at everyone's heartstrings. All right, hand over the key. It's about time I opened the giant spirit goddess ruins. At that moment, Gu Tianren spoke calmly from the front of the Special Bureau S group. Gu Tianren, what do you mean by that? From the sound of it, it seems like you intend to go in alone. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lu Wei frowned and stepped forward. The beast that gave me the key told me that the giant spirit goddess legacy is scarce. With so many people here, it's impossible for everyone to go in and share it equally. Naturally, it goes to those who are capable. Gu Tianren replied calmly. Layman Gu, this key was gathered through the joint efforts of our various factions. No matter what, it seems rather inappropriate for you to enter alone without any discussion. At the front of the Buddhist Taoist Alliance's ranks, Jikong also took a slow step forward. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense and charged with hostility. Chapter 50, The Great Battle Erupts. After 2 seconds of silence, Gu Tianren suddenly smiled faintly and turned to look at Jikong. Little monk, there is no need for all that flowery talk. What you're really saying is that we should settle this with our fists, isn't it? Jikong furrowed his brow but didn't shy away, quietly meeting Gu Tianren's gaze. One pair of eyes was as haughty as the stars in the heavens, the other as serene as a 1,000-foot deep abyss. Where their gazes met, sparks seemed to fly. Lu Wei also cut to the chase, stepping directly beside Jikong. Seeing that a battle was about to erupt, members of various factions gathered behind their respective leaders. Yet they knew full well that in a battle of this magnitude, they likely wouldn't be called upon to join the fray. Ultimately, the outcome would be decided by these Tier 1 masters, so they could only watch the opposing side with bated breath. At that moment, on the side of the Buddhist Taoist Alliance and Dragon Soul, Jikong and Lu Wei stood at the forefront. Behind them, Xing Chen, Xin Shang, and Wang stood ready for battle. On the Special Bureau's side, Gu Tianren stood alone at the very front, facing off against the 2 masters, Jikong and Lu Wei, yet his aura was in no way outmatched. However, behind him stood only Zhang Heng and Zhu Jin. Gu Tianren showed no fear, but Zhang Heng's expression had turned grim. Those 4 damn good-for-nothings let us down at the most critical moment, he cursed inwardly. Unlike Gu Tianren, who was confident of his invincibility, Zhang Heng, even as the strongest in the second tier present, had never excelled in individual combat. Instead, he preferred to crush his opponents through overwhelming collective superiority. Originally, if the Special Bureau and the Southwest clans had joined forces, combined with the Meng siblings and that Tier 1 level agent from the Special Bureau whom Zhu Jin had eliminated, they would have exerted near total dominance over the other two organizations. But now, although these four individuals weren't particularly powerful, they were like the final weight on a scale seemingly insignificant in ordinary times, but if missing at a critical moment, capable of instantly reversing the balance of power. The air froze for 2 brief seconds. The next moment, several explosive roars rang out as several figures collided head-on. Gu Tianrun's attack was the most ferocious. His entire body transformed into a blur as he leaped upward, the ground beneath him cracking into a dense web of spider-like patterns. In the blink of an eye, he was already mid-air, swinging his great halberd to strike Lu Wei and Ji Kong head-on. Lu Wei and Ji Kong were both unarmed, yet their bodies were their finest weapons. As Lu Wei moved, a chill wind swirled around her, and indestructible ice instantly encased her hands. Thus have I heard, at one time, the Buddha was staying in the Jetavana monastery in the kingdom of Sravasti. Ji Kong chanted the words under his breath, judging by his lip movements, he was silently reciting the Diamond Sutra. As each convoluted Sanskrit syllable flowed from his mouth, his fair complexion gradually glowed with a golden radiance, shimmering with a metallic luster. By the time he reached Gu Tianrun, he had already transformed into a figure akin to an Arhat statue in a Buddhist temple, his muscles taut and powerful, his eyes wide and fierce. A pair of hands, one golden, one blue, simultaneously clamped down on the long shaft of the halberd. Though Gu Tianrun was fighting two opponents alone, he held the advantage of height and did not yield an inch in strength. After a brief standoff, the three instinctively sprang back, only to charge forward once more. This time, it was no longer a contest of raw strength alone. Ji Kong clashed repeatedly with Gu Tianrun's imposing halberd using his Vajra fists, while Lu Wei used her icy powers to constantly keep Gu Tianrun in check. Whenever Gu Tianrun exploited a gap in Ji Kong's defense and sought to press his advantage, Lu Wei would either freeze his feet in ice, causing him to miss his chance, or simply condense ice into arrows to strike his vital points when he was off guard. Gu Tianrun remained unhurried, using his great halberd to slash or thrust forward as his primary offense. When swung before his eyes, it transformed into an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. Not only was his cultivation level a notch higher, but his combat experience also clearly surpassed that of Lu Wei and Ji Kong. Even when the two joined forces, they found it difficult to gain any advantage over him. For a time, all three fully exploited their respective strengths. To onlookers, only 3 intertwining streaks of black, gold, and blue light were visible. The details of their clash remained indistinguishable. Zhang watched the epic battle unfold before him, grinning so widely he was practically cracking sunflower seeds. However, his peripheral vision was constantly fixed on the battlefield of the second echelon nearby, or, more accurately, on a specific individual among them. The battle between the two second echelons was nowhere near as evenly matched as the one between the three fighters moments ago. Under the combined assault of Qing Chen and Qin Shang, Zhang Hong was being pushed back step by step, barely managing to defend himself and completely unable to mount a counterattack. Logically speaking, Qing Chen and Qin Shang weren't exactly top-tier fighters. The former wielded a flywhisk and focused primarily on control, while the latter, though powerful, clearly lacked tactical acumen, relying almost exclusively on brute force. But the problem was that Zhang Heng's own cultivation level wasn't much higher than theirs, and his long-term preoccupation with official duties had left him rusty in combat. Even under these circumstances, he was still at a disadvantage. To be honest, this was all thanks to Zhang. If it weren't for the chain of events triggered by Zhang's killing of Kong, he wouldn't have been so overwhelmed by his official duties. Had Shou been present at his peak, even though they were both Tier 1, Level 7, Qing Chen and Qin Shang would never have had such an easy time of it. But at this moment, Zhang Hong had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He could only curse the four who had mysteriously vanished over and over again in his mind. If he knew that 3 of those 4's disappearances were thanks to his old friend Zhang, and 1 to his good comrade Zhu Jin, who knows how he would react? Meanwhile, Wang had somehow evolved to Tier 1, Level 2. Facing Tier 1, Level 3 Zhu Jin alone, he showed no signs of weakness. On the contrary, he was gradually gaining the upper hand. His steel gauntlet swung with fierce momentum. Although Zhu Jin wielded a long spear, under Wang South's relentless close-quarters pressure, the advantage of an inch longer is an inch stronger failed to materialize. This was partly due to Wang's exceptional natural talent, and partly because Zhu Jin was acting timidly under Zhang's watchful gaze. However, no matter what, Zhu Jin dared not deliberately hold back, lest he arouse the suspicion of Gu Tianrun and Zhang Hang. He had originally intended to hold back and not strike Wang with lethal force, but he never expected Wang's strength to far exceed his imagination. Wang had seized the momentum and suppressed him in one fell swoop, leaving Zhu Jin both anxious and furious. That kid from Longhun is really something. How come I've never heard of him before? This Zhu family member doesn't seem as strong as we thought. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Amit Ba. Come on, young Master Zhu, put up a fight. Don't just take a beating. The total number of evolvers was still small. Although the group standing nearby hadn't even reached Tier 1, the fact that they made it this far likely meant they were already the elite of this small circle. Most of them knew each other well. Seeing the obscure Wang rise to prominence while the already renowned Zhu Jin was on the defensive, they immediately began discussing the situation without reservation. The murmurs of their conversation reached Zhu Jin's ears, making him so furious he felt like he was about to spit blood. On the main battlefield, Gu Tianrun remained unable to gain the upper hand, while on the secondary front, the Special Bureau was suffering a series of defeats. It seemed the scales of victory were about to tip in favor of the Dragon Soul and the Buddhist-Taoist alliance. But just then, a sudden, dramatic turn of events occurred. Chapter 51, Betrayal. Xingchen was currently wielding his flywhisk, locked in a fierce battle with Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng wielded a short blade, slashing up and down relentlessly, but the flywhisk darted left and right like an eel, making every one of his strikes feel as though he were striking it caught in a frustration that made his teeth grind. Behind Xingchen, Qin Sheng had already taken a few steps back, preparing to gather his strength for a powerful strike. Damn it, not again? Seeing this, Zhang Heng felt a pang of panic. This was precisely the most effective offensive strategy the two had devised through trial and error in battle. First, Xingchen would wear down Zhang Heng's stamina and strength, then Qin Sheng would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack with a powerful punch. By then, even if Zhang Heng anticipated it, he would inevitably be too exhausted to defend himself properly, unable to unleash even half his true power. While Zhang Heng was preoccupied with blocking Qin Sheng's heavy blows, Xingchen was able to capitalize on the opportunity to strike. Even though his individual attacks dealt little damage, the cumulative effect was not to be underestimated. 9 light strikes followed by 1 heavy one, 9 shallow strikes followed by 1 deep one. This cycle repeated several times, leaving Zhang Heng covered in wounds and looking utterly battered. Just then, Qin Sheng charged at him once more. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, ready to block, but something felt off. Qin Sheng didn't seem to be coming for him. A sinister smile flashed across Qin Sheng's lips. Xingchen and Zhang Heng were fighting at close range. The difference between who was the target was a matter of inches. Xingchen had left his back exposed to Qin Sheng, trusting him completely, yet he hadn't anticipated this slight shift in the attack's trajectory at all. In the blink of an eye, Qin Sheng's heavy fist was about to strike Xingchen's lower back. What? At that moment, even the onlookers among the evolved noticed something was amiss and craned their necks to watch. Xingchen felt a rush of wind on his back, but he was currently pinned in place by Zhang Heng and was powerless to turn and dodge. The force of Qin Sheng's punch had already billowed out the fabric of Xingchen's back. Xingchen wasn't known for his physical prowess to begin with. Facing this sudden, heavy blow, he might very well be punched right through. The onlookers instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to such a bloody and brutal scene. Boom! A massive impact echoed through the air. A piercing scream followed. Hearing this expected commotion, the crowd squeezed their closed eyes even tighter. After the scream, all fighting on the field abruptly ceased. An eerie silence fell over the open mountain peak, with only the lingering echo of that agonized cry still reverberating. Hey, something seems off here. Open your eyes and take a look. Am I seeing things? How come it looks like Qin Sheng is the one who got hurt? Everyone opened their eyes one after another, and upon seeing the scene before them, they were instantly left speechless. At that moment, everyone had stopped fighting, and Qin Sheng had undeniably become the focal point of the entire battlefield. The agonized scream from moments ago had come from his mouth. Now he was clutching his arm, kneeling on the ground in agony, banging his head heavily against the ground. His forehead was completely swollen and red, yet he didn't stop, as if doing so might slightly ease his pain. Looking at his arm was even more horrifying. Half of Qin Chang's once muscular, powerful arm had instantly turned to dust and vanished. Only a massive spray of blood splattered onto the ground, mingling with a few fragments of rock. The severed end of Qin Chang's arm was a mangled mess of flesh and bone, but he had immediately sealed the wound with mana to prevent him from bleeding to death. "Qin Chang, you have some nerve." At that moment, Qing Chen, having narrowly escaped death, was still trembling with fear as he shouted at Qin Chang, his face contorted with rage. Just moments ago, he had truly felt death approaching, yet he had been unable to dodge it while Zhang Heng held him in check. If it weren't for his years of self-cultivation as a monk and his basic sense of decorum, he would likely have charged forward to exact brutal revenge long ago. Qin Chang, however, was completely unable to respond. He could only let out agonized screams, weeping uncontrollably. While his mana could stem the bleeding, it could not suppress the pain. At that moment, the others who had been locked in fierce combat also grasped the situation, and their reactions varied. Gu Tianren furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Although Ji Kong remained silent, his eyes clearly betrayed a newfound wariness and skepticism. "Master Ji Kong, I swear on my honor that Qin Chang's actions were entirely his own. They have absolutely no connection to our dragon soul. We will certainly provide you and Master Qin Chen with a full explanation." Lu Wei suppressed her anger and bowed deeply to Ji Kong and Qin Chen in apology. The damage was already done. After all, Qin Chang was a member of their dragon soul. It was impossible to simply draw a line and disassociate themselves from him. For now, their only option was to do their utmost to appease the two representatives of the Buddhist-Taoist alliance, preventing the situation from escalating further. If the alliance harbored resentment toward Dragon Soul, it would only allow the Special Bureau to reap the benefits. Amit Ba. We trust layperson Lu's word. Seeing Ji Kong and Qin Chen nod slightly, Lu Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. Ji Kong and Qin Chen were certainly not fools. Although Lu Wei's attitude was sincere and she had humbled herself sufficiently, they weren't going to trust her based on just a few words. What truly convinced them to let the matter slide for now was the confusion they themselves felt. With the Special Bureau, their biggest rival, right before their eyes, what possible benefit could Qin Chang gain from attacking an ally? The same question lingered in the minds of everyone present. Lu Wei, her face as cold as ice, walked up to Qin Chang. "Qin Chang, give me an explanation. Don't think you can get away with this by playing the victim. If you can't provide an explanation, then atone for your sins with your life." Lu Wei paid no heed to Qin Chang's pitiful state as she spoke calmly, yet Qin Chang could sense the murderous intent hidden beneath her composed words. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Qin Chang. It was common knowledge throughout the entire circle of evolvers that Lu Wei, the dragon soul, always kept her word. They were also curious to see how Qin Chang would react this time. Qin Chang inwardly groaned in despair, but he knew that this time, he likely couldn't wriggle out of it anymore. Qin Chang's screams gradually subsided, but just as he was about to speak, a lazy voice suddenly rang out from within the crowd. "If it hurts, just keep screaming. I'll explain it for you." The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, and the crowd, as if driven by some magical force, instinctively parted to make a path. Zhang held a cell phone in his left hand and tossed a few small stones with his right as he walked slowly into the center of the crowd. The moment he saw the stones in Zhang's hand, Gu Tianren's pupils suddenly contracted. He had just been pondering why Qin Chang's fatal strike had not only failed but had instead caused his own arm to explode. He had initially assumed Qin Chen possessed some secret artifact, but judging by his strength and subsequent reaction, that didn't seem to be the case. Now, seeing Zhang casually tossing stones and recalling the shards of rock mixed in with Qin Chang's blood moments ago, he finally began to grasp the truth. "Can you really do that with just pebbles?" Gu Tianren quietly raised his guard. Chapter 52, Zhang speaks up again. "Take a look for yourself." Zhang tossed the phone to Lu Wei. Lu Wei felt a vague sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall where she'd seen it before. She simply caught it instinctively. The moment he saw the phone, Qin Chang's face turned deathly pale. That phone was the very one Zhang had seized from Meng Qian, and the chat logs inside belonged to none other than Meng Qian and Qin Chang. Lu Wei quickly scrolled through the chat history. The further she read, the darker the clouds gathered on her face. Meanwhile, seeing everyone looking utterly bewildered, Zhang explained in a loud voice. Qin Chang isn't a true Dragon Soul member. He actually belongs to the Southwest clan. He joined the Dragon Soul on the surface, but in reality, he has been secretly colluding with Meng Qian, plotting to turn against us at a critical moment. These words struck like a thunderclap, instantly sparking a flurry of whispers among the crowd. Although Zhang Han-Ti presented them with further evidence, the phone Lu Wei was holding and Qin Chang's current expression were enough to convince them. Although the three siblings of the Meng family are no longer with us, I imagine there are quite a few among you from the Southwest clan who know this young Master Qin, aren't there? Zhang suddenly turned around, his piercing gaze fixed on the young masters and ladies of the Southwest clan. Zhang wore a mask, yet his sharp eyes were like a sword, leaving them feeling they had nowhere to hide. This. Most of the members of the Southwest clans were still somewhat bewildered, glancing left and right, unsure of the situation. However, a few people in the crowd slowly lowered their heads, hiding behind others, their eyes darting about. Clearly, Zhang had struck a nerve. Although the Southwest region was vast, the social circle of these wealthy young people was limited. It would be extremely difficult for Qin Chang to keep his origins a secret from everyone. Zhang smiled lightly and did not waste any more time on them. The reactions of just a few were enough for anyone with a brain to understand the situation. By the way, I just remembered something else. I've heard that the Southwest clans are affiliated with the Special Bureau. As for the matter of Qin Chang and the Meng siblings conspiring together to commit premeditated murder, I wonder if Captain Gu is aware of that? Having just turned away from the Southwest clans, he immediately shifted his focus, looking at Gu Tianran with a hint of amusement. The crowd gasped in unison, stunned that this mysterious figure would be so bold as to directly challenge the strongest person present. I truly don't know. Gu Tianran's expression darkened. He felt as though he were caught between a rock and a hard place. The Meng siblings had actively sought to align themselves with the Special Bureau, hoping to benefit from its influence. Gu Tianran saw no harm in it and Han-Ti refused. But who could have foreseen that they were hatching such a scheme behind his back? Although he truly was unaware, the fact that the three siblings were absent, leaving only Qin Chang and the incriminating evidence behind, made him look like the mastermind behind it all. Our Special Bureau operates with complete transparency. We would never engage in such underhanded schemes. You can rest assured of that. Faced with the suspicious glances of those around him, he had no better option but to offer this feeble defense. Gu Tianran possessed a natural talent for combat, yet he had no experience dealing with situations like this. He could only tense up and wait for Zhang to strike again. Oh, is that so? Ha! However, Zhang had no intention of getting into a confrontation with him. With a light chuckle, he simply turned away. But that casual hat was more painful to Gu Tianran than even the sharpest of accusations. A surge of frustration welled up inside him, with nowhere to vent, and his face turned ashen. But he couldn't very well go up to Zhang and demand an explanation for that. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. This time, Zhang turned his gaze toward the Dragon Soul. Among those present and across the various factions, the expressions of the Dragon Soul members were the most complex. Some seethed with hatred for Qin Chang's betrayal, while others felt that, in the end, he and T harmed their own people, so they could still tolerate it. And still others had spent so much time with Qin Chang that they'd grown attached to him. Even knowing his crimes were unforgivable, they found it hard to harbor intense hatred toward him just yet. However, after hearing Zhang's next words, their attitudes would instantly become unified. Zhang walked over to Qin Chang's side, towering over him as he looked down, and said calmly, "The first time I met you, I found it a bit strange. We were complete strangers, yet you went out of your way to cause trouble for me. At the time, I assumed you were just trying to assert your authority and solidify your position within Dragon Soul. However, when you arranged the convoy, deliberately placing my car and Wang S at the very back, that was simply too calculated. Looking back now, I suspect you felt that the two of us were too unpredictable and might interfere with your grand plan, so you wanted to eliminate us as soon as possible. But of course, it wouldn't be possible to take action yourself in broad daylight. So, the best method would be. Zhang paused. By this point, some members of the Dragon Soul had already begun to suspect the truth, their faces betraying looks of disbelief and shock. Nothing better than having us bring up the rear of the convoy, so we'd be naturally devoured by the flock first, right? The moment those words were spoken, a storm of shock swept through the Dragon Soul ranks. Some members close to Qin Shang instinctively wanted to object, but Zhang raised a hand, signaling them to stay calm, and continued. Ever since the flock attacked us, something has felt off about the whole situation. First, there's the flock's targeting. The 10,000 mountains are vast, and countless vehicles pass through them every day. Yet the flock singled out our convoy. The odds of that happening are incredibly low. Second, there's the flock's behavior. They were fighting tooth and nail to attack us, which clearly goes beyond normal hunting instincts. Especially after Sister Wei took out a large number of them, they still pursued us relentlessly. It was practically as if they had directed by someone written on their foreheads. On that stretch of mountain road at the time, there was no other living creature besides the flock and us. At this stage, if anyone were capable of remotely controlling such a massive flock from a distance, they wouldn't need to go to all this trouble. It would be far safer and more foolproof to simply come to us directly. If that's the case, there's only one possibility: there's something on the car attracting this flock. These birds are clearly a local species from the southwest region. How many people are there who understand their preferences and habits, and could have silently set up bait on our car without a sound? Zhang slowly crouched down, grabbed Qin Shang by the hair, and yanked him to his feet, grinning as he stared into the man's terrified eyes. You're pretty smart. You deleted your chat history with Meng Xian just in time. But all we need to do is check your purchase and delivery records, and everything will become crystal clear, won't it? With that, Zhang loosened his grip slightly, and Qin Shang's head slammed hard against the ground. Chapter 53, You're Not Worthy. You bastard, you deserve to die. You son of a bitch, and to think I ever considered you a brother. I must have been blind. Has Sister Wei not been good enough to you? Don't you have any conscience left, you bastard? Qin Shang, you shouldn't be called Qin Shang. You should change your name to Beast. You're not even fit to be called a beast. Don't stop me. Let me kill this beast. As soon as Zhang finished speaking, a torrent of curses erupted from the Dragon Soul Squad. Originally, everyone had thought Qin Shang only intended to harm Qin Shan, but they never imagined that they had all nearly died at his hands. Now, the members who had previously tried to defend Qin Shang hung their heads in shame, unwilling and too afraid to utter a single word. Qin Shang, do you have anything to say? Lu Wei put down her phone and stared at him expressionlessly, her voice sounding as if it came from the depths of hell. Qin Shang slumped lifelessly to the ground, saying nothing, his eyes devoid of even a shred of vitality. Fine. Since you've chosen your own path to death, I'll send you on your way. With that, the water vapor in the air above Qin Shang instantly condensed into a crystal-clear icicle, plummeting downward at breakneck speed. Thud! A crisp, piercing sound echoed as the ice spike sank unimpeded into Qin Shang's chest. Not a single drop of blood spilled, yet Qin Shang's eyes were already losing focus. Thank you, Zhang. Lu Wei tossed the phone back to Zhang, then turned her gaze back to Gu Tianren with indifference, ready to resume the battle. The members of Dragon Soul sensed vaguely that their Sister Wei had, without their noticing, transformed into a different person. They didn't know if this was for better or worse. Their hearts were simply filled with mixed emotions. Zhang caught the phone and cast a meaningful glance at Lu Wei's figure, as cold and stern as ice. This was more like the Ice Queen he remembered from his past life. During his time with Lu Wei, Zhang had always felt that while she was powerful, her personality had always retained a soft and compassionate side. Now, she had finally undergone a transformation. However, Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit curious. In this life, he had minimized the actual impact of Qin Shang's betrayal as much as possible, but in her past life, what price had Lu Wei paid to get through this ordeal? All of that remained unknown. Amidst all this chaos, the sun continued to sink slowly toward the west, and twilight deepened in the sky. Everyone knew that now was not the time to let their guard down. Jikong and Lu Wei slowly flanked Gu Tianren from two directions, golden and blue light flaring once more in their hands. At the same time, Xingchen and Wang had also tracked down their respective opponents. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Gu Tianrun suddenly raised his hand. Lu Wei and Jikong furrowed their brows, unsure of his intentions. "Your name is Shang, isn't it? Since Meng Xian's phone is in your possession, I assume those three also met their end at your hands." Gu Tianrun looked at Zhang. "That's right. So what? Are you going to avenge them?" Zhang crossed his arms, asking with evident amusement. Now it was Gu Tianrun's turn to frown. Zhang's brazen attitude made him deeply uncomfortable. "You were able to defeat all three of them and shatter Qin Chang's arm with a single stone in an instant. I suspect your strength is on par with Lu Wei and the others." Gu Tianrun pursed his lips slightly, forcing down the anger rising within him. He had already secretly decided that he must teach this man a lesson immediately. Hearing Gu Tianrun's words, the crowd erupted into another wave of commotion. Originally, they had only thought Zhang excelled in wisdom, but they never imagined he possessed such strength. The look in their eyes toward him instantly grew more reverent. "If you possess such power, why have you been hiding and evading all this time?" Gu Tianrun's voice grew more forceful with each word, culminating in a sudden, furious outburst. Powerful mana surged from his body in an instant, radiating an intimidating aura, the vast majority of which was directed at Zhang. The remaining pressure radiated evenly to those around them, and even that alone was enough to send a chill down their spines. "Were you holding back earlier?" Lu Wei and Xikong exchanged a glance, their expressions growing grave. The might Gu Tianrun was displaying now was clearly far greater than when he had fought them earlier. However, at that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed nervously on Zhang, waiting to see how he would respond to Gu Tianrun's challenge. Facing Gu Tianrun's fierce interrogation, Zhang calmly looked at him, remained silent for a second or two, then suddenly broke into a broad smile. "You ask me why I was holding back? Of course, it's because you aren't worthy." The air froze in an eerie stillness. A cold breeze swept past, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. They slowly shifted their gaze toward Gu Tianrun, yet dared not make a single sound. Very well. You certainly have a sharp tongue." Gu Tianrun laughed bitterly in his fury, his mana surging violently, causing his hair and the hem of his robe to flutter without a breeze. Thud! Gu Tianrun slammed his great halberd down onto the ground with such force that a short section of the shaft sank directly into the earth. "I'll give you this chance. Zhang, Lu Wei, Jikong, the three of you, attack together. If you can defeat me, what harm is there in the special bureau handing over the ruins of the giant spirit god?" Gu Tianrun surveyed the area with an air of arrogance, radiating an aura of invincibility. "Gu Tianrun, you're being a bit too arrogant." Lu Wei narrowed her eyes slightly. A layer of ice crystals had already formed unnoticed on the ground beneath her feet. Amit Ba. Layman Gu, one should always do good within one's means. Jikong silently recited a Buddhist verse, taking 2 steps forward, leaving 2 clearly visible footprints behind him. Tianrun, Zhang Heng's expression darkened. He didn't believe Gu Tianrun, with his Tier 1, level 9 strength, could defeat 3 Tier 1, level 8 elite masters. Yet, in the face of these doubts, Gu Tianrun remained silent. "Is that all?" he asked calmly. Gu Tianrun's unexpected composure suddenly sparked a sense of foreboding in Lu Wei and Jikong's hearts. And that premonition was immediately confirmed the very next moment. Gu Tianrun abruptly drew his great halberd, and the mana within his body suddenly surged forth at an exponential rate, shooting straight toward the sky. Not only had the quantity of this mana doubled, but its quality was far more dense and concentrated than what Jikong and Lu Wei had displayed. At that moment, Gu Tianrun truly resembled a god descended from the heavens. His overwhelming aura alone made it impossible for anyone nearby to approach him. At this, Lu Wei and Jikong's expressions darkened completely. Lu Wei's expression was more grave than ever before. Staring at Gu Tianrun, she said, enunciating each word clearly. "You've been hiding your true strength well, Gu Tianrun. You're not Tier 1, level 9. You're Tier 2, level 1. Chapter 54, Playing Hard to Get? The members of the Buddhist Taoist Alliance and Dragon Soul immediately felt their hearts sink to the depths, while the Special Bureau members were instantly overjoyed. Especially Zhang Heng, whose face had been grim just moments ago, the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably.
It's been a long time coming. After months of suffering, I've finally encountered something good.
Zhang Heng shouted inwardly, so overcome with emotion he was nearly in tears. He had always been a stoic man who rarely showed his emotions, but the unending string of misfortunes over the past few months had made it nearly impossible for him to keep up his tough facade.
Bring it on. Gu Tianrun's eyes sparkled with determination. Even a casual remark from him placed immense pressure on Lu Wei and Ji Kong. Bring it on. Zhang Heng echoed loudly in his mind.
Lu Wei and Shi Kong exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and summoned all their mana, determined to give it their best shot. But the two of them alone clearly weren't enough. They looked at Zhang in unison.
Wait a minute, Zhang, what on earth is he doing?
Zhang sat cross-legged where he was, idly propping his chin up as he stared into space, his eyes vacant, his mind wandering far away.
Oh, has he finished striking his pose?
Feeling everyone's attention shift back to him, Zhang quickly snapped out of it, stood up, and looked at the imposing Gu Tianrun.
Rage blazed in Gu Tianrun's eyes.
He never would have imagined that even after he demonstrated his Tier 2 strength, Zhang would still look so fearless. Looks like he really is a clueless hick who doesn't know his place, Gu Tianrun muttered to himself.
He wasn't going to give Zhang any more time.
The tip of his gun was already pointed directly at Zhang, its muzzle glowing with intense energy.
Let us see if you still dare to talk back. Boom!
No sooner had Gu Tianrun finished speaking than he suddenly felt the world spinning. Instantly, excruciating pain shot through his body, and a deafening explosion rang in his ears. The onlookers hadn't even had time to process what was happening. They only felt a missile explode out of nowhere right before their eyes, as massive plumes of smoke and deafening noise instantly filled their vision and ears. Only as the smoke and dust slowly cleared did they begin to see what had happened. But what they saw left them utterly speechless. A massive crater, 3 or 4 meters in diameter, had appeared on the ground, and Gu Tianrun, who moments ago had seemed as invincible as a god, was now being held by the head by a massive hand, pinned firmly to the bottom of the pit, his face covered in blood.
You were right.
You really shouldn't have been so stubborn.
Zhang pressed Gu Tianrun's head down and said to him earnestly. You.
Gu Tianrun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He even thought he was still dreaming.
He instinctively lifted his head to say something. Thud.
No sooner had a single syllable left his lips than Zhang slammed his head violently into the ground again.
I told you, don't be so stubborn.
The crowd stared blankly at the scene before them, feeling as though they were watching a science fiction movie.
How could this be? The Special Bureau's greatest genius, the undisputed top combatant in all of China, there was simply no one else like him, was being pinned to the ground and beaten like a dead dog by a tall, unknown man. How is this possible?
This question echoed particularly loudly in Zhang Heng's mind. He suddenly began to wonder if he was some kind of harbinger of doom, destined to hide away in the deepest mountains and forests, avoiding contact with anyone.
Otherwise, how could every single thing he encountered seem to take an inexplicably disastrous turn?
Lu Wei's eyes, however, sparkled with surprise. She suddenly recalled that strange, sudden sensation she felt just before the flock of birds had departed.
Zhang, just how many secrets do you still have? She murmured involuntarily.
Well said, well said. This monk's cultivation is still too shallow. I must return to Amei to practice more. Ji Kong reverted to the form of a young monk, clasped his hands together, and muttered to himself.
Ah! A furious roar interrupted everyone's reverie. Gu Tianrun gradually recovered from his stun.
He struggled desperately, trying to break free from Zhang's control. His mana gathered in his arms as he pushed down with all his might, straining to lift his head.
Gu Tianrun's eyes were bloodshot.
His pride allowed him to accept failure at most, but collapsing like a worthless trash, at this moment, was something he had never even imagined.
I refuse to believe it.
His roar echoed through the mountains, his arms pressing the ground until it cracked into pieces.
Yet, in the face of absolute power, all this couldn't even make a ripple.
Zhang's hand was like the 5-finger mountain pinning down the Monkey King. No matter how hard Gu Tianrun struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Every time Gu Tianrun tried to lift his head,
Zhang mercilessly pressed him back down. The key to the giant spirit goddess ruins is clearly my own property, yet you have the audacity to demand I hand it over as if it were your due. How can someone so selfish and shameless have the nerve to talk back? Thud. As the leader of the Special Bureau, representing the Chinese government, you resort to bullying others with your power. How dare you talk back? Thud. You're merely a Tier 2, Level 1, yet you think you're invincible, arrogant, conceited, and full of yourself. How dare you talk back? Thud. You were born with access to China's vast resources, yet you take it all for granted. You have no compassion or care for the hard-working civilian evolvers. How dare you talk back? Thud. You keep saying you won't tolerate intentional harm, yet you fail to discipline your subordinates for their various misdeeds and turn a blind eye to them. How dare you talk back? Thud. Each accusatory question, each sound of a face hitting the ground, struck deep into Gu Tianran's heart and into the hearts of the onlookers. You're right. Damn it, I've had it with this kid for a long time. You're right. Just because he has got a little talent, what has he got to be so cocky about? If someone else had his luck and got picked by the Special Bureau in the capital, they might not be any worse than him. We're all working hard, giving it our all. Just because we're not as strong, why should we be looked down on? Gu Tianran's previous arrogance had long stirred resentment in many, but they dared not speak out due to his and the Special Bureau's power. Now, spurred on by Zhang, the crowd finally mustered the courage to unleash their pent-up frustration and indignation. Did you hear that? Zhang said calmly. Of course you can look down on others because you're stronger, but you should also consider that one day, when you're the one in a weaker position, all that contempt will come back to haunt you tenfold. To be honest, if you hadn't conducted yourself with some measure of decency, unlike certain others who are downright repulsive, you wouldn't even be alive to hear me say this. I'm sparing your life this time. From now on, tone down the arrogance and stop being so stubborn. With that, Zhang tossed Gu Tianran onto the ground like a rag doll and turned toward the gates of the giant spirit goddess ruins. Gu Tianran's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. He lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Coming with me? Zhang asked casually, addressing Lu Weizikong and even Zhang Han and the others. Having just berated Gu Tianran for being selfish and shameless, he certainly wasn't about to contradict himself. Exactly how much treasure lay within the giant spirit god ruins remained unknown, and Zhang truly didn't care how many people went in. He understood that the treasures of the world could never belong to just one person. If he ate the meat, shouldn't he leave some soup for others? Besides, even if it came down to a struggle for dominance, it wouldn't be too late to subdue them later. Zhang thought to himself. Chapter 55, Entering the Ruins. The Dragon Soul, the Buddhist Taoist Alliance, and the Special Bureau each selected several representatives to enter the giant spirit god ruins alongside Zhang. The Southwest clans were leaderless, and the few remaining members were of low standing. Rather than humiliate themselves further, they decided to search other parts of the spirit wasteland to see if there were any hidden gems left. Zhang led the way, striding toward the ruins' entrance. The experts following behind him looked at this towering man with a mixture of respect and awe, keeping a safe distance. Zhang took out the last bronze key. It flickered with light, and a strange pull connected it to the sole empty slot in the formation. Click! Without hesitation, Zhang inserted the key into the formation. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the gate, so intense that no one could keep their eyes open. Zhang's void eye possessed extraordinary strength even in such blinding light. He managed to open it slightly and saw that the formation originally engraved on the gate seemed to come alive in an instant, spinning rapidly. Mysterious runes shifted and rearranged themselves on the gate, gradually forming an exquisitely graceful hexagonal pattern. Zhang's intuition told him that this pattern must serve an extraordinary purpose. His void eye could no longer withstand the intense glare, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eye sockets. Zhang mustered all his strength to endure, vaguely imprinting the hexagonal pattern in his mind. Only then did he let out a long sigh and close his eyes. Creak, creak. The light persisted for another dozen seconds or so. Only then did Zhang and the others feel the burning sensation on their eyelids slowly subside. Hearing the sound of the gates slowly opening, they each opened their eyes. Before them lay a vast, empty hall, devoid of anything. On the inner side of the hall, 4 stone doorways stood silently. The doorways were covered in moss. They looked as though they hadn't been visited in a very long time, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. As Zhang and the others approached for a closer look, they noticed that each archway was marked with a small symbol at the top. From left to right, they were a book, a hammer, a triangle, and a blade of grass. The symbols glowed with a faint green light, beckoning visitors to step inside. But when they peered into the openings, all they could see was a long, dark passageway, leading who knows where, with no end in sight. Realizing they couldn't determine the treasures within just by looking through the openings, the group had no choice but to re-examine the symbols above their heads and ponder them carefully. The first 2 and the last one make some sense, but what on earth is that triangle? Don't jump to conclusions. How do you know the book is Giant Spirit Goddess Collection or a cultivation manual? And how do you know the hammer is a weapon or a blacksmith's hammer? Hey, don't be so greedy, okay? Giant Spirit Goddess Collection and a blacksmith's hammer are still huge treasures to us. Bro Hong, what do you think we should do? Everyone was buzzing with discussion, but Zhang had been standing rooted to the spot, deep in thought, ever since he first saw the symbol. Behind his mask, his brow furrowed slightly. From the moment he laid eyes on this triangle, it had felt strangely familiar, yet it was unlike anything he'd seen before. The interior of the triangle wasn't empty. It contained intricate patterns, many of which abruptly broke off at the edges. Triangle, Zhang murmured to himself. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. A triangle isn't that just 1/6 of a hexagon? Zhang quickly compared the triangular pattern on the doorway with the hexagonal pattern he had vaguely memorized earlier outside the main gate. The comparison instantly brought clarity to his mind. When the triangular pattern was inverted, it matched the top portion of the hexagon, and the interrupted lines on it continued seamlessly into the other parts of the hexagon. This archway is mine. Even though he still didn't know what lay inside, Zhang confidently chose this third archway. He believed that behind this coincidence, there must be a deeper meaning. After you. Hearing Zhang take the initiative to choose this most baffling third passageway, the others were surprised but raised no objections. They owed their very presence here to Zhang, so it was only natural to let him choose first. Zhang waved his hand and stepped into the dark, deep passageway. The passage was even longer than Zhang had imagined, and quite damp. He walked for several minutes without seeing any light ahead. His footsteps echoed endlessly through the long tunnel, and a thin layer of water droplets formed on his armor. After walking what felt like nearly half the length of the mountain, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared in the distance, and Zhang couldn't help but quicken his pace. The moment he emerged from the passage, he was instantly awestruck by the scene before him. Before him lay a vast cave, filled with rocks of all shapes and sizes. Tiny droplets of water trickled down the jagged stone pillars overhead. Over countless years, they had accumulated on the ground, forming a small pool. There was no light source within the cavern, yet a small opening in the ceiling led directly to the outside world. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the opening, casting a faint glow and warmth into the cavern. Beneath the opening, where the sunlight fell directly, a tall rock jutted out from the surface of the pool. And upon that rock, a bronze-colored bone lay quietly. Zhang's eyes narrowed as the system successfully identified the origin of this mysterious bone. Right arm bone of the giant spirit god, a remnant of the giant spirit goddess body left behind after its demise, still containing traces of the giant spirit goddess mana. The right arm bone of a god, Zhang muttered to himself, curious about what these so-called gods were really like. The cave was deathly quiet, not even a breath of wind stirred. Zhang circled the area, but aside from the giant spirit goddess right arm bone, there was nothing else of note. Looks like this is it, then. Zhang gathered his composure and finally stepped into the pool, walking up to the right arm bone. He cautiously reached out and slowly grasped the middle section of the bone. Even through the layer of his glove, the moment Zhang's palm touched the bone, it began to tremble violently, and a brilliant bronze glow erupted from its surface. Zhang, however, showed not the slightest fear. He clenched his right hand tightly around it, refusing to loosen his grip no matter how violently it trembled. Finally, the bonus trembling gradually subsided, replaced by a wisp of blue mana drifting silently from within. Zhang watched this wisp of mana warily. Though it appeared feeble, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from it. The mana slowly spun, condensed, and transformed in the air, eventually taking on the form of a human figure step by step. Chapter 56, The Great Era, Hidden Secrets. Zhang watched the figure taking shape before him, his expression growing increasingly grave. This figure stood 8 feet tall, roughly the same height as Zhang, clad in a set of simple yet magnificent gilded bronze armor. A navy blue cape adorned with carved dragons draped over his shoulders, and he wore cloud-piercing battle boots, truly an imposing sight. He had a broad face and large eyes, with a thick beard that, far from appearing coarse, exuded an air of noble divinity. The system scanned him, and the results surprised Zhang, though not entirely. Name: Remnant of the Giant Spirit God. Tier 2, Level 9 Peak, Tier 8, Level 8. What didn't surprise Zhang was his identity and power. As a remnant of the giant spirit goddess ruins and the very core of this spirit wasteland, his identity as the giant spirit god was practically self-evident. Combined with what the Dream Soul Queen had previously mentioned, that he had perished and his bones remained here, it was no surprise that, after so many years, he was merely a remnant spirit with less than 1% of his former power. What truly took Zhang by surprise, however, was the peak strength of the giant spirit god noted in the system as parentheses, 8th tier, 8th level. Is this what they call a god? Zhang muttered to himself. Originally, upon hearing the title god, he had always felt a sense of awe, subconsciously assuming it referred to an existence far beyond his understanding of evolvers. However, upon seeing this, the mystique was instantly dispelled. So-called gods and immortals were merely honorific titles bestowed by people of past eras upon powerful evolvers, no different from the titled powerhouses of this era. Zhang's mind cleared a little more. Even if one day these legendary gods returned to the world, it would merely be a race of 1,000 ships. He stood at the crest of the era, unshakable. Finally, someone has come. The words came out hoarsely from his mouth. It seemed the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god hadn't spoken in a very long time. Greetings, revered giant spirit god. Zhang still extended the bare minimum of respect to this once mighty being. A human from the new era, the remnant of the giant spirit god muttered. How long has it been since I fell into slumber? No, that's not the right question. You probably don't even know when I fell asleep. The remnant of the giant spirit god was a bit more affable than Zhang had imagined. Do you know which of those 2 lads, the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, won in the end? The moment those words were spoken, Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. If the name Giant Spirit God could still be interpreted in various ways, then Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu almost certainly referred to those 2 legendary figures from human mythological history. So they really did exist. Now that the Giant Spirit God had appeared, the authenticity of the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu had been confirmed through his words. What about Fuxi, Shenong, and even the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, and the Buddha? These figures, so familiar to the descendants of China, had they also left a real, glorious mark on history? And since Zhang was no longer human in this life, what he couldn't help but imagine was Daji, the Year Beast, the Dragon King, and even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. These demons, monsters, and divine beasts that exist only in mythology, could they also? Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. The remnant spirit of the giant spirit god interrupted Zhang's reverie. Oh, sorry. Hearing you mention those 2 left me a bit stunned. I zoned out for a moment. In the end, the Yellow Emperor emerged victorious. Together with the Flame Emperor, he became the ancestor of the Chinese people in later generations. The giant spirit god didn't notice that Zhang had consistently used the third-person term people rather than the first-person we. He stared blankly ahead, as if lost in memory, and it took him a long time to slowly snap back to reality. So, how many years have passed since then? At least 5,000 years, Zhang replied. It's been 5,000 years in the blink of an eye. A look of world weariness and sorrow flashed across the remnant of the giant spirit goddess face. Zhang stood quietly in place, waiting for him to look back wistfully. At the shortest, several thousand years; at the longest, tens of thousands of years. Every so often, the world falls into a prolonged silence, the giant spirit god began to explain. And the rare moments of brilliance amidst these long, dark ages are called the Great Ages. As far as I know, the universe has experienced at least 5 great eras, and I perished during the last one. Zhang's heart gave a start. He had assumed that the group of beings represented by the giant spirit god was the very source of the world, but he never imagined that even he was merely a latecomer. Why exactly the universe falls into silence, I do not know. I only know that every great era is a blessing bestowed by heaven upon humanity. Humans are the lords of all creation. That you were born in this great era and have come to me is a stroke of immense luck. Humans? Lords of all creation? Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, but the giant spirit god, lost in his own thoughts, remained oblivious. Since we have met, it is fate. This right arm bone contains a portion of my divine power and talent. If you pass my test, I shall bestow it upon you. Zhang's eyes lit up finally, he was getting to the point. Before I died, I dispersed my divine power throughout my body, scattering it across every corner of this mortal realm through 6 bones like this one. If you ever have the chance in the future, you should try to seek them out, they should be of great help to you. Though my body has perished and my path has faded, in the previous great era, I ruled over a vast domain. As he spoke, a look of dominance and pride involuntarily returned to the eyes and brow of the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god. 6 pieces? Upon hearing this, Zhang immediately recalled the triangle on the ceiling of the stone cave. Wasn't he that 1/6 of the formation outside the door? It seemed there were 6 such triangles in the world. If he could gather them all, he would be able to obtain the giant spirit goddess' complete legacy. I am willing to accept your trial. Zhang bowed slightly and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Ha ha ha, excellent. The remnant spirit of the giant spirit god laughed heartily in satisfaction, stroked his beard, and then spoke with a serious expression. In my lifetime, I excelled at combat, and even now, combat is what I value most. I see your cultivation level is decent, but I wonder how you fare in actual combat. Though I am but a remnant spirit, my cultivation still surpasses yours. However, I won't take advantage of you. I'll suppress my power to match your level. If you can last 3 minutes against me, I'll truly acknowledge you. Having said this, the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god looked at Zhang meaningfully, wanting to see if he would flinch in the face of a former deity like himself. Then I shall humbly accept your challenge. To his surprise, Zhang showed not the slightest hesitation. On the contrary, he seemed eager to accept the challenge. Beneath his mask, Zhang's face showed no fear, only excitement. A battle against a god? A mere 10 minutes seems a bit too short. Chapter 57, Battle against the remnant of the giant spirit god. You've got some nerve. The remnant of the giant spirit god roared, cutting off all further talk. His body trembled, and while the energy radiating from him did indeed diminish considerably, his aura remained undiminished. A powerhouse who had once reached the pinnacle possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. Seeing that the remnant of the giant spirit god was ready for battle, Zhang wasted no time and immediately unleashed a heavy punch. You're quite bold, boy. The remnant of the giant spirit god let out a derisive laugh, thinking to himself that this youngster from the new era was truly a fearless calf daring to clash fists with him right off the bat. With that in mind, he casually extended his palm, intending to block the blow effortlessly and show Zhang the gulf between them. However, the moment their palms made contact, the remnant of the giant spirit god could no longer smile. The power of Zhang's heavy punch far exceeded his expectations. After blocking it with a casual gesture, he felt a colossal force surge through him. Even if he wanted to muster more strength, it was already too late. Thud. 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 In the heat of the moment, this first exchange ended with the remnant of the giant spirit god staggering back several steps. Excellent. With a young talent like you in this generation, there is hope for the human race. Far from anger, the remnant of the giant spirit god smiled, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Zhang remained unflappable. Seizing the moment while the remnant of the giant spirit god was still off balance, he immediately closed the distance and followed up with another punch. This time, the remnant of the giant spirit god was no longer complacent. He mustered all his strength to clash fists with Zhang. As their fists collided, gusts of wind swept through the air, causing the entire cave to tremble. Upon closer inspection, one could see the stone pillars on the cave ceiling trembling slightly, with large amounts of sand, soil, and gravel falling from above. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. Zhang's fists were beginning to ache from the battle with the remnant of the giant spirit god, yet both combatants remained exhilarated, showing no sign of retreat. Every time Zhang swung his fist, the remnant of the giant spirit god neither dodged nor flinched, meeting the blow head-on. Zhang's right fist struck out once more, but this time alone, the giant spirit god tilted his head slightly, evading the punch by a hair's breadth. Zhang's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected the remnant of the giant spirit god to suddenly change tactics, and for a moment, he lost his balance slightly. Combat isn't just about brute force. A gleam of sharpness flashed in the remnant's eyes as he swung a roundhouse kick straight at Zhang's chest. Trouble. Zhang's expression darkened when it came to combat experience. The remnant spirit of the giant spirit god was, after all, far more seasoned. Having leaned his entire body forward to generate maximum force for his punch, it was now difficult for him to pull back in time to dodge the kick. He could only watch helplessly as the remnant spirit's leg armor rapidly closed in on his chest. However, at the very last moment, instead of retreating, Zhang charged forward. He instantly bent his other arm into an elbow and slashed downward, striking at the remnant of the giant spirit's sweeping leg. Arrogant. The remnant of the giant spirit frowned. The disparity in strength between his hands and legs was already immense, not to mention that he was attacking with full intent against an unprepared opponent. In his eyes, Zhang, faced with his own mistake, was not thinking of cutting his losses but was instead rushing to counterattack, truly like a mantis trying to stop a cart, the height of youthful recklessness. However, the remnant of the giant spirit was no brute, and neither was Zhang. He knew full well that, given their evenly matched strength levels, it was impossible to block a roundhouse kick with his arm. But what if his goal wasn't to block it in the first place? Precision strike. Empowered by Zhang's unique skill, his elbow struck the giant spirit goddess remnant's knee joint with pinpoint accuracy before the remnant's full force had even been unleashed. The giant spirit remnant's massive frame shook. He felt his legs suddenly go limp. The power that had been building like a volcanic eruption instantly dissipated by more than half, and the kick, relying solely on momentum, struck Zhang's chest with far less force than intended. However, even with its power greatly diminished, when the kick made solid contact with Zhang's chest, it still caused him to groan in pain, and faint cracks began to appear in the battle armor on his chest. Zhang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Though he wasn't particularly skilled in defense, bears naturally possess thick, tough skin and powerful fat padding for shock absorption. Even with the layer of battle armor gifted by Wang protecting him, he still felt such distinct pain, a clear indication of the remnant of the giant spirit's immense strength. As Zhang thought this, his hands moved with not the slightest hesitation. Earlier, he had lost the initiative, but after blocking that kick, the remnant of the giant spirit god found itself in a bind. In an instant, the balance of offense and defense shifted. Strike while the iron is hot. Without hesitation, Zhang grabbed the remnant's leg with his free hand and yanked it toward him, then unleashed a punch that had been coiled with power, sending it hurtling like a cannonball straight into its lower abdomen. In the split second between the pull and the strike, the remnant of the giant spirit goddess lower abdomen and Zhang's cannon-like fist seemed to collide head-on. Caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, the remnant of the giant spirit god could only instinctively cross his arms over his lower abdomen to brace for the impact. Boom! Zhang's punch landed with the force of a cannonball, sending the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god flying backward just as fiercely. Another deafening crash echoed as the remnant spirit slammed into the cave wall, shattering the millennia-old rock into pieces in an instant. A mouthful of blood spurted from the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god, and his mana instantly diminished slightly. After all, the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god was not present in physical form here. Every injury inflicted was not on his body, but on his remaining mana. Kid, you're actually pretty good. This time, the remnant of the giant spirit god no longer took pleasure in Zhang's talent as he had before. Instead, his expression grew somber, as if he had been genuinely provoked. Previously, he had always viewed Zhang from the vantage point of a superior, observing him with ease. The better Zhang performed, the happier he naturally became. But now, Zhang's performance undoubtedly warranted placing him on an equal footing with himself. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 8:30. "Take this final strike of mine, and I'll let you pass." The remnant of the giant spirit god slowly emerged from the pile of rubble, a powerful aura coalescing around him. Mana surged wildly from all over the remnant of the giant spirit god toward his right palm. In an instant, his right palm radiated brilliant light. The mana seemed to have reshaped his hand entirely, faintly imbued with a trace of majestic divine might. Zhang gazed intently at the remnant's dazzling palm. This strike actually made him sense a faint threat to his very life. Zhang knew full well that ordinary means would be utterly incapable of withstanding this strike. To block it or even to prevail, there was only one way. The blue glow in his eyes was growing ever more brilliant. This technique is called the Titan Palm. Countless gods, immortals, and demons fell beneath this very palm of mine in years past. Boy, you'd better watch closely. The remnant of the giant spirit god was radiant with vigor, as if he had returned to his former self, the invincible giant spirit god of those glorious days. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive palm print, carrying a deafening roar, descended upon Zhang like a mountain crashing from the heavens. Zhang wasted no words, yet the light in his eyes had already reached its peak in an instant. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the G-Void Eye struck first despite being released later, colliding violently with the Titan Palm. Chapter 58, You're Not Human? Boom boom boom. Two incompatible, ferocious forces collided, instantly unleashing an even more terrifying shockwave that rippled out toward the surrounding rock walls. Holy shit, what just happened? What's going on? Why is the ground suddenly shaking? Holy shit, could the giant spirit god be angry? The tremors in the cavern rapidly traveled through the rock, spreading to the ends of the other passages. Everyone who had entered the ruins together felt the earth suddenly shake violently. Immediately, a rumbling roar filled their ears, and stones kept falling from above. They looked around in terror. Only the few Tier 1 players managed to maintain relative composure, their faces etched with vigilance. Only Wang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the source of the tremors, and silently asked himself, "Brother Yao, is that you?" Inside the cavern, the standoff between the two forces continued. It had now become a pure contest of innate power. Zhang and the remnant spirit of the Titan had abandoned all technique, unleashing their mana completely to reveal the true depths of their existence. The forces of the Void Eye and the Titan Palm remained locked in a stalemate for over a minute, and the entire interior of the mountain trembled for over a minute as well. Finally, the fragile balance between the forces could no longer withstand the ceaseless influx of mana from Zhang and the remnant of the Titan god. In an instant, it collapsed completely. The raging power instantly lost its precarious stability, and the two energy waves, completely out of control, intertwined and shot upward toward the ceiling. Thud, thud. Under the impact of this combined force, the small opening above the cave was instantly expanded into a massive hole. The boulders that had been perched above tumbled down one after another, crashing into the water and sending up a cloud of dust. Ah, cough cough, kid, you're really something. I, the giant spirit, cough cough, acknowledge you. Choked by the dust, the remnant of the giant spirit god coughed incessantly, yet he still laughed heartily, his laughter once again brimming with satisfaction. As the dust slowly cleared, the remnant of the giant spirit god dragged his weary body forward. He couldn't wait to see this human junior whom he had come to admire so deeply. However, when the remnant of the giant spirit god finally emerged from the layers of smoke and stood before Zhang, his boisterous laughter came to an abrupt halt. Satisfaction, curiosity, shock, disbelief, indifference, anger, murderous intent. It was hard to imagine that, within mere seconds, such a complex array of emotions could be seen on the face of a former god. Zhang stood immovable as a mountain. He had not been injured earlier, and his body remained intact. The impact of this exchange had affected him far less than it had the remnant of the giant spirit god. He looked almost exactly the same as before, except for. At that moment, under the powerful shockwave of the Yi Void Eye's ability, the mask on Zhang's face could no longer hold together. It finally shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. To the remnant of the giant spirit god, what lay beneath was a bear's face, brimming with savagery. "You aren't human?"
After a brief silence, the giant spirit god ground out the words through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with overwhelming murderous intent.
"Just as I suspected," Zhang sighed helplessly.
During his earlier conversation with the remnant of the giant spirit god, Zhang had already sensed that the entity held an almost absolute reverence for humanity, while harboring a certain loathing for other species. Zhang had originally planned to pass himself off as human, grab the giant spirit goddess' right arm bone, and make his escape, but in the end, he couldn't hide the truth.
"That's right, I'm not human." Zhang met the challenge head-on, replying calmly.
Very well, very well. A mere inferior beast dares to impersonate my human race.
I was almost fooled by you, you beast. Who are you calling a beast?
I'm calling you a beast, the remnant of the giant spirit god declared decisively.
Very good. It seems you know you're nothing but a beast.
The giant spirit goddess remnant's words and attitude no longer deserved even a shred of respect from Zhang. He mocked him without restraint, his eyes brimming with contempt.
You're asking for death.
The giant spirit goddess remnant was instantly enraged, and the mana fluctuations emanating from his body rapidly expanded, growing 2 or 3 times stronger than before.
At that moment, when Zhang scanned the remnant of the giant spirit god with the system again, his information had suddenly changed to name, remnant of the giant spirit god.
Tier level, Tier 2, level 8 peak, Tier 8, level 8. Clearly, aside from the mana he had just expended, he was now unleashing his full power. Watching the remnant of the giant spirit god release energy far surpassing his own, Zhang did not grow angry but instead laughed.
"Ah, you petty giant spirit, it seems you're truly desperate." "You."
The remnant of the giant spirit god was about to retort, but was cut off by Zhang's barrage of angry rebukes and sarcasm. "You claim humans are the lords of all creation, yet I haven't seen your so-called lords of all creation come for you instead. It's me who is here? You pompously style yourself a god, yet when you can't win, you resort to restoring your full power to overwhelm me.
If you could actually defeat me on equal footing, I'd hold you in higher regard. You're quite the sharp-tongued one."
The remnant of the giant spirit goddess' eyes bulged with fury as he charged straight at Zhang.
"Today, I shall rid the human race of this menace."
In Zhang's eyes, the remnant of the giant spirit god had completely lost the dignity befitting an elder.
However, the power he now displayed was still something Zhang had to take seriously.
Flew. Having returned to his Tier 2, level 8 state, the remnant of the giant spirit's offensive might instantly surged by several levels compared to before. Even a casual punch produced a piercing sound like a tiger's roar and thunder cracking through the air. Facing the remnant of the giant spirit at this moment, Zhang had no choice but to temporarily avoid his onslaught. While doing his utmost to evade and simply parrying when evasion was impossible, he also sought opportunities to counterattack, determined not to get entangled in close-quarters combat with the giant spirit goddess remnant. However, the remnant's punches had not only grown more powerful but also significantly faster. In just a minute or two of exchange, Zhang's armor was already battered beyond repair, and his body was covered in bruises. In the blink of an eye, the remnant of the giant spirit god launched another punch. Just as Zhang was about to dodge, he felt a sudden, violent impact from behind. Only then did he realize that, while completely focused on evasion, he had unknowingly retreated to the edge of the cavern. Zhang quickly sidestepped again, but that brief, unexpected moment had instantly disrupted his evasion rhythm. In the blink of an eye, the residual spirit of the giant spirit goddess punch was upon him. Zhang barely managed to dodge, but the residual spirit had already closed the distance. The residual spirit of the giant spirit god pressed its advantage, delivering one punch after another. It looked as though Zhang had nowhere left to hide.
Zhang's expression grew more grave than ever.
He knew full well that if even one of those incoming punches landed squarely on him, he would likely be severely injured, if not killed.
"I have no choice but to go all out."
Zhang clenched his teeth, making up his mind in the blink of an eye.
In that instant, he withdrew all the mana he had released and launched a full-force charge against the barrier leading to Tier 2, Level 4. Chapter 59, Breakthrough in the Heat of Battle. Before arriving at the ruins, Zhang had been just a hair's breadth away from Tier 2, Level 4. Yet every evolution carries its own risks, and Zhang had always conducted his previous breakthroughs in a safe environment after thorough preparation. But at this moment, he had no other choice. With his current strength, there was absolutely no way he could dodge the fist that was closing in faster with each strike, and the consequences of failing to dodge were something he could never bear. The situation seemed like a dead end, and the only way out appeared to be nothing more than an empty phrase. To break through his current limits in the blink of an eye. If this were anyone else, they would likely have already started looking for ways to minimize the damage. But Zhang was no ordinary person, he wasn't even human. Minimize the damage, and then what? Drag a broken body to the giant spirit's remnant and beg for mercy? That would be worse than death. With almost no hesitation, Zhang resolutely chose this one sliver of hope. Is he planning to throw his life away? The moment all the mana was drawn back into Zhang's body, the remnant of the giant spirit god was also somewhat baffled, silently wondering to himself, though the speed of his fist didn't slow down one bit. At this moment, aside from keeping a small portion of his attention on the giant spirit goddess movements, Zhang had poured nearly all his energy into the breakthrough. Yet even so, because his body was already in violent motion and he had made no preparations, a wave of excruciating pain shot through his meridians as he began to assault the barrier leading to Tier 2, Level 4. In an instant, Zhang's face contorted in pain, and his footing faltered once more. The remnant of the giant spirit god instantly noticed this. His fist swung faster and harder, several times grazing the very tip of Zhang's nose. Thud! The remnant of the giant spirit god snorted coldly. He had no intention of wasting any more time with Zhang. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground and, in the blink of an eye, closed in once more. This time, Zhang truly had nowhere to hide. However, just then, roar! A deafening roar erupted without warning from Zhang's gaping maw. This roar was infused with Zhang's skill intimidation, suddenly echoing through the massive hole in the cave ceiling and reverberating across the entire mountain range. In the other caves, everyone had just recovered from the earlier earthquake and was getting back into the spirit of exploring for treasures. The 3 remaining caves at the end of the corridors were divided equally among the 3 major organizations, so each cave was filled with their own people. Competition wasn't particularly fierce, instead, they chatted and laughed as they explored. Look at you guys, just a little tremor earlier, and you're all acting like such wimps. Don't talk big, dare you say you weren't scared at all just now? I'm not afraid of anything under the sun. Nothing has ever scared me in my whole life. Hey, did you hear that sound? Ha ha, trying that old trick on me? What era is that from? No, I'm serious, there really is a sound. It sounds like the roar of some kind of ferocious beast, and it's getting louder and louder. Holy shit! A beast is attacking. Guys, let us run. Inside the cave, when the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god heard that furious roar up close, it momentarily felt dazed and experienced a ringing in its ears, but it snapped back to its senses almost immediately, suffering virtually no lasting effects. Petty tricks, a last-ditch struggle. The remnant of the giant spirit goddess' heavy fist was about to strike Zhang's face. He seemed to already see the image of this human menace's brain splattering under his fist, and a smug smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. But in the next instant, his smile froze once again. In the remnant of the giant spirit goddess' estimation, given Zhang's speed, there was no way he could dodge this punch. Yet, just as it was about to strike, Zhang suddenly and eerily accelerated backward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. At the same time, Zhang's palm gently tapped his arm, instantly altering his original trajectory. The remnant of the giant spirit's expression darkened in an instant. He couldn't understand why Zhang had suddenly changed so drastically. By now, Zhang had finally retreated to a safe distance once more, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He knew full well that intimidation would have little effect on the remnant of the giant spirit. What truly mattered was that, through that roar, the mana within him surged instantly, shattering the barrier to Tier 2, Level 4 in one fell swoop. Zhang clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body swell by a full third. For someone with a perfect evolution like him, every breakthrough represented a massive, all-around increase in strength.
Now, facing the giant spirit goddess remnant, he would no longer be as helpless as he had been moments ago. However, after a fleeting moment of excitement, Zhang's expression returned to its usual calm. He knew this was far from enough. He was currently at Tier 2, Level 4, while the remnant of the giant spirit god was at Tier 2, Level 8, a gap of a full 4 levels. Unlike some useless fools who merely possess a high cultivation level, the remnant of the giant spirit god was, after all, once an 8th tier expert. Even at the same cultivation level, Zhang would only have a slight advantage, let alone with the current massive gap in their realms. He might be able to survive, or he might be able to escape, but neither of those was what he truly wanted. He wanted to win. He wanted to crush this god who regarded ferocious beasts as inferior creatures. But what other choice did he have? Zhang slowly shifted his gaze to the very last line of his status bar. Draw attempts, 1. It's time. Zhang took a deep breath. While fending off the remnant of the giant spirit goddess' relentless onslaught, he decisively pressed the draw button in his mind. The remnant of the giant spirit god keenly sensed that Zhang's power had risen once more, and his heart couldn't help but tremble with shock once again. In his previous life, he had faced countless ferocious beasts of unmatched power, yet none had ever shattered his expectations time and again like Zhang was doing today. In his view, ferocious beasts were nothing more than inferior lifeforms with nothing but brute strength. No matter how powerful a beast might be, it would always fall short when facing a human genius of equal level. Yet Zhang, the remnant of the giant spirit god, shook his head, dispelling the slight wavering in his mind, and his gaze hardened once more into one of fierce determination. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Humans are the masters of all creation. As for this unpredictable variable, I must nip it in the bud. Faced with the immense pressure from the remnant of the giant spirit goddess assault, Zhang had no mind to pay attention to the movement of the pointer. He could only silently repeat in his heart. Gold, gold, gold. It wasn't that Zhang was greedy in such a desperate situation, ordinary rewards were simply too meager to help him turn the tide. However, luck ultimately did not favor him. Congratulations! You have obtained the blue reward, disposable mana extractor. Would you like to claim it now? Chapter 60, Frenzied Evolution, Species Mutation. Disposable mana extractor extracts mana from spiritual treasures and assists the host in refining and absorbing it. Expires after a single use. Upon reading the system's description of the disposable mana extractor, Zhang was so furious he felt like cursing. Damn it, blue is blue, but why does it have to be something this useless? Extracting mana, it sounds pretty useful, but I need a spiritual treasure to extract from in the first place. Zhang was utterly speechless. He could only casually toss the disposable mana extractor into the system's inventory, glancing absent-mindedly at the items stored there. But that single glance caused him to freeze in shock for a split second. Kid, you dare to zone out. Zhang's momentary distraction allowed the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god to seize the opportunity instantly, launching a powerful kick. Although Zhang quickly snapped out of it and stepped back, he didn't have time to fully dodge. He could only cross his arms over his chest to forcefully absorb part of the impact. Thud. 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 Even though it was only a fraction of the giant spirit goddess' residual power, it sent Zhang flying backward 4 or 5 meters in an instant. He stomped his feet on the ground several times before barely regaining his balance. At that moment, his arms throbbed faintly, and he struggled to catch his breath, yet there was not a trace of discouragement in his eyes, only sheer delight. He was staring intently at the mysterious treasure in the system inventory that had been gathering dust for some time. The Mystic Ice Crystal. System, can the single-use mana extractor be used on the Mystic Ice Crystal? Zhang asked eagerly. This time, the system did not disappoint him. Do you wish to use the single-use mana extractor on the Mystic Ice Crystal? The system's response was mechanical, yet it instantly filled Zhang with joy, and he selected yes without hesitation. In an instant, the 2 small slots in the system's inventory, one for the single-use mana extractor and the other for the Mystic Ice Crystal, merged rapidly, emitting a dazzling blue light. Extraction countdown, 1 minute. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang steeled himself, fully preparing to face the giant spirit S remnant's relentless barrage.
The giant spirit S remnant keenly sensed the shift in Zhang's demeanor.
Though it couldn't fathom the source of his sudden surge of confidence, it couldn't help but feel a faint sense of unease. Could it be that he has some hidden ace up his sleeve, the giant spirit goddess remnant mused inwardly?
I can't drag this out any longer.
Though he couldn't fathom Zhang's true capabilities, he took a deep breath and steeled his resolve. He would launch an all-out assault, crushing this scourge of humanity as swiftly as possible, even if it meant exhausting his very last drop of mana and vanishing from this world forever.
59, 58, 57.
As the system counted down, Zhang suddenly felt the giant spirit goddess remnant's offensive surge with even greater ferocity. If the original attack had been like a rifle firing single shots, it had now turned into a submachine gun's rapid fire, with both power and speed significantly increased.
Does he really not fear dying from mana depletion?
Zhang's expression darkened. He could see the giant spirit S remnant was determined to crush him in the bud, no matter the cost. He couldn't fathom the giant spirit S remnant's binary, all-or-nothing mindset, but for now, he had no choice but to brace for the onslaught. The clash between man and beast raged like a storm. Under the remnant of the giant spirit S relentless assault, Zhang was once again reduced to the desperate state he'd been in at Tier 2, Level 3, barely able to dodge.
But he wasn't panicking. 35, 34, 33.
The system continued. Its countdown time was running out.
With every attack, the giant spirit remnant gradually closed the distance between itself and Zhang.
Whenever they got too close, Zhang would deliver a simple counterattack, using the giant spirit remnant's own momentum to create space again. Now, with only a few dozen centimeters separating them, the giant spirit remnant launched another punch. Zhang instinctively resorted to his old trick, shifting his body slightly to the side and slapping at its forearm, intending to use the force to push it away. However, as Zhang's palm made contact, he realized that while the remnant's punch seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, its actual force was far weaker than before.
Damn it, I've fallen for the trap.
In an instant, Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. A smug smile curled at the corner of the giant spirit's mouth.
In an instant, he transformed his fist into a palm, flipping upward to firmly grip Zhang's forearm. Crunch, crunch. A colossal force surged through him in an instant.
Zhang's thick bones were suddenly crushed until they creaked. The excruciating pain left him in no doubt. If he remained in this grip for even a moment longer, this arm would be completely ruined. Moreover, if he couldn't break free from the remnant of the giant spirit goddess control, he would inevitably become a fish on a cutting board, at its mercy. Facing life or death, Zhang suddenly recalled how the giant rock python had broken free from his control earlier.
Size manipulation.
In an instant, the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god felt the arm and its grasp swell to several times its original size. Unable to react in time, it could only use the remaining strength in its grip to violently fling Zhang away. Zhang slammed heavily into the stone wall of the cavern and slid down slowly, like a hanging painting. By now, he had regained his true height of over 7 meters, but he was coughing up blood in great gulps, and one of his arms hung limply at his side. Though it wasn't severed, it was unlikely he could use it to exert any force in the near future. Through a veil of dust, the remnant spirit of the giant spirit god approached slowly. He seemed to already envision Zhang's pitiful state. His imagination was correct, yet he could never have imagined that, at that very moment, a faint smile would gradually curve up at the corners of Zhang's mouth.
3, 2, 1, 0. The moment the countdown ended, an incredibly pure stream of mana surged into Zhang's body.
This mana radiated an extreme cold, yet Zhang didn't feel the slightest chill. Instead, his entire body felt as if it were being gently nurtured, accompanied by a tingling sensation. For the moment, he lacked the strength to stand, and could only wait quietly as the system transformed his body. The vast mana surged like a mighty river, rapidly widening the channels within Zhang's body that carried mana, filling them time and again. In just a few seconds, the mana fluctuations within Zhang's body soared skyward like a plane taking off. Tier 2, Level 5. Tier 2, Level 6. Tier 2, Level 7. No wonder Zhang couldn't identify this mystic ice crystal at first. It turned out the power within was simply too vast, allowing him to jump 3 levels in the blink of an eye.
Finally, as the last wisp of mana flowed into Zhang's body, his frenzied breakthrough came to a temporary halt. But it wasn't over yet. As the mana within the mystic ice crystal was completely depleted and the single-use mana extractor was rendered completely useless, a system notification that took Zhang by surprise suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations! Due to the absorption of special energy, your race has mutated into a polar ice king bear. Chapter 61, You Have No Right to Judge Me. Mutated? Zhang was taken aback. While the increase in his level was expected, the racial mutation was a complete and delightful surprise. At that moment, Zhang's information panel underwent another dramatic transformation. Name, Zhang. Race, Arctic Ice King Bear. Level, Tier 2, Level 7. Height, 9.03 meters. Weight, 21.1 tons. Skills, Precision Strike, Intimidation, Size Manipulation, Frost King Claw. Talent, Void Eye. Draw attempts, 0. Apart from the draw attempts being reset to 0, nearly every aspect of him had undergone a complete transformation, and this racial mutation had directly granted him an entirely new skill. Zhang slowly rose to his feet. The tips of his once golden-brown mane now bore a hint of deep blue, adding a touch of nobility to his already imposing presence. His claws had all turned ice blue, as if they were solid ice that had slept at the deepest depths of the ocean for 100,000 years, crystalline and translucent, beautiful yet flickering with a deadly, dangerous glow. Through the smoke and dust, the remnant spirit of the giant god keenly sensed the shift in Zhang's aura. His expression turned grim. He couldn't understand why this bear was not only peerlessly powerful among his own tier but also possessed the tenacity and rate of improvement of an indestructible cockroach. At the very beginning, he had been able to test Zhang by deliberately lowering his own level, acting as a senior. But before long, he had to unleash his full power just to suppress him. No sooner had he suppressed Zhang than the latter grew stronger once more. He had believed that a full-scale burst fueled by burning mana would seal Zhang's fate, yet to his surprise, even sensing Zhang's aura from a distance, the remnant of the giant spirit god already in a state of explosive power felt a pang of dread. I refuse to believe it. Guling Shan's remnant clenched his teeth, accelerated his mana consumption, and charged full force into the billowing dust. He refused to admit it, but a faint sense of regret had already begun to gnaw at his heart. Why was he risking his very last breath just to provoke this rare, bizarre phenomenon? Yet, no matter what, there was no turning back now. The remnant of the giant spirit god charged like a locomotive at full speed, roaring and whipping up a gale as it instantly pierced through the smoke to catch sight of Zhang. But strictly speaking, he hadn't actually seen him. For what greeted him was yet another, void eye, bursting with dazzling light, and the intensity of the strike was, compared to the previous one, as different as night and day. The remnant of the giant spirit goddess face paled. Acting almost purely on combat instinct, he gathered all his mana before him, constructing a crude mana shield. Pop! However, the mana shield was as flimsy as paper. It held for only an instant before being completely pierced by the strike of the void eye. Earth-shattering force instantly crashed down upon the remnant of the giant spirit god. Though he had defended with all his might, he was still forced to retreat continuously, his cloud-piercing battle boots carving 2 deep gouges into the ground. The very moment he came into contact with the power of the void eye, the remnant of the giant spirit god was deeply shaken. He clearly sensed that this energy had undergone a complete transformation compared to the energy Zhang had displayed when they had previously clashed at the Tier 2, Level 3 realm. This was not merely a surge in raw power. More importantly, the very essence of the energy seemed to have been altered. If the previous void eye was a erupting volcano, representing absolute explosiveness, then the void eye at this moment contained a coldness capable of freezing everything. The remnant of the giant spirit god could scarcely fathom how these two diametrically opposed forces could be so perfectly fused. His arms were first struck by the explosive force within that single gaze, shattering his armor and tearing his flesh open, only to be swiftly frozen solid, with the chill continuing to spread throughout the rest of his body. Explosion, freezing, explosion, freezing, explosion, freezing. For the remnant of the giant spirit god, this strike of the void eye was not merely a display of overwhelming power. It felt more like a form of torture. Any ordinary person would likely have surrendered long ago,
but the remnant of the giant spirit god was, after all, a powerhouse from the previous great era. His extreme sense of identification with humanity and his pride as a god would not allow him to retreat at this moment. I, the giant spirit god, will live standing tall, but I will never die on my knees, the remnant of the giant spirit god roared, burning through every ounce of his strength. If before he had been thinking of conserving even a shred of mana to preserve his life, now his will was firmer than ever, leaving himself no room for retreat. He would burn the very last spark of his life completely in this moment. Under the frenzied outburst of the remnant of the giant spirit god, the void eye could no longer push him back. Instead, he was bracing against the immense force, advancing step by step. Even though every second of contact with the void eye caused him excruciating pain. What an extreme madman! Zhang shook his head helplessly and halted the release of the void eye. Can't hold on anymore? The remnant of the giant spirit god felt the pressure before him suddenly ease. A look of joy, the joy of finally seeing the light after persevering to the very end, unwittingly spread across his face as he charged forward with all his might. However, in the very next second, that joy froze, and his steps halted. At first, the remnant of the giant spirit god didn't realize what had happened. He simply felt his body suddenly slip beyond his control. Then, as if finally sensing something, he slowly lowered his head in disbelief and looked down at his chest. A massive hole had been torn through his chest by Zhang's bare paw, or, more accurately, the entire blow had nearly pierced right through his body. His remaining limbs were swiftly covered in ice, and his once towering, muscular form seemed to transform into a hollow ice shell in an instant. This was the brand new skill Zhang had acquired, Frost King Claw. His earlier restraint wasn't out of mercy, it was simply because he wanted to end this quickly. After a brief 2-second pause, the remnant spirit of the giant goddess body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. However, when he fell, there was no great commotion. The moment his body struck the ground, the last vestiges of mana within him could no longer sustain his physical form, and it instantly disintegrated. Only a faint, nearly transparent wisp of his soul remained, drifting weakly in the air. This wisp of a soul was like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it were about to vanish completely from this world at any moment. One could still faintly discern the shadow of the giant spirit god within the remnant soul. He stared blankly at the drastically transformed Zhang, remained silent for a long time, and finally spoke with great difficulty. I acknowledge you. You are stronger than I am. Perhaps you are even stronger than the vast majority of humans. Zhang watched quietly as this god, who had lived for thousands of years, was about to be erased down to his very last trace, and replied calmly. Sorry, but you have no right to acknowledge me. Chapter 62, My name is Zhang. The moment he heard Zhang's reply, a tangled web of emotions, embarrassment, confusion, resignation, and anger swirled within the remnant soul. Even in the previous great era, he had died gloriously on the battlefield. How could he ever have imagined that, as a prodigy of his generation, a lifelong powerhouse, and even one crowned with the title of God, the final words this world would leave him with would be these? The remnant soul's lips trembled slightly, as if it still wanted to say something. However, a gust of wind swept by, and the remnant soul vanished completely into the breeze. The giant spirit god had fallen, once and for all. Silence finally returned to the cavern after a long absence. Zhang stood where he was, silent for a long time. He admired the giant spirit goddess' tenacity and resilience, but the vast gulf in their beliefs and stances had doomed them to a fight to the death. At this moment, Zhang felt better than ever before. His physical condition and total mana had increased several-fold compared to before. Even the decisive strike that had just vanquished the giant spirit's remnant had not caused him significant exhaustion. However, the non-stop journey through the spirit realm during this period, especially the turbulent battle with the giant spirit's remnant, had left his spirit somewhat weary. During the recent battle, the cave's ceiling had been completely torn open, exposing the sky above. Yet, despite this, the interior remained pitch black. The sun had sunk low in the sky, and not a single ray of light could penetrate the cavern anymore. Only a faint streak of dusky twilight on the horizon provided a glimmer of light. It's time to bring this to an end, Zhang said to himself with a stretch. He had decided to draw a final line under his own journey through the spirit realm, the journeys of all who had come to explore it, and even the life of the giant spirit god.
He recalled that the Dream Soul Queen had once told him there were two ways to disperse the spirit realm: one was to wait for the sun to set naturally, and the other was to determine the rightful owner of the ultimate treasure within the giant spirit goddess ruins. The Dream Soul Queen didn't know what this so-called final treasure actually was, but at this moment, Zhang already had a rough idea in his mind. He walked slowly toward the giant spirit goddess right arm bone in the center of the pool. It lay there quietly. After Zhang had summoned the giant spirit goddess remnant spirit, no matter how fierce their battle became, this right arm bone hadn't wavered or suffered a single scratch. The moment Zhang bent down to pick up the right arm bone and placed it into the system space, the entire spirit wasteland suddenly began to shake violently. The people in the other caves had long grown accustomed to the mountain trembling from time to time, accompanied by inexplicable, terrifying noises, so when the earth shook, they weren't surprised. However, gradually, they did notice that this time was different from before. "Hey, do you feel like this tremor is a little different from the others? What's so different about it? We've had earthquakes like this countless times. But look, the rocks, water, and trees around us are starting to look a bit ethereal. I feel kind of lightheaded." To their astonishment, everyone realized that everything around them, including themselves as outsiders, seemed to be slowly fading away. A strange force was pushing outward from within, making them vaguely aware that they were being expelled from this world. Is the spirit realm about to collapse? Lu Wei watched silently as the tips of her fingers dissolved into tiny particles of mana, murmuring to herself. Wang sat cross-legged beside her, fully immersed in his cultivation. Mana surged through his body. His aura was not only far more powerful than before they entered the ruins, but it also carried a hint of profound depth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jikong had long since emerged from the cave explored by the Buddhist-Taoist alliance and stood outside the ruins, gazing blankly into the distance. His gains on this journey had been substantial, yet his intuition as a monk told him that the most significant aspect of this trip to the spirit ruins for him might not be the secret techniques or treasures he had obtained, but rather Amit Ba. Jikong pressed his palms together and bowed slowly toward the giant spirit goddess ruins. Outside the ruins, aside from Jikong, Gu Tianren was still lying quietly in the massive crater. He had turned away all special bureau members who had come to tend to him or offer help, and now he stared blankly at the sky, Zhang's every swing of the hammer and every shout of abuse echoing over and over in his mind. Disintegration was occurring simultaneously in every corner of the spirit realm. Thousands of miles away from the giant spirit goddess ruins, the Dream Soul Queen and the Dream Soul Butterfly sensed their own existence fading and exchanged a knowing glance. The giant spirit goddess relic has been taken. Could it be him? I don't know. The two were unsure whether Zhang would be able to obtain the final treasure as they had hoped, but even if he didn't, it didn't matter. Zhang had already taken the Dream Soul Bee eggs. They would go in their place to the outside world, stepping into a brand new great era. The Dream Soul Queen Bee and the Dream Soul Butterfly were relics of the previous great era. They understood that fleeting glory meant nothing in the long run. Where there was a future, there was hope. The spirit void was disintegrating at an ever-increasing pace. Finally, after a series of flashes, this realm vanished completely, and Zhang and the other visitors from outside returned to the summit of Mount Fanjing. To everyone's slight relief, they didn't appear suspended between cliffs as they had when they first entered the spirit realm, but instead descended gently from a point high above the mountaintop. We're finally back. Guess we had a brush with death there. Damn, that really wore me out. If I ever run into those freaky things in the spirit realm again, I'll make them pay. The speaker was none other than the guy who'd been bragging earlier in the ruins, claiming that earthquakes weren't scary at all. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! A massive crash suddenly echoed from behind them, and in an instant, the entire mountaintop began to tremble slightly. The man's face turned pale in an instant. His companions stared at him with bewildered expressions, as if asking, "What on earth were you thinking?" The group hadn't yet recovered from the tension of the spirit ruins. Their nerves were on edge. The moment they heard the thunderous roar behind them, they spun around in a reflexive start. The sight that met their eyes made them gasp in horror. They stumbled backward several steps, huddling together in a small corner for comfort. A colossal bear, nearly 10 meters tall, stood towering on the mountaintop, its mane billowing in the mountain wind. The colossal bear resembled a demon emerged from the primordial chaos. Its eyes, the tips of its claws, and even the surface of its mane were all shrouded in a terrifying blue glow. The bear cast a silent glance at them, and then, a voice familiar to everyone present suddenly emerged from its mouth. "Tell the people behind you that I am not some blue-eyed bear king. My name is Zhang." Chapter 63, Lingering Aftermath. With that, Zhang turned and walked away without looking back, leaping directly down the mountainside. In just a few bounds, he vanished from everyone's sight. The crowd present hadn't yet recovered from this sudden turn of events and stood there dumbfounded. Zhang? Isn't that the muscle-bound guy from the Dragon Soul clan? How did he suddenly turn into such a massive bear? And, he said he wasn't the blue-eyed bear king. The blue-eyed bear king isn't that the third-ranked powerhouse on the fierce beasts list? How could he be here in human form? At this thought, some of them couldn't help but cast pitying glances at Gu Tianrun, who was still lying on the stretcher. Poor kid. He just started making a name for himself among humans when he got caught and beaten up by a top 3 powerhouse from the fierce beasts ranking. Gu Tianrun watched Zhang's receding figure, his mind drifting into a daze. A fierce beast? He is actually a fierce beast? Gu Tianrun muttered repeatedly. For a moment, he didn't know whether this news should make him feel joy or sorrow. You knew all along? Lu Wei looked at Wang with a shocked expression. I suppose so. Wang's gaze shifted nervously. Although he knew Lu Wei wouldn't hold it against him, he still felt a bit guilty for keeping it a secret for so long. Lu Wei was still a bit dazed. She was one of the first to suspect that Zhang might be extraordinary, but she never imagined he could be this extraordinary. She couldn't help but glance once more at Wang beside her. Wang was still growing. He was about the same height as her, yet he had already begun to show his true potential during this journey to the spirit ruins. Not only had Wang dominated the veteran powerhouse Zhu Jin at Tier 1, Level 2, but he had also obtained a martial arts technique called the Azure Sky Battle Body within the ruins. She had heard Wang mention before that he came from deep in the mountains, but she never imagined it was this deep. So monsters really do hang out with other monsters, huh? Lu Wei couldn't help but mutter to herself. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Wei and the others. In their previous interactions with Zhang, no one had detected anything unusual about him. Aside from his extraordinary height, his every movement and manner of speech were indistinguishable from those of a normal person. But upon closer reflection, it occurred to them that none of them had ever seen Zhang's true face beneath his mask and armor. Have the beasts' IQs gotten this high now? They completely figured out humans. Many found themselves shivering at the thought, muttering under their breath. However, if they knew that Zhang had actually lived as a human for longer than most of them, perhaps their fear of the beast would be slightly lessened. Among those present, aside from Wang, the only other person who had known Zhang's true identity in advance was Zhu Jin. Standing now among the Special Bureau's ranks, he could only do his best to feign shock, even fear, while his colleagues looked at him with expressions that were both pitying and admiring. Their pity stemmed from the fact that, within their circle, they had all heard rumors of the conflict between the Zhu family and Zhang. Previously, their assessment of the ferocious beast's power had remained purely speculative. Only now, having witnessed it firsthand, did they realize that these top-tier beasts were truly powerful enough to crush them with a single finger? Given that Zhu Jin had made an enemy of such an entity, one could only imagine how difficult his life must be. Their admiration stemmed from the fact that Zhu Jin and Zhang had been mere meters apart in the spirit realm. Perhaps due to a lack of familiarity with human circles, Zhang had completely failed to recognize his sworn enemy, allowing Zhu Jin to escape unscathed. Zhu Jin really is lucky, the Special Bureau members whispered to one another. Some of these whispers accidentally reached Zhu Jin's ears. While he continued to feign shock and relief, he was cursing furiously in his heart. Lucky, lucky, lucky my ass. Want me to send this luck your way? Just then, however, Zhu Jin suddenly sensed a suspicious gaze directed at him. His expression froze instantly, but he dared not show it. He could only glance subtly out of the corner of his eye toward the source of the gaze. When he realized who was watching him, a bead of cold sweat trickled slowly down his temple. The person staring at him was none other than Lu Wei. Having recovered from the shock of Zhang's identity being revealed, Lu Wei suddenly caught on. That doesn't make sense. Didn't Ti warn Zhang that Zhu Jin is a member of the Zhu family? Why would he be so kind as to not hold him accountable?
The special bureau agents assumed Zhang didn't know who Zhu Jin was, but Lu Wei was fully aware of the situation. She watched Zhu Jin from a distance as he put on a show, her mind filled with suspicion. However, as the leader of Dragon Soul, she was sharp and perceptive. She quickly averted her gaze, keeping her doubts to herself. The prickling sense of unease on Zhu Jin's back instantly eased, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, he had already begun forcing himself to figure out how to complete Zhang's mission, to eliminate that detestable grandfather.
This is so hard. Zhu Jin cried out inwardly.
Having lived as a young master for over 20 years, he had never imagined that one day his life would feel so precarious.
Among those present, the only person whose inner desolation could rival Zhu Jin's was likely Director Zhang Heng of our Southwest Regional Special Bureau.
He looked around and realized he had, once again, become a commander without a force. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After a brief cleanup, the various factions departed Mount Fanjing with their own men.
It was always daylight within the spirit realm, but time in the real world continued to flow normally. Exactly 7 days had passed since they had entered the spirit realm. With the exception of the Dragon Soul faction, which operated relatively independently, the other factions all had their own backers. They needed to hurry back to organize the gains from this expedition and report them up the chain. As the convoy of vehicles drove out of the mountains one by one, Mount Fanjing finally returned to its former tranquility.
3 days later, the newly released China's Most Dangerous Beasts list instantly shot to the top of the trending topics. 1. Zhang, formerly the Blue-Eyed Bear King, dwelling in the Hongduan Mountains, estimated level, Tier 2, level 7. 2. Deep-Sea Demon Whale, dwelling in the North Sea, estimated level, Tier 2, level 6. 300 Poison Giant Octopus, inhabiting the East China Sea, estimated level, Tier 2, level 5. 4. Four-tailed Spirit Fox, inhabiting the Tianshan Mountains, estimated level, Tier 2, level 2. 5. Crimson Flame Demon Tiger, inhabiting the Greater Xing'an Range, estimated level, Tier 2, level 1. 6. Golden Winged Great Pang, inhabiting the Kunlun Mountains, estimated level, Tier 2, level 1. Holy crap, how did that Bear King shoot up to first place in the blink of an eye? I thought he was ranked well outside the top 100 at first. The changes in Mana Revival are happening way too fast. It's practically a different story every day. Did you guys see the Bear King's debut on Mount Fanjing? Holy cow, it was just like a movie. Okay, enough said. From now on, I'm the Bear King's biggest fan. What's the Scarlet Flame Demon Tiger all about? Rumor has it this demon tiger just showed up a week ago, and as soon as it appeared, it wiped out several beast kings in the mountains. I'm in the Greater Xing'an Range, so I know what I'm talking about. This demon tiger specializes in fire. Every time it strikes, it burns a huge swath of land. Because of this, the Special Operations Bureau has sent a ton of evolvers over here. Hey, do you guys think this demon tiger could last more than a few rounds against the Bear King? One SA first rank, the other SA 5th rank. They should be able to put up a fight, right? Come on. There is a huge difference between an evolver and a ferocious beast, even with just a single level gap. The demon tiger may be strong, but against the Bear King, it'd be finished in a single swipe. Discussions raged online, while at the same time, in Shanjing, a high-stakes meeting was getting underway in the executive conference room. However, compared to the light-hearted tone online, the atmosphere of this meeting was entirely different. Chapter 64, High-Level Meeting. This meeting was clearly much more formal than the one held after Zhang was attacked by the Zhu family's missiles. The spacious conference room had been meticulously arranged, with several rows of long tables neatly lined up. Over 100 people of various ranks sat in order according to their levels, each with an identity card placed in front of them. The entire room was deathly silent. The senior officials all sensed the gravity of the occasion, and no one dared to whisper casually. Seated at the very front were the same group of middle-aged men with graying hair as before. The one in the center was Luo Qingshan, and once again, he was the first to speak. The rate of mana recovery has accelerated once more. I have called this meeting to formulate clear policies and guidelines. We cannot always be reactive. This time, we must take the initiative and stay ahead of the times. Luo Qingshan's opening remark struck like a thunderclap, sending a jolt through the hearts of the attending executives. They exchanged glances, and some even began to silently lip-read each other's reactions. His words were simple, but the implications behind them were profound. Take the initiative to stay ahead of the times? How exactly? How do we get ahead of the times? Everyone present was a shrewd veteran. They understood all too well that this brief statement likely signaled earth-shattering changes to come for Huaxia. China had always valued stability, but the resurgence of mana clearly left no room for hesitation. And if they were to proactively stay ahead of the times, radical measures would inevitably be required. They cautiously glanced at the figures in the front row, seeking to gauge their reactions, only to find their expressions unchanged, betraying no surprise. Clearly, a consensus on this overarching direction had already been reached at the highest levels. The crowd gradually settled down, waiting quietly for Luo Qingshan to continue. On the path of evolution, the ferocious beasts have taken the lead. The capable shall prevail. If we wish to ensure Huaxia's strength, we must cooperate with them. The moment these words were spoken, they dropped like a depth charge into the hearts of the senior officials present. Yet they all suppressed their inner shock and continued to listen. You've all likely heard of the Bear King that appeared in the spirit realm of Mount Fanjing. Luo Qingshan surveyed the room. Everyone nodded in unison, as Zhang's formidable presence had left a deep impression on them. The fact that he has given himself a name suggests he harbors at least no strong hostility toward humans. Though we belong to different species, we all live on the land of China. Now that all creatures have awakened to sentience, there is no need for us to remain aloof as we did before. Those Western nations and organizations have already begun, to varying degrees, to engage with the ferocious beasts native to their lands. As far as I know, the United States has formally entered into a contract with a bald eagle king approaching Tier 3, and the Vatican has even found the legendary creature the Golden Griffin, making it their guardian beast. Upon hearing this, many of the high-ranking officials furrowed their brows slightly. Clearly, these classified details were news even to them. While we strive to elevate our evolved, we must not forget that the fierce beasts are also members of Huaxia. If we wish for Huaxia to remain at the pinnacle of the world, we absolutely cannot abandon this powerful force. At this point, Luo Qingshan's tone was unwavering, his eyes brimming with resolve. After a meeting that lasted over 3 hours, the high-ranking officials emerged from the conference room with grave expressions. Following Luo Qingshan's outline of the general direction, several other top-level members put forward specific requirements for various areas. Faced with what amounted to a complete reversal of direction, these top executives felt immense pressure. Among them, the man with the most troubled expression was a gaunt man who had lost half his hair. His name was Zhu Yuntao. Officially, he was a top executive, but in reality, everyone knew he was merely the spokesperson for the Zhu family patriarch after the latter had stepped down. At that moment, he stood frozen in place, holding a cell phone in his hand, its screen clearly displaying a chat window with father. This is truly a difficult situation. He pressed his lips tightly together, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of sweat. In the conference room, while others were simply feeling the pressure, Zhu Yuntao alone grew increasingly terrified and overwhelmed with dread as he listened. He knew full well that the content of this meeting and his father's stance were almost diametrically opposed. If his father found out that the top brass intended to collaborate with that Bear King, the very man who had killed his grandson, he couldn't even begin to imagine how furious he would be. He couldn't afford to offend either the top brass or his father. All the family's resources and connections were firmly in the hands of the patriarch. Zhu Yuntao often felt like a puppet on a string, being manipulated step by step up the ladder. At first, he had resisted, but gradually, he realized that without his father, he was nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to accept it. In Zhu Yuntao's eyes, his father had always been an all-powerful giant. As long as he stood on his father's shoulders, he and indeed the entire Zhu family could remain at the pinnacle of China. Yet now, for some reason, he was overcome by a vague sense of foreboding. If he made this call and his father learned of the meeting's details in time, everything he and the Zhu family possessed might collapse overnight. Stop overthinking it.
How could that happen?
Zhu Yuntao shook his head, forcing a smile to reassure himself. He took a deep breath, lit up the phone screen again, and dialed the number.
Ring ring ring. Hello, uncle? Grandpa's resting right now. Is there something you need? Why don't you tell me first, and I'll pass it on for you?
Hearing the voice, Zhu Yuntao froze for a moment before realizing that it wasn't old Master Zhu who had answered, but his nephew, Zhu Jin.
Oh, it's Gene. The higher-ups just finished a meeting, and there have been some major policy changes.
I need to explain this clearly to your grandfather.
If he is not available, then... Hey, don't worry, uncle.
I've been around the Evolver scene for a while now, and I even went to Mount Fanjing recently.
If there is any new information, why not tell me first?
Well, Zhu Yuntao hesitated, but when he thought of the consequences of telling old Master Zhu directly, he finally gritted his teeth.
Alright, I'll give you a quick rundown first.
The update to the Huaxia Beast rankings stayed at the top of the trending list for a full day, and the online buzz showed no signs of dying down. Zhang's strength and background remained the focal point of discussion.
However, as soon as another explosive news story broke, the top trending topic was instantly replaced.
Evolvers from the land of cherry blossoms launched a surprise attack on China's Diyu Island. Nearly 20 local fishermen were brutally murdered.
Chapter 65, The Sakura Nation's Conspiracy.
The same news spread rapidly at the same time through cell phones, computers, television, and newspapers.
This station has received an urgent report.
At 10:35 this morning, the Evolver organization, Amaterasu, from the Sakura Nation attacked our country's Diyu Island and killed 23 fishermen near the reef. Currently, 18 fishermen remain held hostage by the Amaterasu organization. The exact situation is unclear. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has lodged a strong protest and condemnation with the land of cherry blossoms, demanding that the authorities there cooperate with China to rescue the Chinese hostages and severely punish the Amaterasu organization as terrorist acts, which violate international law, in accordance with the law.
Sakura Nation stated that following Mana's revival, this incident was an independent act by the Amaterasu organization and has no connection to the Sakura Nation government. The Amaterasu organization had already been placed on Sakura Nation's most wanted list prior to this and is not protected by Sakura Nation law.
As soon as this news broke, public opinion across China exploded instantly, and a century-old hatred was reignited overnight.
Fuck that, has nothing to do with the Japanese government? Who is going to believe that? A leopard can't change its spots. This bunch of trash would been better off getting bombed to death by the US back in the day.
That nation's inherent flaws are beyond redemption. They're both insecure and arrogant, greedy and despicable. Enough with the protests and condemnations, let us go take them down.
However, amidst the heated public sentiment, a comment by a netizen named Gulu Jun quickly drew people's attention. This move by the land of cherry blossoms may seem simple and crude, but in reality, it's deeply calculated.
I think we should first agree on one thing: this so-called Amaterasu organization must have intricate ties to the land of cherry blossoms government. If you can't grasp that, there is no point in reading further.
Has anyone considered this? For all these years, Sakura Nation has only dared to pull off minor stunts, so why is the commotion so massive this time? Are they really that stupid? Didn't they anticipate that we'd be up in arms? Furthermore, it's understandable that Amaterasu would occupy Big Fish Island and take people hostage, but does killing people actually benefit them in any way? Since Amaterasu has close ties with the Sakura Nation's government, we must view this matter through a purely rational lens, prioritizing interests above all else. Clearly, there is only one answer: the Sakura Nation and Amaterasu are deliberately trying to escalate the situation and provoke our anger.
And once our anger is fully ignited, the Chinese government will have no choice but to take decisive action to resolve this matter. That is their true objective. Before the Mana Awakening, the gap in strength between Sakura Nation and us was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. There was no benefit in provoking us. But now, the Mana Awakening has brought us back to the same starting line on the path of evolution. Clearly, Sakura Nation intends to use this to reshape their international standing. This so-called Amaterasu, if I'm not mistaken, is likely one of the elite among their first-generation evolvers. By setting the battlefield on Big Fish Island, distancing themselves from Amaterasu,
and having her take over a dozen hostages, the land of cherry blossoms has virtually eliminated any possibility of China deploying weapons of mass destruction. At this point, their scheme has essentially been laid bare. The land of cherry blossoms simply wants to engage in a head-on clash with our Chinese evolved. A clash we have no choice but to face. While human society was thrown into upheaval by this news, Zhang, however, found a long-awaited sense of peace. Upon returning to the valley, he found everything thriving and moving in a positive direction. Yin had advanced to Tier 1, Level 8, placing him firmly within the top 10 of the beast rankings. Yi and Ling, husband and wife, had both evolved to Tier 1, Level 6. Their seamless coordination, coupled with their ability to fly, had given Yin quite a headache during their sparring sessions. Besides them, several wolves in the valley had also successfully advanced to Tier 1. Though their breed wasn't as powerful as Yin, a howling moon silver wolf, they still constituted a significant force. Even Su Chong and his daughter Ruo had made remarkable progress during this time, both reaching Tier 0, Level 9 just one step away from advancing to the next level. It could be said that if Yin had led this group of ferocious beasts from the valley to Mount Fanjing back then, aside from Gu Tianren at Tier 2, they would have been unstoppable against any faction they faced. This is the advantage of having a faction. Zhang couldn't help but remark upon seeing the changes in the valley. No matter the time or the domain, a powerful faction allows its members to grow much faster than they could on their own. The windbell trees planted in the valley back then were thriving. Zhang had also planted the purple soul heart orchid and allowed the dream soul bee eggs to hatch slowly. Once these were ready, the valley's strength would experience another surge. However, at this moment, Zhang was sitting cross-legged in his cave, the giant spirit goddess right arm bone floating above his head. Zhang had been sitting here for an entire day. Absorbing the giant spirit goddess right arm bone had proven somewhat more difficult than he had imagined. But now, the giant spirit goddess right arm bone had become utterly ethereal, and all its power had entered Zhang's body. Boom! The moment the giant spirit goddess right arm bone completely dissipated, a mysterious energy radiated out from Zhang's body. The beasts of the valley, sensing that their revered master had broken through once more, crawled toward the cave to offer their congratulations. Zhang slowly rose to his massive feet. Having absorbed the mana from the giant spirit goddess right arm bone, he had now reached Tier 2, Level 8. Zhang focused his gaze on his right arm. The giant spirit goddess right arm bone hadn't truly vanished. Instead, it had fused into his body. When he exerted his strength, a bronze-colored glow burst forth from his right arm. He could clearly feel that the power in his right arm was more than double that of his left. Ding! Just then, the system's notification sound rang out unexpectedly. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent, Titan Palm. Zhang was both surprised and delighted. Only then did he recall that the remnant spirit of the Titan god had once mentioned that this right arm bone contained his divine power and a talent. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention to those words, but now that he thought about it, this talent was likely the very Titan palm that the remnant spirit of the Titan god had personally wielded. Zhang clenched his fist, feeling as though there were endless reserves of power within his body. Brother, may I come in? Yin's voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave. I have a matter of some urgency to report to you. Chapter 66, Revisiting the Cold Pool. Come in. Zhang's authoritative voice echoed through the cave. Yin strode inside. His silver fur glistened even in the dim light of the cave. What is it? Zhang asked. About a week ago, one of my Tier 1 wolf squads stationed outside the territory witnessed a rather extraordinary sight while expanding our territory. Zhang's interest was piqued. Yin's wolves had always been by their side and were well traveled for them to find something so extraordinary and even returned to the valley specifically to report. It suggested that what they had seen was indeed extraordinary. Zhang nodded, gesturing for Yin to continue. According to them, they were on patrol that day when suddenly they heard an incredibly clear bird call, a sound that instantly echoed across a 100-mile radius. Just hearing the sound alone filled them with dread. They instinctively threw themselves to the ground. According to them, Yin hesitated slightly. Go ahead and speak freely. Zhang's expression grew grave. According to them, the sense of oppression was far stronger than even yours, brother.
Not long after, they saw a flash of red light streak across the sky, flying northward. Even from a distance, they could feel the scorching heat rolling toward them. Later, they tentatively ventured toward the direction the mysterious bird had come from, but by the time they were about 30 or 40 li from the core, the heat became unbearable. After they returned, I went to investigate myself, but once I reached 10 li from the core, I could barely take another step. And at this point, Ian seemed visibly shaken and couldn't help but swallow hard. Within a 50 li radius, nearly every tree has withered and died. When I reached 10 li from the core and looked inward, I saw a raging inferno burning at the very center. I have no idea how long it's been burning. Have you been to that place before? Were there any signs beforehand? Zhang asked solemnly. They've been there, but there were no signs at all. Ian shook his head. Quite the opposite, in fact. Quite the opposite? According to them, as far as they could recall, heading in that direction, the core should have been a cliff, and at the bottom of that cliff, there seemed to be a cold pool. Upon hearing this, Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted. That afternoon, Zhang, accompanied only by his beast, set out once more to investigate the cold pool. Zhang ran at full speed toward the direction he remembered, covering over 1,000 li of mountain terrain in just 2 hours. It was early autumn, and as dusk was falling, the air should have been quite cool. Yet the farther Zhang traveled, the more he found the surroundings growing unbearably scorching, and the leaves turning yellow and withered. Zhang had initially assumed this was the natural withering of autumn leaves, but the sheer number of withered leaves and the speed at which they were drying out clearly did not match the season. As he walked on, he even felt the air growing drier. His expression grew somber. By his estimate, this place was still at least 50 li away from the once frozen pond. After traveling another 30 li or so, the temperature here had already become unbearable for the 2 Tier 1 wolves that had accompanied him at the start. Beads of sweat trickled uncontrollably down Zhang's nose. Don't let Zhang's thick fur and fat fool you. He was, after all, a polar ice king bear. Even without consciously channeling it, the ice attribute mana within his body circulated constantly, keeping him cool. The fact that he could still feel this hot under such conditions spoke volumes about just how high the temperature was here. Zhang pressed on. He sensed a faint heat radiating from the ground, and not a single living tree remained in sight. The last time he had passed through here, the landscape had been lush and green, but now it lay barren. Only a few tree trunks dried black and shriveled to the point of desiccation served as a testament to the fact that green trees had once thrived here. Could it really have come to this? Zhang remained impassive, yet his eyes were filled with awe. What kind of immense power could transform the mountains and forests within a 10-mile radius into this state so swiftly? Moreover, according to the wolf under Ian's command, this was merely a natural byproduct of the Great Bird's departure, not something deliberately caused. Zhang shook his head. Ian's account was clearly giving him the benefit of the doubt that Great Bird's strength far surpassed his own by more than just a little. Next, Zhang stopped sensing the surroundings in detail and charged forward in one go. The flames Ian had mentioned quickly came into view. But he didn't stop. Instead, he instantly channeled the ice attribute mana within his body, creating a heat-insulating barrier around himself. Before long, he had reached the original cliff's edge. When Zhang looked down into the abyss, he couldn't help but gasp. The once icy pool had turned into a sea of lava, bubbling and hissing as it steadily eroded the surrounding cliff face. Zhang scanned the area, searching for any clues, but there was not a single sign of life to be found. What is that? Suddenly, a flash of red caught Zhang's eye. Logically speaking, red shouldn't stand out at all here, yet this flash of red wasn't in the lava below the cliff nor in the flames on the ground. Instead, it seemed wedged in a crevice, emitting a faint red glow. Zhang swiftly flew over and saw that the source of the red light was actually a tiny feather. The moment he saw the feather, Zhang's heart, for some reason, gave a slight tremor. He sensed a wondrous aura emanating from it, an aura so profound that even the divine essence on the giant spirit goddess' right arm bone could not compare. Zhang's expression grew even more somber. Divine essence had little to do with raw power, rather, it was closely tied to the life level of its owner. The giant spirit god had once been an 8th tier being, though his right arm bone had endured for thousands of years, it was by no means comparable to ordinary objects.
In this era where even Tier 3 beings were unmatched in the world, what level of existence could the owner of this feather possibly be? Zhang wrapped a layer of mana around his palm and carefully cradled the feather, yet even so, his expression changed instantly. An intense, searing heat pierced through the mana's protection in an instant, burning Zhang's palm and making him almost instinctively want to throw the feather away. But in the end, he didn't. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he activated the system's identification. Yet the result left him even more astonished. Vermilion bird feather, a feather dropped by the vermilion bird. The system's description was brief, yet it caused Zhang to clench his fists in an instant. The legendary divine beast actually exists. With no other leads at the moment, Zhang quickly stowed the vermilion bird feather in his system inventory and climbed back to the top of the cliff. Strangely, the moment he put the feather away, the flames all around him subsided significantly. Is this the power of the vermilion bird? Zhang muttered, gazing at the distant horizon as a fierce desire to grow stronger once again ignited within him. Just then, his phone rang. He opened it to see the caller ID, Wang. Chapter 67, An Olive Branch from the Chinese Government. Zhang was pleasantly surprised. He sat down leisurely and answered the call. Hello, Brother Yao, are you busy? Not really. What's up? Have you heard about the trouble the land of cherry blossoms has been causing lately? The land of cherry blossoms? No, I haven't. Upon hearing those three words, Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even though he was no longer human in this life, he still didn't have a high opinion of that country. However, since leaving Mount Fanjing, he had been cut off from the outside world, so he truly had no idea what Wang was referring to. A while back, on Big Fish Island. Realizing Zhang wasn't in the loop, Wang immediately rattled off the whole story, his tone brimming with righteous indignation. He was so enraged he felt like rushing straight to Big Fish Island and flaying Amaterasu and her lot alive. Those little Japs have really had it coming. No sooner had Wang finished speaking than Zhang could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. He slammed his fist against the cliff face, causing a massive chunk of rock to instantly shatter into dozens of smaller pieces that rumbled down the cliff. Brother Yao, calm down. That's exactly why I'm calling you, to give you the chance to represent China and make them pay for their bloodshed. Wang's voice on the other end of the line was serious, yet it left Zhang momentarily stunned. Me? Represent China? Zhang's expression immediately turned somewhat peculiar. That's right. Sister Wei said this is a brand new strategic policy from China's top leadership to cooperate with the fierce beasts. As the current number one on the fierce beasts rankings, you're the very first person they want to ally with. Wang grew more and more excited as he spoke, clearly delighted that Zhang had earned the attention of the human authorities. However, Zhang on the other end of the line fell silent. He found it difficult to accurately describe his inner thoughts upon hearing this. Was it excitement? Contempt? Doubt? Or something else entirely? After much deliberation, perhaps absurd was the most fitting word to describe it. In his previous life, he had shed blood and sweat for humanity, enduring countless scars and surgeries in the fight against foreign enemies and ferocious beasts. Yet in the end, after fighting until he was completely exhausted, he was discarded outside the city walls like trash to be thrown away. In this life, he had never given humanity a friendly face. He had stolen the Earthstone from the Special Bureau, even killed Special Bureau member Kong, and beaten Gu Tianrun, the contemporary prodigy of Huaxia, into a pulp. Yet, this had actually prompted Huaxia to reach out to him with an olive branch. Ah, I see, Zhang chuckled softly. So these are the rules of this world. Zhang's voice was so soft that Wang couldn't make it out. Seeing him remain silent for a long while, Wang assumed he simply didn't want to get involved. Brother Yao, are you reluctant? It's fine, I'll just turn them down for you. No, I'm willing to go. Zhang exhaled deeply and replied firmly. After confirming his agreement, Wang and Zhang didn't say much more. Wang sent Zhang the entire set of documents compiled by the Special Bureau, telling him to read through them at his leisure. In fact, the data and intelligence held by the Special Bureau were far more comprehensive than what had been reported in the news.
Amaterasu not only carried out the attacks openly but also photographed the bodies of the murdered fishermen and sent the images to the Chinese government. In the videos and photos, the brutally murdered fishermen lay exposed on the seashore. Some bodies were no longer intact, and their blood had stained the reefs of Big Fish Island a dark red. Wave after wave of the tide washed over their bodies. Their eyes remained wide open, unable to close, yet devoid of even a trace of life. The fishermen taken hostage were locked in a small, dark room, where a dozen or so huddled in a corner, their bodies covered in dense, crisscrossing whip marks. A dozen long iron chains extended from the ceiling of the dark room, connected to a metal ring fastened around the hostages' necks. In the video, the cameraman's maniacal laughter could still be heard. Zhang stared at the blood-soaked images, and before he knew it, his fingernails had dug deep into his thick bare paws. Amaterasu, land of cherry blossoms, just you wait. It'll be too easy for you to die. 3 days later, Zhang arrived at the familiar entrance to Lianshan County. This time, however, he no longer needed to hide his identity. Waiting to greet him was an old acquaintance, though they had never exchanged a single word. Xiao. The moment she saw Zhang emerge from the woods, Xiao immediately stepped forward alone and bowed deeply. "Bear King, greetings." Xiao still carried herself with her usual crisp, no-nonsense demeanor, yet she was deeply respectful toward him. After all, if not for Zhang, she would likely have met her end in the jaws of the giant rock python long ago, let alone have the chance to stand here speaking with him. "When do we leave?" Zhang waved his hand casually. "The Special Bureau's plane is ready for you. We built a runway here just a couple of days ago. We'll take off from Lianshan County." Hearing this, Zhang shook his head with a smile. He found the Special Bureau's meticulous attention to detail rather ironic. However, he was clear in his mind, his decision to cooperate with the Special Bureau this time was solely because those damn Japs from the land of cherry blossoms were utterly despicable. After making them pay tenfold, Zhang would return to the mountains to build his own human-free zone. Even though he now possessed the full capacity to do so, he had no desire and certainly no intention of becoming a dragon slayer who ultimately turns into a dragon himself. Xiao, however, was completely unaware of Zhang's true thoughts. Assuming he was simply dissatisfied with the flight arrangements, she hurried to explain. "Don't worry, sir. Our aircraft is specially modified and designed to accommodate your weight. There are absolutely no safety concerns, it's just that your stature. It's fine. I'm not that fussy." As he spoke, Zhang activated size manipulation, shrinking his form to just over 2 meters, while also concealing the supernatural aura emanating from his body. Zhang didn't put on any airs typical of a powerful figure. He was far more approachable than Xiao had imagined. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she led Zhang toward the plane. Although the plane was specially designed, the moment Zhang sat down, it suddenly sank heavily by a third. Zhang's identity was strictly classified. Now that he was in his shrunken form, the two pilots failed to recognize him. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They knew their aircraft inside and out, even loading it with dozens of tons of cargo wouldn't cause a problem. Yet, the moment this unremarkable brown bear stepped aboard, the plane began to plummet. Who on earth was this? Let us go. Time is of the essence. Xiao's words snapped them back to reality. They nodded frantically, fixing their gaze straight ahead, no longer daring to look around. After about 10 minutes, the plane finally managed to climb into the clouds. Once the flight had stabilized, Xiao approached Zhang. "Bear King, I'll brief you on the current situation." Chapter 68, The Demon City. "Go ahead," Zhang said indifferently. Big Fish Island is located in the East China Sea off the coast of China and falls under the jurisdiction of the Southeast District Special Bureau. Our mission is to rendezvous with them first. Our team comprises elite members from various districts. To facilitate management, I will serve as the team leader. I hope you understand. Zhang nodded. The Southeast District has also dispatched an advance team of their own. They'll be providing us with a live feed of the situation on the island throughout our mission. If they manage to capture Amaterasu directly, that would be ideal. But if they fail? So they're essentially a suicide squad?
Before Xiao could finish her sentence, Zhang suddenly looked up and fixed his gaze on her. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. Xiao was at a loss for words, but still instinctively retorted. Amaterasu dares to act so brazenly because they must have absolute confidence in their own strength, not to mention they have hostages in their hands. You're in such a hurry to send this so-called advance team over and have them live-stream to us. Surely you don't hold much hope that they'll even make it back alive, do you? What's that supposed to mean? Are the lives of you so-called elites more valuable than theirs? Zhang's question silenced Xiao. She pressed her lips tightly together, her fists clenched. In the past, she had always focused solely on improving her own strength. Following orders from above had become almost an instinctive reaction. It wasn't that she couldn't distinguish right from wrong, she simply wasn't in the habit of thinking about such things. Tell your superiors, we're leaving the moment we arrive. Don't wait until the advance team's livestream is over. Zhang couldn't be bothered to lecture Xiao. He turned back and issued a calm command, his tone steady yet imbued with an authority that brooked no argument. Xiao kept her head bowed, her mouth slightly agape, but in the end, she nodded firmly. Yes, I understand. With that, she immediately stood up, bowed deeply to Zhang, and then strode decisively toward the rear cabin to contact the high-ranking officials of the Special Bureau. The plane sped through the white clouds, and in just over 3 hours, it had crossed nearly half of China, arriving at the Magic City on the shores of the East China Sea. This was the core city of the entire southeast region, and the moment Zhang touched down, he sensed an atmosphere here that was starkly different from that of the southwest region. He and Xiao quickly transferred to a special bureau vehicle and headed to the rendezvous point. As the vehicle navigated through the city, Zhang clearly sensed that even among the people casually walking the streets, the number and power levels of evolvers far exceeded those he had encountered in Linchang. On the streets of Magic City, promotional posters featuring evolvers were everywhere. Even the giant screens on several iconic buildings displayed rolling footage of evolvers in action, showcasing their heroic and dashing combat prowess. This is a new phenomenon that has only recently emerged. Noticing Zhang's curiosity, Xiao offered an explanation. The Chinese government is accelerating the development of evolver teams and has recently placed particular emphasis on inspiring ordinary citizens to pursue the path of becoming evolvers. After all, unlike us, they don't have official support. It's very difficult to convince them to immediately abandon their current jobs and focus solely on training, Xiao said with a wry smile. Fortunately, several evolutionist universities have been established this month too in Magic City alone. With these universities providing a safety net, more young people are willing to embark on the path of becoming evolutionists. Only then can Huaxia's evolution journey go further and further. Zhang nodded. Xiao's words were quite practical. Relying solely on the government and a small number of private initiatives, the nation's overall level of evolutionists would never improve. Only by getting the vast majority of ordinary people, especially the young, to take this path could China hope to hold its own in the long-term competition among evolvers. In Zhang's memory, in his previous life, the evolver universities weren't built until after the mana rain fell, which meant they'd already lost some of the initiative, leaving China in a precarious position for a long time in international competition. Now, however, it has been brought forward by a full 6 months. It must be said that this decision by China's leadership is quite wise and decisive. How rare your typically steady Chinese government is actually being so proactive, Zhang couldn't help but quip. Come to think of it, the fact that this policy was implemented so quickly is partly thanks to you. Xiao looked at Zhang earnestly. Me? That's right. If you hadn't been interacting with humans so frequently, the leadership wouldn't have felt such a strong sense of urgency. According to the rumors I've heard, ever since you beat Gu Tianran to a pulp, quite a few people in the leadership have been clamoring that the current policies aren't working and that we must accelerate reform. Back then, those narrow-minded old men treated Gu Tianran like their prized possession. They thought internal cultivation was more than enough and saw no need to stir up public enthusiasm. Your intervention really gave them a harsh wake-up call. Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. He truly hadn't expected his appearance to trigger such a massive butterfly effect. But upon closer reflection, it all made perfect sense. Had he not fallen out with the Zhu family so early on, and had the System's evolution tasks not forced him to seek certain things in the human world, most of the other beasts on the beast rankings would likely still be coexisting peacefully with humans. How could humans possibly feel such a sense of urgency otherwise? Zhang gazed out the window, lost in thought. One by one, young figures stepped through the gates of the evolutionaries, thrilled by the changes in their bodies, running freely through the streets. Many parents were also happy to bring their children to stop and watch the Evolutionary Society's promotional displays. Even some martial arts schools and dojos on the brink of closure had regained their former popularity. He, too, was curious to see what kind of changes his arrival would bring to this era and this world. As the car passed the headquarters of the Special Bureau in the Southeast District, the surroundings suddenly grew noisy. A large, bustling crowd had gathered in front of the Special Bureau, discussing something. "It's so hard for kids these days, just let him join you." "No way, no way. We have our rules and regulations." "What era is this? Why are you still being so strict with background checks? You outsiders don't understand, keep your opinions to yourselves. Do you think anyone can just come to Magic City and freeload?" These voices drifted through the car window, reaching Zhang and Xiu's ears. Xiu's face immediately darkened. Zhang had come all this way, only to be subjected to such a scene at the Special Bureau. It was truly embarrassing. Zhang glanced over with curiosity and saw, faintly amidst the crowd, a teenager in black kneeling there. He seemed to be the center of attention, yet while the onlookers were all shouting in commotion, the boy stood as still as a pillar driven into the ground. The car slowed down gradually. Xiu looked at Zhang. "Should we stop and check it out?" "No," Zhang shook his head. "We have more important business to attend to." "Still, you could send someone to check it out. That boy is quite intriguing." Xiu nodded, and the car accelerated once more, heading toward the gathering point by the sea. Within 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of a massive square, where a dozen or so imposing evolved individuals were already standing. Chapter 69, Operation Sunshot. "Sister Xiu, you're here." The moment they saw Xiu step out of the car, several younger evolvers immediately surrounded her, greeting her warmly. However, when they saw Zhang follow her out of the car, they instinctively took a couple of steps back. Who is that?" Even though Zhang had shrunk his size, he still exuded a formidable presence. "Oh, his name is Yao. He is a ferocious beast from our southwest district. He is quite friendly toward humans, so don't worry." Xiu was clearly well prepared. Without batting an eye, she casually spun a lie. Zhang's participation in this operation was a top-secret matter. Until he actually took action, no one except Xiu knew his true identity. The group nodded in unison. As elite agents from special bureaus across Huaxia, they were well aware of the current leadership's stance and didn't find it particularly strange to see a ferocious beast in the company of humans. "Everyone is here. Let us all introduce ourselves." Xiu called out to the evolved ones still standing in place. They were clearly confident in their own strength. Aloof and alone, they had shown no reaction when they first saw Xiu. However, since Xiu was the team leader, they couldn't openly disobey orders, so they reluctantly walked over. "My name is Du. I'm from the Special Bureau of the Northwest District. I'm a Tier 1, Level 7, and I specialize in close-quarters combat." The first to speak was a tall man standing at 1.9 meters. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he had a cheerful disposition when he smiled. A row of pearly white teeth glistened in the sunlight. He was one of those who had taken the initiative to greet Xiu. "Ha, Tier 1, Level 7, and you have the nerve to call yourself a close-quarters combat specialist?" No sooner had Du finished speaking than a sinister voice rang out from the side. Zhang looked around but couldn't see who had spoken until he looked down and spotted a slender, short man standing there. The short man had clearly noticed Zhang's movement. His eyes instantly turned cold, and his temples throbbed slightly. Hearing the short man's provocation, a flash of irritation crossed Du's brow, but he knew this wasn't the time for infighting. He managed to suppress his anger and replied calmly. "Chu, if you want to introduce yourself, just do it. There is no need to take a dig at me." Clearly, they had already heard rumors about each other. Chu, however, gave a cold laugh. did I really put you down? I was just telling the truth. Enough of this nonsense. Seeing the tension escalating, Xiu furrowed his brow and snapped sharply. Poof. My name is Chu. I'm from the southern region and specialize in close quarters combat, though I'm a tier 1, level 9. Chu introduced himself slowly, his voice hoarse and grating, yet his words sent a shock through many present. The crowd clearly hadn't expected such a frail-looking young man to specialize in close quarters combat and to have already reached tier 1, level 9. Feeling the crowd's astonished stares, Chu's expression grew even colder, but he said nothing more. Hello, everyone. We're from the Eastern District. The three of us are sisters. My name is Chung. Mana specializes in the plant element and is currently at tier 1, level 7. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the three girls who had come to greet Xiu earlier stepped forward. The three girls looked very much alike, all fair-skinned and beautiful, radiating youthful energy, yet each possessed a distinct aura. The eldest, who spoke first, wore a simple braided plait and appeared gentle and gracious. Ming, fire element, tier 1, level 8. The second sister sported a crisp, short haircut, giving her a rather cool demeanor. Her speech was equally concise. Hello everyone, I'm Yu. I'm a frost type, also tier 1, level 7. The last to speak was clearly the youngest sister, with twin ponytails and a hint of baby fat on her face. Zhang looked at the three sisters with some surprise, judging by their demeanors alone. Ming and Yu's mana attributes should have been swapped. With the Zhang sisters taking the initiative to break the ice, the rest of the self-introductions proceeded much more smoothly. The remaining few were all around tier 1, level 7, each with their own strengths. With a lineup like this, they were far stronger than the major factions on Mount Fanjing. It seems they're truly determined to win this. This gathering spot looked desolate, but who would have thought that most of the top-tier evolvers from the entire Huaxia Special Bureau had gathered here? The last to step forward was a man whose appearance and attire stood out starkly from the rest of the crowd. In terms of height, looks, or physique, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him, yet he was dressed like a figure from ancient times. Wearing a plain white robe, with long hair reaching his shoulders, tied back at the nape of his neck, a simple hemp belt around his waist, and even cloth shoes on his feet. Most notably, he carried a long wooden box on his back, its contents unknown. My name is Fu. I'm a native of the Southeast region, a tier 2 level 1, and I specialize in swordsmanship. The moment he spoke, the crowd was instantly shaken. Even the arrogant Chu couldn't help but glance sideways, eyeing the man in period attire with wariness. He is the Southeast District ace. He was originally supposed to be the overall commander of this mission, but since he is a sword fanatic who knows nothing about social etiquette, they put me in charge instead. Xiu whispered this to Zhang from the side. Zhang nodded to himself. He hadn't expected that so-called sword fanatics still existed in this era. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, there is no time to waste. Let us set out immediately. Our mission this time is simple, just two objectives: rescue the hostages and eliminate Amaterasu. Our operation is called Operation Sunshot, and we are the Sunshot Squad. I expect everyone to strictly follow orders, act according to the unified plan, and refrain from acting on your own. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. Having said that, Xiu swept a sharp gaze across the group, pausing briefly when his eyes fell on troublemakers like Chu. Upon hearing the words Sunshot, everyone regardless of their temperament felt a shiver run down their spine. Though Xiu hadn't explained it, they all understood the meaning behind those two words. The advance team from the Southeast District is almost here. In a moment, we'll get a live feed from their equipment to get a rough idea of Amaterasu's situation. Are there any questions about this operation? If not, then we'll wait. Xiu's question had been a mere formality, but just as she was about to continue, a cold, menacing voice cut her off. Xiu frowned and looked over, only to see Chu glaring with narrowed eyes, a sinister smile on his face as he fixed his gaze on Zhang. We've all been introduced, but what about this bear of unknown origin? Don't you have anything to say? Chapter 70, Are you qualified? Clearly, the fact that Zhang had taken so long to look down and notice Chu's behavior had deeply wounded his pride. Du and Xiu, fine. But you, a beast of unknown origin, dare to act so brazenly in my presence? Chu thought bitterly to himself. Hearing this, Xiu's heart sank instantly. In that split second, he had already cursed Chu 1,000 times in his mind. Of all people to provoke, why did he have to pick a fight with this demon? Just as Xiu was about to speak, Zhang stepped forward and replied calmly, "You can call me Yao. I'm also from the southwest district."
Seeing Zhang so composed, Xiu was taken aback, her raised hand freezing mid-air. It wasn't he that Zhang was particularly easygoing, rather, he knew how to prioritize.
With an external threat looming, it was pointless to quarrel with a teammate over such a trivial matter.
"Oh, the Southwest District, huh? So you're under our Captain Zhu's command.
No wonder a beast like you managed to sneak into our ranks."
Chu, however, wouldn't he let it go, continuing to speak in a sarcastic tone.
"Do you think I'm not qualified?" Zhang asked calmly.
"Yeah,
Do you have a problem with that?" Chu seethed with frustration at Zhang's condescending, nonchalant demeanor. Although every word Zhang spoke was perfectly reasonable, to Chu, his every move seemed like a personal jab.
At that moment, the people around them had begun whispering among themselves, casting strange glances at Chu. This only made him feel even more embarrassed. He felt as though he were a clown being gawked at by a crowd.
"Who do you think you are, acting so nonchalant in front of me?"
Chu thought bitterly to himself, his fists clenching unconsciously. He directed all that hatred toward Zhang. Zhang, however, couldn't he care less about Chu's somewhat twisted sense of inferiority.
"Oh, I see," he replied, his tone as cool as ever.
In an instant, Chu felt like a barrel of gunpowder that had been ignited. He was about to swing his fist and teach this pretentious beast a lesson when suddenly the ground gave way beneath his feet, and he found himself gasping for breath.
"What about now?"
Zhang casually grabbed his neck, hoisting Chu into the air, and tilted his head to ask,
"You fucking..."
Chu felt nothing but utter humiliation, his eyes bulging red with rage. He struggled desperately in the air, his steel-like arms repeatedly striking Zhang's bear-like hands. But his physical prowess, which he had always prided himself on, was utterly useless against Zhang. In Zhang's grasp, he was like a fluttering chick, unable to make the slightest dent. The few evolvers watching let out a gasp, their eyes widening as they stared at Chu suspended in midair. Just a moment ago, they'd seen Chu about to throw a punch and were just starting to worry for the massive bear, but the next second, he was already being held firmly in Zhang's palm. They hadn't even seen how Zhang had made his move.
Tier 2, is he?
Only Fu, who had been standing apart from the crowd, saw his pupils contract sharply. He had caught a fleeting afterimage, though it wasn't particularly clear, but it was enough for him to judge that Zhang was definitely a tier 1 higher than Chu.
"Can I do that?"
Fu couldn't help but ask himself silently. If it were a matter of sheer speed, he might barely reach that level himself.
But to lift a tier 1, level 9 like Chu without giving him a chance to fight back? He absolutely lacked that ability.
Moreover, Zhang looked completely unfazed at that moment, as if he merely made a casual move.
Who on earth is this? Fu's heart raced, yet he felt not a shred of fear. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him, making him eager to face off against Zhang right then and there.
Chu was still struggling, but his face had already turned purple from the strain, and his eyes were beginning to roll back.
"What about now?" Zhang didn't exert any more force, merely repeating the question he'd asked moments before.
"Bear King," Xiu gently nudged Zhang and whispered, her voice tinged with pleading. She, too, found Chu extremely annoying, but if Zhang killed him now, it would not only disrupt their mission but also make things difficult to explain to either side. After all, he was a tier 1, level 9 fighter, a prized asset in the southern region. Xiu's voice was so soft that no one else heard a thing, but Qing clearly caught the words Bear King.
"Bear King? Yao."
She seemed to recall something, gazing at Zhang thoughtfully. But when she finally remembered the answer in her mind, she shuddered violently, quickly averting her gaze to stare in terror at her toes.
"If it's him, how did he end up here?"
Qing kept her head down, but a cold sweat instantly broke out on her back, her heart pounding with dread. Zhang cast a casual glance at Qing, but didn't give it a second thought. With his current strength, he no longer feared revealing his true form. He'd been hiding his identity simply to better complete his mission.
As long as Qing didn't interfere with his killing of the Sakura people like that fool Chu, Zhang didn't care what she was thinking. So what now? Zhang ignored Xiu's pleas and asked for the third time. Finally, Chu could hold on no longer. His arms, which had been flailing wildly, gradually came to a stop. He clasped his hands together and shook them, adopting a pleading posture toward Zhang. I'm worthy. I was wrong, spare me, ugh. Chu could no longer form a complete sentence. Thud. The moment Chu gave his answer, Zhang instantly loosened his grip, and Chu crashed heavily to the ground. He knelt on the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air, each breath sounding like a bellows. His eyes were filled with the dazed bewilderment of one who had narrowly escaped death. The once cold and vicious gaze had now become incredibly clear. He acknowledges that I'm qualified to be with you all. Does anyone else have any objections? Zhang didn't even glance at Chu lying on the ground as if he'd just tossed away a piece of trash and surveyed the crowd. Zhang didn't care, but the others certainly hadn't forgotten that this was a bona fide Tier 1 peak level master. As Zhang's gaze turned toward them, they quickly shook their heads vigorously, afraid of giving the wrong impression. Then shall we go? Zhang asked Xiu. Oh, okay. Xiu shot Zhang a grateful glance, then tapped a few mysterious buttons on his phone. 3 seconds later. Whoosh! Huge waves spread across the ocean's surface without warning, and the center of the sea caved in deeply. A massive, pitch-black submarine slowly surfaced. Chapter 71, The Advanced Team's Livestream. Seeing this giant fish in the water, even Zhang was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected the Special Bureau to send them a submarine. The submarine was nearly 100 meters long. Large amounts of seawater cascaded down its hull. The deep black hull reflected not a single ray of sunlight, resembling a black hole and exuding a dangerous aura. Once the submarine had stabilized, a small hatch popped open at the top. Xiu waved his hand, and everyone stood up, heading toward the submarine. The part of the submarine visible above the water was already 5 or 6 meters high, with no other handholds or footholds to climb onto. For ordinary people, simply getting inside the submarine would likely be a major headache. But the people present were all evolvers approaching Tier 2. Standing at the water's edge, they simply tapped their toes lightly and leaped into the air, one after another landing on the submarine's top before entering through the small hatch. Seeing Zhang enter first, leaving only his back in view, several evolvers who were close to Chu hurried over to his side, helped him up, and together they stumbled into the submarine. Once everyone was inside, the submarine immediately submerged once more. Before long, the sea's surface grew calm again. The intense sunlight beat down on the shore, evaporating even the traces of splashed water. The square returned to its desolate, deserted state. No one passing by would have guessed that a team set out from this very spot to battle Amaterasu. The submarine reached a depth of about 200 meters below the surface and suddenly began accelerating toward Big Fish Island. Inside the submarine, the lights were bright, and all that could be seen were highly sophisticated, high-tech instruments. Just as everyone was curiously touching and examining things here and there, Xiu had already made her way to a small virtual screen. She quickly tapped a few keys on the screen, causing an input box to pop up. She immediately entered a string of codes, and a facial recognition interface appeared. Zhang was wondering what all this complicated procedure was for when, after the facial recognition was approved, the small screen suddenly zoomed out, and a massive, cinematic image materialized before everyone's eyes. Come on, stop looking around. The advanced team has reached Big Fish Island, and their live stream has started. Hearing this, everyone gathered in front of the large screen. The screen displayed a jungle landscape. The camera was positioned at the rear of the group, showing a group of evolved ones making their way through the jungle. What's the caliber of this advanced team? Zhang suddenly asked. If they were indeed going to engage Amaterasu in close combat, the advanced team's strength would undoubtedly serve as a crucial benchmark for gauging Amaterasu's power. The one leading the way is their captain at Tier 1, Level 8. The rest are all around Tier 1, Level 3. Xiu answered quickly, clearly having prepared for this question. Zhang's expression grew somber. Such strength surpassed that of any organization on Mount Fanjing except for the Special Bureau. If even they were to fail, Amaterasu's true power would be all too evident. The advance party continued to explore, taking each step with extreme caution, careful not to make a single sound. The entire forest was deathly quiet aside from the cameraman's breathing, not a single sound could be heard. Something's off. Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. His intuition told him there was something peculiar about the scene, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Hearing Zhang's suspicion, the others hurriedly leaned in to look, but no matter how hard they stared, they couldn't spot anything amiss. Just then, Fu seemed to suddenly notice something. Captain Zhu, you mentioned earlier that the one at the very front is their captain, right? Yes. Xiao looked a bit bewildered. I feel like his posture looks a bit unnatural. Fu's expression grew somber. Xiao was about to ask what exactly was unnatural, but Fu fell silent again, staring intently at the screen in deep thought. Xiao felt a bit worn out. Zhang and Fu, one wasn't even human, and the other was a sword-obsessed fanatic, were both the type to act on instinct. She was willing to trust their instincts, but if they couldn't explain why, she couldn't come up with a strategy out of thin air. The advance party continued to move forward with full concentration. Faint glimmers of light were already visible ahead. It looked like they were about to emerge from the forest. Something's wrong. Just then, Zhang's expression suddenly changed. It's going too smoothly. What do you mean? Xiao seemed to have caught on to something. They're on an expedition, not a contest to see who can be the quietest. Although they're acting cautiously, they've been walking this long without a single pause. That's definitely not normal. You're right. Once Zhang pointed it out, Fu instantly realized the unnatural aspect of the team leader's behavior. As the team leader, he should be constantly directing his teammates' next moves during the expedition. Yet, for the entire stretch we've covered, he hasn't looked back once or made a single hand signal. Fu's voice grew increasingly somber as he spoke. It doesn't seem like he's leading the team forward. It's more like someone is directing the entire team from behind the scenes. Zhang picked up the thread, his eyes already flashing with murderous intent. I'll try to get in touch with them. Xiao quickly grasped what the two were implying and hurriedly picked up the communicator in front of him. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The silence on the other end remained unchanged. The expressions of everyone present had grown incredibly somber, and a sense of foreboding welled up within them. This is Xiao from the Special Bureau of the Southwest Region, leader of the Sun shooting operation. Advance team, please respond immediately upon hearing this. Xiao steeled himself and shouted the message again. The only response was silence. Suddenly, the image on the large screen flickered slightly, then the entire view began to spin wildly, as if the camera had been ripped from its mount. When the image stabilized again, the face of a little boy suddenly appeared before them. The boy looked innocent and adorable, but his face was flushed bright red. Two eerie, long horns grew from his head, and whenever he smiled, he revealed sinister fangs. Oh my, I've been spotted. The little boy laughed happily, pressing his face close to the camera like a curious child. The Sun shooting squad inside the submarine watched this bizarre scene, unable to utter a word. The silence was eerie. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? The little boy seemed a bit dissatisfied. Come on, let me show you your good friends. With that, he skipped and hopped toward his teammates in the advance party ahead. Oh, right. He suddenly turned the camera back on himself. I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Shu Ten. Chapter 72, Shu Ten. The moment Shu Ten appeared, the entire advance team's footsteps came to an immediate halt. They remained frozen in the exact positions they had been in a second earlier, standing motionless. Shu Ten? When Zhang and the others heard that name, their hearts sank a few notches deeper. This famous demon from the myths and legends of the land of cherry blossoms was a name they had heard of long ago, even here in China. They knew, of course, that this couldn't possibly be the real Shu Ten. In the myths, the great demon Shu Ten stood 3 meters tall, while the Shu Ten before them was likely not even 1.5 meters. Clearly, this was an evolver from the land of cherry blossoms impersonating Shu Ten. Even so,
the fact that he was bearing the name Shu Ten was a clear indication of his formidable strength, a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. According to the Special Bureau's tracking, it had been only half an hour since the advance team had landed on Big Fish Island. Before landing on Big Fish Island, the advance team had certainly been in normal condition. Yet, after just half an hour, they had already been reduced to this state, resembling nothing more than walking corpses. The advance team was by no means weak, in fact, they were quite strong. Whether their complete annihilation was the work of Shu Ten alone or the collective effort of the entire Amaterasu, it raised everyone's guard to the highest level. And just then, Shu Ten grinned as he refocused the camera on the advance team ahead. As the camera slowly shifted from a rear view to a front view, the true state of the advance team was finally revealed to everyone. Each member of the advance party bore a gaping hole in the center of their forehead. Streaks of blood had trickled down from the wound, tracing paths across their faces, now completely dried up. Their faces were deathly pale, devoid of even a hint of color. Yet their eyes remained wide open, staring blankly ahead. Clearly, they had lost all vital signs. They were merely being manipulated by some force, which was the only reason they had been able to keep moving forward. An illusion? Or perhaps puppetry, Zhang muttered. The gruesome scene before him could no longer stir any intense emotion within him. He was now focused more on devising a countermeasure. From the moment Shu Ten appeared, he had already sentenced them to death. And it was to be no quick death. They were to die in the most agonizing, gruesome manner possible. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, the evolvers present could not help but curse furiously. Those Japs deserved to die 10,000 times over. Du clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails pierced the flesh of his palms. They should all be executed by slow torture, Ming said, his cold voice laced with deep hatred. Bastards, even Shu growled darkly. Among the group, Fu reacted the most fiercely. As a native of the southeast region, the pitiful corpses in the video were, in his memory, his closest mentors, brothers, and comrades. Fu may have been naive about the ways of the world, but he was far from heartless. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was so sincere that he couldn't feign politeness in front of others, and the bonds he shared with these team members were also genuine and profound. Fu said nothing, only 2 streams of clear tears flowed slowly from his eyes. In an instant, a powerful sword intent surged from his body, instantly rushing toward the inner walls surrounding the submarine. Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. If this sword intent were to actually strike the submarine, even if the hull itself could withstand it, the high-tech equipment inside would be destroyed. But the next second, Zhang's large hand pressed down gently, and the razor-sharp sword intent instantly dissipated into thin air. Zhang saw clearly that just as the sword intent erupted, Fu had already broken through to Tier 2, Level 2. Calm down. Save your strength for when you seek revenge, Zhang said to Fu in a calm tone. Fu bowed deeply to Zhang and the others, but his hands still trembled uncontrollably. Full speed ahead. Head for Big Fish Island as fast as we can. Xiu's expression was grave as he shouted the order into the submarine's control room. In an instant, the submarine's propellers doubled their speed, and like a giant shark in the deep sea, it raced toward Big Fish Island. The Sun shooting squad remained inside the submarine, effectively cut off from the outside world. They had no way of knowing that they weren't the only ones who had just seen that footage. There were many, many others. So many that it had spread across the entire nation of China. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Delete it all immediately. Boss, this video is spreading too fast. We can't possibly delete it all. Are you just sitting around doing nothing? The country spends so much money to keep you on the payroll, and now you're telling me you can't delete it? They came prepared. They're taking advantage of our lack of preparedness. No matter how capable we are, it will take time. In any case, use every means at your disposal. Whether you need personnel, funds, or equipment, I'll provide it all. But if we can't contain this, we're all finished. At that moment, the Ministry of Information Security of China had descended into complete chaos. Nearly all the technical staff were huddled at their computers, frantically pounding away at their keyboards, while the Minister of Information Security paced restlessly back and forth. 10 minutes earlier, a video had appeared without warning on the front pages of major news sites, video platforms, and social media apps.
It featured a young boy claiming to be Shu Ten, who enthusiastically showed the audience a dozen or so corpses striking comical poses on the ground. These corpses were reportedly the evolved sent by Huaxia's Special Bureau to Big Fish Island. At the end of the video, Shu Ten left a taunt. "Oh my, are these really your Huaxia evolved? They look like a bunch of losers to me." Dear viewers, don't you agree? I hear another group of your elites is on their way to meet their doom. Once they're dead, I'll film it for you guys. Bye bye. The video spread like wildfire across the entire Chinese internet in just a matter of minutes. Even overseas, many people took notice of it. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. The aftermath of Amaterasu's previous attack on Big Fish Island had not yet subsided when an even greater wave surged in. Aren't they going to do anything about this? Let those little Japanese bastards run so rampant? They are doing something about it. These soldiers were sent there to handle the situation in the first place. What else can they do when they're outmatched? How the hell can you boost the enemy's morale and undermine our own? Did I say something wrong? These are all heroes and martyrs of China. It's not your place, you traitorous dog, to judge them. What's the problem? Can't we even state the facts anymore? Haven't you heard? China's true elite are still on their way. Then let us wait until they win before we talk. The internet was ablaze with heated arguments, with everyone clinging to their own opinions, utterly at odds with one another. However, there was one thing everyone knew deep down. That is, if this so-called elite Chinese team were to return in defeat, China's prestige as a major power would be utterly shattered. Chapter 73, Arrival on the Island. Sir, a video is currently circulating online. Luo Qingshan's secretary hurried into his office, lips pressed tightly together, fingers clenched around a folder, his eyes filled with anxiety. Luo Qingshan, however, raised his hand calmly. How many times have I told you? No matter what happens, you mustn't panic. If you lose your composure, you won't be able to handle anything properly. The secretary took 2 deep breaths, his body relaxing slightly, and replied, I understand, Commander. I've seen the video. For now, follow standard procedures and keep up the pressure on the land of cherry blossoms. Luo Qingshan continued slowly. But what about Diyu Island in Amaterasu? The secretary still hesitated. Luo Qingshan picked up the teacup in front of him, took a light sip, and said, Didn't Shu Ten say so himself? Our Huaxia elite are still on their way. We must trust them. The secretary still harbored doubts, but seeing Luo Qingshan's confident demeanor, he ultimately saw no point in saying anything more. He nodded firmly, then turned and left. After the secretary departed, Luo Qingshan rose slowly, walked to a massive world map in his office, and stood gazing at it for a long time. Children, I hope you will not fail the mission of Huaxia. And you, Zhang. Luo Qingshan let out a long sigh. We're just 1 nautical mile from Big Fish Island. Everyone, prepare for battle. On the submarine's navigation system, their current position was getting closer and closer to Big Fish Island. At Shou's command, the evolved ones immediately readied themselves for action, and Zhang couldn't help but start itching to unleash a bloodbath. Sister Xiao, I have a question. What if those Japanese bastards take hostages to threaten us? Yu suddenly raised her hand, voicing a concern shared by many present. Their expressions immediately grew tense. If they were truly threatened with hostages and forced to submit to execution, they would be in a truly desperate situation. That won't happen. Before Xiao could answer, Zhang spoke up first. Amaterasu and the land of cherry blossoms aim to use us to establish their authority. If they threaten us with hostages, it would only bring shame upon them. Besides, judging by the arrogant attitude Shu Ten has displayed, they probably don't even think they need hostages to defeat us. Zhang gave a cold laugh. I suspect they only use hostages as a last-ditch lifeline. We shouldn't worry about that until we've completely crushed them. Hearing Zhang's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao nodded in agreement and added, Yao is right. If it ever comes down to it, saving one's own life is always the top priority. As they spoke, the submarine slowly came to a stop. It gradually surfaced to a depth of about 10 meters below the surface and halted its ascent. If it had surfaced completely, as it had when it first appeared off the coast of Magic City, it would have caused a tremendous commotion, alerting Amaterasu prematurely and costing them the element of surprise. The submarine slowly opened a drainage valve, and the water that had accumulated in the hull gushed out instantly. The evolved ones donned their diving gear, which had been prepared in advance, and followed the current into the open sea. Zhang also summoned his water-repelling pearl, gliding through the seawater as if walking on dry land. Most of the group were poor swimmers and struggled to float forward by paddling their limbs, but they watched in wide-eyed amazement as Zhang shot forward like a miniature torpedo. "Isn't that brown bear? Why does he look like a polar bear?" Inspired by Zhang, the others hurriedly picked up speed. Within minutes, the reefs of Big Fish Island were right before their eyes. The sun-shooting squad climbed ashore, soaking wet, carefully leaving their diving gear in the water. They gathered around Xiu, awaiting further instructions. "Chu, Lu Xuedong, and Ma Qian, you three form a team. Du, you're in my team. Qing, Ming, Yu, Zheng Su, and Zhang Yang, you five form a team. Zhang and Fu, you two form your own team. That makes 5 teams in total. Follow the 5 routes I outlined earlier on the submarine and conduct separate reconnaissance. Maintain clear radio communication throughout the reconnaissance. Remember, you must strictly follow the designated routes. Do not act on your own initiative, otherwise, if something goes wrong, nearby team members won't be able to reach you in time." Clearly, Xiu's arrangements had been carefully planned. Rather than dividing the dozen or so people evenly, she had grouped them based on their abilities and strengths to ensure each member's role was maximized. The reconnaissance routes were also meticulously designed. She had even considered the feasibility of nearby teams coming to the aid of a group that encountered trouble. "Does everyone understand?" Xiu scanned the group. "Got it," the team members replied in hushed voices, then immediately scattered in their assigned groups. Zhang sprinted off toward the farthest left route. He and Fu had been positioned on opposite flanks specifically to provide backup for the central team. Although Zhang was heavy, after consuming the wind spirit fruit, he was as light as a sparrow. His massive frame raced across the reefs without making a sound. The coast of Big Fish Island was completely silent, with nothing but the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Zhang's pace was extremely fast. In just over 10 minutes, he had already covered nearly half of the left side of the coast. "No one here?" He furrowed his brow. The waves crashed against the rocks once more. Plop! Just then, muffled by the sound of the waves, a faint thud suddenly rang out. Though the sound was extremely faint, it did not escape Zhang's keen hearing. It sounded like something emerging from the sea. Zhang instantly turned his head and saw a flash of green light darting toward him. Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively struck out with his palm. The green light immediately scattered like marbles, ricocheting off the rocks. "Pure speed, is it?" Zhang had already assessed the nature of this green light in his mind. Its speed was indeed extremely fast. In the rush of the moment, even he hadn't been able to make out exactly what it was. Yet its power was also extremely weak. Zhang hadn't even exerted much force, yet he descended flying without the slightest resistance. The green light tried to scramble away the moment it hit the rocks, but Zhang wasn't about to give it that chance. He closed in instantly before the green light could fully react. It felt a mountain of weight pressing down on it, leaving it completely immobilized. Only then did Zhang see clearly that the green light was actually a person, albeit a short one, covered head to toe in a greasy green hue, with a pointed snout, monkey-like cheeks, a lecherous face, and a receding hairline. Zhang narrowed his eyes and quickly linked him to a Japanese yokai from his memories. "Hey, isn't this a kappa? What else with the shabby look?" Chapter 74, Amaterasu's Intelligence. The kappa cowered beneath Zhang's palm, trembling and curling into a ball. Just like Shu Ten, he wasn't a real kappa. Of course he was merely dressed up as the legendary creature to play tricks. "You Sakura people really do love cosplaying for everything, don't you?" Zhang sneered dismissively. The kappa had been fierce and aggressive during the attack, but now that he was caught,
he instantly cowered, not daring to breathe a word, letting Zhang mock him in the land of cherry blossoms at will. Zhang grabbed the Kappa by the back of the neck and hoisted him up in front of his face. According to Sakura Kingdom legend, Kappa always carry a turtle shell on their backs. Though the Kappa before him had no shell, suspended in midair, he instinctively hunched his shoulders, rounded his back, and tucked his head in, truly mimicking the appearance of a turtle to a T.
Do you want to live? Zhang asked bluntly.
The Kappa kept his eyes tightly shut, afraid to look at Zhang, but he kept nodding.
Good.
Then tell me, who exactly is this so-called Amaterasu of yours, and what on earth is the purpose of this whole charade? We are an organization of evolved ones cultivated by the Emperor.
We come here in the Emperor's name to thoroughly humiliate China and lay the foundation for restoring the glory of our great Sakura Empire.
Oh?
So you're actually affiliated with the Sakura Empire's government, then?
Well, if you want to put it that way, I suppose it's not entirely inaccurate. Even at a time like this, Kappa was still unwilling to admit it outright, speaking in vague terms, but Zhang immediately understood what he meant.
Stop beating around the bush.
You Sakura devils are still as cowardly as ever, daring to act but not daring to own up to it.
Faced with Zhang's sarcasm, Kappa could only lower his head and pretend not to hear.
I'm curious, where does a tiny country like yours get the nerve to come here and slap China in the face with such confidence?
Zhang pressed on.
The Emperor, His Majesty the Emperor, the Kappa was about to answer when Zhang suddenly cut him off.
You dare call him His Majesty the Emperor in front of me? Call him the Emperor, old dog.
Zhang eyed him with a smirk. But, the Kappa instinctively tried to protest, but Zhang immediately lifted him high into the air, feigning a throw against the rocks.
All right. The Emperor, old dog, the Emperor, old dog. The Kappa instantly caved. The reason we're so confident is because the Emperor.
Old dog, he has made contact with the deity of our cherry blossom nation as history, Amaterasu Amikami.
Kappa finally mumbled the crucial information. Upon hearing this, Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted.
In the past, he would have scoffed at such talk of so-called deities, but now, having witnessed the remnant of the giant spirit and possessing a vermilion bird feather, he could no longer afford to dismiss these legendary deities. In the mythology of the land of cherry blossoms, Amaterasu Amikami is the daughter of Izanagi, the god of creation.
As the sun goddess, she presides over Takamagara, the divine realm of the land of cherry blossoms.
Amaterasu Amikami's status in the land of cherry blossoms is likely far greater than that of the giant spirit god in China. It's no wonder the current emperor is brimming with confidence now that he has managed to establish a connection with her.
And then what? Is Amaterasu Amikami actually going to descend to the mortal realm herself? Zhang frowned.
The Kappa shook his head. Amaterasu Amikami can only remain in Takamagara for now, but through her divine power, she bestows blessings upon us. Our Amaterasu organization has effectively become her spokesperson.
Zhang nodded to himself. Kappa's explanation sounded mystical, but in reality, this so-called divine blessing was likely just a process of mana transfer. With Amaterasu here pushing things too far, it was no wonder the people of the land of cherry blossoms were so confident. Amaterasu's power was indeed formidable.
Don't let the fact that Kappa was pinned down by Zhang's palm strike fool you. He was likely around tier 1, level 9, and incredibly fast. If his first strike failed, he could quickly retreat and wait for another opportunity to strike. If any of the other team members had faced him, they would likely have fallen into his trap.
I see. Now, tell me more. Who are the members of your Amaterasu group, and what are their respective specialties?
Zhang pressed further. But this time, the Kappa shook his head vigorously, like a rattle.
I really can't do that, great king.
If I let this information out and it causes Amaterasu to lose, I'll be in big trouble.
Kappa spoke with tears in his voice, looking pitiful.
Zhang, however, smiled lightly, quietly pulled out a voice recorder from behind his back, and waved it in front of Kappa. The moment he saw the recorder, the Kappa froze in place, instinctively swallowing hard as his body began to shake uncontrollably.
Why you? What are you doing? Kappa, you don't want the people of Sakura country to find out about how you just let slip that you called the emperor an old dog, do you?
Zhang looked at him mockingly, speaking in a casual tone, but to Kappa, it sounded like the whisper of a demon. Kappa's eyes flickered with inner conflict for over a minute, but Zhang remained unhurried, simply holding the voice recorder and watching him silently. Sigh, all right, he finally resigned himself to his fate and bowed his head.
There are 10 of us in the Amaterasu organization.
Besides me, there's also. The team exploring the second route on the left consisted of Chu, Lu Xuedong, and Ma Qian. While Chu excelled at close-quarters combat, Lu Xuedong was a tall, burly meat shield, and Ma Qian specialized in long-range gunfire. The three of them made their way through a dense forest. Lu Xuedong led the way, holding a large shield aloft. Ma Qian walked in the middle, a specially modified pistol in hand, scanning the surroundings cautiously, and Chu brought up the rear, his agile form spinning constantly to guard against attacks from the flanks and rear.
Damn, it's freezing on Big Fish Island, Lu Xuedong said, rubbing his arms.
He was built like a tank, yet he felt this cold a rare occurrence indeed.
Brother Dong, you feel cold too?
I thought it was just me being weak, and I didn't dare say anything for so long.
Ma Qian chimed in eagerly. Something's off. It was fine out by the beach with the wind, but now that we're deep in the woods, why is it still so cold? Chu's mind immediately went on high alert. Stop.
Chu scanned the area warily, and the two ahead of him quickly halted at his command. However, no matter how closely they looked, even after Chu released his mana to scan the area, they found nothing.
Maybe it's just the climate here. The three could only come to that conclusion. Hey, what is that falling down?
Ma Qian suddenly felt something cold drift onto her face.
Looks like snow, Lu Xuedong answered instinctively, but then realized something was off.
It was still autumn. The cold was one thing, but snow was a bit too much.
Above us. Enemy attack.
While Lu Xuedong was still in a daze, Chu's face had already turned pale as he shouted at the top of his lungs. In an instant, a blizzard of snow swirled down from the sky, and the temperature in the forest plummeted by more than 10 degrees. Chapter 75, Encounters on All Fronts. On Big Fish Island, the closest to Chu's group were Xiao and Du, who were on the central route. The moment Chu shouted enemy attack, they immediately heard the commotion and instinctively wanted to rush to help. However, since Chu and Ti called for backup via the communicator, the two exchanged a glance and decided to finish scouting their own route first. Xiao and Du were traversing a relatively flat, rocky path that ran almost the entire length of Big Fish Island. Consequently, even though the terrain wasn't particularly complex, it took them quite a while before they finally neared the island's highest peak. After running uphill at full speed for nearly half an hour, even as evolved beings, both were gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. Up ahead, the summit should be just there, Du gasped. Big Fish Island was essentially a mountain that was higher in the middle and lower on all sides. As they'd been walking, the path had been an unbroken ascent, but now, the trail abruptly ended, replaced by a vast expanse of azure sky and the blinding sun. They knew they had reached the summit of Big Fish Island, and the descent ahead should be much easier. A look of joy involuntarily spread across Du and Xiao's faces. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, several crisp footsteps slowly emerged from behind the hillside, growing louder and closer. Their expressions instantly turned grave. Listening intently, it seemed to be the sound of Getta's sandals from the land of cherry blossoms striking the ground. Xiao drew her long sword from her waist, while Du silently slipped on his steel gauntlets, both bracing themselves as they stared toward the back of the mountain. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from behind the hill. The sunlight was blinding. Facing the glare, the two could only squint, vaguely making out the figure's outline. A cherry blossom-style topknot, a square jaw, a kimono, and Getta. Finally, the tall man came to a halt at the mountaintop. When they caught a clear view of him, both men couldn't help but gasp. Kimono are typically loose-fitting, yet on this man, it clung tightly to his body. Through the fabric, they could faintly make out his massive, rock-hard muscles. A great sword hung at the man's back. The moment he spotted the two, he slowly drew the sword from his back, performed a flourish in the air, and pointed it directly at them. The great sword was incredibly heavy, whistling through the air as it swung, yet in the man's hands, it felt as light as a sewing needle. The two watched, their scalps tingling with fear, yet they showed no sign of retreat. As their eyes met, a silent understanding of their shared purpose was established. The man looked down upon Xiao and Du and finally spoke with arrogance. "You Chinese vermin, submit to your execution at once. I am Susanoo." The moment they heard the name Susanoo, their hearts trembled, yet their limbs did not falter in the slightest. They shot forward almost simultaneously. A long sword and a fist of steel struck Susanoo's chest from both sides, each strike aimed for a killing blow. Yet Susanoo merely chuckled derisively. With a sweep of his greatsword, a powerful aura instantly forced the two back, creating a vacuum of space before him. Xiao and Du quickly retreated to their original positions, their expressions turning grim. From that brief exchange alone, they had already felt the immense pressure emanating from Susanoo. Their weapons hadn't even made contact yet, but Xiao had a strong gut feeling if that strike had connected directly, it would likely have resulted in both sword and man being destroyed. The last time Shidi felt such immense pressure was against the giant rock python of Lianshan County. Probably Tier 2, Xiao concluded inwardly. Given the vast disparity in strength, they couldn't afford to be reckless. The two exchanged a few discreet hand signals, then split up, flanking him from completely opposite directions. With every attack, they struck and retreated immediately, never overreaching. After all, Susanoo had only a greatsword and a pair of eyes. He could only defend one side at a time, which gave those attacking from the opposite direction an opening. Although Susanoo's reactions were lightning fast and he always managed to get back into position in time, the back-and-forth battle was still quite intense. The other two felt somewhat fortunate that, despite his strength, Susanoo seemed to rigidly adhere to the samurai spirit of their land of cherry blossoms. He simply wore them down rather than seizing the opportunity to overwhelm one of them. Anyone who has been in a brawl knows that when fighting multiple opponents, the most important thing is to be willing to take damage first, cripple one of them completely, and things will become much easier afterward. If Susanoo had first absorbed Du's iron-fisted attacks to cripple Xiao, the remaining Du would naturally pose no threat. Fortunately, he didn't do that, and the two of them had no better strategy to break the deadlock. For a time, the three remained locked in a stalemate on the mountaintop of Big Fish Island. Just as Zhu and Du were locked in a fierce battle with Susanoo, the Zhang sisters team on Route 4 also encountered their enemies. This team was the largest of the 5 groups, numbering 5 members, yet it also had the weakest combat strength. The strongest members were Qing and Zhang Su, both Tier 1 level 8, while the others were only Tier 1 level 7. If we lack strength, we'll make up for it with numbers. That was the strategy Xiao had settled on when organizing the team. But now, they found themselves surrounded in the middle of a mountain path. There were 7 attackers in total, each dressed in ninja garb, their entire bodies wrapped in black cloth except for their eyes. They held various types of blades, their edges glinting with cold light, clearly no ordinary weapons. 2 minutes earlier, the 5 had been walking along the mountain path. Just as they reached a relatively flat ledge, the 7 figures burst out of the surrounding jungle in an instant, encircling them completely. According to their leader, they shared a common name: the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen advanced step by step, tightening the circle around them, while the 5 stood pressed tightly together, back to back. The distance between the 7 swordsmen of the ninja and the 5-person squad continued to shrink. The tension had reached its peak, yet not a single sound escaped anyone's lips. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by the two groups were now less than 2 meters apart. Kill! In that very instant, the leader of the 7 swordsmen of the ninja let out a thunderous roar, and several afterimages instantly lunged toward the 5-person squad. The 5-man squad was equally prepared. The moment the leader opened his mouth, a barrage of trees, frost, flames, and flashing blades and swords was unleashed upon them all at once. A small mountain plateau was suddenly bathed in blinding light. At the same time, Fu was scouting alone along the far right route. This path cut through a dense forest with poor visibility. A cyan blue sword had already been drawn from its scabbard and was clenched in his hand, ready to draw blood at any moment. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. A group of familiar figures stood not far ahead, motionless in a scouting stance. Chapter 76, Fu vs. Shuten. These dozen or so figures, frozen in place, were none other than the advance party he had dispatched earlier. The moment he saw them, an intense killing intent surged from Fu's body.
His previously ethereal and otherworldly demeanor was instantly tainted by a thick, bloodthirsty aura. The transformation from sword enthusiast to sword demon occurred in the blink of an eye, and the deaths and gruesome fates of his loved ones, friends, and mentors were undoubtedly the most potent catalyst. This intense killing intent was carried by sword energy refined to its absolute peak. The sword energy was as tangible as a physical entity, though Fu had not yet drawn his sword. The energy had already swept through the forest within a radius of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. In an instant, fragile branches and leaves snapped in two, while deep gashes were left on the sturdy trunks, causing the trees to sway precariously. Ah ha ha ha, what a temper! Just as the tree was about to topple, a figure clad in a riot of colors finally leaped down from the dense canopy. This person had a baby-faced appearance, yet bore a pair of horns and fangs. Wearing an exaggerated, sinister, and terrifying grin, it was undoubtedly Shu Ten. The moment Shu Ten touched the ground, Fu wasted no time. His sword slashed out in an instant. A cyan blue sword aura reached Shu Ten's face in the blink of an eye. However, his reflexes were lightning fast, and his flexibility was terrifyingly strong. Even while mid-air, he instantly contorted his body into a bizarre posture. His entire body was as pliable as modeling clay, twisting into strange shapes as if his bones didn't exist. Yet it was precisely this bizarre posture that allowed the sword energy to graze past his hips without inflicting a single scratch. Boom! 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 3 thunderous crashes rang out in quick succession as the sword energy sliced through 3 massive trees behind him before slowly dissipating. Whoa, that really scared the hell out of me. Shu Ten landed on the ground and quickly clutched his chest, feigning shock, though his face remained full of mockery. You Chinaman, you! Just as Shu Ten was about to launch into another tirade, a cold glint flashed before his eyes. Fu had already rushed up on horseback. Shu Ten's expression darkened, and a savage look crossed his face. What he hated most in life was being interrupted. However, Fu's blade was razor-sharp. Even before it made contact, Shu Ten felt a faint stinging sensation on his face. I must dodge, his instincts warned him. Shu Ten's gaze grew even darker. For someone so confident in his own strength, this instinctive evasion felt like a humiliating defeat. These complex emotional fluctuations unfolded in the blink of an eye. The next second, Fu's blade had already appeared where Shu Ten had been standing. In the end, Shu Ten yielded to his instincts, his entire upper body folding backward in an instant so violently that one might have wondered if his spine had snapped in two. Yet Fu remained expressionless. Though the strike missed, the blade, unlike a sword aura, did not shoot forward on its own momentum. Instead, under his command, it slammed downward with force. Shu Ten's pupils contracted violently. He stomped his feet heavily on the ground, and his entire body spun nearly a full circle in midair like a small spinning top. During this spin, Shu Ten narrowly avoided Fu's sudden change of technique. Shu Ten watched helplessly as the gleaming blade sliced past his face, its surface even reflecting his own expression. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, excruciating pain struck him in the next instant. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the entire forest. On the 4th path, the 5-person squad was in the thick of a fierce battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen when they suddenly heard the scream and froze in their tracks. That sounds like Lord Shu Ten? One of them looked pale. Although they were all members of Amaterasu, the status difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was stark. Stop speculating. Focus on the battle at hand. You needn't worry about Lord Shu Ten's strength. The leader of the 7 swordsmen of the ninja scowled and snapped. Besides, there's also. He seemed about to say more, but upon seeing the 5-person squad from Huaxia staring intently at them, he quickly shut his mouth. The next second, the battle raged on. Deep within the forest, a torrent of blood spurted from Shu Ten's forehead. His face remained unscathed, yet the 2 horns on his head had vanished without a trace. Glancing down at the ground, he discovered the 2 horns had been severed and lay in the grass, still twitching faintly with life. For a moment after his scream, Shu Ten was dazed, staring blankly at the severed horns on the ground, unsure of what had just happened. This Fu Tier 2, Level 1 opponent was roughly his equal. He should have calculated the scope of his abilities perfectly. How could he still have the energy to change his technique? Shu Ten slowly covered his face, unable to stop himself from trembling. Clearly, Shuten had misjudged Fu's strength. After breaking through aboard the submarine, Fu had now reached Tier 2, Level 2, not Tier 2, Level 1. When he saw his comrades from the advance party, his rage hadn't actually caused him to lose his mind. On the contrary, he had also seen through Shuten's arrogant nature and his penchant for dancing on the edge of a blade. Therefore, when he struck his first blow, though he appeared to be unleashing his full power, he was actually holding back slightly. He held back only a little, but it was precisely this subtlety that made it seem genuine, fooling Shuten into believing that this was the full extent of Fu's abilities. In a duel between masters, the difference between success and failure is often a hair's breadth. Fu had been setting the stage for so long precisely for that slight deflection of the sword's edge at the critical moment. "I'll kill you." After a brief moment of stupor, Shuten's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The mocking smile was gone, and he had entered a state of madness. Blood gushed from the gash on his head, mixing with the blood tears in his eyes to form terrifying streaks down his cheeks. To him, those two horns were practically his very life. As a child, he was often mocked and bullied by his peers and despised by his teachers because of the two growths on his head. As he grew older, his classmates and the girl he had a crush on also shunned him because of those two growths. He hated the growths that had brought him nothing but misfortune, but just as he finally mustered the courage and resolved to have them surgically removed, Mana Awakening arrived, and the age of evolution began. When he first encountered cultivation techniques, he was delighted to discover that the growths on his head seemed to accelerate his absorption of mana. So, he decisively abandoned his plans for surgery and, leveraging the advantage granted by the growths, quickly made a name for himself in the circle of evolvers in Sakura country. With the status of a genius evolver, he instantly became untouchable even among ordinary people. The elites and beauties who had once looked down on him all flocked to him in droves. Chapter 77, Shuten's Past. Soon, even the royal family of Sakura country learned of the existence of such a genius among the common people. On a drizzly evening, the air-stifling and damp Shuten was feeling somewhat irritable when a woman clad in a black robe came to him of her own accord. "Join us, and we can give you everything you desire." The woman cut straight to the chase, which greatly displeased Shuten, who had recently been riding high. Consequently, he didn't even bother to respond, choosing instead to attack her decisively. 10 seconds later, Shuten found himself pinned beneath her foot. As his cheek touched the cold rain and the rough concrete pavement, Shuten finally came to his senses. "Who are you?" he asked weakly. "You can call us Amaterasu." The woman's reply sent a jolt through Shuten's heart. As a native of Sakura, everyone knew what the name Amaterasu represented. At that moment, he didn't have the standing to ask too many questions, but his thirst for power and status ultimately led him to join. It wasn't until some time after joining that Shuten gradually came to understand that Amaterasu was actually a mysterious organization under the jurisdiction of the Sakura Kingdom's imperial family, and that every member was named after the gods, demons, and yokai from the kingdom's legends. This only strengthened his conviction that his decision had been both correct and wise. Because he was born with two horns, he was quickly given the renowned codename Shuten. The growth on his head continued to aid his cultivation, but by then, he no longer wished to call it a growth. Instead, he told everyone that these were his, Shuten's, twin horns. With the aid of his horns, Shuten made rapid progress even within Amaterasu, swiftly surpassing a large number of his peers and reaching the Tier 1, Level 9 realm. On the very day he reached Tier 1, Level 9, the woman in the black robe sought him out once more. And this time, her words filled him with overwhelming joy. "Amaterasu wishes to see you. Come with me." Shuten had assumed he had merely earned further recognition from the organization, and that this so-called Amaterasu was likely another revolver like himself, using a deity as a codename. But when he actually went to meet Amaterasu, he realized he was wrong and how wrong he was. That day, he was first taken to the imperial palace of Sakura country, then led into a grand hall. The hall was completely empty, and even the decor was extremely sparse. Shuten was utterly baffled, unsure of what was going on. Just as he was starting to grow impatient, a massive vortex suddenly appeared before his eyes, giving him quite a start. A mysterious pull drew him step by step toward the vortex, and the moment he stepped fully inside, it vanished from the spot in an instant. The hall was once again completely empty. Upon entering the vortex, the scene before him left Shu Tan utterly speechless.
An endless plain, covered in grass as tall as a man, with several towering mountains rising abruptly from the ground, soaring straight into the sky without warning. A few large birds flew swiftly overhead, their shadows on the ground larger than airplanes. Even the faint aura they emitted as they passed by sent a chill down Shu Tan's spine. It had been a long time since he had felt so small. "Where on earth is this?" he murmured to himself.
"Shu Tan, this is Takamagara."
Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice rang out in Shu Tan's ear without warning. The voice was neither distinctly male nor female, yet neither gender could capture the divine quality within it. Shu Tan looked around frantically, trying to locate the source of the voice, only to discover with horror that no matter which direction he turned, the voice remained just as loud. But soon, he suddenly realized that what was even more terrifying was this: he had clearly spoken his question only in his mind, so how could the voice have answered so precisely?
A coincidence? He was on edge.
This is no coincidence. This is the power of the gods. The voice rang out once more, causing Shu Tan to freeze instantly. This time, the source of the voice was unmistakable. It was right behind him.
Whoosh! Fu gave Shu Tan no chance to recover. The blade was already striking again. Shu Tan's eyes were now bloodshot, and an eerie, unhealthy flush had spread across his entire body.
Yet, in this very state, his speed and strength had mysteriously increased by 30%. Facing Fu's attack, he abandoned his extreme evasion tactics. Instead, he swiftly created distance, then closed in instantly, determined to leave Fu's longsword with no room to maneuver. Fu's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. He, too, refused to yield an inch. The speed of his sword swing suddenly quickened, and the ethereal blade was wielded with the sheer force of a mountain-splitting broadsword. Fists and swords clashed, each collision sending a tremendous shockwave through the air. Both Shu Tan and Fu were fighting for what they had already lost, the things most precious to them. The battle grew fiercer and more desperate with every exchange, their eyes blazing with intense fury. When Fu struck Shu Tan with a thrust, Shu Tan would rather take the blow head-on than fail to return a punch. When Shu Tan landed a punch, Fu did not dodge or flinch, instead seizing the opportunity to inflict a few more wounds on Shu Tan. After just 3 or 4 minutes, both men were already covered in wounds. Yet, Fu had, after all, been the one to inflict massive damage first. The loss of so much blood was sapping Shu Tan's strength with every passing moment. At the same time, Fu held the upper hand in skill. In every close-quarters clash, he always came out on top. Shu Tan stood panting 5 or 6 meters away from Fu. The flush on his face had now faded, leaving him looking somewhat pale. Yet he showed not a trace of the despondency one might expect from impending defeat. On the contrary, a sly, triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, his lowered head hid that smile in the shadows, and Fu failed to notice it. Seeing Shu Tan's weakness laid bare, Fu hesitated not a moment. He swung his sword and charged forward with all his might, focusing all his energy on Shu Tan alone. Shu Tan, however, did not flinch, causing Fu to frown slightly. But once the sword was drawn, how could he possibly withdraw it? Instead, Fu accelerated the pace of his strikes. Just then, Shu Tan suddenly raised his head, and that sinister grin made even Fu, whose mind was usually as calm as still water, shudder instantly. Trouble! His instinct told him to step back, but it was already too late. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, and in an instant, everything before his eyes turned into a blinding white fog. Chapter 78, Desperate Counterattack. On the fourth path. The small platform was littered with fallen bodies, and thick dust filled the air, making it hard to breathe even while standing. Fortunately, those still standing were not wearing black ninja uniforms. Ming and Yu supported each other, staggering as they struggled to stay on their feet. At first, thanks to their diverse and versatile abilities, the 5 of them had managed to exchange blows with the 7 swordsmen of the ninja. But gradually, as the 7 swordsmen grew more familiar with their attack patterns, their advantages, superior numbers, seamless coordination, and knowledge of the terrain became increasingly apparent. In the final moments of the fierce battle, Zheng Su and Zhang Yang had already fallen, yet the Zhang sisters still faced 5 members of the 7 swordsmen. Faced with this desperate situation, it was the eldest sister, Chang, who stepped forward first.
She channeled all her mana, summoning hundreds of branches from the ground and the surrounding forest to bind the 5 men tightly. Although Qing's best effort could only restrain them for 3 or 4 seconds, it was precisely during those few seconds that Ming and Yu finally unleashed the ultimate technique they had trained so hard to master: ice and fire. The combined assault of ice and fire instantly wiped out all 5 of them, but Qing, too, finally collapsed from exhaustion. Ming and Yu had almost no mana left, only their enhanced physical conditioning kept them from collapsing. "Go, save the hostages." Qing lay on the ground, her eyes completely closed, her voice a faint whisper. The two nodded and, leaning on each other, began walking down the mountain. The sun still hung high in the sky, and under its scorching rays, the two figures' silhouettes grew indistinct. "You insignificant insects, why do you persist in resisting?" Susanoo furrowed his brow, looking down haughtily at Xiao and Du beside him. These 2 Chinese warriors were far inferior to him in strength, yet they kept charging at him like moths to a flame. In his eyes, the 2 were like little grasshoppers hopping about. Though they could hardly inflict any real harm on him, they were a source of unbearable annoyance. At that moment, Susanoo showed no sign of strain aside from a couple of insignificant, barely noticeable sword marks on his back. He bore no other wounds. Xiao and Du, however, stood before and behind him, gasping for breath. Sweat had soaked through their clothes, clinging tightly to their bodies and revealing patches of bruises and wounds. "Again!" Ignoring Susanoo's words entirely, Xiao gave the order, and the 2 lunged at him once more, one in front, one behind, one fast, one slow. This time, Du reached him first, and Susanoo casually swung his greatsword to block her. Just then, he felt Xiao's sword slice past his back. Susanoo instantly tensed the muscles in his back and smiled dismissively. This petite woman always retreated after a single strike. She could barely even breach his superficial defenses, let alone inflict any real damage. But just then, he suddenly felt a sharp sting in his back. "How dare you!" Susanoo frowned and spun around immediately. It was impossible for Xiao's strength to have suddenly increased. The only reason she had managed to break through his defenses now, when she had struggled to do so before, was clear. She had lingered longer than the safe time she had previously estimated. Facing Susanoo, Du's expression also changed drastically in an instant. Susanoo couldn't see Xiao, but he saw clearly that after her strike, she hadn't retreated in time. Instead, she continued her momentum, thrusting her sword toward Susanoo's back. "Sister Xiao!" Susanoo had already turned halfway around, and in the rush, Du could only shout. But neither Xiao nor Susanoo showed any sign of stopping. Gritting his teeth, Du didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward, pounding his fists heavily into Susanoo. However, the damage Du could inflict was far less than Xiao's. Without hesitation, Susanoo continued to turn, grinning savagely as he reached out to grab Xiao. "Losing patience so quickly, are we?" His mouth split into a grin he couldn't control, his bloodlust plain for all to see. Xiao, however, remained as calm as still water. Even as Susanoo's massive hand lunged toward him, his expression didn't waver. Finally, Susanoo's hand seized Xiao's wrist, and without hesitation, Xiao swung his sword, slicing into the palm. Susanoo was, after all, merely flesh and blood. In an instant, his palm was slashed open, blood gushing freely. Yet he showed not the slightest sign of retreat in his mind. Even if he suffered a slightly more severe injury, it would be well worth it if he could cripple this troublesome woman for good. The next second, Susanoo clenched his palm with all his might. Crack! Snap! In the blink of an eye, Xiao's wrist was crushed into a comminuted fracture. The horrifying sound sent a chill down even Du's spine. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Xiao's face. No matter how tough a woman of steel she was, she couldn't possibly ignore that excruciating pain. With no strength left in her wrist, the long sword instantly fell to the ground. Susanoo, however, was not about to stop there. Seizing the momentum, he hoisted Xiao into the air, casually flinging the greatsword in his other hand aside. He intended to watch with his own eyes as this woman was beaten to death, punch by punch. Yet, just then, Xiao's lips, which had been tightly pressed together in agony, suddenly parted. A sudden sense of foreboding struck Susanoo's heart, but it was already too late. Whoosh! 2 streaks of cold light shot out of Xiao's mouth in an instant, piercing straight into Susanoo's eye sockets in less than 0.1 seconds. 2 great jets of blood spurted out, glistening in the sunlight. The intense pain caused Susanoo to instinctively let go. Shio fell to the ground, groaning softly as she clutched her hand which she could no longer lift and quickly backed away. Du, standing nearby, watched in stunned silence, feeling both heartache and astonishment. Her heart ached for Shio's wrist and the pain she was enduring. With a fracture this severe and no doctor nearby, even daily life would be a struggle, let alone wielding a sword in battle. As for her astonishment, it stemmed naturally from Shio's sudden, decisive strike. She had never known Shio had such a move up her sleeve. "Sister Shio, what on earth?" Du saw Shio step back beside him and quickly asked with concern. "It's fine." While he blinded, "Let us get out of here." Shio's expression remained as cold and stern as ever. At that moment, Susanoo was clutching his eyes in agony, howling wildly, unleashing his immense power indiscriminately onto the surrounding ground and trees. Shio and Du exchanged a glance, lightened their footsteps, and quickly made their escape. Chapter 79, Shio's Calculations. Ever since the battle in Lianshan County, Shio had been pondering a question. When faced with an opponent whose strength, speed, and defense all surpassed his own, how exactly should he respond? In the past, Shio had confidently believed that agility was his greatest advantage when facing powerful foes. This was certainly true, but the advantage of agility was most evident in battles against opponents of equal skill. If she encountered the stronger foes mentioned above, agility wasn't useless, but at best it could only save her life. It was difficult to inflict further damage. It was precisely the battle against the giant rock python in Lianshan County that made her deeply understand this. If she had been determined to flee, the giant rock python wouldn't have been able to do much to her in the short term. However, as a member of the Special Bureau, her mission was rarely simply to save her own skin. More often than not, it was to protect others. In that situation, if she had fled, allowing the giant rock python to level the entire Lianshan County like a bulldozer and seize the Earthstone, she would have been a complete failure even if she had emerged unscathed. Therefore, at that moment, she had no choice but to take a calculated risk, attempting to inflict greater damage on the giant rock python through a series of daring maneuvers. And as for the outcome, everyone knows it. During her days in the hospital bed, Shio kept pondering what methods might break this deadlock. Strengthening her capabilities elsewhere wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Taking risks for the sake of gain seemed to be the only viable path. After countless replays of her battle with the giant rock python, she finally came to a slow realization: taking risks for the sake of gain wasn't out of the question, but she couldn't leave herself completely without a backup plan. True risk-taking isn't about repeatedly flying like a moth to the flame. Rather, it involves using extreme risks to create opportunities for a more threatening offensive, one that allows the weak to defeat the strong or stage a comeback from the brink of defeat. Therefore, the moment she and Du encountered Susanoo, she had already decided to fight for a sliver of hope using precisely this approach. If they were kept tied up here by Susanoo, not to mention that their combined stamina likely wouldn't last as long as his, even if they did manage to wear him down, it would all be for naught if they failed to rescue the hostage. As the team leader, Shio couldn't possibly pin all her hopes on other teams. Although, she found it hard to imagine anyone actually being able to stop that Bear King. Shio's plan had not only eluded Susanoo's notice but had even gone unnoticed by her teammate, Du. Time and again, she launched patient attacks, all to make her final impulsive move seem entirely justified. The moment Susanoo grew so exasperated with her that he'd have torn her limb from limb was precisely her only chance to turn the tables. Of course, even so, she couldn't possibly kill a powerhouse like Susanoo with just that one fleeting opportunity. Targeting his most vulnerable point, his eyes, to temporarily strip him of his ability to block their path, was already the best she could hope for. Shio and Du pressed on down the mountain without pause, but at a fork in the path, they suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps. "Watch out, someone's coming." Shio stopped instantly, her voice low and alert. "It sounds like there's more than one." Shio grew even more vigilant. Now that she had to wield her sword with her non-dominant left hand, her combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. Du took a deep breath and stood cautiously beside Shio. Without Shio's protection, he would undoubtedly have to bear a much greater burden than before. The two stared intently at the fork in the path on the other side, not daring to breathe a single breath. The mountain trail beyond the fork was blocked by rocks,
so they could only judge the situation of the approaching figures by sound. Yet gradually, they realized something was amiss. "Sis, why do these footsteps sound a bit erratic and unsteady to me?" Du looked at Xiao uncertainly, and Xiao nodded slightly in agreement. If the enemy was also injured, it would undoubtedly be good news for them. Finally, the figures behind the footsteps emerged slowly from behind the mountain, but when Xiao saw their formation, she froze in surprise. "Sis Xiao," a familiar voice rang out, full of delight. It was Yu speaking. The moment they realized they were facing their own teammates, all four of them breathed a huge sigh of relief. Just as Xiao and the others had been worried about who might be coming, Ming and Yu had equally hoped not to encounter any more enemies in their current dire state. The four embraced each other tightly. Having crawled back from the brink of death, they knew all too well how hard it was to see their own people again. "Sis Xiao, what happened to your hand?" Only then did you notice Xiao's right hand, which had become somewhat deformed and hung limply at her side. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury," Xiao said nonchalantly. "But you tried to say more, but Xiao cut her off. Don't worry about me for now. I'm fine. Let us hurry on and find the hostages." At Xiao's command, Ming and Yu could only nod helplessly, even if they wanted to say more. The four supported one another and continued limping forward. Back on the second path where the battle had first erupted, Xiao's face was now ashen. Beside him, Lu Xuedong's large shield was already more than half shattered, and Ma Qian, huddled behind it, was of little help. Xu himself had sustained several new wounds, but even more terrifying than the injuries was the thick layer of white frost covering each one. Under the freezing cold, blood could barely circulate through those wounds, and the surrounding muscles were already showing signs of necrosis. Above them, heavy snow continued to fall. What troubled Xu most was not the enemy's strength. On the contrary, the enemy's raw power wasn't particularly formidable otherwise. They wouldn't have been unable to inflict a single fatal wound after fighting for so long. Yet, this enemy was exceptionally effective at countering the trio's specific composition. The trio was skilled in both offense and defense, capable of fighting at close and long range, seemingly a well-rounded team. Yet, they had a single weakness, an opponent whose movements were unpredictable and who excelled at wide area attacks. Lu Xuedong, moving slowly while holding a large shield, was essentially a sitting duck against such an opponent. It's true that Ma Qian's marksmanship is formidable, but bullets are, after all, point-based attacks. Faced with a deluge of area of effect assaults, it's difficult to effectively counter them. At the same time, since the blizzard penetrates everywhere, Lu Xuedong finds it hard to truly cover all bases, and the moment Ma Qian exposes herself, she is highly likely to be instantly injured by the wind and snow. Back and forth like this, she is forced to stay hunkered down, rendering her largely useless. Xu was small in stature and specialized in close-quarters combat, but this opponent's movements were utterly elusive. Even when Xu managed to track her down, he was swiftly forced back by the blizzard. However, after a grueling battle, their greatest gain was finally uncovering the true nature of this mysterious enemy. She was, most likely, the legendary Snow Woman of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Chapter 80, The Snow Woman and Tsukuyami. What? You're saying Shuten isn't alone there? Just moments ago, when the Kappa finally mentioned the intelligence regarding the fifth path, he casually noted that Shuten was not guarding the fifth path alone. Upon hearing this, Zhang's pupils contracted instantly, and the bare paw gripping the Kappa's neck tightened its grip. In his estimation, Shuten possessed strength on the cusp of Tier 2 a level Fu should be capable of handling. But if another unpredictable factor were to join the fray at this moment, even if not particularly powerful, a sudden enough intervention could instantly turn the tide of battle. Why yes, Bear King, please ease up a little. The Kappa was choked by Zhang's sudden surge of strength, unable to breathe, his face turning ashen as he flailed his limbs in supplication. Who is the other one? Zhang demanded harshly. It's Tsukuyami. Fearing Zhang would tighten his grip further, the Kappa quickly shouted his answer. Tsukuyami? Upon hearing that name, Zhang froze for a moment, then his expression darkened completely. In most people's minds, Tsukuyami was merely a genjutsu technique from Naruto, but Zhang knew that in Japanese mythology, the name referred not to a skill, but to a powerful deity.
Legend has it that after the creator goddess Anaji left the underworld, he fathered 3 children. The eldest was, of course, Amaterasu, the goddess who presides over the sun, and Takamagara, and who is also the mastermind behind the Amaterasu organization today. But Amaterasu had 2 other brothers whose fame was not as great. One was Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon, and the other was Susanoo, the god of storms. Susanoo had already been encountered by Shio and the others on the 3rd path. Even after Shio and Du fought with all their might, they had only managed to blind him, and it was unclear how long that would last. Tsukuyomi, on the other hand, presides over the moon, and his divine rank is even higher than Susanoo's. His power is beyond imagination. The moment he heard that name, all of Zhang's previous doubts vanished instantly. No wonder. How could a mere Shuten have the power to put the advanced team members into that state of mind control? So there's a sneaky Tsukuyomi pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zhang's voice was as cold as if it had come from the 18th circle of hell. If Tsukuyomi was involved, why didn't you mention it earlier? Bear King, you didn't ask before. The Kappa shrank his neck and glanced tentatively at Zhang. Clearly, his mind was racing. Although he'd been forced to reveal all the intelligence on Amaterasu under Zhang's threat, he'd still been in control of how much he disclosed. He'd glossed over some important details. If Zhang hadn't noticed, they'd clearly come out ahead. However, he ultimately underestimated Zhang's sharpness. Very well, very well. You Sakura people are indeed patriotic and united. I'm curious, will you truly remain this way forever? Zhang smiled rather than grew angry, yet a sense of foreboding suddenly ignited in the Kappa's heart. The next second. 2 waves of excruciating pain surged through his lower body. The Kappa looked down in terror, only to see that his 2 thigh bones had been bizarrely snapped in half. His legs were now clearly split into 3 sections, dangling limply. Zhang casually struck him again with his palm, shattering his yellow teeth. Even if the Kappa wanted to scream, he could only manage a muffled whimper. Tears and snot streamed down the Kappa's face from the pain, but Zhang paid him no mind. Grabbing him by the back of the neck, he charged straight toward the other end of the island. He knew full well that Tsukuyomi was at least Tier 2, Level 1, and even if Fu was powerful, it would be difficult for him to survive under the combined, light and dark schemes of Zhang and Shuten. And the worst-case scenario was, if Fu were to be ambushed by Tsukuyomi during the fight and fall victim to his illusions, it was even possible he wouldn't be able to press the distress button on his communicator. As Zhang changed course, Shu and the other 2 were still locked in a fierce battle with the Yuki-onna. According to legend, the Yuki-onna could not only manipulate ice and snow but also transform into a cloud of white mist when faced with danger to evade attacks. The Yuki-onna of the Amaterasu organization was merely a Tier 1, Level 9, so she certainly didn't possess the supernatural abilities of the mythical legends. However, the few tricks she managed to mimic were more than enough to keep Chu and his team on their toes. The group scanned their surroundings up, down, left, and right for what felt like the umpteenth time, yet they still couldn't find any trace of the Yuki-onna. In a blind spot beyond the trio's line of sight, a girl with skin so pale it was nearly translucent was hiding among the swaying tree shadows, calmly watching the 3 as they bustled about, yet came up empty-handed. Her hair, eyebrows, skin, and even her fingernails, every part of her exposed to the air, were all an eerie, ghostly white. 20 years ago, whether walking down the street or visiting a hospital, this girl would have been told without exception, "You have albinism." But now, this all-encompassing whiteness had become her greatest gift. She was no longer an ordinary, fragile, pitiful patient. She had a unique name. Snow Maiden. Another blizzard swept in. Lu Xuedong turned first, blocking the initial onslaught. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, Ma Qian fired several shots into the blizzard, but they vanished without a trace. Damn it, I'm the only one who can handle this. Chu cursed under his breath, then shot forward instantly, charging into the blizzard. Holding a short staff in each hand, he swung them wildly before him, momentarily keeping the countless snowflakes at bay. Chu pressed forward with the momentum. The pressure before him suddenly eased, and Snow Woman's panicked face appeared right before his eyes. She clearly hadn't expected his assault to be so swift. Finally running out of stamina, are you? Seeing this, Chu's confidence soared. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and his charge grew even faster. He had attempted to break through several times before, but each time he had been forced back by the overwhelming blizzard, returning empty-handed. Lu Xuedong's mobility was too poor to keep up with his speed and relieve the pressure on him. For this, Chu had cursed Lu Xuedong countless times. But now, he had finally breached the impenetrable wall of wind and snow. Chu clapped his hands together, and the two short staffs instantly fused into a single long staff. He swung it with the momentum, seemingly about to strike the Snow Maiden's delicate, porcelain-like face. However, the very next second, another barrier of wind and snow appeared out of nowhere. Chu's vision ahead instantly blurred, and the Snow Maiden vanished in an instant. Damn it, I fell for her trap. Only then did Chu realize that the Snow Maiden hadn't been running out of stamina. She had deliberately lured him deeper into her trap. He quickly turned around, only to find himself completely surrounded by wind and snow from all directions, momentarily losing all sense of direction. Snow Maiden! Come out here! Chu shouted furiously. To him, being temporarily trapped by the Snow Maiden wasn't a big deal. Both of them were Tier 1, Level 9. If the Snow Maiden wanted to inflict further damage on Chu, she'd have to get close to him, and once she entered close quarters combat, she'd be squarely within Chu's comfort zone. But what if? Chapter 81, Calling for Help. Chu's heart sank instantly. He had already considered the worst-case scenario. The Snow Woman couldn't really do anything to him in the short term, but what if she wasn't targeting him in the first place? In the current situation, Chu had been completely cut off from Lu Xuedong and Ma Qian. If the Snow Woman decided to take them on first, they would truly be picked off one by one. Damn it! Chu slammed his staff hard against the ground, producing a heavy, dull thud. However, he wasn't merely a man given to helpless rage. The moment he realized he'd fallen into a trap, he immediately pressed the distress button on his communicator. Beep beep beep. At the same moment, the communicators in the hands of the daily route supervisors emitted a piercing alarm, their red lights flashing incessantly. Xiao and Ming reacted simultaneously, exchanging a glance with grim expressions. Sister Xiao, what should we do? Ming looked back and forth along the path, clearly torn. Xiao also hesitated briefly. They were not far from the other end of Big Fish Island. The hostages were likely being held there, and her teammates were probably in serious trouble. The distress signal continued to sound. How about we split up? Seeing that Xiao was taking her time to answer, Yu asked tentatively. No, Xiao finally said, taking a deep breath and steeled her resolve. We're going back to rescue our teammate. I've said it before, we're a team. Protecting the lives of the Sun Shooters is always our top priority. She knew full well that the one sending the distress signal was none other than Chu, the person she despised most. But so what? As a competent team leader, her first duty was to ensure that personal likes and dislikes never clouded her judgment. Even though she disliked Chu, and even though the hostages were more important to her, protecting her own people first was the absolute bottom line of this operation. The others nodded and turned to follow Xiao to provide backup. But just then, the alarm cut off abruptly, and the warning lights dimmed once more. Let us rewind the timeline by 1 minute. The moment Chu charged out, a solid wall of wind and snow instantly rose before Lu Xuedong and Ma Qian. Chu, focused solely on what lay ahead, naturally didn't notice it, but the two of them could see clearly that this wall of wind and snow was expanding in an arc, completely surrounding Chu within just a few seconds. Brother Chu, Brother Chu! Lu Xuedong shouted loudly, but there was no echo. Has the blizzard cut off the sound? Ma Qian's expression was incredibly grave. She, too, realized the danger of being cut off. Wait, can we try shooting through the blizzard? Lu Xuedong, whose own offensive capabilities weren't strong, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked Ma Qian beside him excitedly. Earlier, her gun had been useless because the blizzard was too erratic, but now that the storm had settled relatively steadily ahead of them, it was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to fire. Are you out of your mind? Ma Qian shot him a disdainful glance. Brother Chu is still in there. The blizzard isn't that wide. What if you shoot him and injure him?
You're right, Lu Shuadong gave an awkward chuckle. But just then, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out from within the blizzard. The sound cut through the air with such intensity that, though they couldn't communicate with Chu by shouting, the moment he pressed the distress button, they immediately understood. Brother Chu is really in danger. Let us try to break through, Lu Shuadong said decisively. Ma Qian nodded in agreement, her chamber already loaded. Chu was such a proud man, the fact that he'd taken the initiative to press the distress button spoke volumes about just how dire the situation had become. The two of them stared intently at the wall of wind and snow, completely oblivious to the fact that a white figure had, at some point, silently drifted up behind them, drawing closer and closer. Boom! Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. Lu Shuadong and Ma Qian were startled. Just as they were about to instinctively turn around, a clatter sounded right in front of them. They froze for a moment. The wall of wind and snow surrounding Chu had, for some reason, collapsed completely in an instant, leaving only a pile of pure, crystalline snowflakes on the ground. At that moment, Chu's figure became visible, and the three of them turned around in unison, looking back in bewilderment. There, a towering figure suddenly appeared, holding a limp, green object in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhang and the Kappa. Looking down at his feet, a snow-white figure lay sprawled on the ground like a plastic bag, its head completely buried in the snow. Blood seeped slowly up from the ground. That's the snow woman? Ma Qian pointed at the white figure on the ground with trembling hands, her voice filled with disbelief. Oh, she's the snow woman. I just happened to be passing by. I saw you guys calling for help, so I took a look and caught her trying to ambush you, Zhang said casually. Are there any other enemies? The three shook their heads blankly in unison, clearly still unable to process what had just happened. Seeing their denial, Zhang saw no point in wasting any more time on them and turned to continue running toward Fu. Oh, okay. The three nodded mechanically, watching Zhang disappear into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Zhang had completely vanished from their sight, moving as swiftly as a high-speed train. Silence reigned over the scene. The three stood there in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After a long while, Lu Shuadong finally spoke up, breaking the silence. Brother Chu, take my advice, you'd better not even think about avenging what happened before. Chu clenched his jaw, then released it, only to clench it again, but in the end, he let out a long sigh. I understand. Lord Tsukuyami, what do you suggest we do with this Chinese man? Shu Ten glared at Fu, who was trapped by an illusion, grinding his teeth in fury as if he wanted to devour him alive, yet he still respectfully sought Tsukuyami's opinion. Knock him unconscious and take him back. Hang him up and display him to those arrogant Huaxia people, so they can see how their so-called elite are trampled underfoot by us Sakura people. Tsukuyami was tall and imposing, cloaked in a black robe, her face hidden in the shadows, yet her voice was remarkably gentle. It was the same woman who had led Shu Ten inside on that rainy day. Yes, I understand. Though reluctant, Shu Ten chose to obey the order without hesitation. At that moment, he carefully wrapped the horn that had been severed earlier in a cloth, cradling it in his hands, hoping for a chance to return to Takamagara and have Amaterasu restore it for him. Shu Ten walked step by step toward Fu, who stood motionless in place, his eyes vacant. Chapter 82, Tsukuyami's True Form. Shu Ten transformed his palm into a blade, ready to strike at the back of Fu's neck. Sharp claws extended silently between his fingers. Even if Tsukuyami forbade him from killing Fu just yet, he was determined to leave him with scars that would never fade. Whoosh! Shu Ten's palm blade struck instantly, creating a faint whistling sound as it cut through the air. The hairs on the back of Fu's neck had already sensed the danger, standing on end, yet he remained frozen in place, showing no sign of evasion. Boom! In that split second, a piercing sound many times more powerful than Shu Ten's palm blade suddenly rang out. A vast expanse of nearby trees toppled one after another under the pressure of this gale. A fierce sense of mortal danger ignited instantly within Shu Ten. His instincts told him this attack was aimed directly at him. Here to save me? A savage grin unconsciously curled his lips as he reached out to yank Fu in front of him to block the blow. However, the attack was upon him in the blink of an eye.
In that split second, he felt as though his entire body had been firmly locked in place, unable to move an inch. Can't dodge it? Impossible. For a split second, time seemed to freeze, and a judgment born of instinct yet hard to believe flashed through his mind. Boom! In the next instant, a black figure suddenly appeared before him, taking the blow for him. Yet, though the shadow blocked the strike, it did not stop it entirely. The powerful shockwave instantly sent him flying backward, dragging Shutan behind him along with him. They only came to a halt after crashing into a massive tree that required two people to encircle with their arms. 2 seconds later, the tree swayed slightly before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Guh! Both of them spat out a large mouthful of blood simultaneously. The one who had blocked that fatal blow for Shutan was none other than Tsukuyomi, clad in a black robe. Not only was he a master of illusions, but his physical prowess was also exceptional. Before Shutan could even react, Tsukuyomi had charged right in front of him and blocked the blow. However, at that moment, Tsukuyomi's black robes had been completely shattered by the impact, and his arms, crossed over his chest, were bent at an unnatural angle. Thud, gurgle. Only then did the two realize that the sudden attack they just faced was nothing more than a small pebble. Now, the pebble fell from between Tsukuyomi's arms, rolling across the ground. Another mouthful of blood spurted from Tsukuyomi's mouth. After that gush of blood, he no longer had the strength to support his body. He slid limply off Shutan, kneeling on the ground and retching up blood in great gulps. A look of panic was clearly visible on Shutan's face. Tsukuyomi was his guide, both a mentor and a friend to him, indispensable. At that moment, even though his own back was a bloody mess from crashing into the tree, he gritted his teeth against the pain, bent down, and reached out to help Tsukuyomi up. But the instant he bent down and saw Tsukuyomi's face, he froze in place. No wonder Tsukuyomi is a woman, turns out he is an intersex person. Just then, a deep voice tinged with mockery drifted over from the direction the stone had come, as its owner walked slowly toward them. The arrival was none other than Zhang. In truth, he had arrived here moments before Shutan struck, but had remained hidden in the shadows, patiently observing the situation without being detected. Just as the Kappa had said, there were indeed only Shutan and Tsukuyomi here, yet the more he listened, the stranger it all seemed. In the myths and legends of the land of cherry blossoms, Tsukuyomi, as the younger brother of Amaterasu, was a male deity. Yet this Tsukuyomi's voice had always been exceptionally soft and melodious, like that of a woman. According to the naming conventions of the Amaterasu organization, these members shared significant similarities with the deities their names represented. How could there be such a discrepancy regarding gender? It wasn't until Tsukuyomi's black robe burst open that he finally understood. In Shutan's eyes, Tsukuyomi's face was fair and rosy, adorned with meticulous makeup, making him look utterly charming if one ignored the blue stubble on his chin, his square jawline, and his prominent Adam's apple. At that moment, Tsukuyomi couldn't utter a single word, yet his face was flushed with shame and indignation. He turned his head away with all his might, not wanting Shutan to see his face. This, Shutan stammered as well. Clearly, though the land of cherry blossoms seemed open-minded, it remained just as conservative in this regard. Enough with the lovey-dovey nonsense. The sarcasm in Zhang's voice grew sharper. Shutan's blood boiled. He was about to look up and retort when he spotted the green figure Zhang was holding in his hand. Kappa! Shutan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and a voice filled with extreme rage squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. You damned traitor! The Emperor will not spare you! And Amaterasu will certainly not spare you! Just wait, you'll commit seppuku in front of hundreds of millions of Sakura Nation citizens to atone for your sins. Shutan wasn't a fool. After being knocked flying, amidst the pain and fear, the first emotion to surface was confusion. How had this man found him? As Tsukuyomi was one of the Amaterasu organization's trump cards for this operation, the importance of his concealment had been emphasized repeatedly before the mission began. That's why they specifically chosen the most remote location for their ambush and sent the powerful Shutan out first to ensure the Chinese wouldn't suspect there might be more ambushes here. During the fight just now, Fu had dominated from the start without making much noise, and being trapped by Tsukuyomi's illusions happened in the blink of an eye. Under these circumstances, Fu didn't even have a chance to press the distress button. He simply couldn't fathom how anyone had managed to track him down here. The moment he laid eyes on the Kappa, all his doubts vanished. With a traitor present, even the most meticulous plan was rendered meaningless. Shu Ten never imagined that the Kappa, as a spokesperson for the gods, could be so weak and so utterly without scruples. In reality, Shu Ten was simply projecting his own perspective onto others. He had practically bounced back from rock bottom with the help of Mana-S revival, grown horns on his head, and even paid personal homage to the great sun goddess Amaterasu. Only then did he gradually develop a delusional sense of identity, truly believing himself to be the reincarnation of Shu Ten. But the other members were not necessarily the same. They were just ordinary evolvers who had joined an organization. Where would they get such a strong sense of destiny? The Kappa cowered in Zhang's grasp, too afraid to lift his eyes to meet Shu Ten's furious gaze. Yet Zhang's next words sent him into a deep freeze. Chapter 83, Cannibalism. Hey, did you hear that? He said he definitely won't let you off the hook. He wants you to commit seppuku in front of the entire nation. Zhang gave the Kappa, who had curled up into a ball, a little tug and chuckled softly. The Kappa trembled uncontrollably, unable to look at either Zhang or Shu Ten. Now, he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. If he'd known it would come to this, he almost regretted it. He'd have preferred to have been smacked to death by Zhang right there on the beach. I do have a way to ensure that even if you return to the land of cherry blossoms, no one will hold you accountable. Just then, Zhang's deep voice rang in his ear. Although Zhang hadn't yet revealed what the plan was, the Kappa instinctively felt that the voice was like the whisper of a demon, sending a chill down his spine. Zhang suddenly looked up at Shu Ten, and a sense of foreboding instantly welled up within him. But before he could even think about what Zhang was up to, whoosh, whoosh! 2 streams of mana shot out from Zhang's fingertips, instantly shattering Shu Ten's kneecaps. Shu Ten let out another agonized scream and collapsed onto the ground. Shu Ten! Tsukuyami, no longer caring if anyone saw her face, struggled to turn around to check on Shu Ten. The Kappa trembled even more violently, but Zhang continued speaking as if nothing had happened. Look at those two, they're both lying on the ground, unable to move a muscle. You may have broken legs, but at least you can still move. The Kappa's eyes widened suddenly. He had already realized what Zhang was about to say. No, please don't say it, please don't say it. He suddenly began wailing loudly, his eyes and voice overflowing with terror. His fingers trembled so violently they seemed to be twitching, as if he were about to completely break down at any moment. He realized that as long as Zhang laid this option before him in front of everyone, no matter which choice he made, he was bound to fall into an endless hell. Yet Zhang spoke slowly, his voice low but clear enough for Shu Ten and Tsukuyami, standing over 10 meters away, to hear every word. If you go and kill them, wouldn't that solve everything? The moment the words left his mouth, the Kappa instantly went limp, his limbs drooping at his sides, his head hanging heavy, swaying gently in the wind like a hanged man. It's over. It's really over. Everything is over, he muttered, like a broken record. Upon hearing those words, Tsukuyami and Shu Ten both shuddered violently, then looked at the Kappa in disbelief. Kappa, don't go looking for trouble. If you dare lay a finger on us, I, Shu Ten, swear I will become a vengeful spirit and ensure you never find peace in the afterlife. Shu Ten's eyes bulged as he warned the Kappa with all his might. Kappa, as a member of the Sakura clan, do not forget the nurturing you've received from your country and your organization. Even in this situation, Tsukuyami remained calm. Zhang, however, paid them no further attention. He took 2 steps forward and gently set the Kappa down. There. The choice is now yours. The Kappa collapsed to the ground as limp as a rag. The impact jolted his severed leg once more, causing it to make a click-clack sound that made one's teeth ache just to hear it. Had this been the Kappa of before, he would have already started wailing like a banshee, but now he seemed to have lost all reaction, his eyes vacant as he muttered over and over. It's over. It's really over. Everything is over. Seeing that Fu was unharmed, Zhang remained calm, quietly observing the Kappa's reaction. Finally, the Kappa slowly straightened his body, using his hands instead of his feet to propel himself, dragging his body slowly toward Shu Ten and Tsukuyami. He continued to mutter to himself in a voice only he could hear, though this time, his words had changed to, "I'm sorry, I had no choice. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Kappa, think this through. Once you've gone this far, there's no turning back. Do you realize what a grave sin it is to plot against the level? If you atone for your sins by dying now, there's still a chance for your sins to be washed away." Shu Ten's pupils contracted sharply, and his lips trembled uncontrollably, but his words sounded as insubstantial as air to Kappa's ears. Tsukuyomi had already slowly closed his eyes. Hearing Shu Ten's words, Zhang felt nothing but the urge to laugh. This was a Sakura person with the hierarchy of the upper level ingrained in their very bones. Even at the brink of life and death, they refused to abandon their pathetic sense of pride, deluding themselves that such tactics could make Kappa pull back from the brink. Zhang knew full well that appealing to morality and righteousness was utterly useless with such despicable Sakura people. Since time immemorial, there has been only one way to make them submit: rely on absolute power, trample their pride underfoot, and make them see, once and for all, who they truly are. However, Tsukuyomi's calm reaction did take him somewhat by surprise. Had he finally accepted reality and given up resistance, or did he have another ace up his sleeve, confident he wouldn't die at the Kappa's hands? As the Kappa closed in on the two of them, Zhang's curiosity would soon be answered. Shu Ten cursed incessantly, yet his words did nothing to stop the Kappa from closing in on him. Finally, the Kappa grabbed one of Shu Ten's legs. Shu Ten had been severely injured in the earlier collision, and now that his leg was crippled, he could only twist his body frantically, inching backward inch by inch in an attempt to break free from the Kappa's grip. But if Shu Ten wanted to save his own life, wasn't he the leg the Kappa held onto his very lifeline? As the two forces locked in a standoff. Rip! A tearing sound suddenly rang out, accompanied by a scream that shook the entire island. Shu Ten's leg had been completely torn from his body and was now clutched in the Kappa's hand. Blood spattered across the Kappa's face, yet it seemed oblivious, continuing to advance toward him slowly. Agonizing fear and pain were etched all over Shu Ten's face, while Zhang stood to the side, watching with great interest. Back on the submarine, he had said that simply killing these Sakura people would be far from enough. He intended to make them suffer tenfold, repaying their sins tenfold. Zhang believed that in this world, nothing was more agonizing than mental anguish, and nothing was more agonizing than suffering both physically and mentally at the same time. The gift he was bestowing upon these men was this ultimate agony. He intended to watch them die in the most excruciating agony, forever regretting the crimes they had committed. Now, the Kappa had seized Shu Ten's other leg. Chapter 84, A Double Demise, Tsukuyomi's Ace in the Hole. Shu Ten continued to howl in agony as the Kappa gripped his other leg and closed in. Finally, the Kappa crawled with great difficulty up to Shu Ten's chest, struggled to raise his body, and was about to bring his fist down. But just then, Shu Ten's upper body shot up violently. Driven by overwhelming hatred, he bit down on the Kappa's throat with all his might. Shu Ten's limbs had lost all strength, but the Kappa had forgotten that he possessed one more deadly weapon: the fangs in his mouth. Ah! This time, both of them let out agonized screams simultaneously. Shu Ten's sudden surge caused his severed thigh to slam against the ground. The sand in the mangled, bloody wound rubbed violently against each other, causing Shu Ten such excruciating pain that he felt as if he were about to die. Yet his fangs remained firmly embedded in the Kappa's neck. The Kappa, too, wept tears of agony. This was not a sign of weakness at this moment. His mind had become utterly numb, and it was merely his body's instinctive reaction that caused his tear glands to secrete tears uncontrollably. The Kappa pounded Shu Ten's chest with all his might: 1 punch, 2, 3, and with each blow, Shu Ten's chest caved in completely. Shu Ten's blood gushed like a spring from his 7 orifices. The spark of life in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only a blank, black and white void, and his screams grew fainter and fainter until they vanished into nothingness. Shu Ten's body slowly went limp, yet even so, his fangs remained firmly embedded in the Kappa's neck, as if they had grown there. As the fangs pierced the Kappa's neck, they also partially sealed the wound, preventing a massive gush of blood from spurting out immediately. The Kappa gasped for air in ragged breaths, each one excruciatingly painful, his breath tinged with the taste of blood. He dared not let Shuten's fangs leave his body just yet. Instead, he mustered his last ounce of strength to snap the teeth off, then collapsed heavily to the ground. The Kappa's face was now deathly pale, devoid of color, yet covered in copious amounts of blood, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. However, this demon had now exhausted every last ounce of strength in his body. After Shuten's desperate last stand, the Kappa was likely in even worse shape than Tsukuyomi, and he simply could not bring himself to kill Tsukuyomi. Ha 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 ha. Standing nearby, Zhang watched the scene unfold and let out a long, triumphant howl, his spirits soaring. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. This is the dignity and integrity you people of the land of cherry blossoms are so proud of, killing one another, fighting amongst yourselves. Zhang walked mockingly up to Tsukuyomi, gazing at his furious eyes as if he were a clown. He was genuinely curious what had sustained Tsukuyomi, keeping him so defiant until now. However, it wasn't just Tsukuyomi who was watching him at that moment. There was also the Kappa, who had completely collapsed onto the ground. The look in the Kappa's eyes was completely different from Tsukuyomi's. It was filled with humility and supplication, as if he were saying, "I've given it my all. Tsukuyomi, I truly have no strength left to kill. Could you please have mercy and spare my life?" That was indeed what the Kappa was thinking. He appeared numb, but he wasn't truly numb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked everything to commit such an unpardonable act, brutally murdering Shuten, his superior and comrade. There was not a shred of reason left in Kappa's mind. Only the primal instinct to survive drove him to commit this series of acts. Now, as he stood motionless, his sanity returned to his mind. Reflecting on his actions, even he felt immense dread, and amidst the dread lay a tinge of fear and anxiety. Will I really survive after doing this? But now, the Kappa had no chance for regret. He couldn't even utter a word. All he could do was plead with Zhang with the most pitiful gaze. And Zhang clearly did not disappoint him, or, more accurately, did not disappoint the fears he had just harbored. Zhang slowly walked over to the Kappa, raised his massive foot, and crushed down with all his might. Ha! Ha! The intense pain made the Kappa's eyes bulge almost out of their sockets. He wanted to scream, but the injury to his throat prevented him from making a normal sound. The rasping, bellows-like cries lasted nearly a minute before finally fading into silence. What a waste! You couldn't even hold out for a moment. Zhang shook his head at the Kappa in disappointment. Your turn. He immediately turned his gaze toward Tsukuyomi. However, Tsukuyomi remained silent, merely glaring at him with such ferocity it seemed he wanted to devour him whole. Zhang merely snorted in derision. He feared nothing more than such pretentious threats, and he stepped down with decisive force. But just as his foot was about to crush Tsukuyomi's flesh and bone, a surge of mana suddenly erupted from the boy's body, blocking Zhang's descending foot. I've been waiting for you. Zhang, however, was not the least bit surprised. He instantly exerted more force with his foot, and the power that had previously been at around Tier 2, Level 5 instantly surged to Tier 2, Level 8. Caught off guard by Zhang's sudden surge of power, the mana reacted swiftly but was already a split second too late. Boom! Zhang's foot came crashing down like a small mountain, crushing Tsukuyomi's lower body to pieces in the blink of an eye. The massive thud echoed throughout the forest, completely drowning out Tsukuyomi's agonized screams. Oh, so you're not quite as tough as you thought. Zhang looked indifferently at Tsukuyomi, who was howling in agony beneath his foot, and sneered without restraint. Clearly, the sudden appearance of that mana had been Tsukuyomi's trump card. He'd been confident it would save him, but he hadn't anticipated that Zhang had already guessed as much and had deliberately held back, all to catch him off guard. Now, no matter how powerful that trump card might have been, Tsukuyomi was thoroughly crippled from the waist down. You'll pay for this, Tsukuyomi's threat oozed with a bone-chilling hatred. Zhang, however, continued to regard him impassively, speaking slowly, come out. Scum like you aren't worthy of speaking to me face to face. You! Tsukuyomi was on the verge of losing his temper, yet it seemed as though some mysterious force was holding him back from saying more. Though reluctant, Tsukuyomi reluctantly closed his eyes. From the moment that mana held him back, Zhang realized this was definitely not Tsukuyomi's own power. At the same time, that mana seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, capable of actively clashing with Zhang. Even then, he had a vague suspicion: could there be another person hiding behind Tsukuyumi? After a brief test, this suspicion seemed on the verge of being confirmed. Finally, after 3 seconds, Yudu slowly opened his eyes again. Chapter 85: Summoning the God. The moment Yudu opened his eyes, Zhang Ye's expression instantly grew grave. His entire aura shifted abruptly. The previous soft, ethereal energy vanished without a trace, replaced by a righteous and majestic aura. His eyes were also completely different from before, having transformed from ordinary black to a dazzling gold, with intricate patterns densely covering the irises, radiating an extraordinary divine aura. Tsukuyumi's eyes emitted an intensely oppressive glow, as if he intended to intimidate Zhang with a single glance. However, he did not anticipate that the moment that gaze met Zhang Ye's, a dazzling light, as majestic as the will of heaven, surged from Zhang Ye's own eyes, standing toe-to-toe with Tsukuyumi's gaze. The void eye had been passively activated for the first time. The mere collision of their gazes sent out massive shockwaves that rippled through the entire mountain forest. Within a 100-meter radius, every beast and insect immediately retreated into their lairs, not daring to peek out. While unleashing the pressure of Void Eye, Zhang also used the system to view Tsukuyumi's current status. Name: Amaterasu Spirit. Tier level: Tier 2, level 9. Humph, has a deity possessed you? Zhang muttered to himself. As the clashing auras from their eyes gradually dissipated, Tsukuyumi miraculously stood up. Earlier, he had been nearly crippled by a stone Zhang had casually thrown, yet now he acted as if nothing had happened. What was even more unexpected was that after standing up, Tsukuyumi didn't stop there. Instead, his entire body slowly floated upward until his eyes were level with Zhang Ye's, at which point he came to a halt. Of course, this was only unexpected to others. Zhang wasn't human, so naturally, he wasn't surprised. He simply watched Tsukuyumi's performance in silence. No, now he should call her Amaterasu. Done with the charade? Amaterasu? Zhang looked at her with amusement. You can recognize me? Upon hearing Zhang's words, Amaterasu's voice instantly grew heavy. It was indistinguishable from Tsukuyumi's earlier voice, and Tsukuyumi's face hadn't changed either. Yet strangely, it didn't seem as jarring as before. No wonder Tsukuyumi was such a sissy since she had you possess her one too many times. Zhang didn't answer Amaterasu's question directly. Instead, he retorted sarcastically. You demon beast from Huaxia, I advise you to show this deity at least a modicum of respect. My heritage is something You're nothing but an old dog who has been scraping by since the last great era. What are you pretending to be, some kind of master? Zhang showed her no mercy, bluntly exposing the hollowness of her so-called legacy. You! Amaterasu's mana surged violently, but quickly settled back into calm, her aura growing even more oppressive. Clearly, she hadn't expected Zhang to be familiar with the previous Great Era, and her guard immediately went up. But to be fair, the name Great God does suit you quite well. Just that move where Tsukuyumi possesses you in our Chinese folk traditions, we call that possession by the Great God. Have you heard of it? Seeing Amaterasu at a loss for words, Zhang continued his mockery without hesitation. Hearing this, Amaterasu flew into a rage. She was familiar with Chinese culture and knew exactly what jumping the Great God entailed. To equate her with such a folk charlatanesque trick was a grave insult. How dare you speak so boldly? Amaterasu roared, but before she could finish her sentence, the sun above her vanished in an instant, replaced by a massive mountain that seemed to descend from nowhere. This mountain was, of course, Amaterasu herself, who had used size manipulation to return to her original form. Zhang's transition from verbal taunts to physical action was almost seamless. 1 second he was taunting her relentlessly, making Amaterasu seethe with rage. The next, just as she was about to strike back, he launched a brutal attack, forcing her to swallow the retort she'd been mulling over for ages. Amaterasu was so frustrated she felt like spitting blood, but she had no choice but to focus her energy and attempt to block Zhang's sudden strike. However, the moment she collided with Zhang, her pupils suddenly contracted. An overwhelming force surged toward her. Even though her level was slightly higher than Zhang's, she found it difficult to defend against Zhang's full power attack in such a rush. Not to mention, Amaterasu was currently inhabiting Tsukuyomi's body.
Useless piece of trash.
Amaterasu's voice grew even darker.
Previously, Tsukuyomi's body had been quite effective among humans. Amaterasu had run rampant across the land of cherry blossoms using his body, encountering almost no trouble. Yet now, upon colliding with Zhang, Tsukuyomi's body proved as fragile as paper. I can't engage in a physical clash, Amaterasu decided decisively in her mind, using Zhang's momentum to swiftly pull back. However, how could Zhang possibly let her escape so easily by using his force? The moment Amaterasu was flung back, Zhang gathered his strength and struck again, his palm instantly slamming into the direction Amaterasu was trying to dodge. Left with no choice, Amaterasu could only use mana to manipulate his body, dodging repeatedly in midair like a game of whack-a-mole, looking rather disheveled. It must be said that although Amaterasu had descended here and her cultivation level wasn't particularly high, her mastery of mana was truly consummate. At this moment, even Zhang couldn't control a body purely with mana, yet Amaterasu's command of this unfamiliar form was nothing short of masterful. If Tsukuyomi were in her place even with the same level of mastery as Amaterasu, he would likely have been completely disoriented by Zhang's relentless barrage of strikes. Yet, though Amaterasu looked somewhat disheveled, she remained unscathed. However, given Amaterasu's pride, such a situation was clearly unacceptable. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since becoming a deity, she could not recall the last time she had been so thoroughly humiliated. Whether it was during the previous great cycle when the gods of the land of cherry blossoms resided in Takamagara, or after Mana's revival and the beginning of this new great cycle, Amaterasu had always been the center of attention, adored by all. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Another palm strike came flying at her, and she dodged it once more. Amaterasu had finally reached her limit. After dodging this time, she did not, as before, observe Zhang's movements to prepare her next evasion. Instead, she stood her ground boldly, gathering the vast amounts of mana surrounding her into her own body. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant yellow light sword materialized before her. This light sword was extremely tall and wide compared to a melee weapon. It resembled a magical artifact more closely. It held explosive power within, ready to burst forth from its tip at any moment. Amaterasu's sword. Zhang struck again with his palm. This time, Amaterasu did not dodge. Chapter 86, Battle against Amaterasu. Her hands shot upward, and the sword rose with them. When her hands reached overhead, Amaterasu clasped them together and brought them crashing down in a mighty downward strike, the sword instantly slashing toward Zhang. Zhang let out a soft chuckle, making no move to dodge or parry. A flash of bronze light suddenly flickered across his otherwise ordinary arm, and his speed doubled in an instant. This move was none other than the Titan Palm, which Zhang had learned from the bones of the giant spirit goddess' right arm. Feeling the extraordinary power of this palm strike, Amaterasu's pupils contracted sharply, but it was already too late. Had it been an ordinary strike from Zhang, Amaterasu could likely have parried it with her aim no Murakumo sword. Yet she had misjudged Zhang's capabilities, never anticipating that he possessed this technique. Now, Amaterasu faced two choices. First, to disperse the energy of the aim no Murakumo sword and retreat immediately, which might mitigate the damage. Second, she could force a head-on clash with Zhang's palm strike and see if there was a chance to break his palm with her sword. Drawing on Amaterasu's years of combat experience, she knew deep down that evasion was the only wise choice. Yet, her divine pride once again got the better of her. How dare he? I am the supreme deity of the land of cherry blossoms. How could a mere beast from the land of China dare to challenge my authority? A flash of madness crossed Amaterasu's eyes as she continued to channel mana into the aim no Murakumo sword. Zhang, however, watched her with a look of indifference. In his eyes, this behavior, clinging to her former status while failing to recognize the current reality, was undeniably laughable. Crackle! Zhang's palm and Amaterasu's sword collided instantly. At first, the Tsurugi no Tsurugi radiated immense power, shimmering with a noble golden glow, and even seemed poised to sever his palm. Amaterasu had long since lost the majestic divine might she possessed upon her initial appearance. Tsukuyomi's hair hung in disarray across her face as she strained with eyes wide with fury.
But reality was not the passionate shonen manga of their land of cherry blossoms. Faced with absolute power, she held out for less than 3 seconds before the Amatsukage's sword rapidly dimmed, replaced by the ever-deepening, ever-heavier glow of the Titan Palm. Finally, the Titan Palm slammed down with full force. In an instant, the Aim no Murakumo sword shattered into countless tiny fragments of mana, which dissipated into the natural world with a single gust of wind. The palm's momentum showed no sign of waning as it continued to strike down fiercely toward Amaterasu, who stood below. Amaterasu gritted her teeth, her mind screaming to dodge, yet she was powerless to do so. Now that Zhang had returned to his original form, his palm alone measured 2 or 3 meters in length. Combined with the mana shell enveloping the Titan Palm, Amaterasu had nowhere left to retreat at such close range. Boom! As expected, a deafening roar echoed through the air as Zhang instantly slammed Tsukuyomi's entire physical form into the ground. Amaterasu felt every bone in her body shatter into pieces, not a single organ remained intact. Blood gushed from every pore of her body, instantly turning Tsukuyomi's form into a blood-soaked figure. Amaterasu, too, felt excruciating pain. Since she had taken residence within Tsukuyomi's physical body to control it in battle, she inevitably sensed every sensation his body experienced. Although she had done her utmost to block the sensation of pain, more than half of that excruciating agony still seeped into Amaterasu's spirit. Aya! Another heart-wrenching scream rang out. It was hard to believe this came from a deity of the land of cherry blossoms. If this were a normal person, the body's self-preservation mechanisms would have long since caused them to faint upon receiving such intense pain. However, this body did not ultimately belong to Amaterasu herself. Its true master Tsukuyomi had long since lost consciousness. Therefore, even as the pain reached its peak, she could only passively endure it all until Tsukuyomi's physical body was completely dead. If Zhang could see Amaterasu's spirit form at this moment, he would discover that it had become utterly twisted and deformed, having completely lost its human likeness, let alone any semblance of a divine form. The consequence of her aloof pride was that all her dignity was being trampled underfoot with redoubled ferocity. In truth, with Amaterasu's Tier 2, Level 9 power, had she possessed a physical body matching her mana strength, she would never have been so passive. However, such an ideal scenario could only remain a fantasy. The very ability to escape the constraints of the spirit realm by borrowing another's body and enter the real world defies the laws of heaven and earth. How could everything possibly be so perfect? In reality, had Zhang not been present this time, with Amaterasu's Tier 2, Level 9 power, defeating anyone would have been effortless. In fact, she wouldn't even have needed to lift a finger. The combined efforts of Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Shuten alone would have been enough to wipe out this entire sun shooting squad. This isn't to say that the young evolvers of Huaxia aren't strong enough. After all, strength gained by forcing growth through the support of a great era's powerhouse can never lead to lasting progress. It can only be said that the experience of the land of cherry blossoms, having remained subordinate to Huaxia from the previous great era to this one, has thoroughly warped and perverted their spirit. Even if it meant sacrificing the future of an entire nation, they were determined to secure that tiny, laughable shred of vanity right here, right now, at the very dawn of this great era. Yet even that sliver of vanity was utterly reduced to nothingness under Zhang's palm. Who could have imagined that Huaxia possessed such a monstrous beast, one that had already reached Tier 2, Level 8 at this stage, and boasted 2 talents, granting it the ability to fight beyond its level? Titan Palm. What is your relationship with the giant spirit god? A faint, threadbare voice emerged from Tsukuyomi's body. Oh, you know him? I killed him, Zhang replied flatly. Even in her current state of extreme weakness, Amaterasu couldn't help but gasp at those words. In the previous great era, she had witnessed the invincible might of the giant spirit god of Huaxia. The difference between them, however, was that she had chosen to slumber within the spirit wasteland of her own accord, hoping to rise again in the next great era, whereas the giant spirit god had perished completely, leaving behind only a wisp of his soul. She never imagined that even a figure of that caliber would have fallen at Zhang's hands. You really do have some luck on your side, cough cough. But you don't know that even if you kill this spirit form of mine, I won't truly die. Once my true form leaves the spirit wasteland, I will not let you off the hook. Chapter 87, The Hostage Revealed. Amaterasu had barely finished her threat when another wave of excruciating pain washed over her. By now, Zhang had shrunk back to a height of just over 2 meters. He had reduced his size for no other reason than to make Amaterasu's spirit die in greater agony and more slowly. From the battle moments ago, he had already realized that Tsukuyomi's body served both as the vessel for Amaterasu's spirit and as a prison for it. Tsukuyomi's body had been reduced to little more than a pile of mud. Any ordinary person would have been on the brink of death long ago, yet Amaterasu continued to rant and rave. There was no other explanation for this. Clearly, as long as Tsukuyomi's body hadn't completely lost its life force, Amaterasu would be unable to leave of her own accord, nor could she block out this pain. And this was exactly what Zhang wanted. He had long said that the lives of these Sakura people were not worth sparing only by making them pay 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold could the spirits of the Chinese victims in heaven be appeased. Given his previous size, a single stomp would likely reduce Tsukuyomi's body to a pile of dust. In fact, had Amaterasu not shielded her with mana earlier, Tsukuyomi's body would have been obliterated long ago. Now, however, she clearly no longer possessed that ability. Still, Zhang was actually grateful for Amaterasu's defense, otherwise, how would he have had the chance to torment her so thoroughly? Zhang's foot first landed on Tsukuyomi's leg, crushing it gently. The sound of her bones being ground into powder was clearly audible. Once her leg was completely crushed, Zhang's foot moved upward, patiently turning every inch of Tsukuyomi's body into a pulp. However, no matter how he stomped, he deliberately avoided vital organs such as the heart and brain. In the silent jungle, even the wind had ceased. All that could be heard was the sound of bones shattering and Amaterasu's unceasing screams. More than 10 minutes later, apart from her chest and head, which remained intact, not a single intact part of Tsukuyomi's body could be seen. What a pity! I couldn't make you suffer a little longer. You got off easy. Zhang's cold voice echoed in Amaterasu's ears. This was not Zhang intentionally taunting Amaterasu. In his heart, he believed that even if Amaterasu suffered 1,000 or 10,000 times more, how could that possibly compensate for the pain of the innocent victims and their families? For the sake of its own selfish desires, the land of cherry blossoms had caused so many ordinary families to be torn apart, leaving so many households forever bereft of a son, a father, a husband. Not to mention that they had desecrated the bodies of the advance team in such a perverse manner. What was Amaterasu, after all? This was merely her spirit form. How could she possibly atone? Zhang intends to settle this score once and for all. Zhang's voice was icy cold, brimming with murderous intent, yet to Amaterasu at that moment, it sounded as beautiful as the music of the heavens. For her at that moment, death was undoubtedly the greatest gift. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Tsukuyomi's head was completely crushed, and Amaterasu's spirit form vanished in an instant. What was that sound just now? You asked, her eyes filled with terror. Just moments ago, a deafening roar had shaken the entire island. They could vaguely make out that the sound seemed to have come from the other side of the island, but this only made them even more terrified. The entire Big Fish Island covered nearly 4 square kilometers. Even the loudest noise would struggle to carry across such a distance. Yet that deafening roar had caused the entire island to tremble slightly. They could scarcely imagine what, aside from humanity's weapons of mass destruction, could possibly unleash such overwhelming power. It should be fine. Let us go rescue the hostages first. Although she too felt a tinge of alarm, Xiu had a rough idea of where the blast had come from. Besides Zhang, who else could make such a huge racket? After all, Xiu hadn't experienced the battle at the spirit ruins of Mount Fanjing. If she had also emerged from Mount Fanjing, upon hearing such a question, she would likely have just laughed it off. Oh, it's nothing. It's probably just Zhang fighting someone again. Although everyone's hearts were still pounding, seeing Xiu as steady as a rock calmed them down a little. They had almost crossed the entire Big Fish Island. If the hostages were still on the island, they were likely just ahead. The group pressed forward, their hearts filled with both tension and anticipation. Each of them clenched their fists tightly, their palms unconsciously breaking out in a cold sweat. Several of them bore injuries of varying severity. They had been staggering as they walked, but now, they seemed to have momentarily forgotten the pain, their steps unconsciously quickening. Finally, Look! There's a small house up ahead.
Du, standing tall and seeing far, was the first to spot it. On the edge of the island, nestled among several massive boulders, a small, earth-gray house sat all alone. Instantly, the group's eyes filled with delight, and they were eager to rush forward.
Hold on, be careful, it might be a trap.
At a time like this, Xiu was the one who could keep her cool the best. She calmed the group and carefully scanned the surroundings for any signs of movement. The others gathered around her, and they advanced toward the small house one step at a time.
It sounds like people inside?
Ming had the keenest senses. As they approached the small house, she faintly heard the sound of breathing and moaning coming from within. As they drew closer, the others nodded in unison, indicating they too could hear the voices. Finally, they slowly reached the entrance, where the last door to the small house lay before them. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Xiu, waiting for her to give the order. "I'll go," Xiu said, taking a deep breath as she stepped forward and carefully pushed open the door. The moment the door swung open, the air seemed to freeze. The group stared at the scene before them, completely stunned, while the hostages inside the small house looked at the intruders in terror, not daring to utter a single word. There was no one else here, only the hostages. Just as they had suspected from the beginning, the Sakura nation had taken hostages not to force Huaxia to abandon its large-scale weapons, but to send evolvers to Diyu Island to engage them in direct combat. And to demonstrate the might of Sakura nation as fully as possible, once the Chinese evolved had arrived on the island, they had ceased using the hostages as leverage. The hostages here were exactly as shown in the video Sakura nation had sent earlier, only the scene had grown far more gruesome. A dozen or so people huddled in a small corner, trembling violently as they stared at the sudden arrival of Xiu and his group. Everyone could guess that it must be the Sakura people coming in from time to time to inflict violence that had instilled this almost instinctive fear in them. The eyes of several of them instantly turned bloodshot. Chapter 88, The Helicopter. The dense network of whip marks on the hostages' bodies had already become infected, and the iron rings bound around their necks were nearly embedded in their flesh. They could clearly see that the hostages on the very edge were lying motionless on the ground, completely lifeless. "Please rest assured, we are from the Huaxia Special Bureau. We're here to rescue you." Xiu fought back her tears, steadying her trembling voice, and spoke to the hostages in the gentlest tone she could muster. The hostages continued to stare at them blankly, showing no reaction other than trembling from instinctive fear. Xiu couldn't imagine the inhuman torture they must have endured. Unable to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes any longer, she turned away and mouthed the words to the group. "Rescue them." Zhang looked at Tsukuyami's lifeless body and prepared to leave. He planned to follow this path to the other side of Big Fish Island to rendezvous with the other teams. But before that, he hadn't forgotten there was one last thing he had to do. He walked over to Fu and gently patted his shoulder. "Looking for death?" The moment Zhang's hand landed, Fu snapped awake. The long sword, still halfway through its thrust, instinctively lunged toward Zhang once more. After Tsukuyami's death, the illusion had automatically dissipated. But because Fu had been trapped in the illusion for so long and had never cultivated willpower, his brain had automatically shut down for a moment to help him recover. At that moment, Zhang applied just a slight external force, and Fu snapped back to his senses immediately. Watching Fu's startled reaction, Zhang waved his hand dismissively. The sword was instantly knocked away, plunging straight into a nearby tree trunk. "Ha!" Fu froze instinctively, still completely disoriented, as if he were surprised that his sword had been so easily deflected. It wasn't until he shook his head that he realized the figure standing before him was no longer Shu Ten, but none other than Zhang. Brother Xiong. What are you doing here?" "Where's Shu Ten?" "Be careful, he has an accomplice." After a brief moment of daze, Fu's expression instantly turned tense and serious. Zhang hadn't expected that Fu, this sword-obsessed fool, could have such a clueless side to him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you talking about the one over there?" Fu followed the direction of Zhang's finger and only then realized that Shu Ten had died embraced by a strange green figure. And in a large pit, there was another person. No, it would be more accurate to say a pile of human-shaped meat sludge buried in the ground. What on earth is going on?"
Fu looked at Zhang in shock, completely unable to imagine how this situation had come about. It's a bit complicated. I can't be bothered to explain it to you. That green one is a kappa. I dragged him over from the first path. You should recognize the one he is hugging its Shuten. As for that pile of goo on the ground, that is Tsukuyami, the one who used an illusion to knock you out. Anyway, they're all dead. That is all you need to know. Zhang gave Fu a brief overview of the situation in the simplest terms. Fu nodded repeatedly as he listened, though the look of shock in his eyes didn't fade in the slightest. He had fought Shuten himself and had even been defeated by Tsukuyami's sneak attack. He knew exactly how powerful these enemies were. Yet Zhang spoke of them so casually, without a single scratch on his body, and Fu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. I used to compare myself to him, how utterly deluded I was. Fu silently berated himself, feeling deeply ashamed. If he had known that a Tier 2, Level 9 Amaterasu had emerged from Tsukuyami's body, he would likely have felt utterly humiliated. Thank you, Brother Xiong, for coming to my aid. I owe you my life, and one day, Chang'e will repay you with all my heart. Fu bowed deeply with great respect and said to Zhang. Enough. I don't need your thanks. Just focus on honing your willpower. Zhang waved his hand dismissively, but hearing this, Fu felt even more ashamed. He had thought himself virtually unmatched in strength, yet he'd been completely befuddled by a mere illusion. He was about to say something else when he suddenly saw Zhang raise his hand sharply. Zhang's ears twitched slightly, as if he had heard a sound. His brow furrowed slightly as he looked toward the mountaintop. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound grew louder and louder, and Zhang became increasingly certain this wasn't his imagination, but... What on earth is that sound? Zhang muttered. He stared intently at the distant mountaintop. Finally, as the humming grew louder, a small patch of black slowly emerged from the summit. As that patch of black gradually revealed itself in full, Zhang's expression instantly changed. Now, even Fu could make out a black-armed helicopter rapidly ascending from the mountaintop. The helicopter's takeoff was relatively slow, but the process was obscured by the mountains and forests, so neither Zhang nor Fu had seen it. Now, it was soaring rapidly toward the heavens. Xiong, Fu was just about to ask Zhang for his opinion, but the words were cut off the moment they left his mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang unleashed the full power of Void Eye at the helicopter. Two deep blue beams, as thick as water barrels, shot toward the helicopter in an instant. Everything between Zhang's eyes and the helicopter, whether trees or boulders, was vaporized in the blink of an eye. Fu's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. If he could still fathom Zhang killing Shuten, Tsukuyami, and the others, this very strike had completely surpassed his comprehension. How can blue lasers shoot out of his eyes? Fu felt as though he and Zhang weren't even from the same dimension. He was in a wuxia movie, while Zhang was in a sci-fi film. But as he thought about it, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute, a bear, eyes, blue, this combination looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Could it be? Fu's jaw dropped involuntarily as he stared at Zhang in horror. Zhang had no energy to spare for Fu's thoughts. He was channeling all his mana to unleash the full power of the Void Eye. Two beams of light sliced across the sky over most of Big Fish Island, bearing down on the ascending helicopter, poised to bring it down in an instant. Inside the helicopter's cabin sat a single, towering man, with a greatsword resting on the floor. His expression was grim as ever. His eyes were wrapped in gauze, from which dark red blood seeped. This man was none other than Susanoo. Chapter 89, Takamagara. The scene shifts back 10 minutes earlier. In the land of cherry blossoms, within the Takamagara spirit realm. A group of young evolvers from the land of cherry blossoms sat cross-legged on the ground, deeply focused on their training. They were elite talents selected by the imperial family, specifically dispatched to this mana-rich location, and had made remarkable progress recently. When they were sent here, they had just broken through Tier 1, but in less than half a month, each had, on average, increased their strength by 2 to 3 levels. This was immeasurably faster than in the outside world. And all of this was thanks to the divine being above them. Hovering above their heads, the true form of the great sun goddess Amaterasu, like a goddess of creation, floated serenely in midair, her long hair cascading down her shoulders as she wore a traditional cherry blossom patterned robe. Her eyes were as deep as the cosmos, her entire body glowing with a soft yellow light, and every movement exuded divine grace. Whenever Amaterasu's jade-like hands lowered, a mysterious divine power would cascade down like a waterfall, cleansing their bodies. When the divine power descended, everyone greedily absorbed this limited resource, jostling and scrambling to draw as much of it into their bodies as possible. With each absorption, their mana levels would surge dramatically. Over time, this divine power became the most coveted treasure they could ever hope for. In their spare time, they would gaze ecstatically at the great goddess Amaterasu in the sky. Even the most staunch atheists would bow in awe before her majestic divine power. However, these young Sakura people had likely never heard of Zweige's profound maxim. Every gift bestowed by fate has long been secretly marked with a price. They could not know that the seeds Amaterasu had planted within their bodies had already taken root in secret, destined to sprout and bloom completely one day in the future. And when that time comes, they will be utterly reduced to nourishment for Amaterasu, becoming vessels through which she travels the world after leaving the spirit realm. But for now, they have lost their focus on cultivation, instead gazing anxiously at Amaterasu above them. 10 minutes ago, Amaterasu, who had hung high in the sky like the sun day and night, suddenly began to tremble violently. Beyond the trembling of her body, what unsettled them even more was that Amaterasu's mana was exhibiting increasingly severe instability, even dissipating amidst this volatility. Some of Amaterasu's divine power was being released involuntarily. Under normal circumstances, they would have rushed to absorb it, but now they had no such inclination. They could only watch her condition with concern. Is there any way to handle this? I don't know. It's always been Lord Tsukuyami who handled communication with the great goddess. Sai, the seniors are all out on missions lately, and we don't have any experience dealing with this kind of problem. How about we find a way out of the spirit realm and ask the royal family how to handle this? One of the evolvers asked cautiously. It must be said that the revival of mana has truly caused a dramatic shift in the mindset of many people in a very short time. Just a few weeks ago, this evolver had only just been found by a member of the royal family. He was full of gratitude, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for recognizing my potential." But ever since he connected with the great god Amaterasu, his status has skyrocketed. Now, when speaking of the member who first brought him in, he refers to them simply as the royal family. In reality, this wasn't just his problem, but a national trait of the entire land of cherry blossoms. All respect is built on strength. When weak, they willingly kneel on the ground like dogs, but once they grow strong, they become more arrogant and overbearing than anyone else. However, another revolver standing nearby, clearly of higher status, rebuked him without mercy. "Bastard! How could we possibly abandon the great god Amaterasu? Stay right here and behave yourself." The previous evolver naturally felt resentful inside. He hadn't said they all had to go out together. Couldn't they split up and act separately? But faced with the senioress authority, he chose to bow his head decisively. "Yes. I was wrong. I'm very sorry." Put. Just then, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted from Amaterasu's mouth. Amaterasu's blood was bright red with a hint of transparency, faintly glowing yellow as it rained down upon the crowd's heads. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. Some hurriedly stood up, wanting to check on Amaterasu's condition. Others immediately knelt on the ground, frantically bowing their heads, convinced they had unwittingly provoked the wrath of the gods. In an instant, Amaterasu's face lost all traces of its former dignity and divinity, instead becoming twisted and frenzied, taking on the appearance of a malevolent demon. Fortunately, since she was positioned relatively high up, the crowd of evolved ones did not catch sight of this visage. Amaterasu strained to lift her head and said in a trembling voice, "Get out! And bring the emperor in." As she spoke, she gave a light tap with her finger, and a vortex-like portal instantly appeared behind them. The evolvers exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whether they should leave immediately, but Amaterasu's voice, now even more furious, rang out. "Go!" Finally, the group dared not hesitate any longer and leaped into the vortex one after another, not even daring to lift their heads. Only the newcomer who had initially suggested seeking help outside the spirit realm was the last to leave. But as he stepped into the vortex, a surge of courage suddenly filled him, and he mustered the courage to glance back. Amaterasu's agonized expression, her eyes bulging with fury, made his heart race violently. With no time to think of anything else, only one thought filled his mind. So, even gods can feel pain. Takamagara returned to a state of tranquility, or, more accurately, utter silence. As the mistress of Takamagara, Amaterasu had not yet fully recovered, but the power she could wield here far surpassed what she could muster outside. Yet precisely because of this, she was firmly trapped within this realm, unable to leave. At this moment, her resentment spread throughout Takamagara, and every living being in this spiritual realm was inexplicably enveloped by a sense of anguish. Yet none dared utter a sound, for they understood that this pain originated from their one and only supreme deity. The sun of Takamagara, which never set, was obscured, and the realm was, unusually, shrouded in darkness. 5 minutes later, a plump figure with a center-parted hairstyle rushed out of the vortex. He appeared to have just been busy with official duties. He was still dressed in a neat suit and tie, the knot perfectly straight. The man was none other than the reigning emperor of the land of cherry blossoms. Great God, why are you looking for me so urgently? Before the emperor could fully take in the situation, he instinctively asked, only to suddenly realize that the sky here seemed rather off. He looked up and saw the state of the great goddess Amaterasu in the sky, and couldn't he help but gasp in shock. Chapter 90, Plan 3. I'm sorry, I've offended you. Although the great goddess Amaterasu was in extremely poor condition, her aura still loomed large. Realizing he had likely offended her, the emperor quickly knelt down and apologized sincerely. Although they were now in the age of mana revival, the emperor's status was undoubtedly higher than that of the ordinary evolvers of the past. The reason he appeared even more fearful than they did was, on the one hand, because they were young and fearless, and on the other, because the emperor knew that his wealth and power were entirely in the hands of the great goddess Amaterasu. Evolvers are, by nature, the darlings of the mana revival. Even without Amaterasu's artificial acceleration, they would still grow rapidly. In fact, had they not possessed such extraordinary innate talent, Amaterasu would never have chosen them for training in Takamagara. Moreover, since their previous social status was generally quite low, even a slight improvement in their circumstances was enough to leave them thoroughly satisfied. But the emperor is different. For generations, they have been the embodiment of the highest authority in the land of cherry blossoms. Although the prime minister has assumed more executive power following modern reforms, the imperial family's status in the land of cherry blossoms remains transcendent. To them, this status is unshakable. Yet, with the arrival of the mana awakening, a multitude of new uncertainties have emerged in every aspect of the land of cherry blossoms. A vast number of evolved ones were born, blessed by the will of heaven and earth, and the divine right of kings championed by the imperial family naturally came under scrutiny. Young people were already forward-thinking, and many evolved ones couldn't help but quietly ask. If the imperial family's status truly comes from the gods, why haven't they received divine favor since the mana awakening? Neither the emperor nor the entire imperial family could answer such questions. Though they knew evasion was futile, they could do nothing but hide within the palace, feigning ignorance. Fortunately, at that time, he inadvertently opened the Takamagara spirit realm and encountered the great sun goddess Amaterasu. To him, Amaterasu was undoubtedly the savior who would rescue both him and the entire imperial family. With Amaterasu's support, the imperial family of Sakura Nation re-established its position and even secretly seized some administrative power from the prime minister. Although the prime minister was furious, there was nothing he could do. The emperor now controlled Sakura Nation's most powerful group of evolvers, and he had no choice but to accept this reality and the inevitable consequences it would bring. Now, the leaders of every nation understood one truth. Whoever controlled the evolvers controlled the future. The emperor knew full well that Amaterasu could grant him everything, just as she could take it all away at any moment. Therefore, no matter how domineering he might be in the outside world, the moment he entered Takamagara, he instantly became a docile, obedient dog. Look up, came Amaterasu's voice, weak yet still commanding. The emperor raised his head shakily. Seeing Amaterasu's pitiful state, his mind was in turmoil, though he dared not show the slightest trace of it on his face. What is it you wish to command? He said meekly. Ahem, two things.
Amaterasu cast a disdainful glance at the Emperor's pathetic appearance, yet she felt helpless. There was no other choice at this stage, she had no better dog to use. First, find a way to bring the Amaterasu members still on Big Fish Island back, especially Susanoo. You must ensure his safety. The Emperor didn't know why Amaterasu wanted them back, but he nodded eagerly nonetheless. Second. As she uttered those three words, Amaterasu's tone suddenly turned ruthless, and a powerful aura of murderous intent burst forth uncontrollably through them. The Emperor shuddered, a sudden sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. After a brief pause, Amaterasu finally continued. Prepare to activate Plan 3. The moment he heard those words, the Emperor's face turned deathly pale, and a torrent of cold sweat soaked through his robes. He desperately wanted to ask Amaterasu to reconsider, but seeing the unyielding look in her eyes, the Emperor ultimately swallowed his words. Yes, I understand. He bowed his head deeply. After replying, the Emperor immediately turned and walked out of the vortex in a daze, his steps unsteady. Hurry! Delay invites trouble. I trust you know the consequences of failure. A cold voice rang out behind the Emperor. His shoulders jerked, and he immediately quickened his pace. After the Emperor departed, Takamagara fell silent once more, though dark clouds still hung heavy in the sky. Amaterasu slowly straightened her back and said through gritted teeth. Damn bear, let us see how you survive this time. Am I the only one left? Susanoo's voice was heavy with despair. That's right. The other leaders have all, the pilot answered cautiously. The pilot was also a reasonably capable evolver. He had originally been stationed here with the task of leading the Amaterasu organization members in a triumphant return after victory. However, he hadn't expected that just moments ago, he suddenly received an order from headquarters to immediately evacuate all members still on Big Fish Island. What surprised him even more was that, aside from Susanoo, who was closest to him, all the other members had gone completely silent. Even Susanoo, whom he always regarded as a war god, had lost his sight and was now practically incapacitated. Susanoo clenched his fists tightly. This battle against the Chinese was the greatest humiliation of his career. As a proud Tier 2 Evolver, one who had even been baptized by the divine power of Amaterasu, he had failed to stop even two measly Tier 1s. What was even more laughable and infuriating was that he had lost his eyes in the process. You despicable, shameless chinks. Bakaya are you? Susanoo trembled with rage, his blood boiled so fiercely that fresh blood seeped through the bandages on his face. If he hadn't been on a helicopter, he would have already landed a punch. They must have been betrayed by those treacherous chinks too. He spoke indignantly, voicing his outrage on behalf of his comrades. In Susanoo's mind, every member of the Amaterasu organization was a genius chosen by the gods, and how could the gods' choice ever be wrong? He wondered what he would think if he knew that even Amaterasu, the supreme deity in his heart, had been stripped of her skin and trampled on the ground like a dead dog by Zhang. However, he would soon understand exactly how his teammates had failed. The plane climbed rapidly into the sky. Though Susanoo's eyes were temporarily blinded, his mana remained keenly attuned to his surroundings. At that moment, he released all his mana, sensing everything around him. Suddenly, fly higher. A powerful premonition of death struck him suddenly. Though he didn't know what was happening, his instincts drove Susanoo to shout frantically. Chapter 91, Susanoo's Escape. The pilot was startled by Susanoo's sudden shout, but he quickly followed his instructions and pushed the control stick forward. The helicopter accelerated violently, instantly becoming unstable. The relatively lighter rear section lifted up first. As the cockpit dipped downward, the pilot suddenly realized that two blue beams of light were streaking toward them like bullets from the edge of the island. Holy shit, what is going on? The pilot was terrified out of his wits, pushing the control stick even harder. Zhang's void I fired precisely at the helicopter. The two beams of light were extremely fast, immensely powerful, and incredibly accurate, while also covering an extremely wide area. The pilot watched helplessly as the two beams closed in before his eyes, yet no matter how he maneuvered the helicopter, it felt impossible to evade them. In that instant, tears threatened to well up in his eyes.
Stabilize the aircraft.
Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Susanu's voice suddenly rang in his ear.
The pilot was a bit dazed. Though it might be a bit rude, at this life or death moment, he really wanted to ask. What good is a blind man sitting in the cockpit? But the very next second, Susanu answered him with action.
The pilot suddenly heard the sound of the cockpit door being flung open. Immediately, a massive gust of wind from the high altitude surged into the cockpit, causing the cabin to lurch violently to one side.
Damn it, you're a lunatic, a lunatic. The pilot no longer cared about any sense of hierarchy.
Gripping the control yoke tightly, he strained every muscle to maintain the precarious balance while screaming at the top of his lungs.
In the woods, Zhang furrowed his brow.
The plane's sudden tilt had indeed allowed it to narrowly evade the Void-Eye's attack. For a brief moment the blue beam of light grazed the fuselage, missing by a hair's breadth of completely engulfing the aircraft.
However, Zhang was no stationary turret.
Seeing the plane sway, he decisively shifted the direction of his attack, and the Void-Eye's beam instantly swept sideways. When he saw that the beam could still track automatically, the pilot who had just barely escaped death felt his heart sink. At that moment, he no longer had the strength to curse Susanu, nor did he have the right to do so. If not for Susanu's quick thinking, they would have been obliterated together in the previous wave of attacks.
It's over this time, it's really over. The pilot's eyes went blank.
His hands gripped the steering wheel, his back pressed tightly against the seat, as he muttered the words over and over. However, Susanu paid no attention whatsoever to the pilot's reactions. At that moment, he was focusing all his mana on the direction from which the Void-Eye was approaching, waiting for the instant it struck.
300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. 50 meters, 20 meters.
The change in distance happened in the blink of an eye, and Susanu's desperate effort to extend his mana's range had already pushed his body to its limits. Blood was oozing from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Yet he remained fully focused. Though the howling wind outside had grown deafening, in this state, he felt as if he were in a vacuum, completely untouched by the chaos. In his world, there was only himself and the Void-Eye closing in step by step. At that moment, as the helicopter swayed, Zhang caught a fleeting glimpse of Susanu standing at the threshold between the cabin and the outside world. His eyes narrowed slightly as calculations began to form in his mind.
Judging by that outfit. Susanu, is it? Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, Susanu, very well, very well.
This time, the whole trio has shown up at once.
But looking at him like that, what does he intend to do? Jump down?
Susanu was currently clinging to the cabin with one hand, his entire upper body leaning out. He certainly looked as if he were poised to leap at any moment. However, given his abilities, jumping from this height would be tantamount to suicide. Even if he carried a parachute pack to slow his descent slightly, it would only make the speed of his death a bit faster.
As long as Susanu remained on Big Fish Island, there was absolutely no way he could evade Zhang's pursuit.
His only chance of leaving alive was to escape from the air in the helicopter he was currently in. However, a helicopter was no bird, its maneuverability was limited. Once targeted by Zhang, its destruction was all but certain. It could be said that Susanu had been driven into a true dead end, and Zhang was curious to see what escape strategy he might still have up his sleeve.
Zhang and Susanu's thoughts unfolded in the blink of an eye.
At their level, mental agility had evolved alongside their bodies, allowing them to process 100 thoughts in a single instant.
16 meters, 15 meters, 14 meters.
Susanu silently counted in his mind. The more precisely he controlled the distance, the greater the strain on his body. At this moment, Susanu's face was already covered in blood.
10 meters now.
Just as the Void-Eye was 10 meters away from striking the helicopter, Susanu moved. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, his entire body surging with powerful mana, as if he were about to smash into the ground. However, after falling a short distance, his body suddenly halted, hovering mid-air.
Is that a rope? Zhang's heart clenched in agony. At that moment, a slender yet resilient rope was clearly stretched between Susanu and the helicopter.
The rope had successfully pulled Susanu back, and as he was pulled, the helicopter itself plummeted several meters under the sudden gravitational force. And it was precisely this sudden drop that caused it to narrowly miss the void eye once again. As it passed by this time, the helicopter swiftly flew away, skirting the danger zone to escape the void eye's range of attack. It must be said that Susanoo had made extremely precise calculations regarding both the timing of his jump and the length of the rope. Had the rope been longer or had he jumped even a moment earlier, Zhang would very likely have destroyed the helicopter before Susanoo could pull it back, or even if he dodged the strike, he wouldn't have been able to fly directly out of the attack range. Had the rope been shorter or had he jumped even a moment later, there was a high probability he would have been destroyed by the void eye outright. Not bad combat IQ. Zhang watched the helicopter, wobbling in the air as it gradually receded into the distance, and smiled faintly. Susanoo had escaped this time, but sooner or later, Zhang would personally go and collect the life he owed. At this moment, not a single living Sakura member remained on the vast Big Fish Island. As long as all the hostages were rescued, this operation seemed set to conclude successfully. Yet for some reason, a shadow seemed to linger in the depths of Zhang's heart. Chapter 92, Cleaning Up the Mess. Folks, don't be afraid really, don't be afraid. We're Chinese. We're from the Special Bureau, and we're here to save you. What? You ask what the Special Bureau is? It's the police from before, don't worry. Come on, be careful. I'll carry you on my back. Xiao led the group as they continued to rescue hostages without pause. They had no idea that Zhang had already killed or driven away every last Sakura person on the island, so their sense of urgency remained intense. Ming and Yu were fine, at least they witnessed the 7 ninja swordsmen's demise with their own eyes. But Xiao and Du had no idea what condition Susanoo was in now that Man's power had left a deep impression on her. While directing her teammates to rescue the hostages, Xiao actively contacted the submarine to see if it could navigate to these waters. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out behind them. Everyone turned around in a hurry, only to see 2 massive blue beams streaking across the sky. Their eyesight wasn't as sharp as Zhang's, so they could only vaguely make out a small black speck flickering at the end of the blue light, as if trying to evade it. What is that? Uncertain of the situation, the teammates looked at Xiao in terror. It wasn't their fault, they were overreacting. There were no lethal weapons on this island, everyone was fighting solely on the strength of their abilities as evolved. Even though they were no match for a powerhouse like Susanoo, they were at least on the same level of combat. However, the power of this blue light far exceeded anything any of them could have imagined. Facing that blue beam, they were like people from the age of cold weapons challenging a cannon. Even if they wielded the sharpest divine weapons imaginable, against the overwhelming firepower of a cannon, forget about a chance of victory, even the probability of survival was minuscule. It's fine. Just focus on rescuing the people. Xiao narrowed her eyes and strained to look into the distance. Only then did she vaguely make out that the small, flickering black dot in the sky appeared to be a helicopter. As the overall commander of this operation, she knew exactly what arrangements Huaxia had made, and a helicopter was certainly not among them. Since it wasn't arranged by Huaxia, this was clearly a move by the Sakura people. Now, the helicopter was being chased away in disarray by that blue beam of light. Although she didn't know the specifics, this should be good news for them. It must be him. Although Xiao knew very little about Zhang, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. Perhaps this stemmed from the image of Zhang descending upon Lianshan County like a god, an impression that had left a deep mark on her heart. Normally, a Tier 2 high-level evolver would be incapable of unleashing an attack as awe-inspiring as this, but Zhang was clearly no ordinary man. If one were to reason from a normal person's perspective, they would never have guessed that the attack came from Zhang, but thanks to Xiao's unconditional trust, she had, by a twist of fate, guessed the truth. Oh. Seeing Xiao so certain, the other revolvers still felt a lingering sense of dread, but they immediately turned around and resumed the rescue operation. Within 15 minutes, the submarine arrived in the waters beside them, and several lifeboats were sent over. There were not many hostages left alive, but even for those who had already perished, the evolved still wrapped their bodies in white cloth and took them alone. No matter what, they would return home, even if only in a shroud. Several of them sat in different lifeboats tending to the hostages. It seemed as though everything was finally coming to an end, yet they felt no joy whatsoever, their hearts only grew heavier. Meanwhile, Zhang and Fu were collecting the bodies of the advance team members. After Tsukuyami's death, logically speaking, they should no longer have been under her control, yet their bodies had already gone completely rigid where they lay. Fu laid their bodies flat on the ground one by one, then closed their eyes, which had remained wide open. Upon seeing them, Fu's emotions, which had been stirred by Zhang's arrival, plummeted once again. He clenched his jaw, fighting back the tears welling in his eyes. "Bear King, thank you for this," Fu said in a trembling voice. Clearly, he had now roughly guessed Zhang's identity. Last time, he had thanked Zhang for his own sake, but this time, it was for these fallen comrades. Without Zhang, they might not even have had the chance to return to their homeland after death. "You're too kind. Though we are of different races, we are all citizens of China. In the face of a foreign enemy, it is only right to give them a proper send-off." Zhang shook his head. Those words were truly his heartfelt sentiment. Although he didn't care for humans, he didn't harbor a blind, indiscriminate hatred toward them. For warriors who had sacrificed themselves to defend their homeland, he naturally held deep respect in his heart. And that was precisely why he had been so patient when facing Chu. If Chu had been just some random person he'd run into in daily life, barking at him like that, he would have slapped him to death long ago. How could he have let him get off so lightly? Zhang walked over to the Kappa and Shuten, pulled out their mana cores, and casually tossed the one belonging to Shuten to Fu. This Fu was momentarily taken aback, and once he grasped Zhang's meaning, he immediately felt unworthy of the gift. "If it weren't for Tsukuyami, you would have killed him yourself. Take it. Use it to make yourself stronger." Zhang waved his hand dismissively, but Fu stood frozen in place. Zhang's words, "make yourself stronger," stamped themselves into his heart like a brand. Yes, if he were just a little stronger, could he have protected these comrades? Zhang had come to the rescue this time, but what about next time? Or the time after that? Fu nodded heavily. The sorrow in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by unwavering resolve. Zhang paid no heed to Fu's emotional shift to him, he had simply done what he felt was right. Now, standing beside Tsukuyami, whose body was barely recognizable, he could clearly see two mana cores faintly glowing within his mind. "One is mine, and the other belongs to Amaterasu," Zhang murmured. The situation was exactly as he had anticipated. Amaterasu possessing Tsukuyami certainly wasn't without a price, otherwise, she could simply wander anywhere in the world using someone else's body. The Earth is so vast, and in most places, the level of evolutionaries is still quite low. How many of them could even stand a chance against Amaterasu? However, Zhang was curious. Having someone else's mana core inside his own body felt distinctly odd. And was Tsukuyami truly willing to accept all of this? Chapter 93, Zhang's Concerns. Zhang stored the 3 mana cores belonging to Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, and the Kappa into the system space. Now, the top priority was to return these survivors and the remains to China as soon as possible. He planned to fully absorb them only after completing these tasks. However, Zhang had no intention of returning directly to the valley. The Sakura people had been so provocative they had merely seized back what rightfully belonged to him. He was far from ready to settle the score. From the very beginning, Zhang had not set the goal of this mission as rescuing hostages or expelling the Sakura people for him, that was hardly a challenge. The reality indeed proved this to be the case. Even with the added uncertainty of Amaterasu, it had not caused him significant trouble. For him, his true objective was to strike back personally, to make the Sakura people truly experience the sensation of bloodshed and pain. Of course, Zhang didn't share these inner thoughts with Fu or anyone else. After all, they were official representatives of Huaxia. They were bound by too many constraints to act entirely on their own impulses. Zhang, however, was different. Legally speaking, as a ferocious beast, he had absolutely no ties to Huaxia. He could do as he pleased wherever he went. Even if he went on a killing spree in Sakura Nation, no one had the right to say a word. However, even if someone did say something, Zhang wouldn't care. At worst, he'd slapped them across the face and silenced them for life.
Big Fish Island was no longer far from the land of cherry blossoms. He only needed to activate the water-repelling pearl, and it wouldn't take long to reach it with ease. Returning to the present, they had just received a message from Shio confirming the successful rescue of the hostages, instructing them to assemble on the other side of Big Fish Island as soon as possible. Fu was carrying 3 bodies on his back, while Zhang supported a few with one hand as they walked toward the rendezvous point, one in front and one behind. However, that ominous feeling from earlier flared up inexplicably in Zhang's heart once again. "Do you feel like something is off?" Zhang furrowed his brow and asked Fu. "Off?" Fu looked a bit bewildered, but he still scanned his surroundings, thinking it over carefully. Earlier on the submarine, it had been Zhang who first pointed out that something was off with the advanced team members. As a result, Fu now placed absolute trust in Zhang, both for his sharp mind and his raw combat prowess. The surroundings were completely silent. Previously, they had occasionally heard faint sounds of fighting, but now there wasn't a single enemy left. It had truly become a completely deserted island. Fu looked around for a long time but ultimately found nothing out of the ordinary. He sighed helplessly. "I don't see anything. Everything looks normal, it's all so harmonious." Normal, harmonious, Zhang seemed to have caught onto something, repeating the words softly to himself. The next second, his expression changed drastically, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted at Fu. "Hurry up! Get to the submarine as fast as you can." Fu didn't realize what the problem was, but seeing the look on Zhang's face, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and quickened his pace. However, even with Zhang running at full speed, Fu was simply too slow. In the blink of an eye, he'd fallen dozens of meters behind. "We're out of time. Get up here." Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, yet he didn't want to completely abandon Fu. Fu froze for a moment upon hearing this, not understanding what "get on" meant. But the next second, his eyes widened as he watched Zhang's body instantly expand 6 or 7 times its size, towering before him like a small mountain. "My apologies." He instantly understood, and without hesitation, quickly climbed onto Zhang's back. As for the corpses, Zhang waved his hand casually, and they vanished into thin air right where they stood, leaving Fu speechless once again. Yet, faced with Zhang's relentless display of supernatural feats, he was gradually becoming numb to it all. Zhang hadn't intended to reveal the capabilities of his system space, but in the face of the current emergency, he clearly couldn't afford to hold back. The sense of crisis within him was growing ever stronger. "Connect me to the full band communication channel," Zhang commanded Fu, who was on his back, while running as fast as he could. Fu hurriedly complied, pulling out his communicator and operating it. Within seconds, their voices could be heard by everyone in the Sun shooting squad. "Fu, what is going on?" Shio's grave voice came through the receiver almost immediately. In addition to the distress function, the communicator had 2 other modes, one-to-one communication and full band communication. The former was generally used to convey simple, non-urgent information, while the latter was reserved for sharing critical intelligence. Shio didn't believe Fu was the type to overreact, so he took the situation very seriously. "It's me." Zhang spoke while running. The wind howled loudly outside, yet his voice still reached everyone's ears with clarity and precision. Shio instantly recognized Zhang's voice, and his expression changed drastically. What kind of emergency could have prompted Zhang to urgently initiate a full band communication? "Everyone, immediately, every single one of you head to the rendezvous point as fast as you can. There are no living Sakura people left on the island, don't worry about ambushes." On the 2nd and 4th routes, members who had previously been injured or exhausted had recovered somewhat and were now following Shio's earlier order, moving toward the assembly point. However, since they didn't know the situation ahead, they proceeded with great caution. Hearing Zhang's words, they froze in surprise. Judging by the content alone, this should be good news, but why did his tone sound so grave? Nevertheless, they followed Zhang's orders, picking up the pace as much as possible while listening to his further explanation over the communicator. "From the very beginning, the reason we sent evolved ones to Big Fish Island was precisely because there were Chinese hostages there. That is why we had to weigh our options carefully and couldn't launch a blind attack. If only the Sakura people had occupied Big Fish Island back then, we could have simply responded with military weapons. But now, the situation has completely reversed. There are no Sakura people on the island at all, yet we are all gathered here. I have reason to suspect that, given Sakura Nation's sheer madness, they are highly likely to resort to extreme measures using weapons of mass destruction to try and wipe us all out on the island. Zhanya's string of explanations left the other revolved momentarily at a loss. They found it hard to imagine that they had suddenly found themselves under the threat of large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Although they had become evolved, they had never encountered a situation this close to war before. A somewhat timid voice came from the other end of the line. "Aren't you worrying too much? Would they really dare to?" Chapter 94, Too Late. Bullshit. Zhanya's savage, beast-like ferocity erupted unchecked at that moment, instantly cutting the speaker off. The violent aura in his voice was palpable even from a distance, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Fu, sitting on Zhanya's back, found several beads of sweat unconsciously trickling down his forehead. Although Zhang wasn't targeting him, the sheer pressure Zhang inadvertently emitted made him feel as if he were facing a primordial beast ready to devour its prey. Never underestimate the malice of you humans. And don't bring the naive notions you've cultivated in times of peace here. In the eyes of these young evolvers, the world after the Mana Awakening resembled a martial arts fantasy realm. They possessed the ability to scale walls and roofs, and even ride swords through the air, allowing them to uphold justice and defend their homes and country. However, Zhang knew that this world was far more brutal than they could ever imagine. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Setting aside the horrific scenes he had witnessed with his own eyes in his previous life, just considering what he had personally experienced in this one. Even within the country, the patriarch of the Zhu family had been capable of launching a carpet bombing campaign against him with missiles for his own selfish desires. Now that the two nations were at war, with a blood feud between them, how could they possibly show mercy? The Sakura people wouldn't dare? What wouldn't the Sakura people dare to do? If they truly didn't dare, you wouldn't even be here today. Zhanya's thunderous voice left them utterly speechless. No matter how optimistic they might be, faced with what the Sakura people had already done, they had no grounds to refute him. Invading Big Fish Island, massacring Chinese fishermen, torturing Chinese hostages, humiliating Chinese government officials, and even posting these acts online to spread them rampantly across China. These acts, even more heinous than terrorism, would have been unthinkable just a year ago, yet now they had become a grim reality. Only then did they suddenly realize that from the moment Mana awoke, the world as hard-won, meager peace had begun to crumble once again. And they, these self-proclaimed genius evolvers, seemingly the fortunate darlings of the era, were they not, in fact, the unfortunate vanguard of this tidal wave? There was no response on the other end of the communicator. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind rushing past Zhang as he ran. "Xiao, are you okay over there? Is the submarine ready?" After a moment, Zhang spoke up again. No one answered. "Xiao? Zhang furrowed his brow and asked twice more. The entire communication channel was silent. Since Xiao wasn't answering, the others didn't dare say anything either. Zhang's unease grew. He was certain there were no more powerful warriors from Sakura Nation left on the island. So what exactly was keeping Xiao from responding? Just as he was about to call out again, Xiao's voice finally came through the communicator. But there was an indescribable bitterness and numbness in that voice, as if it were coming from a robot. "It's too late." "What?" Zhang's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach, but he still managed to ask calmly, "What do you mean, it's too late?" "It's all too late." Xiao's voice was light and airy, devoid of any strength, as if it might drift away into the sky at any moment. "I just received a call from the capital. They told me that 3 minutes ago, Sakura Nation suddenly dispatched a bomber squadron that's heading full speed toward Big Fish Island. By the time they detected it, it was only 3 kilometers away. It's too late to intercept them now." "And then?" Zhang struggled to steady his nerves, though his intuition had already vaguely anticipated what was coming next. According to military observations, the largest bomber in the formation is likely carrying a nuclear bomb.
In an instant, all the evolved who had been running froze in their tracks, their minds racing to process what they just heard.
A nuclear bomb? A nuclear bomb was about to be dropped on them?
Rather than terror, their first reaction was one of astonishment and disbelief. They had never imagined that in their lifetime they would have anything to do with something like a nuclear bomb, something that existed only in books and history. They certainly never imagined that, without any warning, they would suddenly become the targets of a nuclear strike.
The next second, an overwhelming sense of helplessness swept through their bodies.
The word nuclear bomb seemed to possess some kind of magical power, instantly draining every ounce of energy from their bodies. Before they even had time to feel anger, fear, or sorrow, a primal physical reaction caused them to collapse helplessly to the ground.
Escape? If they couldn't even outrun the military's interceptor missiles, how could they possibly evade a nuclear strike?
At the edge of Big Fish Island, the evolved by Sho's side stood just as numbly in place. They had thought everything was about to be resolved, but never imagined that fate would play such a cruel joke on them at the very last moment. At that moment, the submarine was only 100 or 200 meters away, yet to them it felt like an insurmountable chasm. They weren't fools. A distance of 3 kilometers meant the bomber squadron could reach them in a minute or two.
Under these circumstances, attempting to flee was utterly pointless.
Buzz. A massive humming sound rang out over Big Fish Island, and the crowd stared blankly up at the sky.
In the sky, a neatly formed formation of bombers arrived like ghosts.
The white clouds were torn apart by the plane's wake, leaving a long blue trail in the sky. The Grim Reaper's sight was already hidden within those cockpits.
The entire Big Fish Island seemed to freeze in place except for Zhang.
The moment he heard the news of the nuclear attack, he had unhesitatingly set down the bodies of Fu and the advance team and sprinted toward the coast with all his might. He would do whatever he could within his power, but having died once before, he understood the preciousness of life better than anyone. In this situation, even if it meant fighting a losing battle, he was determined to wage a final struggle against death. Zhang was like a projectile hurtling forward with every step he took. His entire body would instantly leap dozens of meters ahead, leaving a deep crater in the ground behind him. Under the strain of exerting his utmost strength, his powerful limbs had already sustained strains of varying severity, yet he paid no heed, running frantically. Yet compared to the bomber formation and even the impending nuclear blast, his speed was still far too slow.
Just as the bomber formation reached the skies above Big Fish Island, Zhang arrived at the shoreline.
With a single leap, he summoned the water-repelling pearl the moment he hit the water and plunged toward the ocean floor like a massive torpedo. Chapter 95: The Mysterious Membrane. Although his chances of survival were equally slim, he knew that in this situation, swimming deeper was always far better than staying on the surface. The shockwave from the nuclear blast spread even faster than the speed of sound. Although he could swim farther on the surface, the blast and radiation faced no obstacles in their spread. No matter what, there was no way he could escape the blast radius in just a dozen or so seconds. His only hope lay in diving into the deep sea, relying on the water pressure to slow the spread of the nuclear blast to some extent. Under normal circumstances, he might have cursed the shamelessness of the land of cherry blossoms over and over in his mind, plotting his revenge. But at this moment, his mind was clear of all distractions. His eyes were fixed solely on the depths of the ocean. Zhang knew that as long as he was alive, he had a chance to possess everything. If he died, everything would become an illusion. This crisis was 10,000 times more severe than any he had faced before. When the patriarch of the Zhu family bombarded him with missiles, at least there were places to hide in the mountains and forests. When he was attacked by the remnant of the giant spirit god, who knew no honor in battle, he at least had a chance to win the lottery.
But now,
at this very moment, high above Big Fish Island, a massive steel sphere was slowly plummeting from the sky. Though it bore no markings, everyone on the island knew full well that this was the most terrifying weapon of mass destruction humanity had ever seen. When it struck the ground, not only the people on the island, but likely the entire island itself would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. A vast expanse of surrounding waters would also be rendered unapproachable for over a century due to nuclear contamination. This was no longer a game of diplomatic maneuvering or a minor skirmish. This was a declaration of war, a complete and utter declaration of war by the land of cherry blossoms against China. Moreover, it was clear that the Sakura nation was not acting alone. Theoretically,
after the World War hundreds of years ago, the Sakura nation should no longer possess any weapons of mass destruction. So where did their nuclear bomb come from? And how did they evade China's surveillance radar, allowing a bomber squadron to approach Big Fish Island unnoticed? Clearly, there must be another major power behind the scenes fanning the flames. Dark clouds loom over every aspect of this situation. Detonating a nuclear bomb is 1,000, 10,000 times more complex than simply dropping it. But the people on the island no longer wished to ponder these questions. They quietly raised their heads, awaiting what seemed to be an inevitable fate. Zhang continued to dive frantically. He had no idea what was unfolding behind him, but his sixth sense pricked him like a needle, instilling a powerful sense of impending doom. Even in the smooth current, the hairs on Zhang's body stood on end instinctively. However, just then, an inexplicable force suddenly blocked his path. Zhang's mind went blank. He simply felt that, for some reason, he could no longer move downward. He instinctively channeled all his mana to surge downward, but it was to no avail. The invisible barrier before him didn't even resemble a wall. It was more like a colossal trampoline. No matter how hard Zhang pushed, he could only increase its surface tension, causing him to bounce back. And in the very next second, something even more terrifying happened. The invisible membrane suddenly contracted in an instant, enveloping Zhang tightly like a bubble. Just as the bubble engulfed Zhang, his water-repelling pearl vanished of its own accord, forcibly drawn into the system space. This time, for the first time, Zhang truly lost his composure. Previously, no matter how great the threat, he at least knew what he was facing, and the threat had never exceeded the bounds of his understanding. Just like evading the nuclear missile attack moments ago, he knew he was nowhere near strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast head-on. It was indeed one of humanity's greatest inventions. Even if he died in its explosion, he would at least accept it with no regrets. However, this eerie membrane completely defied his understanding. What exactly was it? Where had it come from? What was its purpose? Zhang had absolutely no idea about any of this. The mere fact that he could forcibly drive the water-repelling pearl back into the system space made Zhang feel as though he were witnessing a scenario that could only exist in a hallucination. Just how powerful would one have to be to break through the barrier between the system and reality? Yet, as the membrane enveloped him, he sensed a faint, familiar warmth, though he could not for the life of him recall where that sense of familiarity came from. He looked around in terror. All around him was normal seawater. Even the fish were swimming leisurely, oblivious to the threat of the nuclear bomb falling from the sky and completely unaware of the membrane that had suddenly blocked Zhang's path. Is this targeting me specifically? In just a few seconds, Zhang had regained his composure. When the membrane first appeared, it had merely stopped him in his tracks. If it were affecting a wide area, then as it contracted, the other marine life nearby would inevitably be affected as well. But clearly, judging by how tightly the membrane now clung to him, it must be related to Zhang's own condition. With this realization, his mind settled slightly. Though he still couldn't make sense of the situation, at a time like this, it was certainly better for the problem to stem from himself rather than from the outside world. Phew! Zhang exhaled softly, gazing through the undulating seawater at the distant sky. Reflected in the water, the sky, which had once been a deep blue, now appeared unusually dark. Now, all he could do was wait for the membrane's next move. Could this be protecting me? Although Zhang had never been a blindly optimistic bear, at this very moment, such a hope couldn't help but well up within him. But the very next second, the membrane's next action shattered Zhang's hopeful expectations in an instant, forcing him to swallow his earlier assessment that things were a little better. A powerful thrust suddenly slammed into his back. In an instant, Zhang felt as if he were an ordinary person on a roller coaster, propelled upward by a massive force. An intense sensation of G-force instantly swept through his entire body. Even Zhang himself found it hard to imagine what kind of speed and force given his current physical condition could produce such a clear, agonizing sensation of G-force. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Even Zhang, who never swore even in the face of a nuclear bomb, finally lost his composure in the face of this sudden upward thrust. The high-speed friction between the water and his body caused Zhang to feel waves of stinging pain, despite the protection of his thick fur and fat. It had been a long time since Zhang had felt this sense of complete helplessness. He shut his eyes tightly, curled his body, and instinctively made a defensive posture. Chapter 96: The Divine Power of the Vermilion Bird. Soon, he realized just how fast this speed truly was. From the moment Zhang jumped into the water to swimming back to his original position, it had taken him nearly a minute, even with the aid of his own gravity and his frantic efforts. However, when he felt his body grow light once more and instinctively opened his eyes, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Everything around him was no longer the deep, dark blue of the ocean. It had instantly transformed into a clear blue sky, with a few white clouds drifting above. Did I just teleport or something? Zhang muttered to himself involuntarily. He couldn't fathom how this nearly transparent membrane had managed to support his weight of nearly dozens of tons, withstand hundreds of tons of water pressure, and transport him here in the blink of an eye. What was even more terrifying was that, despite such high speed, Zhang felt only a slight ache in his body, no serious injuries whatsoever. His eyes were filled with sheer astonishment. Compared to the initial terror, only pure amazement could describe his state of mind now. This power was completely beyond his comprehension. Even with all the experience from his past life, he simply couldn't grasp it. After all, in his previous life, he had been a formidable 6th rank expert who had even witnessed a 7th rank expert in action. Just then, the evolvers, who had been staring blankly at the sky, suddenly saw a massive figure appear out of nowhere. Is that a bear? Yu rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. A giant bear, dozens of meters tall, had appeared in the sky in an instant. It was simply too unbelievable. The other evolvers, too, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the sky, exchanging glances filled with utter bewilderment. Zhang's sudden appearance even caused them to momentarily forget the terror of the nuclear bomb. Zhang's form was simply too massive. Aside from Xiao and Fu, not a single person even in that brief instant made the connection between him and Yao, who had been by their side all along. Fu had been sitting quietly on the ground, gazing up at the sky alongside his comrades. Fu wasn't the petty sort to hold a grudge over a single grain of rice. He didn't blame Zhang at all for leaving them behind. In fact, he sincerely hoped that Zhang would truly manage to escape with his life. Even though he knew the odds were slim. The moment he saw Zhang, he couldn't help but stand up, staring blankly at the massive figure against the blue sky, as a mysterious flame of hope suddenly reignited within his heart. On the other side, the instant Zhang appeared, a faint glimmer of light suddenly returned to Xiao's eyes, which had been lifeless for so long. Could it really happen? Spanning nearly half of Big Fish Island, separated by over 10 kilometers, the two humans who had crossed paths with Zhang murmured in unison. Neither of them voiced what exactly could really happen, but they both understood that, the moment Zhang appeared, the word in their hearts was miracle. Zhang, however, was completely unaware of the reactions of the people below. After briefly adjusting to the fact that he was suddenly high in the air, he began to habitually look around. Everything around him was unremarkable. Below him lay the familiar Big Fish Island, and above his head. The instant Zhang looked up, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. A massive iron sphere was hurtling straight toward his head. If not for the air resistance holding it back, it would likely have already smashed into Zhang's skull. What on earth is going on here? By now, Zhang could no longer deny it. None of this was a coincidence. The membrane must possess consciousness, and its appearance was intended to bring him face to face with the nuclear bomb. Once he realized this, his mind actually settled. Since the membrane had brought him here, it must be confident it could handle the nuclear bomb. No matter the final outcome, this was clearly beyond his control. Zhang's body slowly relaxed. He narrowed his eyes and waited quietly for the mysterious membrane to react. It was hard to imagine, but at that very moment, he actually began to enjoy the rare comfort of the breeze blowing past him. In less than 3 seconds, the nuclear bomb had landed right before his eyes. Zhang could even make out the weld marks on its casing. Zhang's palm tightened slightly. No matter how open-minded he tried to be, with humanity's most powerful weapon mere inches away, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. As the nuclear bomb drew closer, Zhang felt a faint discomfort in the tip of his nose, much like the instinctive reaction one has when a fist is about to strike. But he still widened his eyes, wanting to see everything that was about to happen.
Membrane, oh membrane, please don't just bring me here to die, Zhang thought to himself. This time, the membrane did not disappoint him. Just as the nuclear bomb was about to be attached to Zhang's body, at the very last moment, Zhang suddenly felt a wave of heat in his chest. Immediately afterward, a surge of energy began to burst uncontrollably from his body. Zhang relaxed his body's defenses, allowing the energy to leave him. In the next instant, his system space opened automatically once again. A flash of red light appeared before him at a speed Zhang could not possibly track, then suddenly shot into the nuclear bomb. Screech! A piercing bird call rang out from high above. A wave of heat instantly engulfed the entire sky. The once azure horizon instantly turned into a sea of fire. In a stretch of ocean dozens of nautical miles from Big Fish Island, a Tier 2, Level 700 poison giant octopus slowly rose from the depths of 10,000 meters to shallower waters, intending to enjoy a sumptuous feast. The moment the bird's cry echoed across the sky, it reacted as if a mouse had spotted a cat. Its tentacles, stretching hundreds of meters long, snapped back violently. Trembling violently, it scrambled frantically back toward the depths of the ocean. At first, Zhang Henti realized what had happened, but when he heard the birdsong and saw the sky turn into a sea of fire, the answer became clear. He opened his system interface and, as he had expected, the mysterious vermilion bird feather had vanished without a trace. The vermilion bird, I should have realized it sooner, Zhang shook his head self-deprecatingly. This outcome had truly taken Zhang by surprise, yet upon closer reflection, it was the only possibility. Apart from this mysterious vermilion bird feather, what other power did he possess that he could not fully control? And apart from the vermilion bird, that divine beast of Chinese legend, whose mere passage could turn the Hangduan Mountains and the surrounding area into a furnace, what other force could possibly rival a nuclear bomb? Chapter 97, Do you think that's enough? Zhang looked up. Just inches above his head, raging flames instantly engulfed the nuclear bomb. Even at such close range, protected by this thin membrane, Zhang felt not a trace of the scorching heat or the searing flames. SSSSH. Amid the searing flames, the nuclear bomb emitted a soul-stealing screech that made even Zhang's heart tremble. The power of the divine beast vermilion bird was indeed etched into his bloodline, and he had witnessed the traces it left behind with his own eyes. Yet, this was, after all, merely a single tiny feather left behind by the vermilion bird. At the same time, having lived as a human for so many years, the impression that nuclear bombs were practically invincible had almost become second nature to him.